Chapter 1. Encountering Doksuri. Upon the vast expanse of the Pacific, tumultuous waves surged with ferocity, while undercurrents roared beneath the surface. Wang Zhongcheng stood resolutely at the helm, gazing through the dim light at the prow as monstrous waves crashed violently against the cockpit's glass. His jaw clenched tightly. He remained oblivious to the cigarette that had burned down to his fingers, ashes cascading to the floor, swept away by the wind. This was the 9th typhoon of the year, Doksuri. Named by South Korea, Doksuri was the 19th storm designated during the 2017 Pacific typhoon season, its name signifying a fierce bird of prey. This year, Doksuri had returned with a vengeance, and there was no escaping its wrath tonight. Inside the shadowy cockpit, all crew members knew that during nighttime navigation, the bridge must remain shrouded in darkness. Any light would obstruct their vision of objects on the tumultuous sea. On watch tonight, Zhao Renjia was at the helm of the 1,000-ton fishing vessel, a classmate and comrade of Wang Zhongcheng. He served as the second mate and partner aboard the trawler. Zhao Renjia was already drenched in sweat, rivulets streaming down his greasy neck. Turn the wheel to starboard, full speed ahead against the wind. The atmospheric pressure is plummeting and the wind is intensifying. We are currently positioned in the perilous forward quadrant of the typhoon's dangerous semicircle. This is the most treacherous moment. Wang Zhongcheng, while meticulously monitoring the instruments on the bridge and constantly referencing the radar and navigational lights, observed the shifting winds, directing his second mate Zhao Renjia and activating the intercom. Attention all crew members, immediately awaken. Don your life jackets and safety equipment and stand by in place. The previous day, Wang Zhongcheng had received a radio and satellite phone dispatch from the Shore Command Center, instructing an urgent return to port to evade the center of the typhoon and seek refuge from the 9th typhoon of the year. Yet now, the radar indicated a substantial school of fish ahead. Such an opportunity for bountiful harvest was rare in the coastal waters of their homeland. To return empty-handed would incur a loss of at least 1 million yuan in wages for the crew of 16, alongside the exorbitant fuel costs and other expenses accumulated over the past several days. This was a burden they could scarcely bear. Longline fishing expeditions typically required a 6-month sojourn at sea, with crew wages exceeding those of coastal fishing by more than 50%. Under the existing resource conditions, 1 ton of fish generally necessitated the consumption of half a ton of fuel, coupled with refrigeration and transportation costs. Thus, in the realm of distant fishing, profits hinged entirely upon the catch volume, rendering it a high-risk, high-reward industry. Furthermore, the fishermen engaged in distant waters faced not only financial trials, but also the solitude of the sea. As dawn unfurled its sails and dusk beckoned them to cast their nets, such a rhythm may hold significance for outsiders, yet for fishermen, encapsulated a grueling journey. Each voyage into distant waters required them to haul nets every 5 hours, often allowing only 4 hours of sleep daily. The cycle of setting nets, hauling them in, and sorting the catch constituted the entirety of their maritime existence. For this expedition, Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjia, and Wang Taisong had staked their entire livelihoods. Wang Taisong was a high school classmate of Wang Zhongcheng, who had worked at a state-owned enterprise after graduating with a master's degree. Yesterday afternoon, after receiving a notification to return, the 3 of them indulged in 2 boxes of cigarettes in the cockpit, paying homage to the ancestors of Du Surue. They resolved not to return, seizing the opportunity to fish while the eye of the typhoon had yet to close and the convection was still in its weakening phase, planning to seek refuge on an island 60 nautical miles away. From 6 a.m. yesterday until around 11 p.m., they encountered large schools of fish, and by then, the cabin was nearly filled to capacity. This was the largest and most bountiful catch Wang Zhongcheng and his team had ever experienced since venturing into the sea, primarily consisting of precious species such as tuna, salmon, flounder, and yellow croaker, with the total catch valued at no less than 10 million yuan upon reaching the shore. With this haul, they could disregard the relentless calls for loan repayments, dismiss the foreclosures, and ignore the hospitals that hounded them like grim reapers, never allowing them a moment's peace. The fishing vessel navigated through towering waves that appeared to stretch endlessly, akin to a mountain, rising and falling as if a mere leaf on the roaring sea. The gale, exceeding force 12, whirled, and ravaged those reckless souls who prioritized money over their lives. Wang Zhongcheng mused that the fury of the typhoon seemed, in its own way, more merciful. At least, people understood the inherent danger of a typhoon. It was never like certain institutions that boasted their benevolence while claiming to serve the populace, proclaiming the supremacy of the people and their role as the masters, all while harboring duplicitous motives. There were 16 people aboard, each family grappling with its own hardships, a struggle largely rooted in economic difficulties. If there were sufficient funds, the burdens would be lighter. Venturing into the deep sea for fishing was akin to tethering one's life to a belt, entrusting fate to the heavens. If there were other skills or opportunities, none would gamble their lives against the capricious depths of the ocean. The satellite navigation system last updated 3 hours ago, indicating they were still 50 nautical miles from the target island in a southwest direction. 3 hours prior, the shore radio had repeatedly issued emergency calls. Now, at 3 in the morning, both radio and satellite signals had vanished, replaced by static. The ship's radar functioned as the captain's auxiliary vision without it, especially in low visibility. The vessel was as blind as a bat, maneuvering blindly and needing constant recalibration of position and heading. Had they ceased fishing around 8 p.m. last night, with the cabin half full, and accelerated towards the southwest island, they could have evaded the fierce typhoon, reaching the island for shelter before or at the onset of the storm. The abundant catch exhilarated Wang Zhongcheng and the crew, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, momentarily forgetting the impending typhoon. The sea was gently swaying under a light breeze, and the subtropical climate in September was warm and pleasant, adorned with bright, large stars. Had it not been for the approaching storm, this season would have been ideal for fishing. Wang Zhongcheng is not a miserly man. He bears the weighty responsibility for the safety of the 16 lives aboard, while also striving to ensure that this voyage profoundly alters the economic fortunes of himself and his crew. With over a decade of maritime experience, he has braved countless storms and faced several typhoons, each time transforming peril into safety. Ultimately, he chooses to trust in his own experience. At the beginning of 2019, Wang Zhongcheng, along with Zhao Renji and Wang Taisong, secured a bank loan and pooled their resources with friends and relatives to purchase a 1,000-ton aged fishing vessel, which constituted their entire life savings. Wang Zhongcheng assumed the role of captain, with Wang Taisong as the first mate. The trio adhered strictly to regulations, operating the fishing boat within the bounds of legality. Aside from repaying bank interest, they managed to save a little over the course of a year, filled with aspirations for a brighter future. However, the well-known 3 years turned out to be exceptionally arduous for Wang Zhongcheng and his companions. They sold their homes and cars, nearly resorting to selling their children, all in a relentless effort to repay their debts to the bank and their acquaintances. This year, having narrowly escaped the clutches of despair, they were poised to embark on a significant venture. Yet, the coastal waters permitted for fishing were nearly devoid of activity, rendering their expeditions merely an additional financial burden. They were approached multiple times by individuals seeking to smuggle goods to offset their losses, yet the trio resolutely rejected such propositions. As a former soldier, Wang Zhongcheng remained steadfast in upholding the interests of the nation, unwavering in his commitment to sacrifice for his country when called upon. How could one compromise integrity for personal gain? Late last night, the fishing boat was filled to capacity. Wang Zhongcheng remarked, "An empty barrel is easily toppled by the wind, but when filled with water, it becomes steadfast. A laden vessel is at its safest. It is the empty boat that is most vulnerable." Just as with a ship, so too with life. A vessel requires weight, and a life must bear burdens. A person who strides forward with steady steps will not sway in the storm, nor will they falter in the passage of time. Chapter 2. Grounded and Ashore. Wang Zhongcheng summoned first mate Wang Taisong and other crew members via the ship's intercom to convene an urgent safety meeting regarding the impending typhoon. He ordered that all non-essential personnel remain in the living quarters and prohibited anyone from venturing onto the deck without authorization. The bridge and engine room were to be under heightened vigilance, ensuring that the main engine, steering apparatus, anchoring gear, starboard davit, and lifeboats were all in a state of readiness. Wang Zhongcheng mandated that all watertight openings on the deck be secured and that cargo be properly tied down before the arrival of the storm. All movable equipment on the deck was to be stored in the hold in advance. He instructed the closure of cargo hold ventilation, a thorough inspection of watertight integrity to prevent flooding, and the adjustment of ballast water based on the vessel's draft to minimize wind resistance, particularly to avert the risk of dragging anchor during severe weather. Upon concluding his address, Wang Zhongcheng turned off the intercom and directed the ship to set sail at full speed towards the southwestern island target. The Pacific Ocean is home to over 20,000 islands, making it the ocean with the highest number of islands in the world and the foremost among the four major oceans. The Pacific Ocean, encompassing one-third of the Earth's total area, is home to a multitude of islands, the majority of which, apart from New Zealand's North and South Islands, are situated in the central expanse of the Pacific. These islands are scattered like stars across the vast tropical sea, nestled between the equator and the latitudes of 30 degrees north and south, as well as the longitudes of 130 degrees east and west, forming an intricate archipelago known as the Thousand Islands. The target island is but one among over 20,000 diminutive isles previously encountered by Wang Zhongcheng during his fishing expeditions in the surrounding waters. Less than an hour into their full-speed journey, they were met with fierce storms and towering waves. Traveling at a speed of 10 knots, they anticipated reaching their destination around 8 o'clock in the morning. However, their current speed barely grazed 6 knots. Fortunately, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie possessed considerable nautical experience, while Wang Taisong stood beside Zhao, assisting in vigilant observation of the sea surface and monitoring the instrument panels. After laboring through 4 arduous hours, a faint light began to break the horizon, revealing a nebulous expanse ahead, reminiscent of an island. With a sigh of relief, the tension that had gripped Wang Zhongcheng's mind began to dissipate. He, along with Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong, replenished their strength with a modest meal. Wang Zhongcheng announced over the intercom, "Attention all crew members, we shall anchor and seek shelter from the storm in approximately 40 minutes. Please prepare the life-saving equipment for immediate landing." The fishing vessel swayed precariously against the tempest, struggling to advance. Beware of submerged rocks ahead, approximately 500 meters directly in front, hard a port by 45 degrees. Wang Taisong suddenly exclaimed, his eyes glued to the radar screen, urgency lacing his voice. The momentary relief felt by Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie vanished as anxiety gripped their throats once more. The trio had been alternating the helm, with Wang Zhongcheng currently steering. Zhao Renjie peered through binoculars at the waters ahead. Adjusting their course, Wang Zhongcheng reduced speed to navigate around the hidden reefs, proceeding with caution in search of a viable route for landing. This area was thick with underwater hazards, and many rocks jutted above the surface, intermittently visible amid the tumultuous waves. Now, the fishing vessel was roughly 600 meters from the island, as Wang Zhongcheng maneuvered slowly around the island's perimeter, seeking a suitable spot to anchor. The sky brightened, yet the storm showed no signs of abating. Wang Zhongcheng noted that both the west and south sides of the island were rife with reefs and rocky outcrops, while the east boasted a steep, sloping hillside, unsuitable for anchoring. To the north, sheer cliffs plunged directly into the sea. The island spanned approximately 10 kilometers, and after completing a circuit around it, Wang Zhongcheng recalled a beach that would serve as a perfect anchorage. However, it was also possible that the rising tide, compounded by the typhoon, had obscured the beach's visibility, he pondered. The only likely location for the beach he remembered lay in the northeast, within a narrow stretch of water, the sole area suitable for anchoring and taking refuge from the storm. Anchoring required depths conducive to safe mooring, with favorable bottom conditions. Wang Zhongcheng painstakingly turned the vessel, necessitating a wide arc as waves crashed against the fishing boat. Water pooled on the deck, cascading off as the vessel tilted. The fishing boat swayed like a roller coaster. At last, when they were approximately 200 meters from the beach, a series of violent jolts ensued. Crack boom! After a fierce shaking, the fishing vessel came to a halt. The auxiliary engine in the cabin suddenly lost power, triggering alarms throughout the vessel. Chief Engineer Zhou Shiqing instantly dashed towards the engine room with the swiftness of the wind, acutely aware that such an abrupt cessation could precipitate a cascade of complications, potentially leading to a complete loss of propulsion. The loss of power on a fishing vessel is akin to the heart ceasing to beat. The boat began to sway violently under the relentless assault of towering waves driven by the typhoon, precariously being pushed toward the rocky shores. Grounded. Immediately inspect the engine room. Wang Zhongcheng shouted to Wang Taisong, promptly halting the vessel and illuminating the signal lights. After grounding, blindly reversing out of shallow waters is the gravest mistake. Water is flooding the engine room. The engineer announced over the intercom. All crew members, swiftly check each compartment for leaks. If any are found, take immediate action to pump out water, seal leaks, or secure the compartments. As Wang Zhongcheng issued commands over the radio, he contemplated the best course of action for freeing the vessel from its predicament, determining the timeline for extraction or departure from the reef. He instructed Zhao Renjie to deploy both anchors in the direction of the current, relieving the vessel of its burdens and preventing further deterioration of the situation. He tasked Wang Taisong with inspecting the integrity of the propeller and rudder, ensuring they remained functional. The crew was rapidly organized to repair the flooding engine room. At this juncture, Wang Zhongcheng had already requested the maintenance crew to shut off the vessel's fuel valves via the intercom. The remaining crew members prepared for potential evacuation, tying themselves together in groups of 3, lowering the open lifeboat, and gathering essential medical supplies and provisions. Wang Zhongcheng gazed at the satellite phone, devoid of signal. Though unable to send out a distress call to the fisheries authority or communicate with nearby vessels via onboard radio, he realized that seeking help from those far away was futile after all. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The most prudent course was self-rescue, repairing the breaches and seeking a suitable location to anchor and disembark. Suddenly, the door to the cockpit was flung open by the howling winds, inundating the space with seawater and rain. The water level in the engine room is rising rapidly. The breach is too large to repair. We must abandon ship immediately. Zhou Shurcheng bellowed over the intercom. Abandon ship? Jumping into the sea now, even with a lifeboat, amidst these monstrous waves, is tantamount to suicide, Wang Zhongcheng retorted loudly. Wang Zhongcheng's gaze was resolute, fixated on the turbulent sea stretching 200 meters ahead. He surveyed the weather-beaten brothers who had braved the storms for years and declared, "Our vessel has grounded on a hidden reef, and the flooding in the engine room is severe. In approximately 15 minutes, the ship will sink." However, escaping into the sea now, in a typhoon exceeding level 12, is a perilous gamble. The rocks and reefs abound, and we would be like eggs hurled against stone. Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong wore expressions of unwavering determination, their eyes reflecting steadfast trust in Wang Zhongcheng. The crew consisted of his fellow villagers, averaging 35 years in age, each intimately familiar with one another. Wang Zhongcheng had never defaulted on their wages, which were slightly higher than those on other fishing vessels. Whenever crew members faced hardships at home, he was always there to lend a helping hand. Wang Zhongcheng pointed ahead and declared, "For the safety of us all, I have resolved to drive the boat forward immediately, while we still possess some power, urging the fishing vessel closer to the shore and away from the treacherous reefs. Even if we lose power midway, we shall not be far from safety." He instructed, everyone except the personnel in the cockpit should proceed to the engine room to drain the water. Await my signal before disembarking. Wang Zhongcheng reactivated the power system and cautiously attempted to reverse. In truth, reversing at this juncture was a perilous endeavor, save for those who wished to abandon the vessel. He navigated out of the shallow reef area, deftly steering right as the boat advanced slowly. When the fishing vessel was a mere 100 meters from the shore, all crew members emerged from the hold, and the boat began to tilt to the right. At approximately 50 meters from the coast, the fishing vessel succumbed to a loss of power, tilting at a precarious 30 degrees. Wang Zhongcheng issued the order to abandon ship. The lifeboat, buffeted by violent winds and towering waves, surged forward a meter atop a crest, only to be dragged back by the receding tide. The distance that appeared to be 50 meters seemed to stretch further away. Wang Zhongcheng pressed the throttle to the limit, and with the collective effort of the crew, who alternated in rowing with 4 oars, they finally harnessed the force of a mighty wave that propelled them onto the sandy shore. They hauled the lifeboat ashore and counted their numbers 16 in total. Seeking refuge from the storm, they found shelter behind a large rock and rummaged through their bags for sustenance and water to replenish their strength. By this time, it was well past 9 a.m. After consuming some food and drinking a bottle of water, Wang Zhongcheng stood at the edge of the rock, gazing at the fishing vessel not far away. The boat tilted precariously, its starboard side submerged in the sea, with half of the cockpit and the port side exposed above the waves. The entire vessel swayed ominously with the surging tides. Turning his attention to the island, he observed that they were situated on a narrow coastline to the northeast of the island. 30 meters above them lay a thicket of grass, followed by a dense tropical forest. Visibility beyond that was obscured. In such tempestuous weather, prolonged exposure could lead to hypothermia and subsequent illness. He realized the necessity of finding a cave or a shelter from the rain. Wang Zhongcheng pondered this, understanding that he must take responsibility for the lives and safety of all his crew members. Chapter 3. The refuge on the deserted island. Thus, he called upon Zhao Renjie to brave the torrential rain and venture into the thicket, entering the jungle. Within the tropical rainforest, vines flourished, intertwining with one another, rendering each step laborious. Wang Zhongcheng wielded a 20-centimeter-long dagger to carve a path, while inscribing marks on the trees along the way to prevent getting lost on their return. Zhao Renjie, armed with a wooden stick, swatted at the drooping leaves while wiping the rainwater from his face. He closely followed Wang Zhongcheng, ever vigilant of any suspicious sound around them. Zhao Renjie and Wang Zhongcheng had been classmates since middle school, and after experiencing setbacks in the college entrance examination, they enlisted together, serving in the same military unit. The two had endured trials of life and death. The trio had pooled their resources to purchase this old fishing vessel, with Wang Zhongcheng contributing the majority of the funds, followed by Wang Taisong, while Zhao Renjie had invested merely 1/6 of the amount. This amount also represented the entirety of his state compensation from his wrongful imprisonment. This steel fishing vessel, Lu Wei Yuan U-258, was classified as a single trawler, utilizing trawling as its method of production, with an operational range in the high seas. Its dimensions were 78.0 meters in length, 12.0 meters in width, and 6.8 meters in depth. The total tonnage was 1,000 tons, with a net tonnage of 310 tons, and it was powered by a main engine of 518 kW, dual control 316, achieving a cruising speed of 12.5 knots. Manufactured in Germany, it initially registered under the Russian flag before being acquired by the Blue Island Ocean Fishing Company and subsequently reflagged as Chinese. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions purchased it from the Ocean Company, incurring a total cost of 6 million renminbi, inclusive of the registration fees. Upon returning from each sea expedition, the income, after deducting the crew's wages, was evenly divided into 4 shares. 3 for the trio and 1 further divided into 2 portions. 1 for the parents of their comrade Wu Jinbu, to provide for their old age, and the other for the parents of Wang Bo, who had perished during a fishing trip. The tropical jungle was rife with venomous snakes, deadly poison dart frogs, and various ferocious beasts, particularly active during or following rain when they sought sustenance. Entering the jungle during such conditions was perilous, yet finding shelter from the rain left them with little choice. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie donned the standard canvas work uniforms provided on the vessel, their footwear consisting of high-top leather boots. The cuffs of their trousers were securely fastened to effectively ward off attacks from snakes and other venomous creatures. Suddenly, Wang Zhongcheng felt a soft texture beneath his feet. He lowered his gaze and used his stick to pry apart the soaked leaves and vines below him, prompting Zhao Renjie to halt, alert. As Wang Zhongcheng increased the force with which he moved the stick, clearing the foliage aside, an exceedingly decayed corpse was revealed. Its face had rotted into a hollow visage, and through the clothing and hair, it was discerned to be that of an Asian male. Wang Zhongcheng covered the body once more with leaves and vines, marking the location carefully before proceeding cautiously ahead. "Be careful," Zhao Renjie shouted. He quickly advanced, wielding his stick to strike at a branch ahead, whereupon a serpent, as thick as a man's arm, with dark, mottled scales, was struck to the ground amidst the dry leaves. Writhing in agony, it raised its triangular head, opening its mouth wide to bite at Wang Zhongcheng's leg. Wang Zhongcheng swiftly sidestepped as Zhao Renjie swung his wooden staff once more, striking the serpent precisely at its vulnerable spot. Seizing the moment when the serpent turned to bite the stick, Wang brandished his dagger, and severed its head. The serpent's blood mingled with the rainwater, trickling into the decaying foliage, while its body writhed in agony. Zhao used the stick to toss the serpent's head far away. After traversing for approximately an hour and a half, the two men discovered a wooden cabin nestled deep within the forest. The cabin appeared to have been long abandoned, with dense foliage and vines surrounding it. Comprising 3 rooms, each contained 2 nearly rotten wooden beds, and rainwater leaked through the roofs of each chamber. It was evident that the cabin had once been constructed by survivors of a shipwreck, who had since been rescued, leaving the cabin without a master. Aside from the 6 beds, a pile of firewood lay in one corner, and nothing else. Emerging from the cabin, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia surveyed their surroundings. To the north, west, and south, thick jungles flourished, while to the east, a mountain foot rose, adorned with shrubs that ascended the slopes, leading to a bamboo grove above. As they followed the undergrowth towards the grove, they heard the sound of rushing water. Hidden beneath the shrubs was a river, with rainwater cascading down the hillside into it. In the tempest, the width of the river was obscured, but it flowed southeast along the mountain's base. Wang pondered that the cabin's builder must have chosen this location for the river's presence. After all, survival in the wilderness is impossible without fresh water. Retracing their steps, Wang and Zhao returned to the resting place of their fellow crew members in under an hour. Wang informed them of the cabin in the depths of the forest, a temporary refuge from the rain, where they could dry off and rest. A chorus of cheers erupted as they collectively dragged the lifeboat deeper into the grass, camouflaging it with branches to prevent it from being swept away by the approaching typhoon, and they even placed stones inside to weigh it down. Wang successfully led the crew to the cabin, braving the rain to gather palm fronds, which they carried together to the roof, where their combined strength allowed them to lay the leaves down, effectively stopping the leaks. Inside the cabin, the crew found a handful of relatively dry hay, which they ignited with a lighter. The flames grew robust, gradually drying out the remaining hay before adding firewood. Although a bit of smoke filled the air, it escaped through the open windows. Once the fire was ablaze, each room had its own pile, and the atmosphere became infused with the aromas of smoke, wood, food, and drying clothing. Soon, some crew members, sated and content, reclined on the wooden beds, seemingly detached from the shipwreck's turmoil. In truth, they had weathered many storms and endured considerable hardship, becoming accustomed to adversity. Suffering can numb the spirit, yet can also ignite a fierce determination. They were a resilient group, unwilling to succumb to fate's whims. Each hailed from families beset by misfortune, including Wang Zhongcheng himself. Had it not been for his parents' perpetual need for substantial medical expenses, his wife's unemployment, and the financial burdens of his children's education and tutoring, he would never have chosen to risk his life in such perilous endeavors, forsaking home and safety to battle against fate. Zhao Renji endured 4 years of wrongful imprisonment, and Wang Taisong has also navigated a life fraught with twists and tribulations, suffering countless adversities. The 3 of them shared an unwavering bond with their crew, intertwining their own safety with that of their fellow sailors, celebrating joys together and facing hardships side by side, united in life and death. At last, the typhoon relented in the latter half of the night, 3 days hence. The dawn following the storm revealed a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, as a gentle breeze caressed their faces, filling the air with freshness. The early risers, a cacophony of birds, chirped merrily in the trees and skies, while the jungle bore a disheveled appearance, littered with broken branches and fallen leaves, reminiscent of a battlefield that had recently endured a fierce conflict. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng and the entire crew found themselves devoid of the desire to admire the tropical island's beauty, redirecting their efforts to the beach where their fishing vessel lay stranded upon the rocks. They observed the receding tide, revealing extensive stretches of sand beneath the boulders that had sheltered them from the rain. The starboard railing of the fishing boat was now exposed for the most part, while the hull still remained largely submerged beneath the waterline, tilting precariously to a greater degree than when it had initially run aground. Wang Zhongcheng organized the tasks at hand, assigning the 3 eldest members to the forest to gather hay and branches for drying on the beach, with no limitations on quantity. Once partially dried, They would promptly ignite a bonfire, ensuring the smoke billowed sufficiently to be visible to passing vessels from afar. Meanwhile, Wang Taisong, accompanied by two others, maneuvered the lifeboat into the water to reach the fishing vessel. The remaining crew swam to the boat to retrieve food and various necessities, transporting everything that could be of use in the near future to the island. Chapter 4. Island Adventure. Upon boarding the fishing vessel, the group discovered that, apart from the deck, which remained dry, the lower cabin was largely inundated. The cockpit and kitchen were relatively arid, while the captain's lounge and two food storage compartments showed some signs of water ingress, although most items within remained unscathed. They proceeded to unload the kitchen's stainless steel cookware, 5 large liquefied gas cylinders for immediate use, and disassembled a set of gas stoves, along with various knives including chef's knives, boning knives, paring knives, and specialized cleavers, over a dozen in total. They gathered an assortment of condiments, including oils, salts, sauces, and spices such as star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and chili powder, alongside various oils like peanut oil, blended oil, soybean oil, olive oil, and lard. Their provisions included rice, flour, eggs, noodles, steamed buns, and instant noodles. The selection of meats encompassed pork, chicken, ham, luncheon meat, and assorted seafood, while vegetables consisted of potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, zucchini, tomatoes, eggplants, and celery. Additionally, they salvaged over 30 packs of purified water and an array of fruits including apples, pears, peaches, grapefruits, bananas, papayas, and watermelons to transfer to the lifeboat. The lifeboat made 6 trips to transport just the kitchenware and food supplies. Next, they ventured to the tool room, gathering all manner of repair toolboxes, woodworking kits, and electrical tool sets, everything that would be useful on the island, loading them onto the lifeboat. They then proceeded to the crew lounge, collecting sopping bedding, clothing, shoes, well-packaged toilet paper, cigarettes, and various daily necessities and medical supplies, making 2 more trips. After a total of 8 trips, it was already midday. The group gathered around a campfire, some preparing instant noodles with boiling water, others enjoying luncheon meat with boiled eggs, and some relishing ham, reminiscent of a communal picnic by the fire. With none expressing concern over their perilous fate, Wang Zhongcheng consumed 2 bags of instant noodles with 2 eggs and an apple, gazing at the mountain of supplies before him, contemplating that this was undoubtedly the most extravagant instance of survival on a deserted island in human history. They were fortunate that the fishing boat had stocked food supplies for at least 6 months and had not sunk, merely running aground nearby. Hence, there was no need to worry about food or clothing. After satiating their hunger and thirst, the crew sprawled on the beach, lounging on hay and basking in the sun, gradually drifting into slumber. Wang Zhongcheng informed Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong at 1:30 p.m. Renjie and I will venture into the jungle to meticulously explore the terrain of this island, seeking satellite signals atop the eastern peak. We shall return to the beach 20 minutes before sunset. The weather appears favorable for tonight, with no anticipated rain, so we will camp here. Let us assign a few individuals to fell some trees and construct makeshift shelters with tarps. Taisong continued, leading the others into the vessel's hold, endeavoring to transport all conceivable living supplies to the island. They needed to devise a method to bring several barrels of oil from the lifeboat to the shore and find a suitable place to bury them for safekeeping. They were to remain vigilant for passing ships, ready to signal for help at a moment's notice, with no mobile or satellite phone signals available. If rescue did not arrive, they would be compelled to reside on the island for a while. Having organized their plans, Wang Zhongcheng shared a cigarette with the two before lying back on the hay, closing his eyes to rest. At 1:30 p.m., Wang Zhongcheng awoke to find Zhao Renjie already seated alongside Wang Taisong, both sipping water and smoking atop a haystack. Other crew members were scattered about. Some reclined on the beach, others perched on rocks gazing out at the distant sea, while a few busied themselves with gathering clams, crabs, and sea snails left behind by the receding tide. Wang Zhongcheng selected an axe and placed it into his pack, carefully wrapping the satellite phone in a plastic bag before tucking it into the inner pocket of his clothing. He also carried a 20-centimeter dagger, a pair of binoculars hanging from his neck, and within his bag, he had a lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a ballpoint pen, a notebook, 2 bottles of water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, several pieces of chocolate, and a coil of climbing rope. Zhao Ranjie's gear was nearly identical, save for the absence of a satellite phone. He too had included an axe in his pack, recognizing it as a significant means of self-defense. After bidding farewell to Wang Taisong and the rest of the crew, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjie traversed through the underbrush and entered the jungle. They continued along the path leading to the wooden cabin, and upon reaching it, headed east into the thicket, swiftly arriving at the riverbank. The water level had significantly receded since the typhoon, the river now narrower and flowing more slowly, devoid of the tumultuous roar that had characterized the storm. Wang Zhongcheng inserted a stick into the river to gauge its depth, discovering it only reached his chest. He and Zhao Ranjie then waded across. Beyond the river lay an expansive bamboo grove, lush with newly sprouted shoots after the rain. The bamboo was remarkably dense, with some stalks exceeding 20 centimeters in diameter. If one were to reside on the island long term, these sturdy bamboos would serve excellently for constructing shelters. Within the grove, Wang Zhongcheng spotted several green tree, snakes coiled upon the bamboo branches, a cobra, and a few bamboo rats that scurried away upon noticing the humans. As these snakes posed no threat, having ample food at their disposal, they chose to circumvent them and pressed onward. Throughout their journey, they marked their path. As they exited the bamboo forest, the trees began to thin out, revealing a diverse array of flora, including wild bananas, large buttressed roots, skyward-reaching trees, and oil palms. They had now reached the mid-slope, where the terrain was uneven and overgrown with moss. Clad in partially dry, partially wet clothing and footwear, they found the stones slippery beneath their feet, making the ascent increasingly arduous. Wang Zhongcheng glanced at his watch. It was now 2:40 p.m. With sunset expected at 7:10 p.m., they needed to return to their base by 6:50 p.m., aiming to reach the summit by 4:10 p.m. Taking a moment to rest, he shared a cigarette with Zhao Ranjie, sipping some water and nibbling on a piece of chocolate to replenish their energy before continuing their climb. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild fruit trees, ripe in September, bustling with birds chirping merrily among the branches as several chimpanzees swung playfully from the limbs. The higher they ascended, the more traces of wildlife they observed, including large carnivore droppings and wild goats darting swiftly through the underbrush. Finally, at 3:50 p.m., they reached the summit. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire island. The afternoon sky was clear, offering excellent visibility. Wang Zhongcheng first retrieved the satellite phone and mobile device, only to find them devoid of signal. He then joined Zhao Ranjie in surveying the island's expanse. Using binoculars for a closer inspection, the more they observed, the more furrowed his brow became, as a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Wang Zhongcheng meticulously sketched a map of the island in his notebook, marking the mountain's height at approximately 800 meters, along with various discoveries along the way. To the northeast of the summit lay a precipice, while the western and southern expanses were adorned with extensive rocky reefs. Above these reefs flourished dense jungles. And to the east, the gentle slope of the mountain was dotted with sparse trees. The northern face of the mountain plunged dramatically into the sea. The entire island was cloaked in thick foliage, not only upon the mountain, but also in the verdant plains to the west and south, where mist lingered above the treetops. The air was filled with the cries of birds and wild beasts. From the mountaintop, one could observe, through a telescope, fishing boats stranded in the waters below, as well as the flickering flames of bonfires sending wisps of smoke into the air. Wang Zhongcheng discovered a towering, protruding rock formation on the western side of the peak, enveloped in vines, with a flat area before it the size of 2 basketball courts. It was now 4:20 p.m. They needed to descend quickly, for it would be perilous to remain on the mountain after dark, as large wild animals began their evening foraging. Thus, the 2 men refrained from further exploration and retraced their steps. As the saying goes, it is easier to ascend a mountain than to descend. Although there were markers along the path, ensuring they wouldn't get lost, navigating the steep rocks was still laborious. They could only proceed at a slow pace. Upon reaching about 700 meters down the mountain, Wang Zhongcheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill creeping down his back. He halted, and Zhao Renjie followed suit, wiping his face with his hand. Wang Zhongcheng's eyes darted around, alert to his surroundings. Indeed, he spotted a pair of eerie green eyes lurking in the shadows of the trees to their left, fixated on them with an unsettling intensity. All of this transpired in silence, relying solely on Wang Zhongcheng's intuition and sixth sense to sense impending danger. This feeling had visited him multiple times throughout his life. The first instance was during a counterterrorism operation in the military when he led a strike team into a building. Sensing something was amiss, as the leader, he immediately signaled to halt and seek cover. And just as they took cover, a bomb detonated in the lobby 3 seconds later. Wang Zhongcheng swiftly drew his axe with his right hand, gripping a dagger tightly in his left. At that moment, Zhao Renjie also discerned the beast hidden among the trees and promptly unsheathed his axe. Both men fixated on the underbrush. They held the gaze of those eyes for a full minute. Chapter 5. Awaiting rescue. Wang Zhongcheng discovered a formidable beast, its entire body cloaked in a lustrous black coat, elongated in form, with forelegs surpassing those of a German shepherd. Its hind legs were poised in a bow-like stance, as if prepared to strike at any moment. A long tail trailed behind, curling upward at its tip, while its round head bore resemblance to a lion, albeit smaller in stature. Its triangular ears stood erect, and its eyes glimmered like ghostly flames, exuding an aura of coldness. It was a black female leopard, currently in the throes of motherhood. We had unwittingly encroached upon its territory, perhaps near its den. Zhao Renjie whispered, "Do not engage. Without firearms, victory is elusive." As we fixated on its gaze, we gradually retreated down the slope. The black leopard is a melanistic variant of a leopard, found in regions such as Malaysia, Thailand, and India, and is classified as an inhabitant of tropical, moist forests. This creature possesses short ears and is considered a near-endangered species. It typically inhabits forests, mountains, grasslands, and deserts, exhibiting a solitary nature and nocturnal habits. It is adept at climbing trees and swimming, capable of running at speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, leaping distances of 6 meters, and heights of 3 meters. Its senses of sight, hearing, and smell are extraordinarily acute, allowing it to prey on various medium-sized animals. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie remained vigilant, each brandishing an axe and a dagger, cautiously descending the mountain in tandem. They traversed approximately 100 meters downward when the mother leopard suddenly turned and sprinted back up the mountain, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the leopard retreat, Zhao Renjie exclaimed, "My goodness," and sat down on a nearby rock, setting down his axe, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and retrieving a bottle of water to quench his thirst. Wang Zhongcheng also stowed his axe and dagger, taking a generous sip from his own bottle of water while remaining alert to the surroundings and the path the leopard had taken. The two took a brief respite, one standing while the other sat, before continuing their descent along the marked trail. Along the way, they encountered only a few orangutans, several wild rabbits, and a giant lizard, with no further dangers presenting themselves. By 7 p.m., they reached the crew's encampment, where they discovered Wang Taisong leading the crew in erecting 4 tents from wooden poles and canvas, situated around a campfire. The bedding, having dried in the afternoon sun, was neatly placed inside the tents. They had gathered enough branches and hay for 5 days' use. Near a large boulder, they had constructed a cooking station from stones, with 2 pots simmering over the fire, preparing dinner. Wang Taisong reported that no vessels had passed by that afternoon. He had also retrieved 3 barrels of fuel for the lifeboat and some solar charging equipment from the fishing boat, which had been buried in the sand for safekeeping. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng gathered the crew around the campfire and stated, "This afternoon, Zhao Renjie and I ascended to the highest point of this island. Yet we still encountered no satellite or mobile signals. It appears we must reside on this island for a while, awaiting rescue. Fortunately, we are well stocked with provisions for our sustenance and comfort. I recall that this island is nestled among the islands of the Pacific, positioned between Asia, Australia, and North and South America. It remains an unnamed isle, unmarked on nautical charts. The Pacific Islands serve as a vital conduit between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, linking major sea and air routes, as well as undersea cables that traverse these waters. Islands such as Guam, Wake Island, Midway Atoll, and Oahu act as pivotal way stations along the Pacific shipping lanes. Consequently, these islands hold significant importance in terms of international transport and strategy. Given the frequent passage of vessels, we remain hopeful for our salvation. It is not unusual for mobile phones to lack signal on this desolate isle. However, the absence of signal on the satellite phone raises questions. Just as Wang Zhongcheng finished speaking, the ship's engineer, Zhou Shicheng, interjected. I have kept this satellite phone in a plastic bag to prevent water damage, and it still has 2/3 of its battery life left, he stated. As Wang Zhongcheng retrieved the satellite phone, encased in plastic, from his work attire, and handed it to Zhou Shicheng, he continued. Wang Taisong elaborated that satellite phones transmit data via satellites. Satellite signals cannot penetrate solid materials, and even rainfall can disrupt the connection. Thus, satellite phones often fail to receive signals in mountainous regions. As the only engineering graduate among the crew, Wang Taisong's words carried considerable authority. He further explained that satellite signals originate from tens of thousands of kilometers away in space, offering extensive coverage. The satellite phone operates on a satellite communication system to relay information, functioning as a relay device. However, its reception can be impeded by strong magnetic interferences from terrestrial structures or mountainous terrain. At this juncture, the satellite phone is the sole means by which Wang Zhongcheng and his 16 crew members can reach out for rescue. This connection represents their only glimmer of hope for a timely salvation. Thus, when they learned that the satellite phone could not connect, despair enveloped them. Zhou Shicheng climbed atop a large rock to dial, only to descend in defeat. Handing the phone back to Wang Zhongcheng. Bowing his head, he retrieved a cigarette, his hands trembling as he lit it. Today marks the 4th day since the disaster and the 19th day since they set sail. Initially, the crew had held onto hope, anticipating that once the typhoon passed, their call for help would summon a rescue vessel within days, transforming their stay on this deserted island into a mere vacation. Even if one were to consider a worst-case scenario, the loss of fish and fishing vessels would affect the owner, yet wages would still be paid. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng was not preoccupied with his monumental losses or the prospect of financial ruin. He had already lost everything and was burdened with insurmountable debt. If he were to return home safely, he would be unable to repay the bank loans, and the mortgage properties would be auctioned off, leaving even the crew's wages unpaid. Such a situation was unprecedented. In the past, when faced with losses at sea, he had mortgaged his only home merely to ensure his crew received their wages. What weighed most heavily on Wang Zhongcheng's mind was the safety of his crew and the strategies for their survival and rescue. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "As for the satellite signals, they are currently absent, but perhaps tomorrow the satellite will align above this island, restoring the connection. If not tomorrow, then maybe the day after. Moreover, our nation's rescue vessel could be en route as we speak. Additionally, this island lies near international shipping lanes. If we ignite signal fires daily, we may yet be rescued. Furthermore, we have sufficient food and clothing. Our circumstances here are not worse than those aboard the fishing vessel." This afternoon, Zhao Rinjia and I ventured into the jungle for a hike, where we encountered a female black panther. It appears she will not descend the mountain anytime soon, as she is currently nursing and will not stray far from her cubs. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of other large predators approaching us. During the typhoon, we remained in the wooden cabin, where we distinctly heard the roars of wild beasts at night. Hence, starting tonight, everyone will partake in night watch duties, with each shift lasting 2 hours and comprising 2 individuals. From 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., there will be 5 shifts each night, and those not on duty will continue the following evening, and so forth. Duties for the night watch include 1. Ensuring the campfire remains lit and signaling passing boats with a flare gun when necessary. 2. Issuing immediate warnings upon the sighting of wild animals or unidentified threats approaching our camp. 3. Each watchman will be armed with an axe for self-defense. 4. Conducting a patrol around the camp every 10 minutes. 5. Making a satellite distress call every 30 minutes. Chapter 6. Constructing the stilt house after Wang Zhongcheng finished speaking. He organized the duty roster in his notebook adding the regulations for duty, and handed it to the crew member assigned to the first shift tonight. He remarked that this beach would be submerged during high tide, making it unsuitable for prolonged stay. Starting tomorrow, aside from assigning 3 individuals to observe passing vessels and guard supplies and the campfire, the rest of the crew would proceed to the wooden cabin for reconstruction. Each person was instructed to bring along a toolbox, maintenance tools, and provisions when heading to the cabin, with no return for lunch. Once Wang Zhongcheng addressed the concerns of several crew members, they departed with heavy hearts, each going to the seaside for convenience before returning to their tents after freshening up. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, Wang Zhongcheng rose, washed up, and sought out the carpenter Lu Wenxiang aboard the fishing vessel to discuss ways to enhance the wooden cabin for the crew's comfort. He requested Lu to draft plans, calculate the quantity of timber required, and specify the materials and tools needed. Lu Wenxiang was appointed as the chief commander for the construction of the cabin, responsible for the improvements. Wang Zhongcheng then found the head chef Fan Tongshu by the large rock stove, instructing him to prepare hearty meals on the island. With the heat still intense, the abundance of food supplies would spoil if left unattended, necessitating vigilance regarding food safety and hygiene. Any rotten vegetables or meat products must be buried promptly. There was also a diesel generator on the ship that needed to be transported to the island, along with several freezers, prioritizing the storage of meat and vegetables. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng assigned 3 crew members to guard duties and led the rest, carrying toolboxes and provisions. Toward the wooden cabin. At the open area in front of the cabin, Lu Wenxiang informed Wang Zhongcheng of the severe rotting and leaking of the cabin's roof and foundation, stating that it was unsuitable for long-term habitation due to the risk of snakes and wild animals in the jungle, as well as the dampness during rainy days. He proposed that instead of rebuilding, the cabin could serve as a storage facility for various materials. Pointing to the eastern side of the cabin, Lu Wenxiang indicated the ideal location for constructing a stilt house, suggesting the felling of unnecessary trees in the area while retaining the sturdy, surrounding skyward trees and 4 redwoods in the center as pillars and support points. The felled redwoods could be processed into beams and columns, saving both time and effort in crafting the pillars, while utilizing native trees for support would ensure stability and strength. With such a promising plan in place, they set to work immediately. Lu Wenxiang promptly directed the crew in tree felling, bamboo cutting, and timber processing, as tools were plentiful, and the labor force was robust, all the while constructing their own abode. The enthusiasm for labor surged, dispelling the somber mood from the previous evening. By midday, a wooden bridge over the small river to the east was completed and ready for use. Work should be expedited, yet not rushed. After a brief rest following lunch, Wang Zhongcheng and the crew resumed their tasks. By around 4 o'clock, they had fitted the processed beams and columns together, forming a wooden frame. The cabin's pillars utilized the existing skyward trees. Once the branches were cleaned, they proceeded to nail the purlins and affix the wall panels. The pillars were directly drilled into the redwoods, with varying sizes of cedar wood joining the pillars securely without the need for iron nails, ensuring remarkable sturdiness. The house was meticulously constructed with cedar wood planks, skillfully grooved and tightly fitted, resulting in a space that was both pristine and luminous. Under the guidance of Lu Wenxiang, the crew worked diligently, combining effort and ingenuity, and after 5 relentless days, the stilted building was finally completed. This edifice consisted of 2 levels, comprising 6 rows of 5 rooms, enclosed by 2-meter-tall tree stumps that served as a fence, forming a spacious courtyard that effectively deterred large wild animals. The upper level featured a central hall equipped with a fire pit, where the crew could gather to dine during colder weather. Flanking the hall were the crew's quarters, each furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds, accommodating 4 individuals per room. The windows were ingeniously replaced with multi-layered plastic films, providing clarity while shielding against the wind and rain. Each room was partitioned by a central column, with the front serving as a heated area and the back as a bedroom. A continuous corridor encircled the stilted structure, complete with railings, enhancing both safety and accessibility. Lu Wenxiang's design was truly ingenious, artfully utilizing native timber as support columns. Elevated above the ground, the building ensured ventilation and dryness while also guarding against venomous snakes and wild beasts. The space beneath the floorboards could be used for storage or cooking. Upon seeing this sturdy and pleasing new stilt house, Wang Zhongcheng and the crew felt a surge of relief and joy. Reminiscing about their harrowing experiences at sea and their uncertain existence on a deserted island, they finally felt liberated from the persistent fear that haunted their nights. Despite the warmth of the fire inside the wooden structure and the door secured with wooden sticks, the distant roars of wild animals echoed through the deep woods. Almost every night, the watchman spotted unidentified creatures with glowing green eyes circling the house until dawn. The sentiment of residing in such a safe and beautiful dwelling stirred a profound emotional response, evoking a deep sense of gratitude. On the 9th day since their stranding on the island, the house was completed. The watchman stationed on the beach had yet to spot any passing ships, and the satellite phone remained without signal. On the 10th day, Wang Zhongcheng left Luwenxiang and 3 crew members behind to utilize the remaining wood for crafting bunk beds, dining tables, chairs, kitchen cabinets, and wardrobes. He then led the crew to the beach to transport various supplies unloaded from the fishing boat. By the 13th day, all supplies on the beach, except those necessary for the watchman, had been moved into the stilt house and wooden cabin. Lu Wenxiang completed all the furniture for the bedrooms, kitchen, and hall. Gao Hong, the fishing boat's engineer, installed solar panels on the roof of the stilted house, wiring each room with LED energy-saving lamps. With the assistance of the crew, Gao Hong and Fan Tongshu set up a diesel generator inside the wooden cabin, designated exclusively for the kitchen's refrigeration units. Lu Wenxiang partitioned the ground level into 2 approximately 20-square-meter rooms, one serving as a kitchen and the other as a pantry. He also transported 5 large liquefied gas cylinders from the fishing boat and constructed an extensive cooking counter, flanked by cabinets containing pots, pans, and utensils. Additionally, he fashioned 3 wooden barrels from planks, 2 large and 1 small, the latter designated for toilet use. Wang Zhongcheng understood the importance of keeping the crew focused on the hope of future rescue, urging them to cast aside their worries in the face of uncertainty. In communal living, even the slightest hint of unease could magnify trivial matters, leading to unnecessary complications and severe consequences. Only by allowing more meaningful pursuits to occupy the mind can one find a glimmer of brightness within the heart. While a nourishing diet and a warm dwelling are essential, it is equally important to maintain a state of mild fatigue, such that one falls into slumber upon merely touching the pillow. This prevents the mind from wandering aimlessly and helps stabilize one's spirit. Actions taken under the weight of extreme pessimism and despair can lead to frustration and astonishment. Labor serves as a means to alter outcomes, as engaging in work stimulates the release of dopamine in the brain. Dopamine, a neurotransmitter, primarily functions to convey signals of excitement and joy. When one partakes in work that is not overly strenuous, the secretion of dopamine increases, resulting in feelings of exhilaration and happiness. Therefore, during these days, Wang Zhongcheng has consistently encouraged the crew to maintain a suitable intensity of labor. When a crew member suggested a day of rest, the typically gentle Wang Zhongcheng surprisingly declined. The crew's morale during these days was markedly different from their spirits while sheltered in the wooden cabin. During the 3 days spent evading the typhoon, everyone held onto the belief that rescue would swiftly follow the storm's passing. However, as the satellite phone remained silent and rescue personnel provided no updates, a sense of pessimism gradually accumulated day by day. On the 14th day, Wang Zhongcheng assigned Lu Wenxiang to lead a team of 3 in reconstructing the makeshift toilet originally built in the southwest corner of the compound. The plan called for the addition of 3 squat toilets, with designated areas for sanitation and washing. A long wash basin was to be constructed, the toilet pits enlarged, and an external sewage channel pre-dug to facilitate the future diversion of river water to the toilet and washing area, ensuring readiness for the eventuality of bathing at any time. Chapter 7. A discovery of the log cabin. Wang Zhongcheng arranged for 3 individuals to replace the beach guards, allowing them to return for rest. He then led Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, Gao Hong, and Fan Tongshu to the riverbank, where they collectively evaluated the river's flow rate, gradient, and head height. The group journeyed south along the river until they reached a steep cliff where the water cascaded down, forming a small waterfall over 2 meters high. Gao Hong remarked, "Beneath this waterfall, we can perfectly install the hydropower generator from our fishing boat. The water flowing downstream will transform its potential energy into kinetic energy as it tumbles over the drop, creating a powerful current and head height that will ensure the safe operation of the turbine. The turbine will convert the pressure of the water into mechanical energy, driving the generator to produce electricity. The straight-line distance from here to the stilt house is 400 meters, and our cables are sufficiently long. We have 1,000 meters of cable and wire. I will dismantle the hydropower generator from the fishing boat and install it here, allowing us to access free electricity by nightfall." "Very well. Proceed immediately with a few individuals to dismantle the generator. Safety is paramount," Wang Zhongcheng instructed. They returned to the small bridge, where Wang Zhongcheng tasked Wang Taisong and Fan Tongshu with directing the water supply to the kitchen and restroom of the still house. "You two are responsible for this task. Enlist anyone you require for the construction of the pipeline as you see fit." After accepting their duties, Wang Taisong and Fan Tongshu selected 5 crew members and promptly ventured into the bamboo grove to fell bamboo. The terrain on this side of the river was higher than that of the stilt house, so they hollowed out the nodes of the bamboo, connecting them with a mortise and tenon structure and securing them with rope. They guided the bamboo along the slope to the kitchen and restroom, completing the water supply project capable of delivering continuous flow before lunch. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie assisted Gao Hong in installing the small hydropower generator that had originally belonged to the fishing boat. Wang Zhongcheng understood that although there were several barrels of oil available for power generation, these resources were non-renewable consumables. Solar panels could provide lighting for the rooms, but the energy was insufficient for the kitchen's large refrigerators. With the hydropower generator, they could transport the non-waterlogged flat-screen television, laptop, and washing machine from the boat for use here. Moreover, they could utilize electric stoves and microwaves for cooking, with liquefied gas stored in reserve. The hydropower generator was successfully installed and tested before dinner, leaving the diesel generator as a backup. After the evening meal, everyone took turns bathing, getting haircuts, shaving, and washing clothes in the brightly lit, albeit unfinished, restroom, washing away the dust accumulated over the past 10 days, each person appearing revitalized. With an inexhaustible supply of electricity, Wang Zhongcheng installed an LED light in the courtyard to illuminate the restroom for the night shift personnel and crew. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng gathered the crew at the stilt house to organize tasks. Chef Fan Tongshu, while preparing meals, ensured a balanced diet of meat and vegetables, actively seeking everyone's opinions to provide a variety of delicious dishes. Lu Wenxiang led 3 individuals to continue the construction of restrooms and washrooms. Upon completion, they meticulously laid bamboo and red pine boards on the ground of the courtyard, effectively preventing harmful insects from the jungle from entering the building and averting the muddy conditions that ensued after rainfall. Those without assigned tasks turned over the vacant land in front of the wooden house using farming tools. They retrieved a bag of potatoes, a bag of radishes, several tomatoes, dried chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns, allowing these cultivable vegetables to bask in the sun. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Zhao Renjie, Wang Taisong, and Gao Hong to don their backpacks, equipping them with ropes, knives, axes, medical kits, cigarettes, food, and water before leading them to the beach. After inquiring about the situation from the on-duty guards, they dragged the lifeboat from the underbrush into the water, starting the engine as they set sail westward. Upon reaching the southwestern reef of the island, an area rife with hidden reefs, they were met with an overwhelming stench. Wang Taisong and Gao Hong leaned over the right side of the lifeboat, succumbing to nausea. Navigating carefully around the rocks, they were greeted by a horrific sight, a marine graveyard where numerous whale skeletons of varying sizes lay piled like small hills. Alongside shark bones and recently stranded whales and sharks, some already deceased and beginning to decay. The closer they drew to the source of the foul odor, the more pronounced it became, with flocks of scavenging seagulls and vultures perched upon the carcasses of the dead whales, their beaks stained with crimson blood, a truly chilling spectacle. Wang Zhongcheng identified a suitable spot among the rocks to anchor the lifeboat, securing it with a rope to a boulder. They then ascended the island, with Wang Zhongcheng exploring the jungle area to the southwest. After traversing the rocky marine graveyard, they advanced less than 100 meters into the jungle, which, at a closer glance, appeared hilly. From the summit, it resembled a plain with several earthen mounds. This jungle was notably denser than the path from the beach to the still house. The deeper they ventured, the less sunlight penetrated, creating a damp and oppressive atmosphere. The advantage lay in the scarcity of vines and shrubs, which minimized the risk of tripping. Wang Zhongcheng diligently marked their path at intervals, wielding an axe in his right hand and a dagger in his left, while the others mimicked his actions. Along the way, Wang Zhongcheng advised them that as long as wild animals did not initiate an attack, they should refrain from harming them. If possible, they should avoid confrontation. Given that they currently lacked any food scarcity, there was no need to hunt. Perhaps their adherence to the principle of harmonious coexistence with nature. You do not offend me, and I shall not offend you. Move the wildlife. The wild chickens, monkeys, a group of wild boars, and a cobra they encountered fled into the underbrush at their approach. By 11 a.m., they reached the summit of a hill, finding a large boulder to sit on for a rest, enjoying water and a smoke. Standing atop the massive stone, Wang Zhongcheng could see the mountain peak they had traversed to the northeast. Along their journey, they discovered a small stream and 2 shallow ponds, both bearing tracks and droppings from medium-sized herbivores and carnivores. After 10 minutes, they began their descent along the hilltop. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the basin's bottom, where they were astonished to find a pond ahead, approximately 20 acres in size, with waters so deep that the bottom was obscured, though fish darting just beneath the surface were easily visible. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions washed their faces by the pond, then proceeded northward along its bank. They soon discovered a dilapidated wooden cabin concealed among the weeds, situated 50 meters from the pond, even more derelict than the wooden structure adjacent to the stilt house. The cabin's entrance faced the pond, revealing a 2-room layout with a leaky roof. The group employed their daggers to clear the entangled vines and weeds at the entrance and on the ground. Upon entering, they beheld a makeshift square table in the center of the room, cloaked in a layer of dust and leaves, surrounded by 4 stools, equally shrouded in neglect. Against the western wall stood a wooden cabinet, approximately 1.6 meters tall, housing 6 military water bottles, 10 plates, and some dining utensils. Zhao Renjia picked up one of the water bottles, dusting it off with his hand, and remarked, "This is an aluminum M1910 water bottle, designed for individual soldiers during the Second World War in America. How did such a bottle end up here, after all these years?" Gao Hong chimed in, also lifting one to inspect. "This is an antique. It must be worth a fortune if we take it back." Wang Zhongcheng observed everything intently without uttering a word. He began to stomp on the wooden floor from the entrance to the wall, prompting the others to mimic his actions. The 2 wooden beds in the east room had collapsed onto the floor, and a kitchen door, over 1 meter high, had succumbed to decay, leaving the kitchen empty. The arrangement of the west room mirrored that of the east, except it contained an additional wooden cabinet filled with tattered clothing and blankets. As Wang Taisong stomped near the northern wall, the sound transformed from a solid thud to a hollow thump. Dust erupted from the crevices of the wooden floorboards. "This is intriguing," said Wang Zhongcheng, as he moved closer to stomp once more. He then retrieved an axe, crouched down, and began to chop at the floor. After several strikes, the decayed board splintered, and with a few more blows, the remaining floorboard shattered, revealing an opening 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Chapter 8. Discovery of firearms and ammunition. The group crouched down to peer into the cave, where they discovered 6 canvas backpacks and 6 helmets adorned with camouflage covers, identified by Zhao Renjia as M1 steel helmets. Among the findings was a holster containing a pistol, the M1911A1, a semi-automatic handgun chambered in .45 ACP, designed by the American John Browning and manufactured since 1911. This firearm operates on a short recoil system and is fed by a 7-round magazine, known for its simplicity, durability, and reliable performance. Upon its release, it swiftly became the standard sidearm for the U.S. military, remaining in service until 1985. Having endured the trials of World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Gulf War, Wang Zhongcheng shared insights while examining the weapon. Hai Hong exerted considerable effort to extract a heavy bundle wrapped in a blanket, exclaiming, "What could be so heavy? Surely it isn't treasure," as he unveiled the blanket. The onlookers were astonished to reveal 4 rifles. One was the M1A1 Thompson submachine gun, a favored choice among American soldiers. While highly effective at close range, it lacked penetration power against dense underbrush and bamboo thickets, often mistaken for the sound of Japanese light machine guns, as explained by Zhao Renjie. He then picked up another rifle, the M1903 Springfield, which features a bolt-action mechanism and is considered a variant of the Mauser rifle. Developed and produced by the Springfield Armory under the authorization of the Mauser factory, it served as the standard rifle for the U.S. military during both World Wars. This rifle employs the M1906 cartridge and is fed by a 5-round internal magazine using detachable clips, having been extensively issued to American forces after World War I. The 2 other rifles present were M1903A4 sniper rifles, both equipped with M84 scopes, enhanced versions of the M1903 Springfield, and utilizing the same caliber ammunition. Among the additional items were an M1943 field pack, an M6 knife, an M3 trench knife, a pistol belt with a triple magazine pouch for the submachine gun, and an M1944 mosquito head net, designed for camouflage use by snipers. There was also a 45, 7cm M1942 double-edged machete accompanied by a canvas sheath. One pack contained M1A1 Thompson submachine gun ammunition, comprising 4 magazines and 15 boxes totaling 300 rounds. Another pack was filled with cartridges for the M1903 Springfield and M1903A4 sniper rifles, including 6 magazines and approximately 200 rounds across 10 boxes. Lastly, a pack held M1911A1 pistol cartridges, featuring 4 magazines and 5 boxes totaling around 100 rounds. Zhao Renjie remarked on the stark contrast between American soldiers and their domestic counterparts of the same era, comparing them to affluent individuals versus beggars. American soldiers were typically issued 200 to 300 rounds of rifle ammunition, whereas domestic infantrymen received a mere 5 to 15 rounds at most. He noted that even today, some underdeveloped nations have yet to reach the level of equipment seen during World War II. Within a bag lies an aged English edition of the Bible, accompanied by 2 black and white photographs. One depicts a half-length portrait of a curly-haired Caucasian woman, whose smile gazes wistfully into the distance. The other captures the image of a cherubic infant, seemingly just 100 days old, adorably plump. Had the child survived, they would now be in their 80s. 3 hardbound black notebooks are filled with English writings, containing 2 open letters and 1 undelivered missive. The owner of the notebooks, named Jack, chronicles that he and others belong to the 17th Mobile Force of the 1st Army's 7th Infantry Division of the United States. On the early morning of June 5, 1942, they embarked aboard the USS Yorktown to participate in the Battle of Midway, only to be struck by enemy aircraft and torpedoes en route. Jack, along with other younger soldiers, was ordered by his commander to abandon ship for survival, while the commander remained behind, perishing at his post. After escaping onto a lifeboat with 9 fellow soldiers, they were soon subjected to machine gun fire from enemy submarines, resulting in the immediate loss of 4 men and injuries to 2. Subsequently, Jack and the remaining 8 found themselves adrift on an unnamed island, where the injured soon succumbed, leaving 12 survivors who awaited rescue in vain, often encountering scattered Japanese troops in the jungle. After several skirmishes, the Japanese forces ceased their appearances on the island. They constructed several wooden boats, but 6 men who set sail and 2 of them vanished without a trace, with no rescue personnel arriving. Jack and the remaining 6 ultimately perished on the island. The other 2 notebooks were not thoroughly examined by Zhao Renjie, who returned them to the bag. Also included is a model of a tank and a ship crafted from M1903 Springfield rifle cartridges, a compass adorned with a directional needle, and a tin bottle containing gun oil. No wonder there were so many bullets. They had found themselves on this island before even reaching the battlefield, remarked Gao Hong. One bag contained a field tourniquet, a first aid kit, M1942, and several empty plastic bottles. The final bag held an M1938 document case, complete with a mesh map holder featuring aluminum edges. There were 2 sets of double-sided camouflage HBT uniforms and 3 watches marked with calendars. In various old photographs and films, one can observe American soldiers donned in HBT camouflage uniforms following the successful Normandy landings. Such camouflage is particularly suited for the jungles of the Pacific Theater, enhancing their concealment effectiveness. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia meticulously inspected the M1911A1 pistol, the M1A1 Thompson submachine gun, the M1903 Springfield rifle, and the 2 M1903A4 sniper rifles, all of which were well preserved with intact rifling. The actions were lubricated, and the triggers responded crisply, exuding a robust mechanical feel. The firearms have been diligently maintained with gun oil, rendering them as pristine as they were 80 years ago. It remained uncertain whether the ammunition would still be viable. Zhao Ranjia pondered. "Quick, load the bullets and give it a try. With these weapons, we could traverse this island with confidence, no longer fearing the beasts," exclaimed Gao Hong, brimming with excitement. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie each loaded 3 bullets into their respective rifles. The group, armed with rifles, approached the clearing in front of the wooden cabin. Wang Zhongcheng first discharged his M1911A1 pistol, the sharp crack echoing through the air, causing nearby birds to take flight in a startled frenzy. He then aimed at a tree 60 meters away, firing again with a resounding bang, sending a splinter of bark flying and hitting the target dead on. Wang reflected on the supremacy of American weaponry, noting that even after 80 years, the bullets still fired flawlessly. Wang Taisong and Gao Hong clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "What marksmanship! A true sharpshooter!" Wang Zhongcheng continued to fire 2 more rounds, testing the M1A1 Thompson submachine gun. The weapon spat flames, sending ripples across a nearby pond as the water erupted in splashes. Zhao Renjia, armed with an M1903A4 sniper rifle, took aim at a red wild fruit approximately 600 meters away. With a single shot, the fruit burst in an instant. Wang Taisong and Gao Hong, their faces alight with excitement, applauded and shouted, "Incredible! Amazing, Renjia!" Wang Zhongcheng turned to Wang Taisong and Gao Hong, asking, "Would you like to give it a try?" They sheepishly admitted, "We've never handled a gun before, but we do have a fondness for them." He encouraged them, "If you enjoy firearms, make time to practice when you return. Renjia and I will teach you. In this forest, a firearm is essential for survival." Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia tested 2 more weapons without issue, and Zhao Renjia ejected the unused bullets. The group then entered the wooden cabin, sitting on the floor to eat and drink, finishing their cigarettes by 1 p.m. They discovered the burial site of Jack, located 30 meters north of the cabin. A tree had been stripped of its bark, one side smoothed, and a similarly prepared section of trunk was affixed horizontally to create a cross-shaped gravestone. The stone bore inscriptions of English letters and numbers. Jack was born in January 1918 and died in October 1985, serving in the 17th Mobile Unit of the United States, 7th Infantry Division, holding the rank of sergeant. The other 5 gravestones read: Sergeant Johnson, born in March 1920, died in January 1983. Corporal Williams, born in August 1921, died in January 1983. And Corporal Brown, born in November 1923, died in April 1980, the youngest among them. Jack was the oldest at the age of 24 when he landed on the island and the last to pass away. Wang Zhongcheng and the others cleared the vines and weeds from before the gravestones, lighting 3 cigarettes, joining their hands in prayer, and bowing 3 times in honor of these valiant heroes who fought against fascism. Chapter 9. The Mystery of the Deserted Island. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, the group packed everything except for the unusable field first aid kit. Each person carried a backpack and a rifle as they set forth on their journey back. Along the way, they demonstrated a newfound courage, their steps through the jungle both light and swift. Before 6 o'clock, they arrived at the rocky area where the lifeboat was anchored. Wang Zhongcheng untied the ropes and started the lifeboat toward the beach. Before sunset, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions returned to the stilted house, securing their backpacks and firearms in a wooden cabinet within their room. Wang Zhongcheng hung all the keys on his belt. The lock had 3 keys in total, and it was impractical to distribute one to each person. Doing so would leave anyone without a key feeling isolated. Favoritism and forming cliques were entirely inadvisable in such a desolate and helpless environment. In this isolated island, where news of rescue was indefinitely delayed, a sense of collective support and mutual encouragement was essential to maintain morale. To unify the crew's efforts, it was imperative to have a strong, resourceful, and composed leader, someone capable of acting impartially and ensuring that benefits were shared equally, while shouldering the burdens of misfortune alone. Wang Zhongcheng recognized that the camaraderie experienced aboard the fishing vessel stemmed from the allure of salaries and bonuses. Now, with their vessel lost, even if they were to be rescued, life would remain arduous. Who would heed the commands of a captain devoid of financial means? The previous titles of captain, first mate, and second mate did not guarantee obedience. Among the 16 individuals, who among them was suitable for leadership, Wang Zhongcheng meticulously evaluated each person, filtering through them repeatedly, ultimately concluding that he himself was best suited for this significant role. This was not mere self-aggrandizement. He genuinely had the capacity to shoulder greater responsibilities for the collective. Before setting sail, he visited each family, addressing their difficulties on the spot. For issues beyond his ability to resolve, he sought assistance from comrades and classmates, thereby alleviating many burdens. On the ship, he consistently bore the hardships first, enjoying the least, as if there were any enjoyment to be found aboard a fishing vessel. Far removed from the luxuries of a cruise ship, sharing the same meals as the crew and often working even harder, Wang Zhongcheng understood that the hardships of life on a fishing vessel were akin to the rigors of military service. Both risking life for a cause, soldiers protecting the nation and its citizens, while fishermen battled the depths of the ocean, storms and tempests, striving to earn a meager living to support their families. Some might say that being a boss means that all efforts ultimately benefit oneself. However, those who voice such sentiments fail to grasp how few truly succeed as entrepreneurs today. Leading by example, taking on the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, treating everyone equally, and finding joy in the struggle. These principles Wang Zhongcheng embodied in action, particularly this afternoon, after listening to Wang Taisong read Jack's notes. Wang Zhongcheng learned that Jack had remained on the island for 33 years, from June 1942 to October 1985, without ever escaping or receiving rescue. Lost in profound contemplation throughout that time. Increasingly, it seems that this island is no longer the same one he visited 4 years ago. Although he had also sought refuge from a typhoon and landed on the island then, several fishing boats were already anchored there upon their arrival, suggesting that the fishermen, who have long been engaged in deep-sea fishing, are well aware of this isle. Moreover, Wang Zhongcheng recalls that the island was smaller than it is now and lacked the towering mountains to the northeast. The more he pondered, the more a chill crept over him. Coupled with Jack's notes, his fear rendered him hesitant to contemplate further. Had they strayed from their intended course? If so, it must have occurred that fateful night when satellite navigation, satellite phones, and radio signals were lost amidst the tempestuous winds and towering waves, leading them astray. No wonder that when he and Zhao Renjie reached the mountain summit and gazed upon the island, he felt no semblance of familiarity. Despite the sumptuous dinner of braised lion's head meatballs and steamed cod, Wang Zhongcheng found no appetite. He planned to wash up after the meal and then gather Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong to delve into the other 2 notebooks of Jack. Today marked the completion of the renovations to the restroom and washing area, and Lu Wenxiang had once again coated the gaps of the stilt house with melted pine resin. It was the 15th day since they had been cast away on this deserted island, and it had been nearly a month since they ventured out to sea. Wang Zhongcheng contemplated that if Jack's assertions were indeed true, he had not seen a ship approach in over 30 years. The 6 soldiers who had set out with him in the wooden boat to seek rescue remained unaccounted for, with no news of their fate. If Jack claimed that no vessel had ever arrived, then did not Jack and his companions, along with the Japanese forces they had clashed with, and Wang Zhongcheng himself, also set foot on this island? Who, then, constructed the wooden houses adjacent to the still house? Moreover, why was there no satellite signal on this isle? What had become of the Japanese forces that once visited? And what of the body of the Asian man found in the jungle? What was the cause of the large whale graveyard in the reef area? All these signs pointed to danger and the uncanny. Perhaps the small wooden boats of the American soldiers lacked propulsion, sailing slowly across a treacherous sea, and before finding rescue, they met their demise, a possibility that loomed large. What if they had piloted a lifeboat filled with fuel, bringing an extra barrel for reserve, and set out on calm days to seek help? Rather than waiting passively, it would be wiser to actively pursue rescue. Even if they could not find assistance, establishing satellite and mobile signals would equate to salvation. Presently, their supplies of rice, flour, oil, and meat could last for 5 months, and with frugal consumption, they might stretch it to 6 or even 9 months. Not counting the frozen fish catches in the fishing vessel's hold. Gao Hong had examined the cabin's conditions when dismantling the hydroelectric generator. The cold storage room was tightly sealed, with no seawater intrusion, yet the fish were beginning to thaw, presenting an ominous situation. Even if the food supplies on the ship were exhausted, the 16 of them could still survive. The island teemed with resources. They were fishermen, accustomed to living off the sea and the mountains. Now that they had a secure and comfortable dwelling, if only they could access 5G or even 3G or 4G networks, their lives would be remarkably pleasant, far superior to braving the perilous storms at sea. While the crew entertained such thoughts, Wang Zhongcheng harbored different intentions. He must seek a way out, pursue rescue. Preserving the lives of the 16 was merely a temporary reprieve. They could not reside on this deserted isle for eternity. One must inevitably return to the tapestry of social life, where responsibilities towards parents, spouses, and children beckon. There are gatherings with relatives, friends, and classmates, filled with merriment and revelry, alongside the vibrant ambience of hotels, shopping malls, supermarkets, and karaoke bars. Social media platforms like WeChat, Douyin, and Shihua Video further enrich the experience, complemented by the simple pleasures of peanuts, sunflower seeds, beer, and beverages. In the vastness of the world, there exists an array of marvels. Wang Zhongcheng, having perused National Geographic, encountered islands in the ocean that defy imagination. Some that traverse their own paths, others that can split and merge, and even those that rotate. Strikingly, there are islands that, when approached by vessels, cause compasses to falter, leading ships to be mysteriously drawn towards them, resulting in wrecks as if orchestrated by a grim reaper. Thus, mariners have dubbed one such place Death Island. Another intriguing landform, known as Little Rat Island, was first noted in 1875. Situated in the western waters of the Kingdom of Tonga in the South Pacific, initially rising 9 meters above the sea. Remarkably, 15 years later, it inexplicably soared an additional 40 meters, culminating in an elevation of 49 meters above sea level. However, 8 years hence, it vanished from sight, only to resurface in 1967 after its prolonged submersion beneath the waves. Yet in 1979, it playfully retreated once more to the ocean's depths. Little Rat Island flickers like stars scattered across the night sky, appearing and disappearing intermittently, leading scientists to collectively label such elusive landmasses as phantom islands. Could it be that this island, too, is a phantom? Rather than hiding beneath the waves in a game of hide-and-seek, it seems to engage in a dance of self-invisibility, akin to Death Island, capable of disrupting radio and satellite signals. These enigmatic mysteries intertwine, leaving Wang Zhongcheng in a state of bewilderment. He called upon Zhao Renjia, Wang Taisong, and Gao Hong to return to their quarters to deliberate over Jack's notes. Chapter 10. Jack's notes. Zhao Renjia and his companions, having just finished their ablutions, sat in the courtyard smoking. Upon returning to their room, they found Wang Zhongcheng had already retrieved Jack's notebook. The 4 of them settled around a table, with Wang Taisong translating and reading as he went. Before him lay his own notebook, in which he meticulously recorded significant findings. As it turned out, Jack's notes comprised 2 volumes, one documenting the geographical and geological survey of the island, and the other detailing the marine explorations in the surrounding waters. Jack and his comrades thoroughly examined the entire islet, discovering that the rocks possessed a strong magnetic property radiating outward in a circular pattern from the waterhole near Jack's wooden cabin, with diminishing radiation as the distance increased. A magnetic field could be detected even in the seabed surrounding the island. Jack speculated that the entire forest basin in the southwest of the island was, in fact, a meteorite impact crater. He and his companions conjectured that approximately 50,000 years ago, a meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters and a weight of 100,000 kilograms had hurtled into the Earth's atmosphere at a speed of 25 kilometers per second, leaving behind a crater measuring roughly 3 kilometers in diameter and 64 meters deep in the southwestern region of the island. The present waterhole marked the center of the meteorite's impact, while the basin formed as a result of the shockwave. Jack documented the island's abundant mineral resources, revealing not only a plethora of meteorites but also gold or with substantial gold content and native gold. The location was noted to be about 1,000 meters above the river mouth on the southeastern side of the island. Upon reaching this point in the translation, Gao Hong could contain his excitement no longer and exclaimed, "Gold! Gold! Taisong, take a good look. Is it truly gold?" Don't make a mistake in translation. Wang Taisong looked up with a smile at Wang Zhongcheng, who was intently jotting down notes. He then glanced at Gao Hong and calmly replied, "Some meteorites can be worth over 100 times more than gold per gram." Gao Hong's hands covered his open mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Renjia opened a box of cigarettes, distributing them among the group, and then lit one for Wang Zhongcheng before igniting his own. With a cool demeanor, he cast a meaningful glance at the restless and overly excited Gao Hong. Wang Taisong, one hand holding a cigarette while the other flipped through the notebook, continued his translation. The most promising gold extraction site was identified as Crocodile Bay, infamous for its ferocious saltwater crocodiles. Crocodile Bay? Zhao Renji inquired. Indeed, it is named after the saltwater crocodile, renowned from the Battle of Lantau Island during the latter part of World War II, also known as the man-eating crocodile. It occupies the apex of the wetland food chain and is the largest among the 23 species of crocodiles, as well as the largest extant reptile on Earth. Uniquely among its kind, it lacks large scales on its neck and back, earning it the moniker of naked neck crocodile. Wang Taisong elaborated. An adult crocodile typically measures between 3 to 6 meters, with the largest specimens exceeding 7 meters and weighing over 600 kilograms. They possess a narrow, elongated snout with a low profile, and their ridged dorsal surface exhibits distinct erosion patterns. With an incredibly powerful bite force, the largest individuals can exert pressure equivalent to 200 pounds, capable of crushing the hard shells of sea turtles and the bones of wild cattle, ranking among the strongest biting creatures in existence. Male crocodiles are territorial and exhibit a strong desire to defend their domain, often attacking intruders with a coalition of females. Adult crocodiles frequently lurk submerged, with only their eyes and nostrils visible above the water's surface. They possess acute senses and will immediately submerge when startled. In the afternoon, they bask in the sun, and at night, their eyes shine brightly, while juvenile crocodiles exhibit a reddish glow. Wang Zhongcheng lifted his head and exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, "Fortunately, we have not ventured to the estuary in recent days. If we inadvertently trespass into their territory, we would stand no chance of survival. Thousands of fully armed soldiers have been devoured alive by the bay crocodiles, let alone ourselves." Gao Hong's dreams of sudden wealth were shattered by the terror of the bay crocodiles. Staring blankly at Wang Zhongcheng, he inquired, "How far is the hydropower station from that man-eating crocodile? I am relieved we did not encounter it that day. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine." Wang Zhongcheng replied, "The section of the river where we are to install the hydropower generator is relatively shallow, with a narrow surface situated beneath a small waterfall, making it unsuitable for large or medium-sized aquatic creatures. I have also closely observed both banks of the river. There are only traces of herbivores and a few signs of reptiles, which do not pose a threat to us. To ensure your safety, I have been here alongside you to oversee the installation, have I not? These wild animals seldom venture far from their territory," Zhao Ranjia added. Wang Zhongcheng gestured for Wang Taisong to continue reading. Jack recorded that in the highest part of the northwestern jungle basin on the island, There exists a type of stone adorned with patterns resembling the fiery clouds at sunset, its colors remarkably vibrant. Another type of stone appears to mimic the starry sky, the cosmos, or the ocean, exuding unparalleled beauty. There is a quartz crystal cave where stones, akin to the size of eggs, exhibit a translucent sheen, allowing a clear view of their internal rose-like hues and patterns. Jack noted that they had collected various minerals, including native gold, all of which 6 soldiers who departed the island carried away on their vessel. Jack and the other 5 lacked the strength to prospect for gold thereafter and dared not approach the northwestern jungle basin or the quartz crystal cave due to the presence of several anacondas in the streams nearby. Anacondas? Zhao Ranjia asked, astonished. Indeed, anacondas. Wang Taisong confirmed. The anaconda is the largest snake in the world, reaching lengths of up to 10 meters and weighing over 225 kilograms. They prefer to inhabit areas abundant in water, such as shallow streams, swamps, and certain still rivers. Their primary prey includes waterfowl, fish, caimans, and tapirs. Once matured, anacondas become formidable predators, with virtually no animal capable of opposing them. Even large carnivores like cougars fall victim to them. Their strength is such that all creatures instinctively steer clear upon encountering them. Wang Taisong elaborated. Gao Hong sat in silence, dazed on a stool, a large ash from his cigarette cascading onto the table. Wang Zhongcheng, with a serious expression, diligently recorded notes, while Zhao Ranjia lost the calm demeanor he had moments before. He extinguished his cigarette and took a sip of water to steady his racing heart. Memories flooded back to him from his time in boot camp when the troops were conducting drills in a tropical jungle. During a search and rescue mission, he found himself ensnared by a massive python. As the serpent's gaping maw loomed near his head, his squad leader dashed toward the giant snake, brandishing a bayonet and plunging it into the creature's eye. The colossal serpent violently swung its head, splattering its blood as it lunged towards the squad leader's face. With a swift turn, the squad leader evaded the attack, leveraging the momentum to draw his knife. Crouching low, he aimed for the serpent's vulnerable spot, exerting all his strength as his left foot grounded him while his right foot pushed against the serpent's body, entwining Zhao Renjia. With a powerful downward stroke, he carved a 20-centimeter gash into the serpent's midsection. The constricting grip around the soldier began to loosen, and the creature's head, along with some of its entrails, fell to the ground, thrashing wildly as it bared its fangs, still intent on attacking the squad leader. At that moment, the deputy squad leader arrived, wielding a spade to sever the serpent's head. Following this harrowing encounter, Zhao Renjia suffered a fever for an entire week, plagued by nightmares of the monstrous serpent with its gaping maw poised to consume him. Later, the squad leader remarked to Zhao Renjia that it was fortunate this was an immature boa constrictor. Had it been an adult, our entire squad would have been no match for it, especially since our training weapons were devoid of ammunition at the time. From that day forward, the mere sight of rope would send shivers down Zhao Renjia's spine, casting a long shadow over his life. Observing Zhao Renjia's ashen complexion, Wang Zhongcheng suggested to Wang Taisong, "Let us call a night for now. Everyone is quite fatigued from the day's exertions. Let us rest early." He then turned to Zhao Renjia, advising him to clean and oil the few rifles he had brought back, and to choose one that felt comfortable for him to carry on future outings. Zhao Renjia merely nodded in acknowledgement, rising to remove his outer clothing before climbing onto Wang Zhongcheng's upper bunk. Having already settled in a bed, Gao Hong turned to Wang Zhongcheng and said, "Cousin, I too wish to carry a firearm to bolster my courage. This place is utterly terrifying. You can practice with Renjia first, and once you pass my assessment, I'll provide you with one," Wang Zhongcheng replied, somewhat exasperated. Gao Hong, a 28-year-old bachelor and Wang Zhongcheng's cousin, had graduated from high school and pursued a degree in electromechanical engineering at a third-tier university. After working at various private enterprises, he grew disenchanted with low wages and strenuous labor, leading him to resign and spend a year living off his family. Eventually, his aunt and uncle compelled him to join Wang Zhongcheng aboard the ship to gain practical experience, and he had been working there for 9 months. Chapter 11 Dialogue. Wang Zhongcheng lay in bed, unable to find sleep, as the events of the day had been so extraordinary that they transcended his understanding. In his heart, he expressed gratitude to the fates for their benevolence. Despite encountering a violent typhoon, all 16 crew members had miraculously escaped unscathed to the deserted island. Although the fishing vessel was stranded, all provisions had been preserved. Without these supplies, constructing a secure stilt house would have been impossible. The absence of food and the perils of blindly hunting in an unknown jungle could have led to encounters with formidable wild beasts. The sole danger on the island was the potential encounter with a black panther, yet even that had been without dire consequence. Prior to thoroughly surveying the island, meeting Jack and his notebook had provided vital information regarding many latent dangers, thus averting a catastrophic fate. Compared to gold mines and meteorite deposits, Wang Zhongcheng was far more concerned about the safety of his fellow crew members and their eventual rescue and return home. This was his paramount desire. As long as they refrained from provoking the bay crocodiles and the anacondas, they would be safe. Every wild creature has its territory. Why venture into peril? The antique firearms in his possession were scarcely more than a match for birds and pheasants, rendering them nearly useless against the might of crocodiles and anacondas. Given that Jack had awaited rescue for over 30 years, was it still necessary to maintain the watch on the beach? What if one day the other crew members realized that they would not receive help on this desolate island and could not escape? Would morale remain stable? Furthermore, if the crew learned of the island's gold mines and crystal deposits, would they be tempted to venture out to seek fortune, potentially inciting chaos? After all, in the face of ample wealth, human nature can devolve into savagery and malevolence. Wang Zhongcheng lay in bed, ruminating until he finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning. On the 16th day, after breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng arranged for the change of watch personnel on the beach and decided not to conduct further surveys of the island that morning. He instructed the other crew members to clear the grass in front of the wooden cabin before proceeding to cultivate the land behind the cabin and the stilt house. He summoned Wang Taisong and returned inside to study Jack's notebook, while directing Zhao Renjia and Gao Hong to the main room to maintain and clean the firearms, sternly warning them that the contents of the notebook must remain confidential. Wang Taisong and Wang Zhongcheng each sat at one end of the wooden table. Wang Taisong took a deep drag from his cigarette and fixed his gaze on Wang Zhongcheng's eyes, saying, "We may conceal the truth for a time, but we cannot do so indefinitely. We need to find an appropriate moment to inform all crew members of our current situation candidly. We must lay bare our predicament. After all, we have lost everything. Without any binding interests, we are as scattered as sand in this lawless, unregulated wilderness. While the order of life remains intact in the short term, and everyone is untroubled by food and shelter, harmony prevails. However, if it becomes apparent over time that no rescue is forthcoming, and escape from the island is impossible, the darker sides of human nature may be unveiled. To sustain hope for a joyful life among the crew, it is essential to establish noble ideals, distant yet seemingly within reach. They must not be left idle. Rather, they should engage in demanding work, accompanied by a constant sense of peril. Even in the absence of actual danger, it is vital to create imaginary adversaries, thus fostering a tight-knit unity around their leaders, as Wang Taisong articulated. Given the current lack of rescue and our inability to escape, coupled with the completion of the stilted building project, it would be prudent to process the fish catch from the fishing vessel into dried fish, which can be stored for long-term consumption. The drying of fish will occur on the beach, a far better alternative than allowing it to rot in the hold. The salt required for this process can be derived from the original cooking site on the large reef, as Wang Zhongcheng remarked, inhaling a puff of smoke. This ideal of happiness and the courage to survive is akin to gold. All individuals are inevitably ensnared by the mundane scent of copper. They will incessantly dig and dig. With gold in their possession, they might temporarily forget the matter of rescue, Wang Taisong stated, gazing into Wang Zhongcheng's eyes. Thus, Jack's notebook, particularly the matter of our inability to escape, remains a core secret known only to the four of us. Any expansion of this knowledge could destabilize morale and potentially incite internal discord, Wang Taisong cautioned. Whether we escape or not cannot be dictated by Jack's notes. We must forge our own path through practice, no matter the challenges, to lead everyone home, Wang Zhongcheng asserted. Please translate Jack's notes once more, he added. Wang Taisong extinguished his cigarette, the bamboo ashtray emitting a wisp of smoke that caused him to rub his eyes, while opening Jack's island survey notebook to continue translating. In addition to the aforementioned minerals, there are also silver, copper, lead, and iron ores, with the notebook emphasizing a mineral known as tourmaline. Tourmaline, as its name suggests, is a mineral that carries an electric charge. When heated to 100 degrees, it releases this charge, Wang Taisong elucidated. Tourmaline, also referred to as watermelon tourmaline and electric stone, possesses remarkable properties for absorbing and isolating electromagnetic radiation. It is often utilized in radiation protection products for high-tech devices, as well as in air purifiers and sterilizers. Exposure to the negative ions contained in tourmaline can absorb harmful radiative substances from the body and alleviate symptoms of shoulder, neck, and eye fatigue. Tourmaline can generate microcurrents perpetually, akin to the electrical currents of the human nervous system, thereby facilitating blood circulation. Furthermore, it releases negative ions that can regulate the body's ionic balance, promote relaxation, activate cells, enhance self-healing rates, and inhibit bodily oxidation while neutralizing odors. Tourmaline is a mineral with a beautiful appearance and myriad beneficial properties. As a naturally occurring stone that conducts and isolates energy, it finds extensive applications in high technology, healthcare, and feng shui. This rare mineral is composed of quartz crystals and various rare earth elements, exhibiting vibrant hues of blue, green, and purple, along with characteristics of fire resistance and corrosion resistance. Are you suggesting that tourmaline possesses a remarkable ability to absorb and isolate electromagnetic radiation? Could it be that the satellite and radio signals on the island are obstructed by this very tourmaline? Wang Zhongcheng inquired, furrowing his brow as he spoke to Wang Taisong. It is also plausible that the discharge of tourmaline necessitates an inherent condition of heating to 100 degrees. We lost signal while still at sea, Wang Taisong replied. This tourmaline mine is located to the north and south of the eastern mountain at the source of the river. There are over 10 hot springs there, some of which flow from the mountain's subterranean rivers. Wang Taisong continued as he translated. The hot springs are frequented by a troop of macaques that often engage in territorial disputes with a group of wild boars. Bathing here alleviates fatigue, accelerates wound healing, enhances physical constitution, and boosts energy levels, Wang Taisong remarked. This hot spring is excellent. One wonders if there are any nearby dangers. We should plan a visit to see if the second senior brother and the master brother are still fighting for territory, Wang Zhongcheng said with a smile to Wang Taisong. As one ascends from the hot springs within a bamboo grove, one can find redback poison dart frogs, blue poison dart frogs, and painted poison dart frogs. Notably, there exists a particularly terrifying species of frog that is entirely golden. Jack claimed to have witnessed this frog poison a giant otter, which measured 1.8 meters in length, and it also killed a monitor lizard exceeding 2 meters, Wang Taisong expounded. Though giant otters may appear endearing, they can indeed be quite fearsome. They are known for their pack-hunting behavior, often forming teams to hunt larger carnivorous animals, including water pythons and caimans. There is a reason they are referred to as river wolves, Wang Taisong elaborated. Jack mentioned that deep within the bamboo grove, there is a cave, and nearby, there are also hot springs. On one occasion, he and his companions encountered a group of 10 Japanese soldiers at the hot springs during their retreat. They inadvertently took refuge in this cave and discovered a gemstone in the stream within it. Chapter 12. The sanitation worker Li Weifeng in the dim cavern. A gem shimmered incessantly, capturing Benjamin's attention. With an M3 trench knife, he unearthed a diamond the size of an egg. Subsequently, this diamond was interred alongside Benjamin in his eternal slumber. Jack and his companions also discovered a dozen smaller diamonds in different parts of the cave, with Jack's being the size of a pigeon's egg. At this juncture, Wang Taisong was halted by a remark from Wang Zhongcheng. Is Jack truly dissatisfied with a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg? Give me a diamond as small as a mung bean, and I cease my relentless toil, Wang Zhongcheng exclaimed in exasperation. What significance does a basketball-sized diamond hold? On this desolate island, it is no more valuable than a bird's egg that could save your life. Wang Taisong jested. Whenever treasures are found, It's either a bay crocodile, a green anaconda, or a venomous dart frog lurking nearby. Are these treasures their possessions? It's akin to a monster-slaying game, where each defeated beast rewards you with a precious item. Is this island a divine reality show constructed by God? Wang Zhongcheng quipped. Risks and opportunities are invariably intertwined. High stakes yield high rewards, while low risks bring minimal gains. After all, humanity stands atop the food chain on Earth. To me, bay crocodiles, green anacondas, and venomous dart frogs are mere trifles. Wang Taisong proclaimed with grandiosity. Wang Zhongcheng fixed his gaze intently upon Wang Taisong, scrutinizing his facial expressions, which did not suggest madness or boastfulness. He silently thanked his stars that Zhao Renjie had not overheard Wang Taisong's bombastic declarations. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable. Both Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie had seen blood and engaged in combat during their military service. Although the motherland enjoyed a peaceful era, domestic terrorists were perpetually restless, colluding with foreign adversaries and orchestrating numerous terror incidents. During their tenure in the counterterrorism special forces, both had achieved multiple commendations for their valor. Why then had they both returned home after such accolades? That tale begins with Zhao Renjie's imprisonment, a story that warrants its own telling. With a smile, Wang Zhongcheng addressed Wang Taisong. What brilliant strategy or unparalleled martial prowess do you possess to vanquish those ferocious beasts that instill fear even in Zhao Renjie? Let us not even mention the green anaconda. Consider the bay crocodile, which claimed the lives of thousands of Japanese soldiers on Rabaul Island during the latter part of World War II. Fully armed soldiers, not the caricatures seen in wartime dramas. In the coming days, I shall draft a detailed plan to confront these beasts, ensuring a bloodless victory. Battling against heaven is delightful. Battling against the earth is delightful. Battling against humanity is delightful. Wang Taisong's audacious demeanor shifted Wang Zhongcheng's previous perceptions of him. He felt an urge to rise and slap Wang Taisong across the face. In a moment of frustration, Wang Zhongcheng said to Wang Taisong, "Let us pause here for today. You should rest and perhaps take a shower." With that, he stood up, took the cigarettes and lighter from the table, cast a meaningful glance at Wang Taisong, and exited the room. Wang Taisong turned to observe Wang Zhongcheng's retreating figure, puzzled, as it hardly seemed the right time for a bath. Zhao Renjie is instructing Gao Hong on how to assemble a disordered array of firearm components. As the champion of the entire division's individual military competition, he effortlessly restores these antiquated parts to a gleaming finish. The smoothness with which he assembles them, accompanied by the resonant clicks of metal interlocking, stirs the blood of every seasoned warrior present, inciting an irresistible fervor. The crew members watching are left utterly astonished, their hands itching with the desire to try their own hand at the task. After observing for a while, Wang Zhongcheng descends to the previously cultivated land in front of the wooden cabin, probing the soil's depth with a stick. He then proceeds to the stilted building's rear, where he finds Fan Tongshu leading 3 crew members in turning the earth with shovels. After distributing a cigarette to each, Wang calls out to Fan and his team, suggesting a brief respite, stating that there is no urgency in their labor and that a smoke would alleviate their fatigue. Fan, chuckling, remarks, "Zhongcheng, where did you acquire that piece? It doesn't appear modern. It resembles something from a World War II film." At 36, Fan is a year older than Wang, and every time they meet, he greets Wang with warmth, invoking a sense of camaraderie in Wang's heart. As they hail from the same village and have shared countless childhood adventures, from playing in the mud to foraging for crabs and fishing. "Brother Tongshu, I found this in the western jungle. I tested it, and it still fires, so I brought it back to maintain it for protection and to bolster our courage." Wang explains, "Zhongcheng, this is quite the find. Can it be used to hunt wild boars? If you find the time, let us have a taste. I shall prepare a feast of whole boar." Fan jokes lightheartedly, "Brother Tongshu, as long as we have enough to eat and they do not pose a threat to us, we should refrain from harming the wildlife here. Every creature has a spirit, and each life deserves its freedom in this world." Wang earnestly responds, I was merely jesting. We have plenty of pork to ensure you enjoy meat daily." Fan laughs in reply, "Uncle, are we to undertake such extensive construction and cultivation here, suggesting a long-term stay. When will rescue arrive? We have not seen a ship on the beach for days, inquires Li Weifeng, the medic who had been tilling the land. Indeed, since arriving on the island over 10 days ago, we have been focused on building our shelter. Do you find our stilted houses uncomfortable or unsafe? Are you still frightened by the roars of wild beasts at night? Wang jokes with Li. During the initial days on the island, when they were still living in the wooden cabin, the outside sounds of howling beasts terrified Li, compelling him to hold his bladder throughout the night, ultimately resulting in an embarrassing mishap. This incident quickly became a point of humor among the crew. At 27, Li Weifeng, a graduate of the municipal health school, does not mind the unsavory aspects of hospital work, the dirt, the exhaustion, the night shifts, or the low pay. His only grievance lies in the teasing from classmates and friends who call him girlish. Ironically, he is quite pleased with the potential match he has met, being thoroughly satisfied with both the girl and her family. Upon their first encounter, he sat at the dining table, delicately curling his fingers in a manner reminiscent of a graceful orchid, as he meticulously washed the disposable utensils before him, again and again, much to the bewilderment of the girl and her parents. The introducer, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, shot him a disapproving glare, prompting him to finally present the menu to the girl's parents for their selection. The girl's parents, unfazed, promptly began to peruse the menu. At that moment, Li Weifeng retrieved a compact mirror from his bag, inspecting his visage with meticulous attention, pouting his lips as if he had just applied lipstick, producing a soft yet audible clap that caught the attention of the girl's parents. The introducer, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, attempted to discreetly nudge him with his leg, but failed to make contact due to the constraints of the chair. It was then that the girl's mother stood up, announcing her need to use the restroom. The introducer instantly grasped the unspoken cue and promptly followed her. In the restroom, he engaged in a delicate negotiation, ultimately persuading the girl's mother to stay for the meal, emphasizing the significance of their 2-decade-long friendship. He explained that she could not return her friend, who happened to be Li Weifeng's mother, without having completed the meal. The introducer reassured her that Li Weifeng's mother had seen videos and artistic photographs of the girl and was quite taken with her, assuring that the bridal price would be entirely at the girl's discretion. Upon her return to the dining table, the dishes began to arrive. It was at this juncture that Li Weifeng executed another astonishing act. The restaurant's server, a slender young lad of merely 18, possessed an endearing charm, his delicate features and youthful visage betraying an air of whimsicality. As he entered the private dining room to deliver the food, he caught sight of Li Weifeng. Momentarily taken aback before breaking into a coy smile, his voice soft and affected as he exclaimed, "Hi, baby Feng. You didn't even call Xiao Yong to let him prepare a lovely pot of tea for you, or some of your favorite fruits. You're such a tease, always leaving us with delightful surprises." Chapter 13. The brave sailor. Upon hearing these words, the introducer felt a chill run down their spine, instantly covered in goosebumps. A wave of nausea surged from their legs to their throat, leaving them on the verge of retching yet unable to do so, forcing them to suppress the bile rising within. Li Weifeng wore an awkward smile, his double eyelids fluttering as he exchanged knowing glances with Xiaorong. He remarked, this is quite the brave one. Waitstaff, please attend to your duties in the other rooms. Do not enter unless called." Xiaoyong, the server, set down the dishes and swayed her hips towards the entrance of the private room, not forgetting to blow a playful kiss towards Feng Baobao. Just as Xiaoyong exited the room, the girl's parents and the girl herself abruptly stood up, grabbed their bags, and left without a word, bidding farewell in silence. The introducer, observing Li Weifeng's dazed expression from the side of the table, sighed deeply, hastily grabbing their bag to chase after her classmates. It appeared that their 2-decade-long friendship had come to an unexpected end. To make matters worse, the 1,000 yuan introduction fee was now lost. If Li Weifeng's demeanor, his gait, the myriad of subtle gestures, and his carefully crafted appearance, complete with makeup, orchid fingers, and artificial double eyelids, had been tolerable to the girl, considering the limitless nature of the betrothal gifts, this instance was simply intolerable. A mother-in-law could be forgiving, but a future mother-in-law was another matter entirely. Li Weifeng's stunning blunder reverberated through his social circles. Embarrassed and frustrated, he decided to skip classes and spend his days at home berating Xiaoyong online. Li Weifeng's mother, Wang Zhongcheng, ran a relatively large wholesale and retail seafood store. Hailing from the same fishing village as Wang Zhongcheng, Li Weifeng referred to him as uncle. Over the years, she had amassed considerable wealth, having acquired a spacious 220 square meter flat in the city center, already renovated and intended as Li Weifeng's future marital home. Additionally, she had received two 120 square meter units as part of a relocation settlement, situated in a designated city with a focus on tourism. Furthermore, her savings exceeded tens of millions, all accruing interest in external accounts. Both Wang Zhongcheng and the introducer felt confident about the marriage prospects. Ever since their dining outing with the girl, Wang Zhongcheng had been planning the issuance of invitations, meticulously compiling a list of acquaintances over the years in her notebook, preparing to book a hotel. Last year, Wang Zhongcheng visited Wang Zhongcheng's store to discuss outstanding loans and interest. It was during this visit that Wang Zhongcheng insisted on sending Li Weifeng with him to gain experience at sea, asserting that the life of a sailor truly tests one's resolve. She expressed her fondness for the song Sailor, revealing that it was the very tune that had accompanied her introduction to Li Weifeng's father, ultimately leading to their marriage. With the song playing on repeat during their wedding day, the bitter sand, stinging my face, evokes the reprimands of a father and the tears of a mother, memories forever etched in my heart. In my youth, I found solace by the seaside, rolling up my trousers and treading barefoot on the beach, often lost in daydreams of another world at the ocean's horizon. I believe that brave sailors epitomize true manhood, yet I often appeared weak and timid when faced with bullying. I recalled the sailor's words, "In the storm, what is this little pain? Wipe your tears, do not fear, at least we still have dreams." Wang Zhongcheng, in her determination, had forcibly placed Li Weifeng onto a deep-sea fishing vessel, believing that rather than face disgrace at home, he might find refuge at sea, perhaps even overcome his psychological struggles. She held firm in her belief in Wang Zhongcheng's character, trusting that a fragile, self-reliant boy who had lost his father's love at an early age would gain strength from the towering presence of a man like Wang Zhongcheng. Daily interaction with such a man would surely lead him to emerge from his cocoon, to be reborn in the flames of adversity, transforming into a radiant man of the sun, as boundless as the sea and as lofty as the mountains. Wang Zhongcheng had heard of Li Weifeng's commendable past, yet upon hearing Wang Zhongcheng's tearful tale of loss, the tragic fate of his father, who perished at sea while protecting the collective fishing vessel during a typhoon, with his body still unaccounted for, he became convinced of Wang Zhongcheng's integrity. Her poignant narrative, coupled with her tears, painted a picture of responsibility and trustworthiness, as she recounted how he had never defaulted on a loan. Thus, Li Weifeng joined the fishing crew with a monthly salary of 16,000 yuan, though it felt more like boarding a pirate ship, with the looming dread of never returning home. In exchange, Wang Zhongcheng received a year's interest-free loan. Calculating the figures, he noted that Li Weifeng's annual salary of 192,000 yuan, coupled with Wang Zhongcheng's 120,000 yuan exemption from interest, amounted to a monthly expense of 6,000 yuan for this nephew, who required careful supervision to avoid injuries, let alone engage in the rigors of fishing. Despite serving as the ship's health officer, Li Weifeng found himself isolated among the robust crew, who rarely fell ill. Any minor injuries or ailments were quickly remedied with self-administered medication. Aware of his past, the other men kept their distance, avoiding him even in the restroom. On board, his only conversation came from the cook, Fan Tongshu, and Wang Zhongcheng, who both hailed from the same village as Wang Zhongcheng. Despite Wang Zhongcheng's repeated exhortations for Zhao Renjia and Wang Taisong to treat Li Weifeng as an equal, they continued to avoid him, though they no longer cast glances in his direction. Li Weifeng, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his head while leaning on the wooden handle of shovel, and said, "It is not fear that caused my fright. Rather, it was simply that I drank too much water at night and couldn't hold it in just this once." Wang Zhongcheng grasped one of Li Weifeng's hands, which was already blistered from gripping the shovel, and noticed that Li Weifeng's face had darkened at least 3 shades from the sun. The once delicate skin now a striking mix of red and black. Wang Zhongcheng called Fan Tongshu to a shady spot behind the wooden house, where he outlined several chores, such as selecting red beans, peanuts, mung beans, kidney beans, and Job's tears from the raw 8 treasure porridge to use as seeds, emphasizing that they must not be consumed. He also urged the prompt cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes to encourage sprouting for planting. Fan Tongshu expressed his dismay, saying, "The processed rice and millet have had their husks removed, compromising the integrity of the seeds. Without protection and confinement, they will spoil when soaked in water and theoretically will not germinate. Perhaps I could conduct an experiment, even if I managed to cultivate just 1 or 2 seedlings. That would be a triumph. Indeed, Brother Tongshu, do not overexert yourself. You have worked hard during this phase. While the soldiers may not yet be in motion, logistics must be in place first, which is the most arduous task. You must also keep an eye on this lad, ensuring he faces no discrimination in the room. The poor child. His father is such a robust and formidable man, yet he seems to have inherited none of those admirable traits." After conversing for a while, Wang Zhongcheng summoned the daytime staff and proceeded to the western side of the courtyard wall, where remnants of tree stumps from the construction of stilted houses remained. Wang Zhongcheng addressed Fan Tongshu, "Brother Tongshu, I wish to cultivate this land further, planting scallions, garlic, ginger, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, along with red beans, peanuts, mung beans, kidney beans, and Job's tears. We shall employ the most primitive methods of slash-and-burn agriculture. First, we will fell the trees, then burn the stumps and wild grass to use as fertilizer, followed by turning the soil to unearth the underground roots before sowing the seeds. We shall ignite small patches, divert water to us, and each person will prepare a bucket. If you manage to cultivate seedlings of rice and millet, let us first trial them in the courtyard." Wang Zhongcheng spoke in one breath. "Zhongcheng, is it true that we may never return? Your preparations are not merely plans for 3 or 5 months. What do you know? Even without your words, I understand your intentions. You aim for everyone to be well-fed and comfortably housed, to possess provisions that calm the heart." Fan Tongshu replied, "Brother Tongshu, you are aware that we are in the Pacific Ocean amidst international waters. Even if our homeland is aware of our presence here, it would take them approximately 13 days to reach us at full speed, not to mention they lack our precise location. Their rescue protocol involves expanding their search in a circular pattern from the last known coordinates. Do not lose hope. The nations involved in the MH370 case have not ceased their search efforts, have they?" Wang Zhongcheng spoke earnestly to Fan Tongshu. "The opportunity for survival is reserved for those who are prepared. The more thoroughly one prepares, the higher the chance of survival. We shall seize every opportunity to prepare for our future existence. No one can predict whether we will be rescued or how long it may take." After Wang Zhongcheng finished speaking, he retrieved a cigarette, shared it, and lit one for Fan Tongshu. He took a deep drag, releasing a series of smoke rings that floated into the depths of the forest. "There are certain matters I find difficult to disclose to everyone. I urge you to elaborate, as I'm uncertain whether I will return home alive. More dangers await us as we venture forth. Brother Tongshu, I implore you." With that, the two clasped each other's hands tightly. Chapter 14. The Battle of the Pig Monkeys. As Wang Zhongcheng entered the main hall, Zhao Renji and Gao Hong had already cleaned and assembled the firearms. Gao Hong and several crew members were handling the guns with a playful demeanor. "Do not point the muzzle at your comrades. It should only be directed at the enemy," Wang Zhongcheng admonished them before striding directly into his room. Inside, Wang Taisong was diligently writing at his desk, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Wang Zhongcheng approached the window and flung it open, allowing the sunlight to flood into the room, causing the smoke to disperse swiftly outside. "Opening the window invites mosquitoes. The swarms here are relentless," Wang Taisong grumbled, lifting his head to address Wang Zhongcheng. "I suggested that you request some mosquito repellent and floral water from Li Weifeng. We have plenty on board. A quick spray before bed would suffice, yet not a single one of you bothered to ask. You'd rather be devoured by mosquitoes than speak to him. Why must you take issue with a child who has done you no harm?" Wang Zhongcheng retorted before taking a seat and retrieving his notebook to outline recent work arrangements. "The fish catch in the hold of the fishing boat must be processed promptly. Whatever can be dried should be, for it is far better than letting it rot in the hold." This haul was unprecedented, having grown up by the sea and gone to sea before enlisting. Wang Zhongcheng had never experienced such a bountiful catch in a short span of time since his discharge. This matter cannot be delayed any further. However, the drying space is insufficient, and the pungent odor of fish will inevitably attract various birds and beasts. How can one fend them off and keep watch? Since the catch was made at great peril, it should not go to waste. It represents a potential lifeline in the future. The land on the west side of the still house also needs to be cultivated promptly. Once the drying of the fish is completed, there will be a chance to prioritize tasks, allowing for the withdrawal of the sentries on the beach. As Wang Zhongcheng wrote, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the treasures of gold or the invaluable meteorites, colorful stones, and egg-sized diamonds. Yet his mind was abruptly invaded by images of the bay crocodile, the anaconda, and the venomous dart frog, their bloodied mouths snapping at him, causing his heart to race and a chill to run through his limbs, drenched in cold sweat. It would be unrealistic to dismiss thoughts of such wealth, nor would it align with the values of the crew, including Wang Zhongcheng, who harbored an extreme pursuit of riches. To claim they were indifferent to money would be disingenuous. They risked their lives in perilous ocean, fishing not for mere sport, but for profit. In recent nights, Wang Zhongcheng had dreamt of egg-sized diamonds and gold easily accessible in rivers, only to awaken in terror as bay crocodiles and anacondas claimed him in his dreams. Ever since Jack's notebook was discovered by the four of them, revealing the secrets of treasure, Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjie, and Gao Hong had begun to harbor their own ambitions. Though they remained cautious, carefully observing Wang Zhongcheng's demeanor, Zhao Renjie was truly haunted by the anaconda, while Gao Hong was paralyzed by fear of the bay crocodile and the serpent. And thus, we, endowed with both wisdom and courage, engage in a delightful struggle against the heavens. With the earth, our contest is equally exhilarating. Wang Taisong, a paragon of virtue and valor, stands resolute, embodying the essence of a steadfast pillar amidst the tumult. The feasibility report he is drafting on the eradication of creatures such as the saltwater crocodile, the green anaconda, and the poison dart frog is soon a hatch. Although Wang Zhongcheng is filled with thoughts, he remains rational, his emotions carefully concealed beneath a stoic and resolute demeanor. However, his mental defenses are on the verge of collapse. Each time he closes his eyes at night, visions of meteoric gold and diamonds invade his mind, and once asleep, he is besieged by images of crocodiles, anacondas, and dart frogs. Money possesses an enchanting power, driving individuals to madness. Wang Zhongcheng is no exception, and Wang Taisong has succumbed to a greater insanity, determined to exterminate the crocodiles and anacondas. While some may doubt his intent to eradicate a mere frog, he is resolute in his desire to annihilate these beasts on this island. Even Wang Zhongcheng has begun to regard him with a peculiar gaze, fearing he might become dangerously unhinged. Gao Hong is learning to use a firearm under Zhao Renjie's tutelage, currently practicing his aim without live ammunition. Wang Zhongcheng glanced at Wang Taisong, who was engrossed in his writing, a notebook from Jack positioned to his left, meticulously drawing diagrams on A4 paper with a ruler. Entirely absorbed in his task, since Wang Zhongcheng entered the room, he had not indulged in a single cigarette. When Wang Zhongcheng offered him one, he neither glanced up nor accepted it, prompting Wang Zhongcheng to place it on the wooden table before him. He lit his own, moving to the window to gaze into the distance. The coastline was obscured from view, surrounded by dense jungle, where branches intertwined and trees coiled around one another, their lofty canopies blocking out the sun. The birds, brimming with vitality, chirped incessantly, each one a melodious diva, reminiscent of amorous gibbons, unabashedly basking in nature's bounty, while audibly asserting their dominance over the avian realm, flaunting their charms, and engaging in open courtship amidst the splendor of the wild. Wang Zhongcheng snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze to the stilted courtyard below. Lu Wenxiang and 3 crew members were laying tree stumps to create a path to the restroom and washing area, while Li Weifeng and 2 other crew members were still digging. He could hear Fan Tongshu preparing lunch in the kitchen downstairs, the aroma wafting through the window. After lunch and a brief hour of rest, at Wang Tiesong's suggestion, Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, and Gao Hong armed themselves with 2 rifles and gear, retrieving 4 fully enclosed isolation suits from Li Weifeng to stow in their backpacks. The four of them followed the riverbank upstream for about an hour until they encountered the steaming hot springs. Even before reaching the springs, the cacophony of clucking and chattering reached their ears. Without needing to draw closer, it was evident that the senior and junior brothers were causing a ruckus in the cloud cave. Embracing a spirit of curiosity, Wang Zhongcheng ascended a nearby rock, settling down to smoke and hydrate while observing the spectacle of a pig-monkey battle. Amidst the swirling smoke, the injured macaques occasionally retreated, scrambling onto the rocks by the hot springs, their bodies soaked, some bleeding in places, displaying an indomitable spirit as they bared their teeth and brandished their claws amidst the chaos of battle. Likewise, smaller wild boars emerged, panting heavily, their heads and bodies marred with scratches and blood, standing by the springs with cunning yet clumsy expressions reflected in their beady eyes. Most astonishingly, the injured macaques and wild boars, having retreated, found themselves soaking in a warm spring, coexisting harmoniously as if indulging in a romantic bath, leaving Wang Zhongcheng and his companions utterly astounded. An unending stream of defeated macaques and wild boars rushed to the pool, reveling in the soothing serenity that had transformed their previous turmoil into a blissful retreat. As the numbers of the vanquished grew, the spring became increasingly crowded, leading to inevitable collisions and tensions threatening to erupt. "What are you doing? You're pulling my hair. You stepped on my invisible wings." I express my profound indignation regarding your actions and formally protest. I reserve the right to respond further. Your aggressive conduct has severely hurt the sentiments of both monkeys and pigs, undermining the mutual respect and camaraderie that once prevailed. The consequences of this discord shall rest upon your shoulders, and if necessary, we shall resort to force. Your unfriendly actions are utterly intolerable. I implore you to reconsider, lest you bring calamity upon yourselves. Our forbearance has limits, and your behavior is beyond what can be accepted. At this juncture, Wang Taisong picked up a small stone and hurled it into the tumultuous spring. In an instant, the battle between pigs and monkeys reignited. Chaos ensued, with pigs soaring and monkeys leaping, blades flashing amidst the splashing waters, each side fiercely engaged in a struggle, their cries mingling with the tumult, blood staining the water. Mist rising to the heavens, dark clouds enveloping the island, obscuring the sun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the spring fell into an immediate silence as the macaques and wild boars blinked in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the grievances of the past. Bang! Zhao Renjia fired another shot into the sky. The herd of monkeys and pigs, their fur bristled, dashed in panic, eyes wide with alarm, tails tucked as they fled in disarray. Since their arrival on this desolate island, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions had never witnessed such a vibrant spectacle, bringing them a rare moment of joy. Once the macaques and wild boars had retreated into the thickets, they made their way down the hillside to the edge of the spring. Chapter 15. The arrest of Zhao Renjia. The hot spring pools here are arranged in an irregular shape, comprising over a dozen pools of varying sizes. Several larger pools have become murky and foul, tinted by the presence of pigs and monkeys, with tufts of hair, mud, and blood swirling grotesquely within, emitting a noxious stench. In contrast, a few smaller pools are enveloped in a thick vapor, tinged with a hint of sulfur, as bubbles rise and gurgle from the depths. Wang Zhongqing tested the water temperature, finding it to be approximately 40 to 45 degrees Celsius, an ideal warmth for a hot spring. Temperatures exceeding this range can lead to inadequate blood supply to organs, excessive water loss from the body, oxygen deprivation, dizziness, and the risk of scalding the skin. Conversely, water below 40 degrees Celsius may cause chills and colds, fostering bacterial growth and increasing the likelihood of bodily inflammation with prolonged immersion. Wang Zhongqing intended to seek a clean pool for a soothing soak before donning protective clothing to survey the terrain in the bamboo grove. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, haha, here are two little monkeys. Oh no, they're injured and bleeding." Hai Hong's voice boomed. Wang Zhongqing cautiously made his way over the slippery rocks to join Gao Hong, where Zhao Renjia and Wang Taisong were already gathered. Gao Hong was crouched beside a hot spring, cradling a macaque in his arms as one would a human infant. The little monkey stared back with wide, terrified eyes, its left forepaw dangling helplessly, and its left elbow joint was a gruesome sight, oozing a small amount of frothy blood. The outer thigh of its right leg bore fresh, crimson scabs, with tufts of hair matted together with blood, revealing patches of stark white bone beneath. Zhao Renjie, mirroring Gao Hong, held another macaque in his embrace. This one had closed its eyes, its body a tattered mess, with its forearms hanging limply and a large scab on its chest. Its hind legs were curled in Zhao Renjie's arms, resembling a frightened and sorrowful infant, as if tears were still glistening at the corners of its eyes, peacefully asleep in his hold. Zhao Renjie cradled the little monkey, his own eyes brimming with tears, which cascaded down his cheeks onto the monkey's body. He had once held his beloved wife, married for just a year, in a similar manner when she was 6 months pregnant, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their child. Tragically, she lay in his arms, much like the little monkey, covered in blood. That year, after completing a significant mission and returning to his unit, Zhao Renjie had the rare privilege granted by his commanding officer to visit his hometown. To celebrate his return, his wife, Sun Xiaoye, along with her sister-in-law, Sun Xiaoshuang, planned an outing to a steakhouse. At that time, Sun Xiaoshuang was a 19-year-old university student who often visited her sister's home during holidays to help with chores. It was a Saturday, and the steakhouse was bustling with patrons. While waiting to be served, 6 burly men accompanied by 4 heavily made-up women cut in front of Sun Xiaoshuang. When she confronted them, one of the men slapped her across the face. Upon hearing the commotion from downstairs and recognizing Sun Xiaoshuang's cries, Zhao Renjie rushed down, only to find the brute still assaulting her. He stepped in front of Sun Xiaoshuang and demanded, "Why are you hitting her? Soldiers, get lost. Mind your own business." A burly man barked, "You have harmed my family. We must find a place to discuss this." Zhao Renjie replied, urging Sun Xiaoshuang to call the police immediately. "Humph, you dare to act so brazenly. We are merely executing our duties. You are obstructing us." The burly man shouted, commanding his companions, "Attack. What is so special about these soldiers? Capture them and take them away." However, the few hulking men were no match for Zhao Renjie, who swiftly dispatched them to the ground. He then turned to comfort Sun Xiaoshuang, asking, "Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Have you called the police?" Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air. Zhao Renjie turned to find his wife, Sun Xiaoye, collapsed behind him, her face ashen, hands clutching her abdomen, blood oozing from her wounds. A fierce-looking man stood beside her, gripping a bloody knife. Upon seeing this, Zhao Renjie lunged forward, seizing the assailant's knife hand with his left hand, while his right elbow struck the man's face with force. In a swift motion, he executed a reverse hold, capturing the man's knife-wielding right hand and wresting the weapon away. Suddenly, several chairs were hurled towards him, and although he evaded one, he could not escape the others, which struck his head, leaving him dazed and bleeding profusely. The downed men, now armed with knives from the table, lunged at Zhao Renjie, stabbing him in the shoulder and arm, staining his olive-green uniform with crimson. Having undergone specialized military training and witnessed bloodshed, Zhao Renjie remained undeterred. He wielded the knife in his right hand while using a chair leg to fend off attacks, skillfully dodging while striving to protect his wife and Sun Xiaoshuang from further harm. The restaurant's ground floor descended into chaos, with shattered dishes and anguished cries. In the midst of the fray, Zhao Renjie sustained multiple stab wounds, the most critical being to his back. Fortunately, the knife was not particularly sharp, leaving only shallow cuts. But the pain was excruciating. Despite being outnumbered 6-1, the assailants made little headway, with several of them falling intermittently. Only when the last man collapsed did Zhao Renjie drop the knife and rush to his wife's side, embracing her tightly. Sun Xiaoye's eyes were shut, her face contorted in agony. Her abdomen had been tightly bound with a stocking by Sun Xiaoshuang, yet blood continued to seep through. Before long, police cars and ambulances arrived, with the ambulances first taking away the 6 assailants, followed by another ambulance that transported Sun Xiaoye. Thanks to urgent blood transfusions, her life was saved, but their unborn child had been fatally injured. Zhao Renjie's father was unable to succeed in his endeavors. Among the 6 men, led by Lao Shugui, 2 died. 3 were severely injured, and 1 sustained minor injuries. Consequently, Zhao Renjie found himself in custody. At that time, Wang Zhongcheng had yet to be discharged and had been running back and forth with military leaders to various local armed and law enforcement agencies. The 6 men were led by Lao Shugui, who was then serving as the deputy director of the sub-bureau. Lao Shugui and his nefarious accomplices audaciously claimed that during their pursuit of a criminal suspect, they were obstructed by Sun Xiaoshuang, who was accused of hindering the execution of public duties. Zhao Ranjie was alleged to have assisted the suspect in evading capture, thus instigating a conflict. They even summoned 4 women who dined with them at a Western restaurant to testify, asserting that these individuals were the very suspects they intended to apprehend. Collectively, they testified that Zhao Ranjie was the aggressor and wielded a knife, while Sun Xiaoya was mistakenly injured by Zhao Ranjie. Unsurprisingly, the surveillance footage from the restaurant had conveniently malfunctioned. Under the leadership of the imposing Captain Lao Shugui, the 6 men portrayed themselves as heroes of self-defense, valiantly battling against malevolence and sacrificing themselves as martyrs. They exerted every effort to elicit sympathy from their superiors, hoping to garner compassion. Thus, the 6, led by Lao Shugui, not only evaded punishment, but were instead rewarded for their so-called valor. However, the local populace and the witnesses present that day remained skeptical of this narrative. After her discharge from the hospital, Sun Xiaoya persistently appealed for justice on behalf of her husband. Yet, regardless of her pleas and denunciations, her cries went unheard. Before long, 3 bystanders from the incident took the initiative to report the truth, candidly recounting the actual events that transpired and demanding that the authorities restore justice for Zhao Ranjie. However, it was not long before the leader among them was arrested for provoking trouble, while the other 2 chose silence and fled the city overnight. The arrest of Zhao Ranjie drew the attention of military district leaders. All comrades and acquaintances of Zhao Ranjie found it implausible that he would intentionally commit murder. Consequently, with the assistance of military district leaders and journalists from the capital, this case garnered significant attention. Chapter 16. The arduous appeal in the capital. Journalists navigated through formidable obstacles, enduring immense pressure and risking their lives, evading numerous instances of being followed and several entrapments, ultimately unraveling a deceptive scheme. After 4 months of diligent investigation, both overt and covert, they located 2 bystanders and a server from a Western restaurant, accurately reconstructing the sequence of events. At long last, the facts were published in a national media outlet, grounded in truth and upheld by legal standards, ensuring an objective and fair representation of the case. Consequently, relevant national authorities began to take notice, dispatching a task force to conduct an inquiry. Lao Shugui is a name not unfamiliar to the citizens of the city. In 2002, he was assigned to the district's law enforcement department but was later reassigned due to his tumultuous relationships. Nevertheless, through his connections, Lao managed to re-enter the municipal enforcement agency 2 years later, swiftly ascending to the position of deputy section chief, and by 2008, he had become deputy director, ultimately rising to the role of deputy bureau chief by 2018. It is not solely Lao Shugui who exemplifies arrogance. His wife, Wang Zhongcheng, nicknamed Flower Tiger, often leveraged her husband's status to intimidate colleagues and neighbors. On one occasion, incited by a dispute between her sister and a migrant worker, she recklessly struck the worker with her vehicle, subsequently accusing him of misconduct, claiming her actions were merely self-defense. This incident stirred considerable uproar online, only to be swiftly removed from the internet. Wang Zhongcheng's transgressions are numerous and egregious, warranting no further elaboration here. As for Lao Shugui's son, Lao Hui, known as Prince Hui, he too inherited his father's notorious traits. At the tender age of 14, he was incarcerated for sexually assaulting a young girl. However, due to his youth and his father's influence, he spent merely a year in a juvenile facility before being released. Thus, it is evident that the Lao family is steeped in malevolence. Investigations revealed that on the day of the incident, Lao Shugui, accompanied by 5 colleagues and 4 heavily made-up women, dined at a Western restaurant. These 4 women were, in fact, informants deployed by their bureau, tasked with providing Lao Shugui with lists and contact details of individuals involved with the women in their network, sharing profits in a 9-to-1 split. That particular day marked the occasion of Lao Shugui's illicit distribution of spoils. After dividing the proceeds in the morning, he coerced the informants into treating him to lunch. Following the incident, Lao Shuguai and his associates intimidated the four women into providing false testimony, which they subsequently corroborated. As the media disseminated the story, the evidence against Lao Shuguai and his accomplices became irrefutable. His actions constituted intentional bodily harm, dereliction of duty, perjury, and obstruction of justice. All the more egregious, given his position as a law enforcement officer. Rather than exemplifying moral integrity, he vehemently denied his wrongdoing after the incident, fabricating lies to obscure the truth and deceive the organization. Ultimately, the higher authorities concluded that the evidence against Lao Shuguai was insufficient, the facts unclear, and thus chose not to initiate a case. However, the law enforcement officer, Lao Shuguai, relaxed his own standards and failed to don the required uniform during the execution of his duties. His simplistic and brutal methods severely tarnished the image of the agency, adversely affecting the reputation of both the party and the government, resulting in significant losses to the state. He committed grave errors, leading to his expulsion from the party, reassignment from his law enforcement position, and a demotion of 2 ranks. At this juncture, Zhao Ranjia was still navigating the legal proceedings in custody, despite the fervent appeals from military leaders and Wang Zhongcheng, who repeatedly reached out to local governments and the People's Congress on behalf of Zhao. Their efforts ultimately fell on deaf ears. A year later, Zhao Ranjia was convicted of intentional injury and negligent homicide, receiving a sentence of 15 years in prison, a term that was already a considerable concession from the military leaders. Sun Xiaoya, Wang Zhongcheng, and the military officials and comrades remained steadfast in their pursuit of justice. Sun Xiaoya persistently appealed the verdict, yet each attempt was met with the same outcome. In a bid to advocate for Zhao Ranjia's case, Wang Zhongcheng forfeited his opportunity to renew his contract with the military, opting for early demobilization. He chose self-employment, reserving a portion of his relocation funds for his parents while allocating the remainder to Zhao Ranjia's appeals and legal representation. Wang Zhongcheng firmly believed that justice would never be obscured by malevolence, and that light would ultimately pierce through the darkness. As he began to advocate for Zhao Ranjia, he faced intimidation and threats, and at one point narrowly escaped detention on charges of disturbing the peace. The more brazen their threats became, the more apparent their fear and guilt. Wang Zhongcheng grew ever more resolute, undeterred by intimidation. Eventually, through the connections of his superiors, a renowned lawyer from the capital took on Zhao Ranjia's appeal case. After a year of legal representation, local authorities approached Sun Xiaoya's cousin, Sun Xiaobing, who had recently graduated and obtained a teaching position, demanding that he persuade Sun Xiaoya to cease her appeals in exchange for a temporary suspension from work and a promise of job security. Sun Xiaobing, a man of integrity, resolutely declared that he would not compromise his principles, even at the cost of his employment. Instead, he publicly disclosed the incriminating audio of their coercion, placing the authorities in a precarious position. As anticipated, Sun Xiaobing made an error at work, resulting in the revocation of his teaching credentials. At a critical juncture in Zhao Ranjia's appeal, authorities approached Sun Xiaoya with an offer of 300,000 yuan in cash and a secure job in exchange for withdrawing the appeal, which she categorically rejected. Just as all evidence began to clearly indicate that Zhao Ranjia would be acquitted due to justifiable defense, several relevant departments approached Sun Xiaoya, proposing that Zhao be released now, albeit with a reclassification of charges to excessive self-defense leading to death, resulting in a 4-year sentence, which would allow Zhao to be released imminently. They also offered a compensation of 600,000 yuan and a job with a secure position. Yet again, Sun Xiaoya firmly declined. Subsequently, the authorities turned their attention to Zhao Ranjia, who ultimately had his charge altered to excessive self-defense resulting in death in exchange for a job for Sun Xiaobing. After Wang Zhongcheng's retirement, a span of 2 years and 3 months passed before Zhao Ranjia was ultimately resentenced for excessive self-defense, resulting in death. Zhao Ranjia was released from prison in the same month as his resentencing, having served a full 4 years. Later, when Zhao Ranjia and Wang Zhongcheng visited their former commander, the commander spoke earnestly, stating, "Through Zhao Ranjia's case, I have come to understand many dark aspects that one in my position could never truly grasp. We firmly believed that Zhao Renjie would never commit an act of intentional murder. With my years of connections and relationships, I consulted relevant departments regarding his case. Yet he was still sentenced. Although he has now been vindicated, I remain dissatisfied. What a fine soldier he was, such a pity. The commander further expressed, fairness and justice are crucial standards by which the degree of a nation's or society's civilizational development is measured. They represent significant progress in human society, embody the inherent demands of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and constitute the very essence and spirit of the judiciary. Only by upholding impartiality, administering justice, and maintaining fairness can the judiciary gain the support and trust of the populace. Conversely, judicial injustice breeds societal resentment, undermines fairness, disrupts the business environment, hinders economic development, erodes national credibility, and destabilizes society. The most detrimental aspect is the corruption within the judiciary, which poses the greatest harm to the people. Injustice within the judiciary acts as a catalyst for institutional reform. Fairness is the soul and lifeline of the judiciary. Judicial impartiality holds immense significance for achieving social justice and advancing the rule of law in China. Judicial unfairness has a devastating effect on social justice. One of the crucial elements of the criminal justice reform during the 2 sessions is to establish effective mechanisms for the prevention and timely correction of wrongful convictions. Zhao Renjie has also benefited from the momentum of this conference. The commander's words left Wang Zhongcheng with profound reflections, stirring a multitude of emotions within him. Had it not been for the commander's full involvement and active rescue efforts, Zhao Renjie's grave would have long since been overgrown with grass. Chapter 17. Exploring the diamond cave, Wang Zhongcheng gently took the small macaque from Gao Hong's arms and proceeded to a clean hot spring pool to cleanse the little creature's wounds. From his backpack, he extracted bandages, gauze, anti-inflammatory medication, and medical alcohol. With a cotton ball saturated in alcohol, he meticulously cleaned the wounds, recognizing the alcohol's antiseptic properties. The small monkey winced in pain, its uninjured forearm and hind leg attempting to move, but Gao Hong held them still with his hand. Once the wounds were tended to, Wang Zhongcheng ground the anti-inflammatory medication into a fine powder and delicately applied it to the macaque's injuries, wrapping them in gauze, while the more severe wounds that had reached the bone were secured with bandages. Finally, he instructed Gao Hong to open the macaque's mouth, administering the oral anti-inflammatory medication. Gao Hong emptied the supplies from his backpack, transferring everything into Wang Zhongcheng's, while he carefully placed the small monkey into his own backpack, securing it against his chest. Zhao Renjie, mirroring Wang Zhongcheng's actions, also treated the wounds of the macaque in his possession. However, when he cleaned the hind leg's injury with alcohol, the small monkey twitched its leg a few times before settling down quietly, allowing Zhao Renjie to continue. After bandaging the wounds, Zhao Renjie placed the macaque into his backpack as well. Wang Zhongcheng thought to himself how fortunate they were that this group of wild boars was not of a larger breed. The largest among them appeared to weigh no more than 120 pounds. The biting force of wild boars is formidable, and had they encountered a larger specimen, the small monkey would have been easily at risk. The 4 of them each found a clean hot spring pool to soak in for a while, donning protective suits before heading towards the bamboo forest. Within half an hour, they sighted the bamboo grove mentioned in Jack's notes. The bamboo was lush and verdant, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Wang Taisong took out his notebook and began sketching, as they all cautiously advanced, frequently glancing upwards and at their feet. This was the territory of the poison dart frog, which also harbored many species of venomous snakes. "Gao Hong, be careful," Zhao Renjie called out. A slender green snake darted from the bamboo branches, lunging at Gao Hong. In a swift motion, Zhao Renjie struck, severing the snake just 30 centimeters from Gao Hong, a spray of blood splattering onto his protective suit. Having received the small monkey, Gao Hong's playful spirit surged. He often leaned down to tease the creature nestled in his backpack, momentarily forgetting that they were in a realm of venomous snakes and the world's most toxic dart frogs, a paradise for the latter, yet a hell for other creatures. Wang Zhongcheng shot a stern glare at Gao Hong through his visor, who, feeling ashamed, lowered his head and secured his backpack, leaving a slight opening for the monkey to breathe, and began to carefully observe the bamboo environment. Wang Zhongcheng was the first to spot a golden-hued poison frog, approximately 2.5 centimeters in size, its back adorned with numerous seed-like structures resembling dragon fruit seeds. Cautiously, he crouched down for a closer look. The small dart frog was laboriously making its way forward, while Wang Taisong joined him in observing the fascinating creature. This is a male golden poison dart frog. After hatching from the eggs, the tadpoles climb onto the back of a patiently waiting male, who carries them to better habitats for their development, Wang Taisong explained. The poison dart frog is one of the most beautiful frogs in the world and also among the most toxic, residing predominantly in the tropical rainforests of Brazil, Colombia, and the Pacific Islands. These diminutive creatures, adorned in a vibrant array of colors, can be as small as 1.5 centimeters. Notably, the golden poison dart frog secretes toxins potent enough to claim the lives of 10 to 20 individuals within mere moments. Indigenous peoples of the Americas often apply the toxic substances from these frogs to their blow darts, hence earning them the moniker dart frog. Wang Taisong continued, "Here are two petite red frogs. How charmingly small." Gao Hong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong navigated through the dense bamboo forest, ever vigilant, advancing towards the spot where Gao Hong squatted. Before them, two red-backed dart frogs were entwined in a rather intimate display atop a bed of dry bamboo leaves. The trio refrained from disturbing their blissful existence and pressed onward in their exploration. Along the way, they encountered a dozen or so yellow and red dart frogs, alongside several dart frogs with eyes reminiscent of the song thrush. They also spotted 7 or 8 venomous snakes, for this realm was not solely inhabited by dart frogs and serpents. Numerous bamboo rats scurried away upon the sight of the bipedal intruders. After traversing approximately 600 meters through the bamboo thicket, they finally stumbled upon the diamond cave that Jack had mentioned. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng's heart raced, the image of egg-sized diamonds resurfacing vividly in his mind. The four approached the cave entrance cautiously, which faced northwest, standing about 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, leaning against a colossal mountainside. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the bamboo, illuminating the cave's mouth, where a steaming brook flowed outward, veering right down the mountain. Zhao Ranjia picked up a stone and hurled it deep into the cave. The sound of clattering rocks echoed, and soon, a swarm of bats erupted from the darkness, flapping about for 2 minutes before settling into silence. Gao Hong and Wang Taisong slowly ventured into the cave with flashlights in hand, while Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia unslung their firearms, gripping the handles firmly. Wang Zhongcheng wielded an M1903 Springfield rifle, while Zhao Ranjia held an M1903A4 sniper rifle, advancing in a tactical formation. Suddenly, Wang Taisong called out, "Caution! We are in danger. Be careful to avoid this area. This is the territory of bullet ants. Here lies their nest. It is imperative to keep your distance, as they do not proactively attack humans." He elaborated, "Bullet ants possess the most excruciating sting in the world. When they bite, they inject venom, causing the victim to endure at least 12 hours or even an entire day of excruciating pain. They are regarded as the most painful ants known to humanity, a suffering that is nearly unbearable. Imagine the sensation of inserting a finger into a 240-volt electrical outlet. This torment rivals that of an encounter with these ants." Inside the cave, the oppressive humidity was suffocating. Encased in non-breathable protective suits, they were drenched in sweat. Wang Zhongcheng felt the perspiration stinging his eyes, blurring his vision. He lifted his visor, wiped away the sweat, and meticulously scanned his surroundings as they continued their advance. Gao Hong crouched by the stream, leaning closer to observe the water in detail. He reached into the brook and retrieved a small, glimmering stone, which he pinched between his left thumb and forefinger, illuminating it with a flashlight in his right hand. The stone, no larger than a fingernail, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors under the beam of light. Taisong, come here. Is this a diamond?" Gao Hong exclaimed. Wang Taisong splashed through the water, hastening to his side, while Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia also approached, scrutinizing the stone in turns, holding it close to their eyes for a closer inspection. Wang Zhongcheng's heart raced with excitement. If this were indeed a genuine diamond, even a small one, would it not enable him to repay all his debts? It resembles a rough diamond. However, I cannot discern its exact type. I am unversed in gemstones and jewelry, Having never worn any since childhood, Wang Taisong remarked. Our ship's sailor, Li Xian, should be knowledgeable about this. He previously worked at a jewelry store, but had a falling out over his salary, resulting in a confrontation. Holding a grudge, he exposed his former employer's fraudulent activities online, deceiving consumers. Now, the owner is searching for him everywhere, Wang Zhongcheng added. Gao Hong carefully stowed the precious stone into a pocket close to his undergarments. The group was filled with exhilaration and optimism as they ventured deeper into the cave. The further they progressed, the darker it became. At times they bumped their heads on the ceiling, while at others, they found themselves in vast expanses. They moved slowly, their eyes following the flashlight's beam. The small monkey in Gao Hong's backpack grew restless, its uninjured forelimb anxiously scratching its head. Puzzled, Gao Hong unzipped the backpack to peer inside. Snake! A large snake, 10 meters ahead. Be cautious, Wang Taisong urgently warned. Instinctively, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie raised their guns, aiming at the serpent illuminated by Wang Taisong's flashlight. Gao Hong trembled in fear, quickly zipping up his backpack and grasping an axe. Wang Taisong and Gao Hong shone their flashlights ahead, revealing a massive snake coiled beside a dry rock in the cave, its head raised high, eyes glinting a menacing green like two brass bells. Its tongue flicking as it warily regarded Wang Zhongcheng and the others. With their weapons drawn, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie took cautious steps forward, their guns trained on the gigantic serpent. Chapter 18. Encounter with the Amazon tree python. This is the Amazon tree python, a non-venomous giant serpent. However, this does not imply that it is incapable of inflicting fatal bites. It constricts its prey tightly until it succumbs. Typically found hanging from tree branches, it exhibits a highly aggressive demeanor, rendering it a perilous creature. This particular specimen is a female engaged in incubation, further augmenting its aggressive nature. Wang Taisong identified the snake species and informed Wang Zhongcheng. As soon as Wang Taisong finished speaking, Wang Zhongcheng nodded to Zhao Renjie, and simultaneously, their firearms discharged, one shot to the head and another to the vital area. Cautiously, they approached the fallen creature and discovered an abundance of unhatched snake eggs beneath the corpse of the Amazon tree python. Gao Hong and Wang Taisong proceeded to shatter them with stones. Wang Taisong remarked, had it not been for its nesting state, it would have attacked us upon detecting our approach. Although non-venomous, a bite would still be excruciating. 20 meters away from the nesting site of the Amazon tree python, Zhao Renjie, trailing behind Wang Taisong, noticed a fleeting glow illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. Approaching, he prodded the glimmering wall with the muzzle of his gun, causing a small fragment of rock to dislodge, revealing a stone that shimmered faintly. Flashlight! Flashlight! Come and see what this is, Zhao Renjie exclaimed. Wang Taisong and Gao Hong hurriedly raised their flashlights as Zhao Renjie pointed at the glowing section of the wall. Wang Taisong took an axe and gingerly began to pry at the surrounding rocks, akin to embroidering on a wall, bit by bit. The group held their breath, fearing that even a deep breath would cause the treasure on the stone wall to vanish. After approximately 10 minutes of careful chipping, a diamond-sized raw stone emerged before the four men. Zhao Renjie's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the stone in his hand, while Gao Hong and Wang Taisong looked on enviously, fully aware of the significance of this discovery. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng held Wang Taisong's flashlight above his head, meticulously examining the stone wall. Occasionally, he would touch the surface, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chengge, this stone is for you. I have no desire for such things. Zhao Renjie stepped forward and offered the recently uncovered stone to Wang Zhongcheng. I do not want it. You keep it. You are in greater need. As you can see, this is but a natural diamond cavern. I will have my share. We will all have plenty. To achieve such great fortune on our first visit, more will surely follow. Let's not stand on ceremony, Wang Zhongcheng replied. From now on, whatever is discovered, unearthed, or found on this island belongs to the one who finds it. Let us be candid and trust that we will accumulate much, Wang Zhongcheng asserted. In this desolate isle, even if one were to unearth a mountain of gold, what value would it hold? For the time being, there is no escape back to the mundane world, and gold cannot manifest its worth. It pales in comparison to a sack of rice. It is a matter of having the means to earn, but also the means to spend. Without the ability to spend, The pursuit of wealth ultimately amounts to nothing. Wang Zhongcheng comprehended these truths. They may have understood, or perhaps feigned ignorance. Yet the four of them were acutely aware of the current reality, though they had not yet reached that final juncture where such sentiments could be articulated. Seeing through without speaking is indeed a form of cleverness. In the future, all crew members will venture into mining, and the day they commence will signify the unsealing of the Pandora's box of human depravity. A philosopher once warned, never test human nature, nor should one use money to test friendships. Wang Zhongcheng remarked to Wang Taisong, Taisong, come and take a look. There are traces of manual excavation here. A small hole, roughly chiseled out, while moss has begun to grow inside. It is evident that this was created by human hands. Wang Taisong leaned in closer, and under the light provided by Wang Zhongcheng, he indeed observed a small opening of about 10 centimeters in diameter, extending approximately 30 centimeters deep. It appeared to be a blast hole, with this being the only one in the vicinity. Undoubtedly, this was previously excavated by someone, Wang Taisong stated. Could it have been Jack and his crew? Or perhaps it was the Japanese they encountered. Or maybe others have visited this place. Wang Zhongcheng replied, all possibilities remain. Based on the evidence here, it has been at least 20 years since anyone last came. Just look at how thick the moss has grown. And that 10-meter-long python must be at least 20 years old. Indeed, we must exercise caution. The caves of the tropical rainforest are far from paradise. They're the closest to hell, Wang Zhongcheng warned the other three. The group cautiously advanced further, with the humidity increasing. A layer of mist formed on the outside of their masks, compelling them to wipe it frequently. The cave grew narrower, in some places only allowing passage sideways for a single person. Yet upon passing through, a different world awaited. Stalactites began to abound, and the cavern widened, extending upward into the mountain. Numerous streams of steaming water flowed from the crevices, some pooling into a basin, while others cascaded into a stream below. After walking for a while, Gao Hong discovered a diamond or the size of a green bean in a thermal spring. Wang Taisong cursed inwardly. That kid has the luck of finding treasure. From that point, three forks appeared in the cavern. Wang Zhongcheng decided to explore the left tunnel first, with Wang Taisong and Gao Hong wielding flashlights. While Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie held their guns at the ready, they cautiously entered the side tunnel. The air inside was relatively dry, with no water flowing out, and as they ventured deeper, it became increasingly stifling, devoid of any air movement. Wang Zhongcheng addressed the group. Shall we proceed further? The air is thin here. If you feel unwell, we should turn back immediately, for there appears to be no exit ahead, likely a dead end. Wang Taisong responded, since we've come this far, we must investigate fully. We can always return once we ascertain there is no way out. The others nodded in agreement. They continued forward for approximately 200 meters, only to find a pile of rubble blocking the tunnel ahead, debris cascading from the ceiling to the cave floor as if a collapse had occurred. Wang Zhongcheng picked up a piece of rubble, illuminated by his flashlight, revealing it to be an ordinary granite fragment. The four were truly undeterred, pressing on until they reached an impasse. Reluctantly, they retraced their steps. Wang Zhongcheng glanced at his watch. It was already 4 p.m., and they needed to hurry back. They chose not to explore the right fork this time, leaving it for a future expedition. The four returned to the cavern adorned with stalactites, pausing to drink some water and smoke a cigarette, resting for 10 minutes before retracing their path. As Gao Hong led the way with a flashlight, Wang Zhongcheng followed closely, armed, while Wang Taisong illuminated the path behind him. Zhao Renjie brought up the rear. Approaching the cave's entrance, approximately 150 meters away, the air grew increasingly fresh, and the cool breeze from outside was palpable, invigorating the group's senses. The small monkey in Gao Hong's backpack began to stir restlessly, its movements more vigorous than before. Lowering his head to unzip the bag, Gao Hong intended to check on the monkey, wondering if it was hungry and in need of chocolate treat. Be careful, Gaung. Retreat quickly, Wang Zhongcheng shouted urgently. Just as the warning escaped his lips, Gao Hong felt a searing pain in the root of his thigh, followed by a bludgeoning strike to his face, causing stars to dance before his eyes and a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Simultaneously, something gripped his ankle tightly, destabilizing him and sending him tumbling backward. Wang Taisong leaped forward, catching the nearly fallen Gao Hong. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongcheng had seized the head of a massive python, its girth akin to that of a human thigh, fiercely kicking its body in an attempt to subdue it. The serpent's head gaped wide, revealing a blood-red tongue and razor-sharp fangs, thrashing about in a desperate bid to escape Wang Zhongcheng's grasp. The firearm had been discarded onto the ground, and Zhao Renjie rushed over, brandishing an M6 knife. Timing his strike, he aimed for the python's body, but to his dismay, the creature's skin was covered in scales as large as coins, causing the knife to slip without penetrating. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng found himself ensnared by the python. Yet he clung tenaciously to its head, determined to slam it against the stones at the cave's base. Aim for its vital points and strike hard, he urged. With a series of thuds, he forcefully struck the serpent's head against the rock, but the python wrapped itself tighter around him. Zhao Renjie took an axe from Wang Taisong and, in the darkness, struck at the python's body, unable to locate its vital points. Blood splattered as he hacked away, filling the air with a pungent stench. Chapter 19. Fan Tongshu's perspective on wealth. The serpent's head gradually lost its strength. Wang Zhongcheng pressed down hard on the serpent's head with his left elbow, while his right hand drew a dagger from the tattered isolation suit, aiming it at the abdomen just below the serpent's head. With determination, he thrust the dagger deep into the creature, feeling the serpent tighten its coils around him. With a surge of effort, he drove the blade to its hilt. The noxious stench of the serpent's blood assaulted Wang Zhongcheng, making him feel nauseated. Yet he could not afford to be delicate. Clenching the dagger in his right hand, he forcefully slashed downwards through the serpent's abdomen until he could no longer move. The serpent's entrails oozed out through the gaping wound, splattering onto Wang Zhongcheng. At that moment, Zhao Renjie severed the portion of the serpent coiling beneath Wang Zhongcheng's feet. The serpent ceased its resistance, its body gradually slackening around Wang Zhongcheng. Still, he maintained his grip on the serpent's head. Zhao Renjie stepped forward and, with his axe, reduced the serpent's head to a mangled pulp. He then helped Wang Zhongcheng to his feet. Covered in blood, Wang Zhongcheng's isolation suit lay in tatters, his face smeared with gore. Supporting Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie guided him to sit upon a rock and inquired, "Changge, are you injured?" Wang Zhongcheng gazed at the disemboweled serpent, now in two segments, its head a mass of ruin, and replied, "I am fine, merely superficial wounds." He then turned to Gao Hong, asking, "How about you? Where are you hurt? Can you still walk?" Gao Hong grimaced in pain, cold sweat pouring from him, blood trickling from his nose, and his left eye swelling as though stung by a hornet. "My thigh, the groin, bitten? It hurts. Like being stabbed. Twice." Gao Hong lamented. Wang Taisong exclaimed, "Oh no, it didn't bite your, did it? That would be catastrophic." Wang Zhongcheng approached Gao Hong, crouched down, and attempted to help him remove the isolation suit, but it was a one-piece garment, and Gao Hong could not manage it alone while lying on the ground. Thus, Wang Zhongcheng, with the dagger still stained with serpent blood, carefully cut through Gao Hong's isolation suit and trousers, revealing two bloody puncture wounds on the inner thigh, just 5 centimeters from his sensitive area, with red tissue seeping blood. The area around the wounds was already swollen and inflamed. Wang Zhongcheng retrieved alcohol, bandages, gauze, and anti-inflammatory medication from the backpack handed to him by Wang Taisong. He first cleaned the 2 wounds with alcohol, prompting Gao Hong to cry out in agony, thrashing his legs. Wang Zhongcheng pressed down on Gao Hong's legs, while Wang Taisong held his head steady. Zhao Renjie stood nearby, vigilant, his hands gripping his firearm as he scanned their surroundings for threats. At last, the wounds were treated, and anti-inflammatory medication was administered. Gao Hong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Taisong retrieved cigarettes, lighting one for each of them before taking a drag himself, saying, "This serpent may have encountered us as a mate to its partner, also an Amazon tree python. Thankfully, it is non-venomous. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Just look, this serpent is at least 10 meters long. We were fortunate, and it's fortunate for you and Renjie that your martial prowess is exceptional. Had Gao Hong and I encountered such a creature alone, we would have already been swallowed whole." Renjie harbored a psychological shadow regarding snakes after many years in the military. Subsequently, the military leaders provided him with psychological counseling and specialized training. Now, Renjie fears no beast that dares to invade our territory, declared Wang Zhongcheng. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong assisted Gao Hong, who was limping, as they slowly made their way forward, while Zhao Renjie, armed, proceeded toward the cave entrance. Cautiously avoiding the poisonous dart frogs, the group emerged from the cave, though the isolation suits worn by Wang Zhongcheng and Gao Hong were tattered. They carefully navigated through the bamboo forest. Zhao Renjie fashioned a rudimentary stretcher from bamboo and climbing rope, and they took turns carrying Gao Hong back to the stilted building. By the time they returned, dust had settled in, obscuring the ground beneath them. In the courtyard of the stilted building, Fan Tongshu paced anxiously. While Li Weifeng reassured him, Uncle Fan, trust in Uncle Wang and the others. Both he and Zhao Renjie have undergone special forces training and are armed. They will be fine. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open. Apart from Wang Taisong, who appeared relatively clean, Wang Zhongcheng was covered in dried blood. His isolation suit in tatters, as he and Zhao Renjie carried Gao Hong on the stretcher. Gao Hong lay unconscious, eyes shut, startling Fan Tongshu. What happened to you? What is wrong with Gao Hong? Fan Tongshu's anxiety deepened. He was bitten by a python, but there is no danger to his life. The bite is non-venomous. Wang Taisong explained. Li Weifeng's occupational instincts kicked in upon hearing of Gao Hong's injury. Immediately, he inquired, where is he hurt? Let me see. Has it been cleansed and bandaged? Suddenly, Gao Hong sat up on the stretcher, hands covering his groin, exclaiming, don't come near. I've taken care of it. No need for your inspection. Ouch! Gao Hong, with a pained expression, lay back down, clutching his groin tightly, inhaling sharply as if he had been bitten anew. Observing this, Fan Tongshu felt a wave of relief wash over him and grasped the puzzled Li Weifeng's arm. Fan Tongshu took over from Wang Zhongcheng, and another crew member joined Zhao Renjie in lifting Gao Hong up to the stilted building. Zhao Renjie gently retrieved the little monkey from his chest pack. Finding a larger wooden box in the storeroom, he laid down several sets of old work clothes at the bottom of the box and carefully placed the still sleeping little monkey inside. At that moment, Wang Taisong brought over the little monkey from Gao Hong's backpack, placing it alongside the other. Gao Hong's little monkey gazed curiously at this new companion with round, inquisitive eyes. Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, and Wang Taisong went to the washroom, shedding their isolation suits and discarding them into the trash bin. They soaked their work clothes in the wash basin. After showering and dining, they returned to their quarters, where several crew members were attending to Gao Hong, who lay on a lower bunk of Wang Zhongcheng's bed. Wang Zhongcheng moved to the main room, followed by Zhao Renjie, while Wang Taisong fetched dinner for Gao Hong from the kitchen, assigning a crew member to assist him with his meal, while he settled down to organize notes and write. Fan Tongshu, having finished tidying up in the kitchen, joined the others in the main room, sitting beside Wang Zhongcheng. He offered Fan Tongshu a cigarette. How did it come to this? My right eyelid has been twitching all afternoon, and I feel a sense of unease within my heart. I long to seek your company. During lunch, I overheard you discussing a trip to the hot springs, but that rascal Feng insisted on holding me back, claiming it was a desolate wilderness. As dusk approached, he worried about the possibility of getting lost. The anxious Fan Tongshu turned to Wang Zhongcheng and expressed his concerns. Wang Zhongcheng succinctly recounted the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing about the diamond mine, Fan Tongshu's expression darkened, and he hesitated, casting a glance at Zhao Renjie, who was smoking nearby. He seemed to want to say something, yet hesitated, fearful of missteps. Observing this, Wang Zhongcheng reassured him, saying, Brother Tongshu, there is nothing between us that cannot be discussed. Renjie is my comrade and classmate, and our bond spans over 2 decades. Please feel free to speak your mind. Fan Tongshu took a drag from his cigarette and replied, There's a profound saying, when others are greedy, you fear. When others fear, you are greedy. Nowadays, nearly everyone is consumed by avarice. We are currently in a state of poverty. Thus we do not fear for our safety. We eat, drink, and sleep soundly. However, should your wealth suddenly surge, acquired through the exploitation of the crew's surplus labor, money can inflate anyone's ego, yourself included. Yet, on the island, money holds little value. So, do you still possess a calm demeanor? Can the night remain tranquil? And can you guard these riches with a clear conscience? To put it bluntly, Will you even have a life to spend it? The pursuit of wealth and prosperity is uncontroversial, but the manner in which one attains it is crucial. Confucius held that to be unjustly rich and esteemed is to me as ephemeral as clouds. A gentleman would prefer to embrace a life of modesty and integrity to attain spiritual tranquility. One should acquire wealth through righteous means to maintain a clear conscience and thus secure lasting prosperity. Family became immensely wealthy through commerce thrice, earning the admiration of many future entrepreneurs who referred to him as the saint of commerce and god of wealth. His legacy is not solely due to his riches, but also the integrity and wisdom with which he amassed them. Understanding money necessitates an insight into one's psychological traits. In conclusion, Fan Tongshu remarked, "I do not oppose your venture into mining, but remember to first harmonize the relationships among the crew and the distribution of labor's fruits. In the face of immense profit, human nature can be devilish." Chapter 20. Reflections on Human Nature. Wang Zhongcheng listened intently to Fan Tongshu's words, rich in philosophy and imbued with deep emotion. Within his discourse lay genuine concern, enlightening insights, motivating admonitions, profound empathy, and heartfelt aspirations. Wang Zhongcheng offered Fan Tongshu a cigarette, sitting upright and lighting it for him, saying, "Brother Tongshu, I will certainly remember your words. They have truly awakened me from my slumber, bringing clarity to my mind. Renjia, Taisong, and I will surely heed your advice and adeptly navigate the relationships involved here, in accordance with our circumstances." That evening, Wang Zhongcheng lay on Gao Hong's bed, repeatedly reflecting on Fan Tongshu's words, unable to find sleep. Remarkably, he was free from the hallucination of diamonds the size of eggs slipping into his pockets or dreams of monstrous snakes poised to strike. Could it be that his diamonds had mistakenly found their way into Gao Hong's pocket? Had he truly slain the serpent in his dreams, freeing himself from its terror? 17 days on the island, Wang Zhongcheng spent the night and morning in Gao Hong's room, contemplating the implications of Fan Tongshu's remarks regarding future labor relations and the distribution of production outcomes. As Zhao Renjia tended to Gao Hong's wounds, Gao Hong emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Wang Taisong admonished, "If you continue to scream, Li Weifeng will come to change your bandages, and we will not intervene." At once, Gao Hong ceased his wails, gritting his teeth and bearing the pain in silence until the dressing was complete, finally exhaling heavily and collapsing onto the bed. Throughout the morning, he toyed with the diamonds he had retrieved from the serpent's maw at the cost of his own life. And he did not forget to remind Zhao Renjia to assist in caring for the young monkey. Wang Zhongcheng pondered that neither he, Renjia, nor Taisong would ever deprive the crew of even a single cent. However, would the crew believe in their integrity? A single ill-intentioned whisper or rumor could brand them as heartless capitalists, feasting on the blood of the impoverished and exploiting the destitute. Even as Wang Zhongcheng found himself more destitute than the crew, despite his benevolence and deep concern for them. Wang Zhongcheng was all too aware of the historical tale of the farmer and the snake. The plot from the Hong Kong film Dragon and Snake Warfare, where a subordinate rises to power by stepping on his superior's head, lingered vividly in his memory. Augustine, in his Confessions, spoke of original sin inherent in human nature. Greed, a universal trait regardless of status, manifests as selfishness, an insatiable desire for gain, and a relentless pursuit of possession, often leading to unscrupulous behavior. In reality, many individuals harbor insatiable desires, always wanting more, seeking endlessly what they have already acquired. This compels them towards opportunism, even to unscrupulous means. The essence of humanity is a dichotomy. Mencius advocated for inherent goodness, while Xuanzi championed the notion of inherent evil. The Ma Wai Na awakening of faith posits that human nature encompasses both virtue and vice, with the potential for transformation between the two under specific constraints and conditions. Human nature resembles an hourglass, where kindness and malevolence are akin to the grains of sand within. When a hand wielding the blade of righteousness turns the hourglass, the flowing malevolence may transform into benevolence. Conversely, if a hand grasping the vices of lust, greed, and power turns the hourglass, the benevolence within may devolve into wickedness. The innate propensity for evil is an inherent aspect of humanity. However, if the intrinsic goodness within the human heart prevails, virtue can triumph over avarice. Should the innate goodness be feeble, it will struggle to restrain the insatiable desires of greed. Do you believe that these sailors possess any sense of morality in the face of immense temptation? Certainly not. This is a manifestation of the selfishness that underlies human nature. Clearly, human nature is not merely a dichotomy of black and white, good and evil. It is merely an instinct for survival. In the face of instinct, anything that obstructs the pursuit of one's goals becomes a formidable adversary. One would vanquish gods and demons alike, daring to confront any obstacle, willing to endure bloodshed and sacrifice, relentlessly advancing without fear of peril or powerful foes to satiate one's desires. As early as the Warring States period, the legalists abolished the Confucian notion of inherent goodness, advocating instead for a system of law. They posited that all matters should be approached with psychological manipulation as a priority. Thus, Han Feizi asserted the theory of inherent evil. By promoting the belief that human nature is fundamentally malevolent and requires legal constraints, he aimed to bind thoughts and limit actions in order to achieve long-lasting stability for the state. In summary, the absence of rule of law leads to chaos and disorder. Law is the cornerstone of societal stability and justice, indispensable in its role. Wang Zhongcheng pondered that while he could not create laws, he could establish various systems to regulate behavior. The previously established maritime regulations for fishing vessels were no longer applicable to the current island environment. It was imperative to formulate behavioral norms and regulations that aligned with the present circumstances before commencing mining operations. Time was of the essence in disseminating knowledge and implementing these regulations. Only through the establishment and enforcement of rules could a harmonious order and equitable justice be maintained on the island. After all, human hearts are inscrutable and opportunism abounds. One may present a benevolent facade while harboring malevolent schemes. In tumultuous times, even a child might clutch gold, awakening the darker inclinations within. A smiling Mithria beside the guardian deity, Wei Tuo, may mask the devil himself. With one hand clutching sacred texts and the other wielding a sword, one must act decisively. Both elements are indispensable. As Wang Zhongcheng contemplated this, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled a crucial issue raised by Fan Tongshu regarding the employment relationship with the sailors. This relationship must be reformed. Furthermore, the transition from individual private property to collective ownership is essential. Failing to alter this dynamic could prove catastrophic in the future. When the island generates vast wealth, no one will willingly accept that 99 of it remains in the hands of a few, including employers like Wang Zhongcheng. The hired hands may resort to any means necessary, murder, smuggling, or framing others, to seize control of that wealth. Therefore, he must confer with Wang Taisong and Zhao Ranjia to dissolve the employment relationship with the sailors before mining begins, transforming it into a harmonious and equitable relationship that fosters freedom and comprehensive development. It was declared that henceforth, every individual on this island would be considered a master. All resources produced on this island would belong to each person, with no captain, first mate, or second mate to be found. There would be no hierarchy or employment relations. Only the camaraderie of the crew, who may refer to one another as brothers or diligent attendants. Wang Zhongcheng intended to confiscate all materials belonging to himself, Wang Taisong, and Zhao Renjia, contributing them as productive resources for the benefit of the entire crew, with all consumables to be distributed according to need. The fruits of labor would be rewarded based on the amount of work contributed, with a portion reserved for communal use and the remainder belonging to the individual. The impoverished crew members were particularly susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives, easily organized to serve as cannon fodder or pawns, with a deeply entrenched resentment towards the affluent. Although Wang Zhongcheng and the other 13 crew members were in an employment relationship, enjoying the provisions of the island, it was understood that, during the term of their employment, all labor produced was considered the private wealth of the employer. Yet in this lawless wilderness, how could order be maintained in the face of immense self-interest? Without constraints on behavior, individuals might act capriciously, becoming unpredictable and uncontrollable, with selfish and malicious actions multiplying. Should any crew member exploit the state of anarchy to engage in selfish and unlawful activities, such as theft or intentional harm? Could Wang Zhongcheng impose penalties or sanctions upon those transgressors? Clearly, he could not resort to conventional legal measures. despite being on a deserted island. The laws of a nation remained ingrained in his mind. If, in the future, the crew members were to unearth great wealth, any inequitable distribution of those profits could fracture the trust among them, instilling fear and a complete lack of security. In such circumstances, conflicts and disputes would become difficult to mediate, potentially leading to the self-destruction of the island's social fabric and jeopardizing the safety and stability of all inhabitants. Chapter 21. A preliminary exploration of Crocodile Bay. If everyone on the island were to achieve true equality and freedom, realizing distribution according to need and income based on labor. Devoid of hierarchical relationships, there would no longer be a singular authority to command labor production. As the Book of Changes states, the four seasons change, each vying for its time. It is not that there is no leader, rather, everyone is a leader. This implies that when each individual is autonomous and serves as a leader, the collective lacks a singular head. A leaderless multitude inevitably becomes a disorganized mass. How then can the safety of each individual's life be guaranteed? How can the wealth produced be preserved? Therefore, it is imperative to establish a legitimate organization that represents the collective in managing production, formulating and enforcing regulations, exercising supervisory rights, and safeguarding the lives and properties of the crew. This matter must be placed on the agenda. On this day, Wang Zhongcheng rested in the stilt house, documenting his thoughts and the observations from the previous day's survey. Wang Taisong was diligently writing at his desk, except for Gao Hong, who was recovering in bed. The others were cultivating the barren land on the western side of the courtyard under Fan Tongshu's guidance. On the following day, the 18th day on the island, Wang Zhongcheng led Wang Taisong and Zhao Rinji, equipped with 2 guns, 20 bullets, a dagger, an axe, climbing rope, first aid supplies, water, food, and cigarettes. They boarded a lifeboat from the beach, heading towards the river's estuary. The trio secured the lifeboat on a rocky outcrop. Once on board, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Rinji used binoculars to survey the surrounding environment, confirming safety before shouldering their gear and proceeding upstream along the river. This time, the three moved with extraordinary caution and at a deliberate pace, as they were in close proximity to the lair of the bay crocodiles. A moment's carelessness could result in being swallowed whole by a crocodile, as easily as one might consume a piece of candy. After walking along the riverbank for a short distance, Wang Zhongcheng dared not continue on the shore. They ventured into the jungle bordering the riverbank, approximately 50 meters away, proceeding cautiously through the dense underbrush as they continued upstream. The tropical rainforest on this side of the river differed markedly from the flora surrounding the still houses. Here, broadleaf plants, buttress roots, parasitic flora, and strangler vines thrived, including wild bananas, monstera, large buttress roots, rootless vines, ferns, scorpion tail plants, and towering banyan trees of the Moraceae family. In contrast, the vegetation near the stilt houses consisted mainly of palm species and epiphytes, including the Kananga tree of the Kananga odorata family, fine-leaved banyan trees, oil palms, red rubber trees, sal trees, bamboo, deer antler ferns, pitcher plants, rubber trees, and umbrella trees. As they advanced further upstream, various rainforest creatures began to make their appearance. Some frolicked and dashed through the trees, such as red deer, porcupines, wild boars, and monkeys, while sloths remained motionless atop branches. Otters gnawed at trees with their sharp teeth or carried branches towards the riverbank to construct dams. The jungle resonated with the vibrant calls of a multitude of birds, their ethereal melodies echoing in the air. The incessant bird songs surrounded them in a three-dimensional symphony. Yet their elusive forms remained hidden from view. The wind stirred the foliage, intertwining the hum of insects and the calls of birds and beasts, creating a beautiful ecological symphony. Countless spirits reside within this sanctuary, infusing the rainforest with the vibrant rhythm of life. Were it not for the lurking crocodiles in the bay ahead, Wang Zhongcheng would yearn to construct a stilt house here, continuing the poetic narrative of nature's harmonious coexistence, where flowers bloom in spring and birds remain unperturbed by the presence of humans. There lies a gentle bend in the river, and as they approach, a faint, unpleasant odor wafts through the air. Wang Zhongcheng ascends a towering banyan tree, approximately 20 meters high, and peers through his binoculars, scanning the river-esque expanse. He observes another curve ahead, where a cove juts out to the right, its waters appearing noticeably darker than those of the river. revealing glimpses of crocodiles gliding beneath the surface, some basking on the banks under the sun. Wang Zhongcheng muses that this must indeed be Crocodile Bay, estimating the distance to be around 300 meters. Leading Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong, he ventures another 50 meters into the depths of the rainforest, now approximately 100 meters from the river. The crocodiles possess a formidable territorial instinct, rarely straying far from their domain unless in pursuit of prey. As they proceed, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions remain vigilant, their eyes wide as they scrutinize their surroundings. Wang Taisong trails closely behind, gripping an axe with palms slick for perspiration. At the forefront, Wang Zhongcheng holds the M1903 Springfield rifle poised for aim, while Zhao Renjie, armed with the M1903A4 sniper rifle, adopt a combat stance, advancing cautiously. Both Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie understand that these antique firearms would scarcely pose a threat to the formidable crocodile. It would be akin to a mere mosquito bite or a fly's kick. Moreover, they are uncertain if they would even have the opportunity to fire. Even should the advanced XM7 rifle unleash 20 consecutive rounds upon the crocodile, this apex predator of the rainforest food chain might still devour the intruder's whole. Wang Zhongcheng is engaged in a gamble and an analysis, having contemplated this dilemma the day prior. The crocodile in this rainforest never lacks for sustenance. The island teems with diverse wildlife, and the rivers are abundant with its favored prey, various fish, capybaras, otters, and wild boars, red deer, and goats that venture to the riverbank for a drink. In this bay, the crocodile reigns as a tyrant, a ruthless and bloodthirsty sovereign. Were it to act like a corrupt official, leisurely inspecting its domain and indulging in hedonistic pursuits, the island species would have long since faced extinction. The Creator understands the nature of the crocodile well. To prevent it from causing the extinction of other species on Earth, it has instilled within its psyche a territorial instinct. Though inherently greedy, crocodiles do not hoard wealth. Their avarice is solely for food. Once satiated, they refrain from further predation and do not roam indiscriminately. Wang Zhongcheng's intuition proves correct. This cove channels an abundance of fish from upstream, serving as a vital passage for migratory marine species, including the golden-hued turtles that traverse from Crocodile Bay to the island to lay their eggs, a veritable threshold for various aquatic creatures. The aquatic creatures capable of escaping here are all fortunate survivors, having satiated the hunger of the bay crocodile. Approximately 100 meters from Crocodile Bay, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions halted to quench their thirst and indulge in a smoke, meticulously observing the surrounding environment and the distribution of various trees in the jungle. Towering on both banks of the river are magnificent mountain banyans, accompanied by a stretch of mangroves. Each banyan reaches for the heavens, some soaring to heights of 40 meters, while the shorter ones still stand over 20 meters tall. The branches of these trees intertwine, creating a canopy bustling with birds, from which droppings occasionally cascade down. To the north of Crocodile Bay lies a cluster of mangroves, with trunks partially submerged in the water and others slanting or lying horizontally across the surface, occasionally disturbed by bay crocodiles that drift like dead logs, sending ripples across the water. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong to ascend a mountain banyan and remain on standby. He then navigated through the interwoven branches, traversing over 50 meters toward Crocodile Bay, where he raised his binoculars to survey the area. After approximately 30 minutes, he retraced his steps back to his companions, informing Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjie that he had counted a total of 15 bay crocodiles of varying sizes, with the river's depth measuring over 3 meters and Crocodile Bay spanning around 10,000 square meters. The river flows through Crocodile Bay toward the sea. Descending from the tree, they ventured another 50 meters into the jungle, continuing their upstream journey. Upon reaching approximately 300 meters from Crocodile Bay, they returned to the riverbank and walked an additional 200 meters, where Wang Zhongcheng and his team used an axe to fell a cluster of trees of varying thickness, stripping them of branches and leaves to lay them out for drying on the riverbank. They then retraced their steps, following the markers they had established, back to their lifeboat. On board, they enjoyed their lunch and replenished their water supply, taking advantage of the calm weather to pilot the lifeboat along the coastline, conducting a leisurely survey of the island. Chapter 22. The goal of the dogs had around 4 p.m. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions returned to the stilted building, discovering that Fan Tongshu had led the crew to cultivate approximately 5 acres of land on the western side of the courtyard. Fan and his team first set fire to the stumps and weeds on the ground, then proceeded to uproot the tree roots. Fan remarked that while extracting the roots was laborious, turning the soil required little effort. The forest floor, covered with decaying leaves and branches, was soft and richly nourishing. We can sow seeds here tomorrow. We will also erect a fence using thicker branches around the perimeter to deter wild boars and other herbivorous animals from destroying our crops. We have kept a water channel open, so when the valve in the toilet is opened, irrigation will be straightforward, Fan explained, puffing on a cigarette as he spoke to Wang Zhongcheng. Take care of yourself, Brother Tongshu. While planting is essential, it won't hurt to take an extra day. Your health is paramount, Wang Zhongcheng urged. Just look after yourself. Today, Li Weifeng and I went to see Gao Hong. He recounted to me how you killed the giant python, and I was drenched in cold sweat just listening. Although we are financially strained, we shouldn't gamble with our lives on this deserted island, Fan Tongshu expressed with concern. I will be cautious. We have guns, and on this island, possessing a firearm makes one feel invincible. Wang Zhongcheng jested, patting the gun slung on his back. Before we set sail, I visited your uncle, and he advised me, find an opportunity to persuade Zhongcheng not to go to sea. Your aunt and I have been unable to sleep at night. Whenever we finally doze off, we are jolted awake by nightmares. Fan continued, you're the only child of your uncle, and with your younger sister gone, don't let your parents worry any further. They are getting older and miss their children, while you are adrift at sea for long stretches. If we survive this journey, you could open a seafood restaurant, and I will be the chef. Whatever we earn should suffice to support our parents, wives, and children. What do you think, Brother Tongshu? If we make it back this time, we will establish a 5-star hotel, building grand villas by the seaside. One for you and one for me. No, let us have a villa each for all 16 of us. We will set sail again, but instead of fishing boat, we will buy a luxurious yacht to tour the world. Wang Zhongcheng said passionately to Fan Tongshu. I desire nothing but our safe return. Villas and yachts are mere dreams I have never entertained. Today, Gao Hong showed me a diamond he found. Alas, almost losing my life over a mere stone. Was it worth it? It doesn't even provide sustenance here, Fan Tongshu stated earnestly. With a diamond, upon our return, you could possess anything your heart desires. If you dare to dream, you shall acquire anything in this world. No one dislikes diamonds or money. I firmly believe that once we return, each of us will be a billionaire, perhaps even a trillionaire, Wang Zhongcheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exaggerated enthusiasm. After he finished speaking, Wang Zhongcheng patted Fan Tongshu's arm and declared, trust me, Brother Tongshu, we will return not only to freedom, but also to financial independence. With that, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving Fan Tongshu speechless. Wang Zhongcheng entered the courtyard to find Zhao Ranjia and Wang Taishu had already completed their morning routines and were now hanging laundry in the yard. He handed his firearm and backpack to Zhao Ranjia, then proceeded to the washroom to undress and rinse off. After hanging up his clothes, he ascended to the stilted building. Wang Taisong was once again engrossed in his writing. Upon noticing Wang Zhongcheng entering the room, Gao Hong quickly propped himself up on the bed, grimacing as he attempted to sit up. Wang Zhongcheng gestured for him to lie back down and inquired about his condition. How do you feel today? Is there any infection in the wound? Does it still hurt? Gao Hong responded, I feel much better today, to Wang Zhongcheng's trio of questions. Did you encounter any danger today, cousin? Did you find any gold? Gao Hong asked eagerly. Indeed, we found a large nugget of gold, weighing over 2 pounds. Wang Zhongcheng replied, casting a glance at Gao Hong with a hint of annoyance. I suspected as much. I asked Wang Taisong earlier, and he said he found a hammer. It turns out to be true. Is the gold the size of a hammer? Where is it? Hurry and bring it to me. I want to see it. Even though I didn't go today, I deserve my share, cousin. Gao Hong exclaimed, anxiously attempting to rise from the bed, his feet already on the floor. We 3 have divided the gold. You have no claim to it. Wang Zhongcheng teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Taisong lowered his head, suppressing a grin, covering his mouth with his hand, but in Gao Hong's eyes, this was their secret delight, having shared the spoils behind his back. My injury counts as a work-related injury, doesn't it? I nearly got swallowed whole by a python. I risked my life for you all, cousin. And you, Wang Taisong. In the cave, you made me walk in front, treating me as cannon fodder. Gao Hong winced, taking a sharp breath as he continued. You found the gold nugget and divided it without consulting me. Over 2 pounds. How could you be so heartless? At least give me half a pound. I've worked tirelessly for this. I shielded you from the python. Wang Zhongcheng looked at his cousin with a heavy heart, the urge to shed tears welling up within him. This was the first time since arriving on the island that he felt the sting of tears, struggling to keep them at bay. Why don't you mention the 2 diamonds you found? Should we all share those too? I risked my life for them. Those diamonds are equivalent to my life. Do you wish to take my life? Why was the python interested in you? Gao Hong stood, supporting himself on the bed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Zhongcheng, his face aflame with anger. Repeat what you just said. Wang Zhongcheng replied, maintaining a stoic expression. From now on, anything discovered, found, or excavated on this island belongs to the one who discovers it. Gao Hong echoed, flustered. No, cousin. Did you discover the gold nugget? Of course you did. Who else would be so kind-hearted to share it equally among 3? If it were those 2, they would have kept it for themselves. Oh, dear cousin, we are the closest of kin. You must share some with me. Even 2 taels would suffice. Gao Hong pleaded, his voice lowered and filled with desperation. Wang Taisong, unable to endure the scene any longer, rose from his seat and addressed Gao Hong. Gold. Is that all that occupies your thoughts? Indeed, you are relatives and I am but an outsider. By rights, I should refrain from intervening in your quarrel. Yet, I cannot abide your singular fixation on gold. As you have rightly pointed out, should I stumble upon gold, I would hoard it for myself. If I truly discovered it, I would cast it into the sea rather than share a morsel with you. Just as your gaze is fixated solely on gold and diamonds. It is precisely because of this obsession that you are capable of unearthing diamonds. Meanwhile, your cousin remains vigilant, safeguarding our well-being, ever watchful for impending danger. His heart focused not on treasures, but on the safety of our lives. Without life, what means do you have to seek gold? Wang Taisong exhaled these words in one breath, gathered his pen and notebook, and exited the room. At that moment, Zhao Renjia, having fed the little monkey, entered the room with Wang Zhongcheng's firearm slung over his shoulder. After securing the weapon in a wooden box, he called for Wang Zhongcheng to come downstairs for dinner, oblivious to the earlier events that had transpired. Observing Gao Hong standing on the floor, he jested, "Come down and get some exercise. Lying around won't hasten your recovery. Let us dig for diamonds and gold together. Today, we shall venture to the gold mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongcheng quickly signaled Zhao Renjia with a glance, urging him to refrain from further comment, and took hold of Zhao Renjia to lead him outside, saying, "Come, let us go downstairs for dinner." Wang Zhongcheng's gestures and his attempt to silence Zhao Renjia were not lost on Gao Hong. He became increasingly convinced that the 3 of them had secretly divided the gold from the dog's head, and that it was not merely 2 pounds. Surely, the gold, the size of a hammer, must weigh at least 5 pounds. In frustration, Gao Hong stamped his foot on the floor, a sharp pain shooting through him, eliciting cries of distress. Earlier, under the influence of the allure of the dog as head gold, he had felt no pain. Now, the simple act of stamping his foot aggravated his injury. Leaning against the bed, he slowly reclined, consumed by thoughts of the dog as head gold, which had transformed him into a creature of greed. From that point onward, no matter how Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjia, or Wang Taisong might explain the matter of the dog as head gold, Gao Hong remained unconvinced, harboring an unshakable belief that they had clandestinely divided the treasure, forever regretting his decision not to accompany them. Even if Gao Hong were to amass countless treasures and a piece of gold larger than a hammer, he would never be able to transcend the shadow cast by the dog as head gold. Chapter 25. Gao Hong's subtle intentions. Li Xian caught the items with both hands, crouched down, and was about to kneel and bow, but was stopped by Wang Zhongcheng. After a brief exchange of gratitude, Li Xian left Wang Zhongcheng's room, overflowing with thanks. As Wang Zhongcheng watched Li Xian depart, he turned around to find Gao Hong gazing at him with a sycophantic expression, resembling a beggar dog seeking a morsel. "Cousin," Gao Hong exclaimed. After swallowing hard, he repeated, "Cousin." He. Well, what? Wang Zhongcheng understood Gao Hong's intentions all too well and restrained his urge to tease him further. Human nature is not to be tested, especially not with one's own kin. This cousin, alas, is not merely a relative by title. Their bond has evolved into one of shared life and death. Since Gao Hong boarded the fishing boat, he had been a steadfast companion, swift in action. It was unwise to have allowed him to lead during their excursion in the Diamond Cave. Wang Zhongcheng had believed that returning would pose no danger, only to be surprised by the ambush of a python. Reflecting on this, he felt a deep sense of guilt, wishing the serpent had bitten him instead. Wang Zhongcheng gestured toward the items, saying, "These are what I collected. The other 2 piles belong to Renjie and Taisong. Be careful not to mix them up. Take what you like from my collection. Take as much as you desire." Upon hearing this, Gao Hong could hardly believe his ears. Excitedly, he asked cousin, "Is that true? I can take as much as I want?" Wang Zhongcheng affirmed with a nod, extracting a cigarette from Zhao Renjie's pile, lighting it, and walking to the window to observe Fan Tong Shu and the other crew members planting seeds in the clearing in front of the wooden cabin. Gao Hong began counting Wang Zhongcheng's stones on the wooden table, preparing to tally those of Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjie. Wang Taisong immediately clutched his stones to his chest, mimicking Gao Hong's tone from the previous day, declaring, "These are mine. I risked my life to acquire them." Gao Hong, irritated, pouted but remained silent. He continued to count Zhao Renjie's stones, noting, "Cousin has 14, Zhao Renjie has 17, and Li Xian just took one. Cousin originally had 15, of which 4 are worthless. I have memorized their appearance." Thus, Gao Hong selected the large, round, rosy red stone that had caught his eye during Li Xian's explanation. Seizing this rare opportunity to claim what he desired, he also chose a starry blue stone, a cosmic black, an ocean blue, a rose red, and a dove egg white, 6 stones in total, all certified by Li Xian as large, round, and vibrantly colored. On the surface, it appeared that Wang Zhongcheng was left with 8 stones, yet 4 of those held no value, while the remaining were small. Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong observed Gao Hong's clumsiness and shamelessness with cold detachment, silently smoking on their stools. They understood that in the face of absolute gain, excessive words could lead to peril, whether spoken often or sparingly. Gao Hong, pleased and content with his choices, declared, "Cousin, I have left you 8 stones. I only took the smaller ones." "Thank you, cousin." Wang Zhongcheng had just finished a cigarette, continuing to gaze out at the crew laboring outside. Gao Hong placed a stone into his bag beneath his pillow and approached Zhao Renjie with a distinctive swagger, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Zhao. "Brother Jia, the size of this gem is truly remarkable. Its clarity is exceptional. Any one of these stones is worth a fortune. Look at this emerald, akin to the heart of the ocean from Titanic. If it were crafted into a pendant, it would rival that illustrious gem," Gao Hong exclaimed, his admiration palpable as he picked up the heart of the ocean, his greedy expression barely concealed by the drool at the corners of his mouth. As he fondled the other stones belonging to Zhao Renjie, he continued, "Brother Jia, I've known you since childhood, and I have always admired you deeply. Seeing you as a hero, particularly for your valiant acts against the bullies who tormented your family, I have always regarded you as my role model. You and my cousin are comrades in arms, and now we are bonded as life and death companions. Haha. Ah, look at these gems." Zhao Renjie cast a curious glance at Gao Hong, then looked towards Wang Zhongcheng, contemplating. With a nonchalant hum, he casually grabbed 2 stones from within and handed them to Gao Hong. Gao Hong's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Brother Jia. Thank you, Brother Jia. You are a hero." He then pointed at the heart of the ocean, saying, "Brother Jia, let kindness prevail. Please give me this one too. You have so many. You will have plenty of opportunities to collect more. You see, I nearly became a meal for a snake while shielding you 3 from it. Out of gratitude for my sacrifice, grant me this gem. I won't pursue the matter of the gold from yesterday any further. I truly won't." With that, he snatched the heart of the ocean and stashed it into his pocket. While Zhao Renjie pondered the mention of the gold, Wang Zhongcheng turned around and barked, "Put that back. All of it. Have you no shame? You already have enough. If you want more, earn it yourself. What do you need so many for? Are you here to feast or drink on this island? You're not a child anymore. You're nearing 30, so use your brain." After saying this, Wang Zhongcheng addressed Zhao Renjie. "You needn't indulge him. Take those back. I have already given him some. From now on, whatever anyone finds belongs to them. Do not be envious or jealous. This is a deserted island, not your home. Zhao Renjie replied. If he enjoys them, let him have his fun. I have plenty myself. If they are truly as valuable as Li Xian claims, 2 will suffice. What do I need so many for? Upon hearing this, Gao Hong seized the opportunity, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jia. Thank you, Brother Jia. He bowed repeatedly before limping back to his bed, hastily hiding the 3 stones he had pilfered from Zhao Renjie into his pocket. Wang Zhongcheng shot a disdainful glance at Gao Hong, slammed the door of the room, and stormed downstairs. When Fan Tongshu saw Wang Zhongcheng approaching, he quickly washed his hands and walked over. Wang Zhongcheng offered him a cigarette, and Fan Tongshu wiped his hands on his shirt before accepting it. Wang Zhongcheng then lit the cigarette for him with both hands. Today went smoothly, I trust. No dangers encountered? Today, the fields have been completely sown. I have planted densely, for the soil here is remarkably fertile, rivaling the black earth of the northeast. The temperature variation between day and night is minimal, characteristic of a tropical climate that knows no winter. In just over 3 months, crops such as corn, potatoes, and peanuts will be ripe for harvest. I have also reserved a small plot of land to cultivate rice and millet seedlings. Fan Tongshu remarked, it is indeed reassuring to cultivate grains and vegetables. Although we currently lack wheat and rice, these crops will sustain us. They embody our hope and our very existence, deserving of diligent care. Wang Zhongcheng, observing Fan Tongshu's sun-kissed complexion, added, today we ventured to a pond in the northwest of the island, where we encountered several boa constrictors. We did not disturb them, but we stumbled upon a strikingly beautiful stone of vibrant colors, which I decided to bring back as a treasure. Here, I present to you a few pieces. As Wang Zhongcheng spoke, he led Fan Tongshu to the kitchen, retrieving 3 exquisitely formed opals from his pocket. These were collected by Wang Zhongcheng and placed in his backpack after witnessing Li Xian appraise Wang Tiesong's stone. He had emptied his pockets at that moment, leaving the treasures within his backpack untouched. While descending the stairs, he casually extracted them along with his cigarettes. I don't want them. I have no interest in such things. Look, I hardly have time to play. I've been preoccupied with the fishing boat and the catch these past few days. Surely, the ice is beginning to thaw. Fan Tongshu gently urged Wang Zhongcheng, pushing his hand away. I have already taken them. You must accept them. Do not refuse again. If you keep pushing them away, others may misinterpret our intentions. These should be kept for yourself, away from prying eyes. Wang Zhongcheng insisted with a stern expression. From this exchange, Fan Tongshu surmised that the stones held significant value and were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 26: The Meeting of Triumph. Upon returning and completing his ablutions, Wang Zhongcheng summoned Li Xian to ascend the stairs. When Li Xian descended, his countenance radiated exuberance, reminiscent of a frenzied sow in heat. During the sowing season, he mistakenly scattered the wrong seeds and overturned a bucket of water, prompting Lu Wenxiang to berate him vehemently. Surprisingly, Li Xian remained unfazed, instead grinning foolishly at Lu Wenxiang, causing the others to suspect he had lost his senses. Li Weifeng, swaying his hips, approached to check if Li Xian had a fever. However, before his hand could touch Li Xian's forehead, he was startled back by Li Xian's exclamation to get lost. Undeterred, Li Weifeng remained steadfast in the field, asserting, if you're ill, it must be treated. I have medicine. With a huff, he returned to Fan Tongshu's side, resuming the sowing. Upon reflecting on this, Fan Tongshu decided not to defer any longer and remarked, fine, I shall keep it safe for now. When you require it, feel free to retrieve it. Once given, it is yours. I have plenty more, and there will be even more in the future. Wang Zhongcheng paused momentarily before continuing. I wish to convene a meeting with the entire crew tomorrow to announce certain matters. You may find your tasks becoming increasingly arduous, and I implore you to support me. With you managing the kitchen and logistics, I can rest easy. Zhongcheng, wherever you go, I am by your side, no matter how arduous or taxing the work may be. It is but a trifle. Moreover, what unpleasant or laborious tasks could possibly arise on this island? Whatever transpires, I shall stand by you in all endeavors. As long as you do not overexert yourself, Fan Tongshu declared earnestly. Very well, I shall not intrude further and will allow you to prepare dinner. Wang Zhongcheng replied before ascending the stairs. In the main room, he sat beside Zhao Renjie and indulged in a smoke. After some contemplation, He instructed Zhao Renjie to summon Wang Taisong. The three convened in the main room to discuss the agenda for the upcoming meeting and the subsequent plans. On the 20th day since arriving on the island, Wang Zhongcheng first held a preparatory meeting for all crew members. During this gathering, he announced the donation of all assets belonging to himself, Zhao Renjie, and Wang Taisong to the collective, establishing a system of communal ownership. All resources and provisions would be distributed according to need, and the employment relationship with the crew was simultaneously dissolved. At this meeting, Wang Zhongcheng had Zhao Renjie present a diamond, or the size of a pigeon's egg, which he had unearthed. When Zhao Renjie revealed the stone, the eyes of all present ignited with fervent desire, fixated upon the diamond. After it had circulated among the attendees, Li Xian remarked, "This is a yellow diamond, or an exceedingly rare variety." In 2019, a yellow pear-shaped diamond weighing 303.1 carats was exhibited at the Sotheby's auction house in Dubai. This canary yellow diamond was deemed by the Gemological Institute of America as the largest flawless diamond in the world, with a market valuation of approximately $15 million, equivalent to over 100 million yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, their expressions a blend of envy and admiration. Li Xian continued, "The color of diamonds arises from their impurities. Many believe that the purer the gemstone, the better its quality. In fact, the contrary holds true. Much of a gemstone's beauty stems from its imperfections, like the blue diamond, which derives its hue from the presence of boron atoms. This yellow diamond originates from a raw stone that contains nitrogen atoms. Diamonds are the most ancient gemstones in the world. Zhao's piece of raw stone, once cut and polished, weighs approximately 30 carats and is valued at around 8 million renminbi." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, and despite Wang Zhongcheng's repeated calls for silence, the lively discussions continued for some time. Wang Zhongcheng then made a statement that was truly astonishing. "This mineral was discovered in a cave on the island, and we must now mobilize all our resources to commence mining." He paused for effect before adding, "Although this island harbors treasures, it is also home to ferocious, man-eating beasts like the saltwater crocodile, as well as highly venomous poison dart frogs and giant anacondas. Thus, we must first eliminate these dangers before we can safely extract the minerals." Upon hearing Wang Zhongcheng's initial proclamation, the crowd beamed with joy, their hearts soaring with the thought of mining diamonds, perhaps even larger than this one, and envisioning a future free from labor. However, the mention of the island's fearsome predators and anacondas soon dampened their spirits, and they turned their gaze towards Wang Zhongcheng, eagerly awaiting his strategies and plans for vanquishing the beasts and reaping their fortunes. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng began to outline his plan and the agenda for the meeting scheduled for the following day. Firstly, a formal assembly would be held to elect one logistics officer and 2 security personnel through anonymous voting. The logistics officer would oversee meals for all personnel, manage and distribute production supplies, and also serve as the administrator for the stilt house production base. The 2 security officers would be responsible for ensuring the safety of the crew during their labor. All personnel would have an obligation to engage in cultivation at the base, working 5 days a week in mining, 1 day in planting, and taking 1 day for rest. Furthermore, one of the security personnel would be selected to serve as a systems officer and another as a supervisor, responsible for the formulation and enforcement of regulations. The security personnel would be equipped with firearms and ammunition. Secondly, a system for distributing labor results and various regulations would need to be established, to be ratified by the crew during their meeting. Thirdly, there would be discussions regarding the allocation of salaries for logistics and security personnel. Fourthly, everyone was encouraged to reflect upon the meeting's topics after today's adjournment, to brainstorm collectively and share any valuable suggestions that would enable safer and more efficient mining operations. On the 21st day since arriving on the island, at 8 a.m., everyone gathered in the main hall, with Wang Zhongcheng presiding over the meeting. Wang Taisong served as the secretary, seated to Wang Zhongcheng's left, while Zhao Renjie, Gao Hong, and Li Xian managed the meeting logistics, handling ballots and vote counting. Despite the simplicity of the venue and the modest attendance, the meeting proceeded with a sense of formality, buoyed by Wang Zhongcheng's resounding voice and the participants' anticipation of imminent wealth. Wang Zhongcheng meticulously transcribed the various systems and regulations into a notebook, with Wang Taisong providing additional input. Throughout the meeting, proposals were passed overwhelmingly through a show of hands and voting. The agenda and content of the meeting are as follows. First, through a secret ballot. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia were elected as security personnel, with Wang Zhongcheng designated as the systems officer and Zhao Renjia as the supervisor. Second, Fan Tongshu was elected as the logistics officer, and Wang Taisong was elected as the construction worker. Additionally, 4 team leaders were elected: Lu Wenxiang for Group 1, Gao Hong for Group 2, Zhou Shicheng for Group 3, and Li Xian for Group 4. Third, the meeting deliberated and ratified various systems, including the distribution of labor achievements, the salary distribution system for logistics and security personnel, the disciplinary system, the reward system, the labor production system, the protection of private property system, the labor group system, the overall construction system, the dismissal system, the firearms management system, the duty system, and the property disclosure system. The meeting also briefly reported on recent labor work plans. 1. Spend 5 days at the beach drying fish. 2. Allocate 1 day for preparations to capture the poison dart frogs in the bamboo grove. 3. Ensure that logistics are prepared in advance with all necessary food supplies, materials, and emergency medical items for the operation. 4. Arrange for each person to transcribe a copy of the various regulations and spend 2 days discussing and learning them, with a strict requirement that all adhere to these regulations without exception. Finally, all attendees stood to declare sovereignty over the island. Everyone pledged to eradicate all invading enemies and any animals posing a threat to the inhabitants of the island. They swore, all are equal, all are brothers, sharing food, shelter, and labor. All resources, treasures, and labor achievements on the island shall be shared by all. No one shall experience inequality or deprivation. Everyone shall collectively abide by the regulations and discipline of the island, with severe punishment for any violations. The meeting commenced at 8:00 a.m. and concluded at 6:30 p.m. Thus, a team organized under the leadership of Wang Zhongcheng, who serves as both the systems officer and security personnel, embarked on a new beginning on the deserted island. Chapter 27. Regulations and combat plans. The regulations passed in the meeting, albeit rudimentary, have been formulated in accordance with the realities of the island, rendering them exceedingly straightforward and practical, thereby facilitating prompt and efficient implementation. The details are transcribed as follows. Distribution system. Each individual shall contribute 1/4 of their labor output to the collective. At the end of each month, the foreman will calculate the output and collect the contributions. This amount will serve as the remuneration for the 3 logistics and security personnel, while the remainder will be deposited into the collective warehouse as communal property for future collective activities. Disciplinary system. A confinement chamber shall be established for the reprimand and punishment of individuals who violate regulations. This includes sailors engaging in brawls, forming cliques, undermining unity, disseminating detrimental statements that disrupt stable production and living conditions, failing to adhere to work schedules, falsifying production data, concealing labor outcomes, venturing outside without authorization, straying from the oversight of security personnel, as well as damaging and wasting production resources. The duration of confinement shall be determined by the severity of the offenses, ranging from 7 to 90 days. During confinement, inmates will receive 2 meals of leftovers daily and will be required to recite labor production regulations and living disciplines. For theft, intentional harm, and other criminal offenses, individuals will face permanent confinement until they are repatriated and handed over to the legal authorities. Reward system. Each month, a portion of the collective income will be allocated to reward the top 3 sailors in terms of labor output. Labor production system. All personnel will share meals, accommodations, and labor, receiving compensation according to their roles and output, thereby ensuring equality among all, with each individual possessing the right to participate in discussions and voice opinions, as well as the right to report misconduct. Private property protection system. Individuals are permitted and protected in their ownership of private property, which shall enjoy the offshore protection of national law. Security personnel will be tasked with safeguarding private property from unlawful infringement, with those committing such infractions facing permanent confinement and the subsequent legal proceedings upon return. Labor group system. 3 individuals will form a production team. with each team selecting one experienced, respected, and just sailor as their leader. A total of 4 production teams will be established, with leaders adhering to the overall work arrangements. Teams will report any violations of regulations by members either regularly or sporadically. General construction system. A chief foreman shall be appointed to oversee production scheduling, construction plans, output statistics, distribution of production tasks, and labor tools. The chief foreman will be accountable to the regulatory and supervisory personnel and will report any violations of regulations by team leaders and members either regularly or sporadically. Dismissal system. All individuals possess the right to supervise and dismiss regulatory personnel, supervisory staff, the chief foreman, and logistics personnel. A proposal for dismissal requires the support of over 2/3 of the personnel and must be approved through a vote. Firearm management system. Firearms must not be pointed at the entire crew unless there is a grave threat to collective safety resulting in loss of life, or in cases of unlawful seizure of weapons from security personnel, armed uprisings by illegal organizations threatening the lives of the majority. 5 firearms will be managed and utilized by the security and logistics personnel. Duty system. Every individual has an obligation to serve night shifts, primarily responsible for ensuring safety within the confines of the stilt house courtyard. Any dangerous situations must be promptly reported to the dedicated security personnel and all individuals, alongside appropriate countermeasures. It is imperative to remain on duty and refrain from leaving one's post without authorization. However, in exceptional circumstances, one may request a transfer. Each night shift spans 2 hours, with 2 individuals assigned per shift, commencing at 8 p.m. and concluding at 6 a.m. the following morning, with 5 shifts rotating daily. To safeguard the vital interests and private properties of all individuals from unlawful infringements and to eradicate corruption, favoritism, concealment of assets, and other illicit activities, it is essential for everyone to publicly declare their properties. This transparency fosters mutual supervision among all, ensuring that corrupt practices have no refuge, thus cultivating a community built on trust and harmony. On the 22nd day upon arrival on the island, as dawn broke, Wang Zhongcheng had just finished his morning routine when Wang Taisong handed him a stack of materials inscribed on A4 paper. Upon perusing Wang Taisong's audacious proposal for the eradication of the bay crocodile, green anaconda, and poison dart frog, although initially incredulous, he could not suppress an exhilarating thrill within, akin to a coveted diamond, as large as an egg, inching closer to his grasp. The proposal, while bold in conception, was intricately designed, with each element interlinked. Incorporating Jack's reconnaissance records and the measurements taken by Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Zhao Renjie regarding distances and terrain, he meticulously charted the locations of the prey, optimal attack positions, routes, and necessary strategic resources, including weapons and personnel. Wang Zhongcheng held deep admiration for Wang Taisong's meticulous planning and foresight reflected in the operational blueprint. The document clearly delineated the specific locations and timings for the assault, along with strategies, preparatory measures, and mobilizations. Within the mobilization document, he emphasized the need to amplify the collective interests, underscoring that the vile beasts obstructed their pursuit of happiness and perpetually encroached upon their idyllic home, preying on their compatriots and hindering their rescue efforts. These creatures had disrupted satellite signals and radio communications on the island, and it was substantiated that on the night of the typhoon, a swarm of crocodiles had attacked their fishing vessel, leaving them stranded. They had devoured the wild boars, hares, and goats that rightfully belonged to them and severely contaminated their freshwater sources. Furthermore, they had colluded with external hostile forces, particularly with enemy soldiers, wantonly sabotaging their cherished aspirations. In essence, all ferocious beasts are mere paper tigers. Any entity opposing them must be decisively eradicated, not only in body but also in spirit, ensuring they never rise again. Wang Zhongcheng felt a deep sense of disdain for Wang Taisong's despicable, cowardly behavior, which lacked integrity and vision, akin to that of a creature beneath contempt. Yet, he held profound respect for the meticulousness of Wang Taisong's pre-battle mobilization plan, which flowed endlessly, reminiscent of a mighty river. In his mind, images of the beast's anguished cries amidst a sea of blood surfaced, evoking a sense of compassion for the wronged creatures. even more so than that of the tragic doe. The distinction between human intelligence and that of animals lies in the ability to utilize tools and employ both cunning and strategy to achieve goals, resorting to any means necessary. The history of human evolution is stained with blood and malevolence. Carnivorous animals, once satiated, ceased to harm the weaker creatures. In a zoo, one might witness a tiger coexisting harmoniously with a rabbit, unless provoked. In contrast, humanity remains insatiable, endlessly yearning for more. Even when possessing immense wealth, one aspires to emperorship. After attaining power, the longing for immortality ensues, and even as a deity, one seeks dominion over the cosmos. Beneath humanity's feet lie the countless bones of living beings. As they consume and trample upon the corpses and blood of their kind, ascending to the apex of the food chain. The emergence of humanity has been a cataclysmic disaster for other life forms. Despite their dominion over the world and its creatures, humans express no gratitude, repeatedly transgressing the boundaries set by the Creator, oblivious to their transgressions. Ultimately, even the benevolent and omnipotent God could no longer tolerate human wickedness. Having intervened multiple times to obliterate humankind, historical records indicate that the most recent instance occurred around 10,000 years ago, when a cataclysmic flood served to reset humanity, even at the cost of all earthly life. Wang Zhongcheng emphasizes the principle that leaders should neither seek fame and success nor evade blame and retreat, asserting that a leader must guide their people to victory without losing sight of their initial purpose. In times of dire adversity, if retreat becomes necessary, a leader should not shift responsibility onto subordinates, but rather assume it themselves. The paramount concern must be the safety of the populace. Such leaders embody selflessness, foresight, and strategic acumen, earning the status of wise leaders and invaluable assets in the eyes of the people. Wang Zhongcheng, however, has shifted the blame for the flaws in the plan and the potential failures entirely onto the esteemed leader. Witnessing this, Wang Zhongcheng was incensed, muttering that Wang Zhongcheng was merely a scholar grinding a millstone. Chapter 23. The terrifying anaconda on the 19th day on the island. After having breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng and his two companions, armed and equipped, navigated their lifeboat directly to the rocky graveyard of whales. From there, they made their way ashore, following the same route to Jack's cabin as before. Upon reaching the cabin, they ventured into the dense forest to the northwest. This time, they aimed to investigate the crystal cave mentioned in Jack's notes. Along the journey, Wang Zhongcheng occasionally observed Zhao Renjia, who remained remarkably composed and calm, displaying no signs of anxiety apart from a few beads of sweat on his forehead. In contrast, Wang Zhongcheng adopted an attitude of nonchalance, believing that if he couldn't fight, he could always flee, as he was the long-distance champion back in school. He trailed closely behind Wang Zhongcheng, while Zhao Renjia, gripping his M1903A4 sniper rifle, brought up the rear, maintaining a combat-ready posture as they advanced step by step. As they traversed the terrain, the wildlife they encountered regarded the group with curious eyes. Not sensing any threat from these bipedal creatures, the animals gradually lowered their guard, returning to their grazing, foraging, courting, and hunting activities. Only venomous snakes that posed a threat to humans stirred Wang Zhongcheng's ire. He dealt with any he encountered decisively. They ascended along the valley's floor, the incline gentle and the rocky obstacles few. As they climbed higher, the jungle thinned, giving way to increasingly dense undergrowth. The thickening weeds, intertwined with brambles, significantly slowed their progress. Wang Zhongcheng snapped off a branch and used it to clear the path ahead. Indeed, several snakes of varying sizes slithered out from the underbrush, all of which Wang Zhongcheng swiftly dispatched, burying their severed heads. Having learned from the harrowing encounter with the Amazonian python in the Diamond Cave, Wang Zhongcheng understood the necessity of showing no mercy towards predatory beasts and venomous snakes. If one sought to preserve a harmonious ecological balance, the creatures could just as easily turn against you. If you do not eliminate the threat, it may very well consume you. Moreover, the paths they were forging would need to be traversed frequently in the future, and leaving potential dangers was not an option. He considered himself the sovereign of this island, the arbiter of life and death among its inhabitants. Approaching a small hilltop, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a babbling brook, its gentle flow creating a serene ambience. Apart from the cheerful songs of birds and the soft murmurs of the stream, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a grand performance. As they reached the brook's edge, they were greeted by crystal-clear waters, revealing a sandy bottom with only a few small fish darting about. The trio followed the brook upstream, where the water's surface widened, leading to a pool from which the stream flowed. The pool spanned approximately 2,000 square meters, its shallows glistening like jade. In the center, the water appeared a deep green, emanating a chilling aura. Standing at the pool's edge, Wang Zhongcheng felt an unsettling sensation. It was as though a pair of eyes were fixated on him from behind. This feeling was akin to being watched by a black panther on the mountainside, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. Years of military training and the instinctual response cultivated through perilous encounters had conditioned Wang Zhongcheng's mind and muscles, enabling him to swiftly prepare for combat at a moment's notice. Wang Zhongcheng immediately shouted, "Stay alert. Do not approach the pond. Fall back." Just as Wang Taisong was about to crouch down to wash his face in the shallow water, he was startled by Wang Zhongcheng's warning, nearly losing his balance and falling into the water. Zhao Renjie swiftly pulled him back, and they retreated 10 meters. Wang Zhongcheng staggered back over 10 meters before steadying himself, only to witness a massive python, as thick as a barrel, leaping out of the pond, causing a tremendous splash. The serpent's upper body towered more than 2 meters above the water, its head cocked at an angle, with eyes glaring like brass bells. Even at a distance of over 10 meters, an eerie chill washed over them. The python fixed its threatening gaze upon Wang Zhongcheng and his companions, as if to proclaim its sovereign dominion over the area, sacred and inviolable. With a subtle gesture, Wang Zhongcheng signaled Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong to retreat slowly towards the downstream of the creek, seeking to evade this harbinger of doom. Now was not the opportune moment for confrontation, especially in enemy territory where the supply situation was uncertain. It was prudent to escape rather than engage recklessly. Although the python appeared bloated, reminiscent of certain officials with their protruding bellies, whether from excess feasting or pregnancy, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie, even in unison, might have had the chance to vanquish it. However, in a skirmish, the odds were significantly diminished in hostile territory, and given that this was the python's domain, it was unlikely to be alone. Should another python appear, their chances of survival would be utterly non-existent. Thus, when Wang Zhongcheng and his companions retreated to a point 100 meters away from the pond, they all exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Wang Taisong's work attire was drenched with sweat, and his legs trembled. Zhao Renjie's face was flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. His eyes burning with hatred, his hands tightly gripping his firearm. Wang Zhongcheng was not faring much better. His shirt was soaked with perspiration. The thought of fleeing was far less appealing than the prospect of a fierce battle, which could ignite the blood and invigorate the spirit. Faced with the choice between retreat and combat, Wang Zhongcheng would rather perish fighting than abandon the battlefield. This was his nature. He would choose to fight to the death rather than succumb to fear. Yet today, he was not alone. He had Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjie by his side, along with the dozen or so crew members who shared life and death with him. He could not endanger them for his own sake. He knew Zhao Renjie would not stand idly by if he were to engage the python. After retreating over 30 more meters, they settled beside a rock, where Wang Zhongcheng took a moment to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves and drank some water before heading towards a cave more than 100 meters to the right rear of the pond. They moved forward cautiously, with Wang Zhongcheng keeping his dagger and axe secured at his side while gripping his firearm, eyes fixed on the depths of the forest. At the slightest rustle, the three of them braced themselves for potential danger. As they continued walking, they encountered no threats save for a few otters felling trees in the jungle, a troop of macaques frolicking in the branches, and a couple of wild boars. However, they did notice tufts of animal fur and feathers scattered about the underbrush, arranged in irregular clusters. Zhao Renjie prodded the mass with his foot and remarked, "This is a mixture of excrement from the emerald tree boa. When the boa consumes its prey, it does not regurgitate bones. However, it is unable to digest fur and feathers, as its gastric acid cannot break down these specific proteins. Consequently, these remnants are expelled through the snake's cloaca. This indicates that we are quite close to the boa's lair, and everyone must remain vigilant." Zhao Renjie had mastered the behavioral patterns and hunting techniques of the emerald tree boa, having diligently studied the species and other pythons during his time in the military. The psychological counseling officer was also exceedingly pleased with Zhao Renjie's psychological assessments and personal growth. Wang Zhongcheng gazed at the expanse of excrement, reflecting on the desolate landscape reminiscent of the ancient battlefield, where the yellowing leaves of the early elm trees hinted at the passage of time. He pondered the countless lives that must have perished within the jaws of the boa. This exemplifies the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, where only the strong prevail. Wang Zhongcheng was reluctant to disrupt this ecological balance, yet he could not resist the allure of the treasures mentioned in Jack's notes. He thought to himself that merely observing wouldn't be a crime. The trio cautiously advanced approximately 50 meters and, to their astonishment, discovered the entrance to a dark cavern. The opening faced southeast, shrouded in the shadows of a dense canopy. It stood about 1.6 meters high and 2 meters wide, with a small stream flowing merrily toward the nearby pool. It was evident that this was the lair of the emerald tree boa, and they dared not approach the entrance any closer. Instead, they examined the water's flow and depth from a distance of over 20 meters by the stream. Suddenly, Wang Taisong exclaimed, "Look, what is that stone?" Chapter 24. As Wang Taisong pointed, several vibrant stones, lustrous and resplendent, shimmered in the sunlight as they transformed into enchanting hues within the stream. The sight left Wang Zhongcheng and his companions in awe. These colorful stones, some as smooth as pebbles and others lying quietly like crystal orbs in the water, displayed a spectrum of colors including creamy white, deep gray, pitch black, azure blue, and emerald green. Even at a distance of 10 meters from the cave entrance, stones in shades of orange, coral red, and blush pink could be seen. These stones lay serenely in the stream, reflecting the sunlight and water, creating a magnificent tapestry of colors that blended seamlessly with the flowing water, an exquisite sight indeed. Puzzled by the beauty and vibrancy of these pebbles, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions, adhering to the mindset of seizing unclaimed resources, collected a few of the colorful stones without hesitation. They did not linger long, and after surveying the terrain, they swiftly departed from this perilous location. Following the markers they had previously established, they returned to the rocky area known as the whale graveyard. After navigating a short distance in the lifeboat and confirming the absence of any foul odors, they enjoyed a meal on the sea, replenishing their water supply and indulging in a smoke. After a brief inspection of the island, they returned to their fishing vessel to check on the fish hold. The catch had begun to thaw, necessitating immediate action. They salvaged what they could, eating what was edible and drying what could be preserved. Waste was not an option, for it was their lives at stake. Back at the stilted house, they found Fan Tongshu and the crew planting potatoes, corn, peanuts, red beans, and other crops. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions proceeded to the washroom for a shower and to do laundry. Once refreshed, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong ascended to the upper floor, while Zhao Renjie went to tend to the little monkey. During his absence, Fan Tongshu and Li Weifeng took care of it. The monkey Zhao had rescued had awakened the previous afternoon, had its medication changed thrice, and had begun to consume porridge and fruit puree. Gao Hong's monkey had yet to be fed, as it was Zhao Renjie who had been attending to it, with Fan Tongshu assisting. Upon returning to the stilted house, Wang Zhongcheng summoned Li Xian to their room to appraise the stones they had collected. Upon examining a creamy white stone that Wang Taisong was toying with, Li Xian scrutinized it with a flashlight, his mouth agape in astonishment. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and pinched his cheeks, struggling to regain his composure. Finally, he exclaimed, "Is this a dream? This stone alone could procure me a coveted apartment in the city center." When Wang Zhongcheng and his companions emptied their pockets of the stones they had gathered, Li Xian was overwhelmed. In a fit of excitement, he slapped his face, pinched his thigh, and then snatched a cigarette, but from Zhao Renjie, pressing it forcefully against the back of his hand. A wisp of smoke rose, accompanied by a hissing sound and a muffled grunt. He exclaimed, "I cannot possibly be dreaming. Captain Wang, you have struck it rich. These stones could buy you more than 10 fishing boats like this one. Captain Wang, let me share in this fortune. I only need to collect one." After this declaration, he knelt down and bowed 3 times with great fervor. Li Xian's exuberant antics left Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, and Wang Taisong utterly astonished. The sight of Gao Hong caused a surge of fervor within him, Driven by madness, he endured the agony and rose, mimicking Li Xian's actions, prostrating himself upon the floor, rhythmically knocking his head. He exclaimed, "Cousin, beloved cousin, kind cousin, please take me along. Yesterday, I was ensnared by folly and should not have shouted at you. Forgive me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. We are relatives, the closest on this vessel. I no longer desire the gold. I truly do not. I merely wish for such stones. Take me to collect them. Once I am healed, I shall stand at the forefront to protect you from the beasts." After uttering these words, Gao Hong ceased his bowing, rising with a limp, performing a rather comical gait about the room. Wang Zhongcheng, with a resigned glance at his avaricious cousin, assisted Li Xian to his feet, saying, "What kind of stone holds such value? Surely, you must be mistaken." Li Xian, seated beside Zhao Renjia, accepted a cigarette from Wang Zhongcheng, lighting it with a flame borrowed from Zhao Renjia, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. He remarked, "Captain Wang, even if you granted me tenfold courage, I would not dare deceive you. Indeed, among this pile of stones, there are a few commonplace, ones of little value, but the majority are precious. I worked for 5 years in a jewelry store, self-studying the appraisal of gemstones and gold ornaments, intending to become a certified gemologist. However, engrossed in my studies, I neglected certain tasks, leading my manager to withhold my wages, which ultimately prompted me to expose their fraudulent practices." Taking another drag from his cigarette, Li Xian continued, "These stones are internationally known as opal, derived from the Latin termopolis, embodying the beauty of gemstones in one. They can exhibit a variety of body colors. The white variety is referred to as white opal, while black, deep gray, blue, green, and brown hues are termed black opal. The orange, orange-red, and red varieties are classified as fire opal. The ancient Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder once remarked, 'On a single opal, one can behold the flames of rubies. The color spots reminiscent of amethyst, and the green seas akin to emeralds. High-quality opals are celebrated as the palette of gemstones, renowned for their unique play of color effect. Opals are designated as the birthstone for October, historically regarded as a stone of fortune, bestowing success and joy upon its bearer, infusing daily life with happiness and providing a form of protection against the unseen. The early Greeks believed that opals contained the power to predict the future. The Romans held opals in high esteem, viewing them as symbols of hope and purity, as well as harbingers of good fortune. In Arab tradition, opals were thought to be stones that fell from heaven during lightning, believed to protect their wearers from lightning strikes and shield them from negative forces. Opals are also frequently mentioned in the works of Shakespeare, referred to as the Queen's stone in Twelfth Night. Li Xian took a sip from the water poured by Wang Taisong, while holding a lustrous, crimson opal in his hand, and continued to impart knowledge. High-quality opals typically possess the following 3 characteristics. Observe this one. Its play of color is evenly distributed, complete, with very few areas devoid of color play. The fewer the colorless sections, the better the opal. The play of color can manifest as a singular hue or a combination of hues, and this one is rich and vibrant, hence highly valuable. There are no noticeable cracks or inclusions within it. Furthermore, the larger the opal, the more it is regarded as an investment piece. What distinguishes these stones as opals? Behold, the most unique feature of opals is their play of color effect, yet not all gemstones exhibiting such an effect are opals. They could also be fire agates. To identify an opal, one must first examine its surface patterns. This particular stone resembles a fiery sunset, showcasing extraordinarily vivid colors. Its surface appears as deep as the night sky, evoking joy akin to clouds chasing the moon. Another opal reveals a mysterious hue reminiscent of the enigmatic cosmos, igniting a sense of yearning, while one displays a cerulean blue akin to an expansive ocean under a clear sky, truly magnificent and awe-inspiring, broadening one's horizons immensely. These are intrinsic characteristics of opals. Additionally, their hardness is comparable to that of diamonds. The hardness of these stones reaches at least 10 or above, all possessing the play of color effect, with a translucent sheen that allows one to clearly perceive the internal spectrum of colors. Li Xian concluded his passionate discourse in one breath, having also finished his glass of water, leaving Wang Zhongcheng and the others invigorated and stirred. Although this exploration was devoid of peril, The sheer luck of casually picking up such treasures felt surreal. 10 fishing boats worth. If only the formidable anaconda were eliminated, how many gems could one unearth? Contemplating this, Wang Zhongcheng casually gifted Li Xian an opal. Chapter 28. The first battle against the poison arrow frog. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng promptly convened the supervisor Zhao Renjia, the logistics officer Fan Tongshu, the construction worker Wang Taisong, and the 4 leaders of the labor groups. Lu Wenxiang from Group 1, Gao Hong from Group 2, Zhou Shiqing from Group 3, and Li Xian from Group 4. Wang Taisong presented a feasibility plan for a comprehensive extermination strategy. The initial battle involved capturing the poison arrow frogs hidden in the bamboo grove, followed by a tactical approach to poison and subsequently detonate the crocodiles in Crocodile Bay, culminating in a large-scale confrontation against the anacondas, employing a strategy of poison followed by fire. In the main hall, Wang Taisong's extermination strategy was presented to the attendees, who all expressed their approval, except for Fan Tongshu, whose furrowed brow indicated deep contemplation. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, participants brimmed with anticipation for the future, returning to their quarters to relay the meeting's spirit to their respective team members. Under the dazzling brilliance of the sun, the enthusiasm among the group was unprecedented, with everyone eagerly awaiting the commencement of mining operations, often overlooking the terrifying presence of the crocodiles, anacondas, and poison arrow frogs. By 9:30 a.m., the entire team had prepared sufficient provisions for 5 days, including food, water, and various supplies, along with fish filleting knives, salt boiling pots, and camping tarps. They secured the stilt house's entrance, with Wang Taisong carrying 2 rifles and 2 small monkeys, while Wang Zhongcheng also bore 2 rifles, an M1911, a 1 pistol holster at his waist, covered by his work jacket, and some tools, while assisting Gao Hong. With familiarity guiding their path, the group swiftly arrived at the beach. They promptly boarded the boat to unload the catch, beginning with the outermost fish as the catches commenced thawing. Processing the fish into dried form was a task that the crew, having grown up by the sea, executed with remarkable speed. With deft hands, they eviscerated fish designated for filleting. Some members specialized in transferring fish from the fishing vessel to the lifeboat, while others took charge of drying the filleted fish, boiling seawater for salt, and disposing of the entrails and refuse into the ocean. Due to the clear division of labor and assembly line efficiency, the entire thawed catch was dried within 4.5 days. Dried fish spread across rocks, beaches, and grassy mounds. Any surface suitable for drying was blanketed with fish. The pungent aroma attracted numerous seabirds and jungle beasts, but after Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia eliminated a few, the rest largely refrained from returning. In the afternoon, after completion of the task, Wang Zhongcheng assigned 2 crew members to guard the remaining fish yet to be dried, while the others, laden with tools, carried as many dried fish as they could manage. Upon returning to the stilt house and unloading their tools and the fish, Wang Zhongcheng instructed everyone to take axes and machetes to clear the branches and weeds along the jungle path leading to the beach, carving out a clear route. It took multiple trips to transport the dried fish back. On the 28th day since arriving on the island, taking advantage of the rest period, the morning was devoted to having every team member transcribe a copy of the various rules and regulations, followed by a full day of discussion and study, emphasizing the necessity for strict adherence to these guidelines, with no violations permitted. In the afternoon, a collective study session was held to discuss Wang Taisong's feasibility combat plan for the 3-light extermination strategy, followed by intensive deliberations. On the 29th day of their island expedition, Wang Zhongcheng, accompanied by 2 individuals assigned to guard the beach-dried fish, dedicated an entire day to prepare for the encirclement of the bamboo forest poison dart frogs. Simultaneously, logistical support, under Fan Tongshu's oversight, ensured that all necessary food supplies, materials, and particularly medical items such as isolation suits and rubber gloves were ready ahead of the operation. Everything was in place, awaiting the expedition. On the 30th day, Wang Zhongcheng led a contingent of 14, equipped with various supplies, as they boldly set forth. Their inaugural mission involved the encirclement and extermination of the poison dart frogs in the bamboo grove, aiming for live capture. Utilizing the hot springs at the base of the mountain as their operational headquarters, they noticed that upon their arrival, the monkeys and wild boars scattered in haste. Humanity reigned supreme on the island. In the absence of tigers, monkeys cannot assume dominion. After establishing their cooking area and setting up makeshift tents, they drained the hot spring pool contaminated by wild boars and monkeys, clearing out debris before allowing fresh spring water to flow in for cleaning, gradually eliminating the foul odor. With these tasks completed, Wang Zhongcheng gathered everyone to assign roles. Zhao Renjie, Wang Taisong, Lu Wenxiang, Lu Zhengxiang substituting for the injured Gao Hong, Zhou Shicheng, and Li Xian each received a set of isolation suits and 2 pairs of insulating rubber gloves for the inner encirclement. Additionally, 1 key member from each group, Li Latsai from Group 1, Lin Yongming from Group 2, Lu Gangang from Group 3, and Zhou Zhanghai from Group 4, were also provided with isolation suits and gloves, along with fishing nets and ropes to secure the outer perimeter. Li Weixiu was tasked with medical care and emergency response, remaining on standby at the outer ring, while Fan Tongshu and Gao Hong handled food and drinking water supplies. Once Wang Zhongcheng completed the assignments, he and the others donned their isolation suits, and alongside Zhao Renjie, they armed themselves and approached the edge of the bamboo forest. Following Wang Tiesong's strategic blueprint, they first employed a grid pattern encirclement, utilizing a barrier net to enclose a small section of the bamboo grove. The inner team entered to conduct a thorough search for the poison dart frogs, capturing them with tweezers and placing them into mineral water bottles for later use. The outer team was responsible for safeguarding the fishing net to prevent any escaping frogs, tightening the encirclement as the inner team advanced. Wang Zhongcheng's barrier net proved to be impenetrable. Not only could the diminutive poison dart frogs not escape, but even several cobras and bamboo vipers were contained. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie no longer adopted a policy of leniency towards these venomous creatures. Instead, they implemented a ruthless extermination approach, eliminating each encountered specimen without hesitation. By midday, they had successfully encircled a quarter of the bamboo grove, capturing 12 poison dart frogs and dispatching 5 venomous snakes. During their meal, Wang Zhongcheng heeded Li Weixiu's suggestion to soak each person's isolation suit in the hot spring pool before hanging them out to dry and spraying them with disinfectant. As they had a limited supply of suits, all used gloves were buried to prevent contamination. All personnel immersed themselves in the flowing hot spring, followed by a thorough hand wash with soap. Prior to dining, they roasted their food over the fire, as the venom of the poison dart frog, a protein, becomes effective only when it enters the bloodstream through wounds on the skin. After repeated rinsing in the hot spring, the exposure to fire also serves to neutralize the toxin. Wang Zhongcheng was acutely aware of the nature of these poison dart frogs. Just 2 golden poison dart frogs possess enough venom to lethally harm a caiman. The red-backed poison dart frog, named for its vivid reddish-orange dorsal skin, derives its toxicity from its diet, which harbors the very toxins that it stores in skin glands. When these toxins are released, it transforms into a fearsome amphibian. Although the songbird poison dart frog produces only a minimal amount of toxin, it is nevertheless sufficient to pose a lethal threat to any predator, as its venom is highly concentrated and can lead to cardiac failure. Wang Zhongcheng was unwavering in his commitment to personal protection, ensuring the safety of his team with every available resource, adamant that they would not face defeat before achieving their mission. Over the course of 2 days in the bamboo grove, Wang and his team captured more than 50 poison dart frogs and eliminated over 20 venomous snakes. After thoroughly inspecting the diamond cave and confirming it was devoid of danger, he and Zhao Renjie prepared to depart, gathering their gear and the poison dart frogs. Suddenly, a few boisterous wild boars emerged from behind the rocks. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously fired 2 shots, striking down 2 larger boars. With a violent shake of their heads, their skulls burst, collapsing onto the ground, while the remaining boars scampered back into the thicket. Together, Wang and his team proceeded to the stream beside the hot spring, where they skinned, deboned, and cleaned the entrails of the boars, dividing the meat into substantial portions. The 2 boars yielded over 150 pounds of meat and more than 30 pounds of bones, which they carried back to the stilted house. Chapter 29. The Great Battle at Crocodile Bay. 1. Upon returning from the hot springs, it was already past 5 p.m. Wang Zhongcheng instructed the outer personnel to wash and disinfect themselves first, gathering the isolation suits for eventual burial. He led Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, and other inner personnel to transport the wild boar meat to a spot 30 meters downstream beneath a small bridge. They had no intention of extracting the poison, so they found a wooden stick to mash the poison dart frog into a viscous liquid within a mineral water bottle. They punctured several small holes in the bottle cap, transforming it into a makeshift sprayer. In total, they prepared 10 bottles of the toxic liquid. Wang Zhongcheng and his team arranged the boar meat and bones amidst the grass, dousing them with a homemade sprayer. Concerned about the potency, they applied the liquid twice, utilizing 6 bottles in all. After completing this task, they placed the poisoned meat and bones back into a wooden box in the cabin, sealing it with a lid to prevent other animals from pilfering their provisions. Once Wang Zhongcheng and the others had washed and disinfected themselves, Fan Tongshu's dinner was just ready. The first battle to capture and eliminate the poison dart frogs had ended in victory. Tomorrow, they would advance towards Crocodile Bay as planned. On the 31st day on the island, Fan Tongshu prepared breakfast 2 hours early and assembled provisions and water for 3 days. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng and the group retrieved the pork and bones from the wooden box and brought out 2 large gas canisters, ensuring they were well equipped. This time, Wang Zhongcheng carried a sniper rifle, identical to Zhao Renjia's. They traversed the newly opened jungle path to the beach and boarded the lifeboat to the estuary. Disembarking onto the shore, under Wang Zhongcheng's leadership, they ventured deeper into the jungle where they had previously scouted. Now, Gao Hong no longer required assistance and could walk unaided. But upon reaching the beach, Wang Zhongcheng insisted he stay behind to guard the dried fish. Gao Hong vehemently refused, determined to join the battle for the treasure at Crocodile Bay. In the face of tremendous profit, humanity often disregards peril, charging forth undaunted by the specter of death. This group was no exception. Driven by the promise of great wealth, they were eager and animated, their expressions more akin to revelers heading to a grand banquet than to those marching towards demise. The day before, Wang Zhongcheng had embellished his motivational speech, building upon Wang Tiesong's plan with personal flair and lofty dreams, promising the group that their billionaire aspirations were within reach. He proclaimed that as long as they united to conquer the bay crocodiles, green anacondas, and poison dart frogs, all the treasures of the island would belong to them. During the rally, he depicted these formidable beasts as mere paper tigers, hares, mice, and ants, insisting that with a mere wave of their hands, the bay crocodiles would beg for mercy. While his words were intended to dispel fear, Wang Zhongcheng secretly added a formidable weapon to the battle plan, demonstrating a strategic contempt for the enemy while tactically acknowledging their threat. The group, burdened yet resolute, made their way to the location where Wang Zhongcheng and 2 others had previously ascended the banyan tree. He instructed Lu Wenxiang to carry red, white, and yellow flags, climb the banyan, and position himself 50 meters from Crocodile Bay to closely observe the movements of the bay crocodiles through binoculars. Zhao Renjia was positioned atop a grand banyan tree, situated 400 meters from Crocodile Bay, equipped with a sniper scope aimed at the bay. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, laden with supplies and gear, navigated their way to the location where Wang Zhongcheng was felling trees. Wang Zhongcheng instructed the team to chop the dried timber into manageable sections, binding slender sticks together with ropes and frayed fishing nets to construct 6 small rafts. Additionally, they fashioned 2 larger rafts from thicker logs. Upon completing this task, Wang Zhongcheng directed the group to place the wild boar meat on the 6 small rafts, securing them with ropes, while attaching a large liquefied gas cylinder to one of the larger rafts. He instructed Wang Taisong to meticulously observe Lu Wenxiang's flag signals through binoculars. After a brief interval, Wang Taisong announced, "Deploy the small rafts." 2 individuals, each grasping an end, launched the rafts and the wild boar meat into the flowing river, which swiftly carried them downstream. Following a brief discussion with Wang Taisong, Wang Zhongcheng ascended back to the banyan tree where Lu Wenxiang was stationed, taking his sniper rifle with him. Together, they lay prostrate on the sturdy branches of the banyan tree, both intently focusing their binoculars on the movements of the crocodiles in Crocodile Bay. Basking lazily under the midday sun, The crocodiles in the bay stretched their formidable bodies. Wang Zhongcheng observed the rafts drifting down from upstream, laden with delectable treats that could lure the reptiles to their demise. Strangely, the closest crocodiles to the rafts did not even lift their eyelids, allowing the rafts to float away unnoticed. This was perplexing. Why were they not feeding? It was, after all, fresh pork. Perhaps they had detected an off-putting scent, but that was not the case. They had not even sniffed the air. Crocodiles, known for their insatiable greed, while not as gluttonous as certain other species, typically exhibited behavior akin to opportunistic scavengers. Wang Zhongcheng quickly signaled Lu Wenxiang to wave the small red flag, instructing Wang Taisong to halt the deployment. Perched atop the vast branch of the banyan tree, Wang Zhongcheng muttered to himself while counting the crocodile numbers. He noted 5 resting under the shade of the mangroves, 7 seemingly asleep in the water, floating like a dead tree on the surface, and 3 smaller crocodiles nestled among the grass along the riverbank, totaling 15. While Wang Zhongcheng was intently observing Crocodile Bay, he sensed someone ascending the banyan tree and moving through the branches. Turning to look, he discovered Lu Zhengxiang from the second group climbing towards him. Lu Zhengxiang informed Wang Zhongcheng, "Taisong sent me to assist you. I have experience with crocodiles. I've hunted them before. They typically begin feeding at night. It is rare for them to eat at this hour. Their eyes possess a unique structure that allows them to see better in low-light conditions. The harsh midday sun affects their vision, and it's likely they are not hungry at present. Must we wait until nightfall to deploy the poison bait?" Wang Zhongcheng inquired softly. "Yes, as dusk approaches. They will commence collective hunting. This area hosts 2 crocodile families. The ones drifting in the water belong to one family, led by an adult male accompanied by 4 females and 2 juveniles. On the mangrove side, there is another adult male with 4 females and 3 juveniles on the shore, indicating they are likely part of the same family. If food were not abundant, 2 crocodile families would not exist here," Lu Zhengxiang replied quietly. In the darkness, the ideal hunting time for the estuarine crocodile emerges, as its size and coloration seamlessly blend into the surroundings, rendering it more elusive to its prey. Moreover, nocturnal visibility is notably diminished for other creatures, facilitating the crocodile's approach and capture. Beyond the advantages of nocturnal foraging, the choice of nighttime hunting is also influenced by biological factors. Being ectothermic, crocodiles' body temperatures are subject to external environmental conditions. During the day, elevated temperatures lead to increased body heat, making them more detectable to other animals. Conversely, at night, cooler temperatures allow crocodiles to maintain their body temperature more effectively while conserving energy. Their acute sense of smell and hearing further assist them in locating prey in the obscurity of night. Lu Zhengxiang remarked, "The night poses a perilous time for us, as our vision is obstructed, whereas it serves as the prime hunting period for the estuarine crocodile. How can we ensure our safety?" Wang Zhongcheng responded, "All personnel can ascend the trees, specifically to the large banyan tree closer to the Crocodile Bay, where concealing 100 individuals would pose no issue. For the estuarine crocodile cannot climb trees. We will secure the raft with ropes in the river, with individuals holding the rope leading to the tree before fastening it to a branch. When the time comes, we shall merely sever the strong tether." Lu Zhengxiang continued, "Very well, let us convene at Taisong's location and proceed as you suggested at dusk." Wang Zhongcheng and the others descended from the trees, signaling Zhao Renjie to retreat, and together they made their way to Wang Taisong's vicinity. Chapter 30. The Great Battle at Crocodile Bay 2. Upon their first encounter, Wang Taisong eagerly exclaimed, "I never anticipated that they would be such incorruptible officials, satiated after a single meal, truly a testament to the virtues of beasts." Wang Zhongcheng responded, "They are far more endearing than our corrupt officials. It is said that beasts are inferior to humans. Yet I find the benevolence of these creatures surpasses that of some men. We shall take a moment to rest and replenish our strength. I and Renjie will keep watch." He continued. The group settled beneath the shade of trees, sitting on stumps while they ate, drank, and smoked. Wang Zhongcheng stood to the north of the gathering, while Zhao Renjie positioned himself to the south, both vigilant with their weapons drawn. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng reflected on Jack's words regarding the proximity of the gold mine. Since the river contained gold dust and native gold, it was reasonable to assume that the gold rich or lay nearby. The group alternated between resting and maintaining vigilance. Around 6 p.m., they resumed their positions. Perched 50 meters away in a grand banyan tree were Wang Zhongcheng, Lu Wenxiang, and Lu Xingxiang, while Zhao Renjie remained 400 meters distant in another banyan. At 6:30, Lu Wenxiang waved a white flag 3 times. Shortly thereafter, a small wooden raft drifted into view. Having reached the bend of Crocodile Bay, a crocodile emerged, swiftly swimming towards the raft, its fierce gaze fixated on the pork on board. Just as it prepared to devour the meat, another massive crocodile surged from the depths, creating a splash as it accurately snatched the pork in one swift motion. The raft shattered under the violent tumult of the 2 crocodiles, disintegrating as it was swept downstream. Witnessing this, Wang Zhongcheng instructed Lu Wenxiang to wave the white flag urgently. Soon after, 4 additional wooden rafts floated into view, each met with the same fate as the first, consumed by the waiting crocodiles. Now, they could only wait. Wang Zhongcheng's earlier tension eased as he observed the crocodiles feasting on the wild boar meat. He shared cigarettes with Lu Wenxiang and Lu Xingxiang, reclining on a branch while keenly observing the crocodiles' reactions. 10 minutes later, one of the crocodiles in the deeper waters began thrashing violently, stirring the mud and leaves from the bottom, as if 2 colossal beasts were locked in combat. The crocodile's white belly and dark back alternated between water and surface, and within a minute, it lay dead, belly up. The other crocodiles, previously distant, rushed towards the lifeless body, opening their jaws wide to tear into the exposed belly. The death throes of the crocodile mingled blood with mud, creating a gruesome tableau reminiscent of hell among the reptiles. The assault on the carcass was carried out by members of another crocodile clan. Only those consuming the internal organs would perish. Other parts bore minimal toxicity, Lu Xingxiang explained. Moments later, another crocodile that had feasted on the pork, yet had not participated in the tearing, also succumbed to the poison, rolling over in the water. Again, several crocodiles moved into gnaw at the recently deceased body. In less than 30 minutes, 11 crocodiles succumbed after consuming the entrails of pigs and the organs of the saltwater crocodiles. Only 4 large saltwater crocodiles remained, perhaps sensing the peril. They refrained from gnawing at the carcasses of their deceased companions. It seemed they were wise and cunning, fortunate to have survived. Around 7 in the evening, as dusk enveloped the surroundings, Wang Zhongcheng decided to conclude the day's skirmish and rendezvous with Wang Taisong. All personnel were to spend the night in the banyan tree, eating, resting, and drinking water. With even the most basic of necessities to be attended to from the branches, there was to be no dissent. On the 32nd morning of the island sojourn, before dawn, Wang Zhongcheng awoke. Noticing Zhao Renjie on duty, he instructed, "You should rest a while. I cannot sleep and will step out for a smoke. Today, we shall execute a decisive strike, so you must conserve your energy." Zhao Renjie settled down against the branch, closing his eyes to rest. As Wang Zhongcheng smoked, he meticulously observed the surrounding area for optimal sniping positions, intent on eliminating the remaining 4 large saltwater crocodiles at the opportune moment. As the morning sun filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the slumbering group, Fan Tongshu had already prepared breakfast. After their meal, Wang Zhongcheng reiterated the discipline. No one was to descend from the tree. He instructed everyone to remain on standby while he, alongside Lu Wenxiang, Lu Xingxiang, and Zhao Renjie, selected a sturdy branch from the banyan tree as their sniping point, aiming collectively at a crocodile resting within the grass. As Wang Zhongcheng counted down from 3 to 1, the 2 rifles discharged simultaneously, sounding as if only one shot had been fired. The massive head of the saltwater crocodile erupted in a spray of crimson, its skull shaking momentarily before the creature staggered forward a few paces and fell lifeless to the ground. In another thicket, a crocodile, startled by the gunfire, flicked its tail and darted toward the water, submerging itself and not re-emerging. The 2 crocodiles near the mangrove also plunged into the depths, vanishing from sight. Wang Zhongcheng mused, "No matter how ferocious these crocodiles may be, if one denies them the opportunity to strike, they are rendered as helpless as tigers in the sky, unable to pounce. No matter their malice, they face a far more cunning and greedy adversary, humankind. Since the dawn of our existence, from wielding wooden sticks to mastering fire. We have exterminated countless species, a tally beyond the reckoning of biologists. Crocodiles cannot hold their breath indefinitely underwater. Different species and sizes have varying capacities for breath holding, influenced by water temperature and environmental conditions. Under normal circumstances, their submersion lasts approximately 10 to 15 minutes. If evading danger or hunting prey, they can remain submerged for up to 30 minutes or even longer. In extreme conditions, such as frigid waters or during hibernation, they might hold their breath for 2 hours or even up to 8. This information had been conveyed to Wang Zhongcheng by Lu Zhongxiang after their dinner the previous evening. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia lay motionless on the tree trunk, patiently awaiting the emergence of the estuarine crocodile for air. After half an hour, a crocodile stealthily extended its snout from the center of Crocodile Bay, revealing its pair of eyes. Without careful observation, it would go unnoticed. However, the ripples on the water's surface betrayed its presence. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, both men firing in unison. And a splash of crimson stained the water as the massive body of the crocodile rolled over, lifeless. In the wake of the gunfire, two enormous estuarine crocodiles at the bottom of the water, with their gaping jaws, suddenly lunged from the depths towards Wang Zhongcheng's position, thrashing their powerful tails as they rapidly approached the shore. On the tree, Lu Wenxiang and Lu Zhengxiang were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the crocodile's approach. Fully aware of the peril they represented, they had truly provoked the creatures. Not only had they disturbed their nest, but they had also rendered them incapable of reproduction. Since settling on the island, the crocodiles had never endured such humiliation and slaughter. The two crocodiles reached the base of the banyan tree, lunging forward with their forelimbs. Rising on their hind legs, their massive tails providing support as they opened their putrid jaws, revealing serrated teeth akin to those of a killer whale, savagely biting at the branches within their reach. In no time, the branches beneath the tree were stripped bare, while Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia struggled to find a suitable opportunity and angle to fire. First, the dense foliage of the banyan tree obstructed their view of the beasts. Second, even if they managed to shoot elsewhere on the body, it would not be fatal, allowing the creatures to escape into the jungle, making future ambushes exceedingly difficult. Third, should the creatures flee this time, the roles of hunter and hunted would be irrevocably reversed, leading to endless repercussions. Thus, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia abandoned their initial ambush point, descending the trunk to a lower branch devoid of obstruction. The two crocodiles, perceiving the descent of the two humans, were seized by a fervent rage, as if old adversaries had finally crossed paths. They lunged at the tree trunk, rising on their hind legs, their gaping mouths agape, frantically tearing at the branches to vent their fury. The position occupied by Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia was one where the crocodiles could barely reach, requiring immense mental fortitude to remain steady on the branch without succumbing to fear, for a moment's lapse could lead them to the jaws of the crocodile. Once steadied on the branch, Wang Zhongcheng counted down, 3, 2, 1, bang. The two guns fired simultaneously, each striking an estuarine crocodile squarely between the eyes, the very location of its brain. The two crocodiles abruptly ceased their frenzied roars, a bloodied hole erupting between their large eyes. With a resounding crash, they fell to the ground beneath the banyan tree. Even the most antiquated firearm, at such close range, could not be withstood by the flesh and blood of a crocodile, regardless of its ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Ranjia continued to fire, each shot striking the heads of the crocodiles, their brains splattering across the grass beneath the banyan tree. Thus, the reign of a once mighty island sovereign came to an end, giving birth to a new generation of kings. Chapter 31. The Great Battle at Crocodile Bay 3. After Wang Zhongcheng and his three companions indulged in a couple of cigarettes and quenching their thirst with some water atop a tree, they cautiously descended from the opposite side upon confirming that the crocodiles beneath were irrevocably lifeless. Maintaining a prudent distance of 10 meters, they observed the formidable creatures lurking in the grass. Although these colossal reptiles posed no immediate threat in death, the proximity was unsettling, sending shivers down their spines. Each crocodile measured over 6 meters in length and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. They chose not to dispose of the carcasses, allowing them to atone for the lives they had consumed in their demise. The notion of one whale's fall gives rise to myriad lives resonated deeply. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions returned to the banyan tree, where Wang Taisong and the others awaited their return. A wave of jubilation swept through the group upon hearing that all the crocodiles had been vanquished. They praised Wang Zhongcheng for his remarkable feat of slaying 15 crocodiles without a single drop of bloodshed, an unprecedented accomplishment in history. However, Wang Zhongcheng inwardly reflected that the strategy had been devised by Wang Taisong, a cunning scheme devised by a petty mind. Honorable men disdained the use of such deceit. It appeared that the final trump card would remain unused, allowing the liquefied gas canister to be enjoyed by the anaconda. As everyone savored their lunch, Wang Zhongcheng contemplated crossing the river to inspect the geological formations on the opposite bank. Lu Zhengxiang approached him, saying, "Brother Zhongcheng, there is something I feel compelled to mention." Wang Zhongcheng smiled at Lu Zhengxiang, replying, "What is there that we cannot discuss? We are brothers united by life and death. Speak freely. I merely wish to ensure everyone's well-being and to prevent future complications. Today we have eradicated the crocodiles, yet we have not cleared the battlefield. These creatures possess a formidable reproductive capacity, and it is likely they have laid eggs along the banks of Crocodile Bay. We must locate and eradicate them entirely." Lu Zhengxiang's expression turned fierce as he mimicked a cutting gesture with his hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongcheng experienced an epiphany, feeling a surge of anxiety. "Thank goodness you reminded me. There should be no hesitation in discussing such matters. Had he not brought it to light, we might have overlooked this critical issue. It is imperative that we act." Abandoning his plan to cross the river, Wang Zhongcheng promptly organized the group into teams of 3, forming 4 groups in total, with himself and Zhao Renjie assuming the role of sentinels. Armed with wooden sticks, they commenced a thorough search within a radius of 150 meters around Crocodile Bay. As they advanced, striking the underbrush, they indeed discovered a nest of crocodile eggs by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The nest, containing over 30 eggs, was uncovered by Li Xian and his companions amidst a mound of dry grass. When Wang Zhongcheng arrived to inspect, he found that Li Xian and the others had already smashed the eggs with their sticks. Although the discovery and destruction of the nest alleviated their immediate concerns, a sense of dread lingered. In subsequent searches, they proceeded with heightened vigilance. By 4 o'clock, they stumbled upon another nest within the mangroves, this one containing over 20 eggs, discovered by Fan Tongshu and Li Weifeng. Thus, the group completed a thorough search within a 150-meter radius centered on Crocodile Bay. At this moment, Lu Zhengxiang approached Wang Zhongcheng, who remarked, "During the breeding season, crocodiles build nests on land to lay their eggs. Typically, the female saltwater crocodile remains to guard the nest until the hatchlings emerge. It is not unusual to find only crocodile eggs without a mother present, as they must also return to the rivers to feed. However, when Fan Tongshu discovered this nest, I noticed that some of the eggs were on the verge of hatching, and the hatchlings would soon break free from their shells. I worry whether the mother of these hatching eggs is still alive." Lu Zhengxiang surveyed the surroundings, pausing before adding, "At this critical juncture, a mother crocodile usually does not stray far, for the young are particularly vulnerable to numerous predators. Any carnivorous creature could easily devour them. Despite the fact that a clutch can contain over 30 eggs, less than 1/10 of the hatchlings survive to adulthood. You might have missed counting them yesterday and today, as they could be in the process of hatching." Lu Zhengxiang's expression was one of concern. "Brother Zhongcheng, I am merely speculating. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Please do not take offense. I believe, for safety's sake, we should set up an ambush near this nest of eggs and take a gamble, albeit it would be preferable if they were all destroyed." Just then, a voice cried out, "Run! Climb the trees! Hurry!" Zhao Renjie shouted, his voice hoarse, sounding almost unrecognizable. The unmistakable sound of gunfire echoed twice. Everyone fled desperately towards the nearby banyan trees, while Zhao Renjie ran deeper into the mangroves. Behind him trailed a massive saltwater crocodile, its powerful tail propelling it forward, closing the distance to about 20 meters. Wang Zhongcheng, glancing only briefly at Lu Zhengxiang, shouted, "Climb the tree." before darting like an arrow toward the crocodile. As he ran, he pulled his weapon and fired. The bullet struck the crocodile's back, causing it to pause momentarily, as if pricked by a needle, before resuming its pursuit of Zhao Renjie. Suddenly, Zhao Renjie stumbled, falling forward into the grass. The crocodile, seeing this, opened its massive jaws, displaying its formidable teeth, as if overjoyed, and lunged toward him, stopping just 2 meters away. In that critical moment, Wang Zhongcheng halted his sprint, standing 20 meters from the crocodile, arms raised with his firearm. In one fluid motion, he chambered around, and just as the crocodile lifted its head to snap at Zhao Renjie's legs, a thunderous shot rang out. The bullet pierced through the crocodile's skull, entering just below its eyes, and splattered blood onto Zhao Renjie's trousers and the grass. Yet the crocodile, propelled by its own momentum, did not cease its attack, its jaws remaining agape as it lunged forward. Zhao Renjie lay on the ground, paralyzed by fear, his feet ensnared by branches in the underbrush, unable to crawl forward. Without a moment's delay, Wang Zhongcheng fired a second shot and dashed forward like lightning, reaching the crocodile's tail just as it clamped down on Zhao Renjie's legs. With the gun raised and pressed against the back of the bay crocodile, another shot rang out, the bullet piercing through its heart and creating a small wound with minimal blood loss. Wang Zhongcheng paid little heed to the amount of blood, reloaded the gun, and fired 2 more shots aimed at the creature's head. After this barrage, the gun was empty. He discarded the firearm and drew an axe and a dagger, aiming strikes at the crocodile's head. By this point, the crocodile was gasping for breath, and Wang Zhongcheng relentlessly swung the axe, targeting its vital areas, its eyes and brain. Lacking a neck, he could not sever the crocodile's head, so he continued to hack away. Ultimately, it was Zhao Renjie who, with great effort, extricated his leg from the crocodile's jaws, limping over to Wang Zhongcheng. Alright, Sheng Yi. It's dead. Wang Zhongcheng appeared to awaken from a trance, turning to glance at Zhao Renjie. Noticing that his companion had suffered no significant injuries, he gave Zhao Renjie a hearty slap on the shoulder. You scare me to death. Are you hurt anywhere? Zhao Renjie, bloodied but resolute, replied. Just a few bite marks and some puncture wounds on my leg. It's nothing. A few days of rest will suffice. Wang Zhongcheng immediately urged Zhao Renjie to sit down, removed his backpack, and retrieved first aid supplies. He disinfected the wounds, applied medication, bandaged them, and administered oral medicine. Once finished, he supported Zhao Renjie back to the shelter of the great banyan tree where others were hiding. In this harrowing battle against the bay crocodile, both Zhao Renjie and Wang Zhongcheng exhibited remarkable composure. Zhao Renjie selflessly drew the crocodile's attention away, firing his weapon and sprinting in the opposite direction. Moreover, Wang Zhongcheng demonstrated wisdom by refraining from rushing to Zhao Renjie's aid immediately after he fell. Had he done so, both would surely have perished in the jaws of the beast. Thus, the question remains, could they have triumphed over the bay crocodile in close proximity with their firearms? The answer is a resounding no. When the crocodile closes in on you, even the most formidable martial prowess is akin to that of a mere cabbage in its eyes. The creature does not adhere to conventional tactics. It employs a singular, lethal strategy, biting down with ferocity, tearing apart its victim's flesh. Chapter 32. Humans are more terrifying than ghosts even when humans and wild animals share the same weight. The lethal claws and sharp fangs of carnivores are beyond the capacity of unarmed humans to contend with. In a barehanded encounter, a person would flee in terror from a vicious dog, which, on average, falls into the category of medium-sized animals. In terms of combat prowess, unarmed humans are significantly inferior to most wild creatures. Indeed, the threat posed by humans to wildlife far surpasses that of wildlife to humans. However, throughout the extensive course of evolution, humanity has opted for the development of the brain, endowing us with creativity, which in turn has led to the invention of various weapons, becoming formidable tools against wild animals. It was precisely this ingenuity that led Wang Zhongcheng to choose to engage the bay crocodile from a distance rather than in close combat. This instance was no different. First, he aimed to strike the crocodile's brain from a moderate distance, incapacitating its fundamental combat abilities, before delivering a close-range shot to its vital points. The M1903A4 sniper rifle retains its formidable power, with a maximum effective range of 600 meters. And its lethality escalates even further when used within a distance of 100 meters. Given that prior encounters were around 50 meters and this one merely 20 meters, the final close-range shooting proved even more brutal for the target. It is well known that as bullets pass through the barrel, they spin due to the rifling, causing them to tumble violently upon entering flesh. Thus, while the visible wound on the bay crocodile may appear small, its internal organs were undoubtedly shattered by the gunfire. Just moments ago, Zhao Renjia, in a desperate attempt to divert the attention of the crocodile, harbored a heart resigned to death, not out of a desire for demise, but because he knew he could not prevail against the bay crocodile. He was prepared to sacrifice himself, believing that his death could buy time for others to escape and provide Wang Zhongcheng with the final opportunity to eliminate the crocodile. The remaining crocodile was the most cunning of its kind in the bay, having remained hidden for so long, driven not only by the instinct of motherhood, but also by a degree of wisdom that allowed it to endure and remain concealed. Despite Wang Zhongcheng's conspicuous search in the underbrush that afternoon, it did not reveal itself. However, when Fan Tongshu destroyed its eggs, the patience of a mother bay crocodile reached its limit. It could endure many things, but not this violation. Being the undisputed ruler of the island, it feared no one, and thus, it was compelled to retaliate. This inability to tolerate provocation led to the bay crocodile meeting its demise at the hands of a firearm in the beautiful land of America. The last king departed quietly, leaving not a cloud in the sky. Its death was noble and heroic, a valiant end in resistance against the invaders. The tragedy of its demise echoed through the island, leaving behind no more bay crocodiles, only legends and bleached bones. Wang Zhongcheng led the group back to the banyan tree where they had launched the raft, organizing their gear and supplies. They dismantled the liquefied gas canisters from the raft, 2 individuals per canister, and retraced their steps. This time, the journey was straightforward. Aside from Zhao Renjia, who was supported by Lu Wenxiang, the rest moved with ease. Upon reaching the beach, they placed the liquefied gas canisters down, instructing the 2 guards watching over the fish to keep an eye on them, as they would be needed in the coming days. The group paused to rest for a moment, enjoying a brief smoke. As dusk descends, the once visible crescent moon is obscured by ominous clouds, heralding yet another impending downpour. On this island, not a single day passes without rain. Brief showers come and go, leaving the fishermen drenched and accustomed to their plight. As the song from a sailor declares, "What is this little pain in the storm? Wipe away your tears and do not ask why." Life occasionally presents us with rainy days. Some welcome the rain, while others bemoan its intensity, yet we must persevere. It is merely a shower. If you remain indifferent, it loses its significance. This world operates without regard for individual desires. Should you deem time precious, venture forth despite the rain. If less so, cherish a moment of tranquility. Surmount this challenge, and you shall find victory. Each person contemplates this. The essence of life lies in experiencing its myriad flavors. As the mortal realm serves as a stage for our trials, Wang Zhongcheng and his fellow sailors inhabit a realm of cultivation, where the distinction between their fishing vessel and the island itself is minimal. Both exist in a precarious dance upon the edge of a blade. As 2 individuals busily shield the dried fish with tarpaulins, Wang Zhongcheng retraces his steps along a jungle path back to the stilted house. Since humanity first set foot on this nameless island, it has ceased to be a sanctuary of bliss. The bloodshed wrought by humankind has transformed this land into a river of crimson, altering the very fabric of its ecology. Wherever humanity dwells, purity dissipates. The insatiable greed and desires of mankind inflict suffering upon the world's creatures, leading to devastation and extinction. The Creator bestowed the formidable and fearsome physique upon the bay crocodile, yet withheld the wisdom granted to humankind, rendering it simple-minded and physically robust, easily ensnared by human cunning. In the eyes of the bay crocodile, the crocodile bay was its paradise, with aquatic life and terrestrial beasts serving as its rightful prey. It dutifully guarded its modest territory, harboring no animosity towards humanity. Yet, it unwittingly attracted the specter of annihilation, never grasping the reason for its fate. It remained oblivious to the fact that it obstructed humanity's quest for gold. There exists a saying among humans: to block another's path to wealth is akin to murdering their parents. If the bay crocodile possessed a soul, it might have posed an existential query. Can gold be consumed? Can it be drunk? Is it truly of such importance? In another life, I would gladly excavate gold from the riverbed each day for you, if only we could coexist without harm. What would humanity do? Without hesitation, they would draft a contract with the bay crocodile, binding it as a perpetual slave, until every ounce of surplus value is extracted, culminating in a grim fate of dismemberment, bloodletting, and consumption, leaving not a trace behind. Do you doubt humanity's cruelty? Has the fate of the plow bull throughout history not illustrated everything? You may argue that this treatment is reserved for lesser creatures, that humankind reigns supreme over all beings on earth, and that the slaughter of animals for survival is legally sanctioned. Yet, are humans truly kind to one another? The annals of history are replete with accounts of massacres between individuals. How long has it been since the echoes of war and its smoke settled upon our homeland? War and genocide seem distant to those of us born in times of peace. One may choose to forego the study of history. Yet it is imperative to comprehend human nature, to grasp the essence of humanity. After all, the heinous atrocities occurring around us are perpetrated by none other than individuals. While many speak of the terror of ghosts, they remain oblivious to the true horror that lies within the human heart. We have witnessed mankind inflicting suffering upon one another, leading to shattered families and rivers of blood. Yet, who has ever seen a ghost harm a person? History attests that it is the human heart that embodies the most malicious and insidious traits. Ghosts are mere manifestations born from the minds of those with ulterior motives. Fictional constructs. Even if ghosts were to exist, their purpose would be solely to reunite with those they yearn for. Conversely, the treachery of the human heart knows no bounds. Driven by selfish desires, individuals will commit unspeakable acts and harm anyone in pursuit of their goals. Their hearts are more ruthless than that of a crocodile, more fearsome than any specter. Engaging with such individuals only leads to injury, and associating with them results in deceit. Though they are human, they display a chilling lack of empathy, rendering them less reliable than a mere guard dog. In this world, the most elusive entity is the human heart. The facade of a smiling face conceals the coldness of a hidden dagger. Sweet words may mask the poison lurking within. If you cannot discern the genuine from the false, it is wise to maintain your distance, lest you become a pawn to the scheming and a victim of the wicked. In this realm, humanity is far more daunting than any ghost. Ghosts are rare, but we encounter people daily. The spectral resides in our dreams, while humanity surrounds us. Among people, there are those who are wicked, engaging in the most nefarious deeds, and one must guard against others, for they might not extend a helping hand to the fallen. The malevolence inherent to all creatures is equally present in human nature. A fleeting moment of goodness in humanity may merely signify a temporary suppression of its darker facets. Thus, the notion of enlightenment versus descent into malevolence is but a thought away. Therefore, the environment and circumstances surrounding an individual can indeed transform human nature. When Wang Zhongcheng and his companions returned to the stilted building, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After washing up, Fan Tongshu had prepared dinner, and following their meal, they all retired early for the night. Chapter 33. Preparations for the elimination of the anaconda. 1. On the 33rd day upon arrival on the island, Wang Zhongcheng resolved to utilize 2 days at the stilt house to prepare the necessary combat supplies for the confrontation with the anaconda. After breakfast, he instructed Fan Tongshu to lead the personnel, without specific tasks, to sow seeds on the land to the west of the courtyard. Zhao Renjie was recuperating at the stilt house, while simultaneously training Fan Tongshu in marksmanship. Wang Zhongcheng, equipped with gear and an old fishing net, ventured to the hot springs alongside Wang Taisong and Lu Wenxiang, hoping to borrow the second elder brother's prize pig head once more. As the trio approached the misty hot springs, they were met with the cacophony of a fierce battle between macaques and wild boars. Punctuated by the sounds of grunts and shrieks, with injured macaques retreating from the fray. They chose not to disturb the ongoing clash, instead setting their trap in the crevices of rocks situated 20 meters from the hot springs, firmly securing both ends of the fishing net to two large boulders. Lu Wenxiang and Wang Taisong took positions behind separate rocks, preparing to guard the net against the boars. Once everything was arranged, Wang Zhongcheng ascended a slope opposite the fishing net. A gunshot rang out, plunging the hot springs into an immediate silence. Another shot followed, prompting the macaques and wild boars, still drenched, to leap from the pool and scamper toward the jungle, their tails tucked in fear. The macaques hopped across the rocks while the wild boars navigated the crevices surrounding the hot springs. As anticipated, a small group of 6 wild boars, both large and small, stumbled into the fishing net. The boars, brimming with brute strength, nearly stretched the net to its limits. Wang Taisong and Lu Wenxiang, each wielding a sturdy wooden club, aimed for the heads of the 2 larger boars, striking with force. After receiving a blow, the boars continued to grunt as if unfazed, pushing against the net with their heads. Another strike followed, and then another, until blood flowed from the tusks of the larger boars, leaving them sprawled on the ground, whimpering softly, their eyes revealing confusion and disorientation, their limbs still thrashing against the scattered stones. The 4 smaller boars, trembling with fright, huddled in a corner, incessantly grunting. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng approached, firearm slung over his shoulder, and he, along with Wang Taisong, secured the 4 smaller boars with climbing ropes, allowing Lu Wenxiang to lead them. They then dragged the 2 larger boars downstream to the creek adjacent to the hot springs, where they skinned, cleaned, deboned, and divided the meat, completing the task in under an hour. They carried only the pork and bones, leaving behind the entrails and pig heads. Lu Wenxiang, guiding the 4 small pigs with the climbing rope, returned to the stilt house before lunch. Fan Tongshu was engrossed in practicing marksmanship with Zhao Renjie behind the wooden cabin, so absorbed that he had forgotten to prepare lunch. Gao Hong and 2 small monkeys stood by Zhao Renjie, enviously watching Fan Tongshu's earnest practice. Wang Zhongcheng had previously stated in a meeting that, aside from the 3 responsible for logistics, no one else was permitted to handle firearms. Upon seeing Wang Zhongcheng and his companions return to the wooden cabin to store their gear and pig meat, Fan Tongshu handed the firearm to Zhao Renjie and approached Wang Zhongcheng to greet him. "Zhongcheng, you're back. Look at me. I was so engrossed in practicing with the gun that I forgot to make lunch. You must be hungry. The meal will be ready shortly. Please wash up first. It will be ready once you're done," Fan Tongshu said apologetically. "I'm not particularly hungry yet. Tongshu, please take these 2 pieces of wild boar meat and the pig bones to the kitchen to stew together. After several days of consuming dried fish, my stomach has turned sour. Let us improve our sustenance," Wang Zhongcheng remarked as he walked toward the kitchen alongside Fan Tongshu. The sounds of squeaking and grunting filled the air as a little monkey leaped onto the back of a small wild boar, gnawing and biting with fervor. The boar, tethered by Lu Wenxiang, yearned to escape but was rendered immobile by the climbing rope around its neck, forced to endure the monkey's relentless assault. The boar squealed in distress. Meanwhile, the little monkey beside Zhao Renjie, still nursing its injuries, watched the scene unfold, eager to seek vengeance yet constrained by its own pain. It could only hide by Zhao Renjie's pant leg, chattering angrily, its eyes wide with rage as if recognizing an old foe. Hai Hong hurriedly attempted to pull the monkey away, but the monkey had already grasped the battlefield dynamics. The small wild boars were restrained and defenseless, spurring it on to bite harder. After drawing blood from one boar, it leapt onto another, continuing its assault, causing the second boar to kick and squeal in protest. Lu Wenxiang tightened his grip on the wild boar as he led it towards the wooden cabin, but the monkey was unyielding, moving from one boar to the next, leaving all 4 boars battered before it proudly returned to Hai Hong, panting heavily, its eyes gleaming with triumph as it surveyed its conquest. Lu Wenxiang secured the wild boar in a corner of the wooden cabin before fetching some leftover food from the kitchen. He then went to the washing area to clean up. After Wang Zhongcheng finished washing up, he noticed that the pig meat and bones had yet to be fully stewed. So he stepped outside to the western fields. There he observed the others toiling away. Today, they were not only planting red beans, peanuts, and jobs tiers, but primarily cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. These tubers grow quickly and serve dual purposes as both staple foods and vegetables. Wang Zhongcheng cast a glance at Li Weifeng, who was busy digging a hole with a shovel while Li Xian followed closely behind, inserting potato seeds into the ground. Seeing the lively scene of labor, Wang Zhongcheng felt a sense of fulfillment. He strolled around the perimeter of the fields, puffing on a cigarette, noting that the planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and jobs tiers had all been watered. Deeply appreciative of his comrades, he admired their spirit. One hand wielding a gun, the other a shovel, combining labor with self-sufficiency. Resilient and uncomplaining, merging combat, production, and future mining endeavors. In Wang Zhongcheng's eyes, they were all truly admirable brothers. As he prepared to light a third cigarette, Fan Tongshu emerged, calling out, "Time to wrap up. Dinner is ready." Upon washing up and entering the kitchen, the group was met with a large basin filled with pork and pig bones, greatly enhancing their appetites. Having been on the island for over a month, it was their first time indulging in such fresh pork and savoring the rich, succulent bones. Except for a small portion set aside for the two who remained on the beach watching the dried fish, they devoured everything else. After an hour of midday rest, Wang Zhongcheng summoned Lu Zhengxiang and Lu Wenxiang to his room, where they, along with Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjia, deliberated on strategies to confront the anaconda. Fan Tongshu continued to lead the other personnel in sowing seeds. Though Wang Tiesong's extermination plan was meticulously detailed and comprehensive, it still exhibited some oversight when compared to the practical experience of eradicating the saltwater crocodile. The plan neglected to consider the feeding patterns and habits of the crocodiles, as well as the potential presence of their eggs, resulting in a near miss of a female crocodile and 2 nests of eggs. The ramifications of such an oversight could have been catastrophic. Can you envision a scenario where a colossal female crocodile, embodying the spirit of Hu Hansen, unexpectedly leads a resurgence of over 20 crocodiles in a vengeful onslaught? Who could possibly evade their wrath? Wang Zhongcheng understood that without the prospect of gain, one should refrain from battle. Without assured victory, one should not engage, and that warfare should only be waged in dire circumstances. Although they had not yet reached such a critical juncture, the pursuit of gemstones rendered the anaconda a formidable obstacle, obstructing their path to wealth. He was also aware that knowledge of the terrain, timing, and understanding both oneself and the enemy led to invincibility in countless battles, even across great distances. An army devoid of supplies would perish, and without sustenance, it would meet a similar fate. A skilled commander creates a situation as precarious as drawing a bow and maintains an offensive rhythm as swift as a shot. Proficiency in generating momentum in battle is essential. One must strike with the ferocity of tiger and remain as still as a rabbit. Furthermore, he recognized the importance of military discipline and obeying commands, which could significantly enhance the efficacy of their efforts. Adherence to command is one of the keys to success. Hence, Wang Zhongcheng, along with the 5 others in Gaohong, who was recuperating in a room, spent the afternoon discussing the anaconda's habits, whether it feasted on live prey or carrion, whether it preferred long-term habitation in water or burrows, and estimating its numbers, among other inquiries. They also conducted thorough reviews and rehearsals of extermination methods on paper, meticulously analyzing each individual's role in the operation, their positions, the timing of their attacks, the weapons to be employed, retreat strategies in case of failure, fallback locations, and who would cover the rear, alongside detailed regulations governing their conduct post-extermination. Chapter 34. Preparations for the elimination of the anaconda. 2. Zhao Renjia provided a thorough exposition on the living habits, feeding characteristics, habitat, natural enemies, and bite force of the anaconda. Lu Zhengxiang remarked that all pythons are carnivorous and exhibit fierce temperaments along with formidable hunting prowess. Particularly the large pythons typified by the anaconda, which has frequently been implicated in reported incidents of humans being swallowed whole by snakes. The anaconda possesses relatively poor vision, capable only of perceiving nearby moving objects. Thus, to enhance their survival and hunting efficiency, they're primarily nocturnal. The anaconda's labial pits are abundant with heat-sensitive cells that relay thermal energy to the brain upon encountering warm-blooded prey, thereby creating a thermal image, commonly referred to as infrared vision. Even in the pitch-black night, the anaconda can accurately detect the presence of warm-blooded creatures nearby. This ability leads the anaconda to prefer a strategy of ambush, often lurking in the underbrush, patiently waiting for prey to pass by. Upon spotting a target, the anaconda strikes swiftly. Although its bite force is generally moderate, its mouth is lined with backward-facing teeth that, once embedded in the flesh of its prey, render escape nearly impossible. An adult anaconda, measuring between 5 to 7 meters in length, possesses the capacity to suffocate a fully grown cow, causing its ribs to fracture in the process. Thus, these formidable serpents function as lethal instruments, capable of dispatching prey that far exceeds their own weight, and once ensnared, the victim can only await its fate as it is gradually constricted to death. However, after consuming a meal, the anaconda experiences a prolonged period of vulnerability during which it must seek a secure location to remain immobile while digesting its prey. The duration of this weakness varies with the size of the meal. For instance, in 2010, American scientists utilized imaging technology to observe an anaconda that had ingested a mouse, discovering that even a small prey required 132 hours for complete digestion, with larger prey necessitating even more time. Following a meal, the python is not entirely defenseless, as it is known to regurgitate its prey when threatened, allowing it to better confront danger. Based on the accounts of Zhao Renjia and Lu Zingxiang, Wang Taisong and Wang Zhongcheng further refined the methods for eliminating the anaconda, enhancing the operational plan to ensure its robustness. Adhering to the principle that offense is the best defense, with the safety of personnel as the utmost priority, they rendered the eradication strategy more practical and effective. Before dinner, they finally reached a consensus on the operational plan, with Wang Zhongcheng assigning responsibilities and preparing necessary supplies and equipment. They also sought out Li Xian to communicate additional arrangements. In the afternoon, under the coordination of Fan Tongshu, the planting on the west side of the courtyard was completed. On the 34th day after arriving on the island, they prepared the tools for combat, gathering glass bottles and mineral water containers. Wang Zhongcheng tested several shots with an M1A1 Thompson submachine gun outside the courtyard, then, alongside Wang Taisong, transported the wild boar meat they had brought back downstream beneath the small bridge, applying the venom of poison dart frogs to it before packing it into a wooden box in the cabin. In the morning, after the others had prepared their combat tools, they engaged in leisurely activities within the courtyard. Zhao Renjia and Gao Hong entertained themselves by playing with a small monkey, which drew a crowd of onlookers, captivated by the antics of the two ailing individuals and their playful companion. The monkey's mischievous behavior brought forth much laughter, entirely dispelling the tension that typically accompanies impending conflict. In the afternoon, Wang Zhongcheng led the group to the beach to collect the sun-dried fish, making 3 trips back and forth to complete the task. A considerable amount of the fish had recently been consumed by seabirds and wild animals, but Wang reasoned that with such a surplus of fish, it was impossible to guard them all. The fish hold was still teeming with more. He reflected that the island's edible fauna had yet to be exploited, ensuring that fresh game would not be in short supply in the future. Should the capture of the anaconda proceed smoothly, the absence of natural predators for certain animals could disrupt the ecological balance. He reassured himself that culling some animals was also a matter of maintaining the island's ecological equilibrium. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng convened everyone in the main hall to elucidate the extermination plan for the following day, assigning each member specific combat roles and positions. With a strong emphasis on operational discipline, he reiterated the strategy of outsmarting the strong and capturing the weak, providing a detailed explanation of the previous night's battle plan and extermination methods through diagrams. This operation against the anaconda differed significantly from the encounters with the poison dart frog and the estuarine crocodile. Although the poison dart frog is highly toxic, proper protective measures can effectively prevent poisoning, given its diminutive size akin to a 1 yuan coin, posing little threat to those adequately safeguarded. In dealing with the estuarine crocodile, Wang had cleverly utilized the large banyan trees surrounding the Crocodile Bay, capitalizing on their insatiable greed for prey. Had the crocodiles taken to the trees, the extermination would not have been as seamless and comprehensive. Conversely, while the anaconda is non-venomous, is an unrivaled predator both in water and on land, as well as in trees. It can easily subdue smaller animals with its fangs, and for larger prey, it drags them into the water, using buoyancy to constrict and suffocate them. One must acknowledge that an anaconda is muscular form, weighing over 100 kilograms, possesses a strength exceeding 4 tons. Such formidable muscles can swiftly render prey unconscious, potentially rupturing internal organs and shattering bones. Even a creature as regal as the tiger or the aquatic sovereign, the crocodile, stands no chance against it. The terrifying prowess of snakes poses a grave threat to humanity, eliciting an instinctive fear that causes one's hair to stand on end and body to tremble at the mere sight of them, as if warning of imminent danger. This intrinsic fear of snakes runs deep within our bones. The anaconda, adept at swimming, similarly to crocodiles, favors habitats near riverbanks. It exhibits semi-nocturnal behavior, basking in the sun during the day and foraging at night. Its diet primarily consists of capybaras, crocodiles, turtles, and birds, though it may occasionally prey on other snakes. Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong elaborated on the anaconda's formidable combat capabilities and its behavioral patterns. It is imperative to prioritize one's safety when faced with imminent danger, ensuring that one retreats along the designated escape route. Wang Zhongcheng stated that although the anaconda poses a threat, we are endowed with greater strength and wisdom. Even the formidable saltwater crocodile has been vanquished by us. As long as we adhere to the established protocols and respect the discipline of warfare, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the anaconda. 35 days after arriving on the island, Wang Zhongcheng joined the others for breakfast before donning combat gear and gathering supplies. According to the operational plan, not all personnel were required, yet the abundance of supplies necessitated collective transportation. Lu Wenxiang, in addition to shouldering a portion of the equipment, led 4 young wild boars, walking at the forefront alongside Wang Zhongcheng. Fan Tongshu carried an M1903A4 sniper rifle, closely followed by Li Weifeng, who bore a large pot and some provisions. Zhao Renjie and Gao Hong brought up the rear of the procession. They navigated the jungle path with success, reaching the beach, where they unearthed the previously buried barrels of fuel for the lifeboats, each person filling at least 2 bottles, which they meticulously stowed in their backpacks. They also lifted 2 gas canisters onto the lifeboat and soon arrived at the whale graveyard. Most had never been to this site, and the sight of the towering whale bones left them utterly astounded. However, with the impending conflict at hand, no one lingered on their amazement. Following Wang Zhongcheng, they plunged back into the jungle, pausing for a brief respite at Jack's cabin before pushing further northwest into the thicket. Chapter 35. The Final Battle at the Anaconda. 1. Wang Zhongcheng led his team to halt approximately 300 meters from the anaconda's water pool, where the terrain afforded a commanding view of both the pool and the entrance to the anaconda's lair. Here, he meticulously orchestrated each individual's position and assigned their respective tasks. It was just past 11 in the morning, the opportune moment when the anacondas basked in the sun along the shore or rested within their den. Wang instructed his team to remain still while Fan Tongshu and Zhao Renjie maintained vigilance. With a pair of binoculars, Wang scrutinized the tranquil surface of the water, glistening under the midday sun, revealing no signs of life or movement. The entrance to the lair was equally serene. Shifting his gaze to the left, he observed a series of bare rocks, whereupon he spotted 1, 2, 3 coiled anacondas luxuriating in the sunlight. Turning his attention to the right, he noticed a 7-meter-long anaconda slithering towards the entrance. After a careful inspection of the upper and lower parts of the den, he found no additional anacondas. Wang understood that the absence of evidence did not equate to the absence of danger. He passed the binoculars to Wang Taisong for continued observation. Together with Lu Wenxiang and 3 others, he felled a dozen trees nearby, stripping them of branches and cutting them into manageable sections, which they bound together with rope to create 2 large rafts. They also gathered a considerable amount of dry twigs, ensuring that each member was prepared. Once these preparations were complete, he sat down to hydrate and smoke a cigarette, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He sensed that this encounter would be far more challenging than confronting the crocodiles, particularly because once the assault commenced, there would be nowhere to hide should the anacondas emerge in retaliation. The battle plan involved igniting a bonfire, as animals inherently fear flames. By encircling themselves with fire, they could enhance their safety within its protective barrier. Yet, the unpredictable forces of nature, such as sudden rain or gusts of wind, could ignite an uncontrollable forest fire, potentially leading to their own demise. Fire, a double-edged sword, could prove fatal if mishandled. In such a scenario, should the anacondas remain unvanquished and the team find themselves ensnared within the flames, they would be left with no escape, trapped between the fire and the lurking serpents. With no means of flight, it would spell certain doom. Rising once more, Wang carefully surveyed the terrain above the cave entrance. A small cliff with an 80-degree incline loomed approximately 10 meters high, its surface smooth and treacherous. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Wang Taisong remarked, "The anacondas are retreating into their lair. The three on the rocks have vanished, and there is no sign of them outside." Wang took the binoculars again to scan the water pool and cave entrance. Suddenly, he noticed a stream cascading down from above, flowing directly into the cave, creating a natural curtain of water at the entrance. An idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly relayed a series of tasks to Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, Lu Zingxiang, and Lu Wenxiang. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the rain had just ceased. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Lu Wenxiang to guide 2 small wild boars towards the pond, while 3 others carried firewood behind them. Wang Zhongcheng and Fan Tongshu walked ahead, guns in hand. Upon reaching a point 50 meters from the pond, Wang ordered the firewood to be ignited by the creek's edge. Once the flames roared, he and Lu Wenxiang, still leading the 2 boars, proceeded slowly toward the pond. When they were 20 meters away, Wang instructed Lu to loosen the rope of one of the boars. Immediately, the boar tugged at the rope and dashed towards the water. Having only consumed a single meal of leftovers in the past 2 days, with the rest being hay and no water at all, the boar was desperate to quench its thirst. Wang gripped his M1A1 Thompson submachine gun tightly, fixating on the boar and the pond surface. In no time, the boar reached the pond's edge and lowered its head to drink, while Lu kept a vigilant watch on its movements. The other boar also grunted, eager to partake in the water. The first boar drank for approximately 3 minutes, which felt to Wang and Lu like 3 hours. Apart from ripples caused by the wind, no other creatures appeared on the water surface. With a wave of his hand, Wang signaled Lu to release the other boar, which too sprinted to the pond's edge and began to drink voraciously. Meanwhile, the first boar had already settled on the bank, leisurely munching on wild grass. Observing this, Wang and Lu felt a sense of relief. Wang stood still and waved in the direction of Wang Taisong. Shortly after, 4 individuals approached, carrying a wooden raft topped with a large liquefied gas cylinder, accompanied by 2 others bearing toxic boar meat. Together, they placed the 2 rafts into the pond and tossed the bags of toxic meat into the water. They secured one raft with a stone anchor near the entrance of the cave and pushed the other as far into the pond's center as possible. Wang instructed the 4 bearers and those by the fire to extinguish the flames and return to Wang Tiesong's encampment, with Lu leading the boars and Wang bringing up the rear. Upon returning, Wang tasked Wang Taisong with leading Zhou Shicheng, Lu Zhongxiang, Li Litsai, and Lin Yongming to circumvent the cliff summit, carrying 15 bottles of gasoline and toxic boar meat. Fan Tongshu guided 3 others, who carried firewood for vigilance and to maintain the bonfire, ensuring the safety of the personnel. Zhao Renjia was assigned to find a secure and suitable sniping point, ready to detonate the gas cylinder as soon as the reticulated python emerged from the cave into the pond, signaled by the flag. Lu Wenxiang, with a small flag in hand, followed closely behind Wang to relay signals. The remaining personnel ignited several bonfires along the creek, securing a safe retreat and protective barrier for those engaged in the operation. Wang Zhongcheng, accompanied by Lu Wenxiang carrying equipment and 15 bottles of gasoline, stealthily approached a large rock 50 meters directly in front of the cave entrance. He signaled Lu to wave the white flag. In response, Wang Taisong and the others dispersed from the cliff summit, tossing the toxic boar meat around the cave's perimeter. After the meat was scattered, Wang Taisong raised his arm. Wang Zhongcheng waited behind the rock for approximately an hour. Observing that the python did not emerge to relish its meal, he ascended the rock and, adopting the stance of a grenade thrower, hurled bottles of gasoline into the cave entrance. Out of 14 bottles, 1 landed outside the cave, 1 struck the treetops, while the remaining 13 were successfully cast into the depths of the cave. Wang Zhongcheng ignited the fuse of the final gasoline bottle and forcefully tossed it into the cave entrance. As the bottle entered, it ignited instantaneously, erupting into a massive fireball that belched forth a torrent of flames and thick smoke into the sky. Amidst the tremendous flames and smoke that surged from the cave, Wang Taisong and the others felt the searing heat, prompting them to retreat a short distance towards the cliff's inner side. Yet, Wang Tiesong's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figures of Wang Zhongcheng and Lu Wenxiang. The two retreated to the hillside where they had previously rested, keeping a vigilant watch on the cave entrance through binoculars. After 5 minutes, the flames within the cave began to diminish, revealing the python in a panicked state. Hastily fleeing from a stream, Wang Zhongcheng signaled to Lu Wenxiang to wave a red flag, prompting Wang Taisong and the others to promptly hurl 3 gasoline bottles down the direction of the rainwater flow. Each bottle ignited upon impact, erupting into fierce flames. Wang Zhongcheng, peering through the binoculars, witnessed the escaping python writhing in agony amidst the flames at the cave entrance, while more pythons emerged in succession, colliding and entangling with one another, varying in size and shape in a chaotic and distressing tumble. Suddenly, Wang Zhongcheng spotted a python as thick as a barrel, seemingly soaring out of the flames. Resembling a large triangular winter melon, its scales glowing red in the firelight. Its copper bell-like eyes glimmered with a chilling light amidst the smoke as it writhed its massive body towards the pond. Following closely, another python leapt out, and as soon as it landed, yet another followed suit. All of them were of similar girth, frantically slithering towards the pond. Despite Lu Wenxiang's persistent waving of the red flag, the gasoline bottles hurled by Wang Taisong and the others failed to inflict any harm upon them. After 5 minutes of vigilant observation through the binoculars, Wang Zhongcheng noted that no more pythons had emerged from the cave, and thus instructed Lu Wenxiang to wave the yellow flag. Upon seeing the yellow flag, Wang Taisong, Fan Tongshu, and the others, along with those gathered around the campfire by the stream, each sought refuge behind nearby cover. Chapter 36. The Final Battle with the Anaconda. 2. At this moment, Zhao Renjit detonated the liquefied gas canister, igniting a brilliant flash of fire in the water pool. A thunderous roar echoed twice, followed by a powerful shockwave that formed a colossal bubble at the epicenter of the explosion, enveloped by a mist of vapor. At the explosion's surface, a magnificent geyser, reminiscent of a coconut tree, erupted skyward, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The vapor produced by the explosion extended a radius of approximately 600 meters, showering the vicinity, including Wang Zhongcheng, with a fine mist. Within a heartbeat, another burst of flames and vapor surged forth, leaving the onlookers momentarily paralyzed with fear. It is well recognized that when explosives detonate underwater, the incompressible nature of water causes surrounding water molecules to experience immense compressive forces. This pressure, which cannot be transmitted through water, results in a significant increase in temperature and pressure among the molecules. Such energy accumulates around the underwater explosion site, generating formidable shockwaves capable of obliterating any matter within their reach. Furthermore, the bubble pulse effect from the explosion vaporizes water, forming a high-temperature, high-pressure gas mass that expands and contracts multiple times within the water, delivering successive pulse attacks on submerged objects. The potency of such explosions can cleave a vessel in twain, showcasing the terrifying nature of underwater detonations. The 2 large liquefied gas canisters acted as giant bombs, unleashing a destructive force in the relatively small pond. Even Wang Zhongcheng's 1,000-ton fishing vessel would be unable to withstand such might, let alone the flesh of the anaconda, which would likely be reduced to mere remnants. After lying in the grass for approximately 10 minutes, Wang Zhongcheng regained his senses, as did the others, all suffering from the persistent ringing in their ears and feeling as though drenched by a torrential downpour. Upon seeing Wang Zhongcheng rise, everyone emerged from their hiding places. Wang Zhongcheng and Lu Wenxiang approached the small stream where a fire crackled, commanding everyone to maintain their distance from the pond and the cave entrance. Lu Wenxiang signaled for Wang Taisong to dispose of the remaining gasoline bottles before returning to the retreat point. Once gathered around the fire, Zhao Renjie too returned from his vantage point, and they collectively quenched their thirst, smoked, and took a moment to rest until the flames at the cave in trance gradually diminished and eventually extinguished. Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, and Fan Tongshu brandished their firearms as Lu Wenxiang led the way with a young wild boar towards the pond and cave entrance. The pond had returned to a placid state, with the sticks intended for the raft reduced to mere splinters drifting upon the water's surface. On the shore, amidst the grass and rocks, bloodstains and heaps of anaconda entrails, along with dismembered fragments of other aquatic creatures, lay strewn about in a gruesome display, evoking a sense of horror. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, rendering it almost viscous. The young wild boar attempted to forage among the remnants of flesh in the grass, only to be restrained by Lu Wenxiang as they joined Wang Zhongcheng at the cave entrance. The atmosphere grew even more sinister there, permeated with the acrid scents of charred meat, foliage, and burning gasoline. At the mouth of the cave, a gruesome pile of intertwined anaconda corpses lay in disarray, many of which had been horrifically scorched, their skin torn and charred, presenting a ghastly sight. The remains of both large and small anacondas were splattered against the cave walls, with some bodies shattered into pieces, their entrails and bone marrow spilling onto the ground, a sight too harrowing to behold. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Lu Wenxiang to tether the two wild boars at the entrance of the cave, allowing them to roam freely in search of sustenance. The boars, with their leashes extended, eagerly dashed towards the cave mouth, voraciously consuming remnants of the python's carcass without a trace of fear. Once Wang confirmed that no remnants of the python lingered in the cave or its vicinity, he proceeded to the campfire by the stream, gathering the team for their return to the stilted house. At this juncture, Gao Hong spoke up, "Cousin, look here. We journeyed a great distance, risking our lives to eradicate these pythons. The day is still young. Let us gather some stones by the pond. Weren't you the one who forgot how both you and Renjie were injured? Wasn't it during our belief that we had eradicated all the crocodiles that he was hurt while diverting the remaining threats? You too were attacked by a python as we exited the cave. Thus, it is not yet the time to collect stones. No one on this island will contest us for them," Wang admonished sternly. "Let us return tomorrow or the day after. If the wild boars are still alive, it will signify that the python threat has been neutralized. We shall return to seek their eggs and destroy them. Everyone is weary. This place is ill-suited for camping. We must return to the stilted house immediately." After extinguishing the campfire, the group followed Wang Zhongcheng along the path back through the jungle. This return journey was notably lighter, having relinquished 2 large gas canisters and the toxic boar meat to the pythons. Apart from their weapons and backpacks, the group carried little else. Lu Wenxiang led the remaining 2 wild boars at the forefront, while Zhao Renjie and Fan Tongshu brought up the rear, armed. Gao Hong trudged ahead of Zhao Renjie, his mood dampened, idly toying with 2 smooth pebbles he had collected from the stream beside the campfire. Having consulted Li Xian for an appraisal, he learned they were ordinary stones of no value. When others noticed the vividly colored stones, they too picked some up for amusement, but upon hearing Li Xian's assessment, discarded them, as carrying stones would impede their mobility. In truth, Li Xian had long been aware of these colorful stones. He feigned indifference, casting furtive glances while his heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping into his throat. Prior to their expedition, Wang Zhongcheng had explicitly cautioned him not to covet these stones today. If Li Xian had acted upon his desire, the others would undoubtedly have surged forward to collect them. In the absence of Wang, disputes over the stones could have erupted, given that even a single stone held the value of an entire building. Should such chaos ensue, who would guard their retreat? If a python were to escape and infiltrate the crowd, the consequences would be dire. Hence, when Gao Hong sought to appraise the stones, he deceived him, claiming they were merely ordinary rocks, despite their high-quality opal nature. To placate Gao Hong's doubts, he asserted that only the stones by the pond held true value. Observing this, the others ceased their collection. Gao Hong remained half-convinced, trusting in Li Xian's disinterested demeanor regarding gems, which misled him and the others. Yet he was skeptical, as these stones bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen in his own room, differing only in hue. In truth, no two pieces of exquisite opal share the same hue, akin to the uniqueness of each leaf upon a tree. On their return journey today, apart from Li Xian and Gao Hong, the others were filled with a sense of lightheartedness and exhilaration. Gao Hong felt disheartened upon discovering that the gem he had found was merely of commonplace quality, akin to the disappointment of discovering that what seemed to be a succulent morsel was, upon closer inspection, a repugnant mass. Li Xian, on the other hand, was tormented by the sight of a vast, unclaimed treasure trove of gold before him, tantalizingly within reach. Yet he was unable to proclaim it as his own or surreptitiously pocket a small piece, leading to feelings of regret and frustration. The two of them, plagued by restless thoughts, followed Wang Zhongcheng past Jack's cabin, took a brief respite of 10 minutes, and traversed the forest to arrive at the rocky expanse known as the Whale Graveyard, where they boarded the lifeboat to return to the still house. By the time they arrived back at the still house, it was already 7 p.m. Fan Tongshu and Li Weifeng had gone to the washing area first, and after freshening up, they proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After everyone took turns to clean up, some hung their clothes out to dry in the courtyard, while others sat on wooden benches, smoking and sipping water. Many reminisced about the exhilarating encounter with the giant python earlier that day. It was a day brimming with excitement and thrills, and joy radiated from everyone's faces, save for Gao Hong and Li Xian. Surrounding Wang Zhongcheng were Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjie, Lu Wenxiang, and Lu Zhengxiang, all animatedly recounting the frantic escape from the python, their expressions devoid of any semblance of compassion, each face blossoming with joy like flowers in full bloom. Particularly when discussing Zhao Renjie's explosive destruction of the gas canister, their animated discussions reached a crescendo, their laughter echoing as if they had triumphed in a grand battle, akin to a group of executioners sharing their experiences in glee. At this juncture, no beast posed a direct threat to human life upon the island. However, the true peril to the island's inhabitants was only just beginning. The bloody blade of slaughter was raised high by this very group. Chapter 37. The dragon-slaying youth Wang Zhongxing pondered whether to open the treasured box of fine spirits aboard the fishing vessel today. After careful consideration, he decided to wait until the diamond and gold mines commenced operations for a celebratory drink. For now, he needed to maintain a clear mind, especially since he had the night shift ahead. On his fishing boat, the consumption of alcohol during fishing operations was strictly prohibited, and no alcoholic provisions were stored on board. This particular box of liquor had been kept since the vessel's acquisition for ceremonial purposes and was stored in the captain's quarters. Before long, Fan Tongshu called out, "Brothers, dinner is ready." Although the evening meal was not particularly lavish, the crew felt deeply satisfied with their basic fare of rice, steamed buns, vegetables, and meat, occasionally enjoying large dumplings or steaming noodles. The living conditions were also commendable. The sturdy, spacious, and well-lit stilt house was resistant to moisture and pests, providing a safe refuge. Were it not for their longing for family, this secluded haven in the mountains would seem a paradise, far removed from the bustling city life, where they could hunt and cultivate during busy times and tend gardens in their leisure. This scene echoed the sentiments of an ancient poem. The Yangtze River winds around the city, knowing the fish are exquisite, the bamboo connecting the mountains, sensing the fragrance of bamboo shoots. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng transitioned from joy to a contemplative silence, the clamor of his companions fading into the background as his thoughts ventured into distant realms. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle transformation was quietly taking place within their humanity. Malice, akin to a seed, was taking root and sprouting, nourished by the blood of the arrow-poisoned frog, the swamp crocodile, and the green anaconda, the demons within them unleashed. The curtain of hell was slowly being drawn aside. The dragon-slaying youth would inevitably morph into a malevolent dragon. This timeless legend was unfolding within their lives. The youth, in pursuit of their ideals, pressed forward fearlessly, yet upon attaining success, the seeds of desire burgeoned uncontrollably, transforming them into dragons unable to master their inner cravings. Was it solely the youth's fault for becoming a dragon? Much like the fallen, corrupt officials, who among them had not once been that spirited youth, galloping on a proud steed, who had not experienced the fervor of ambition, gazing upon the infinite horizon, taking in the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. In their pursuit of dreams, they persevered tirelessly, never yielding even when exhausted, ultimately seizing the pinnacle of power. This scenario mirrors the parable of the sower from the Bible, where Jesus likens the human heart to the soil. Matthew 13 verse 3, a sower went out to sow. As he sowed, some seeds fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured them. Others fell on rocky ground, where they did not have much soil and immediately sprang up, since they had no depth of soil. But when the sun rose, they were scorched, and since they had no root, they withered away. Other seeds fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked them. But others fell on good soil and produced grain, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. According to the interpretation of Jesus' parable, the youth who transformed into a dragon and the fallen officials resembled the seeds sown on rocky ground, lacking roots in their hearts. Given a glimmer of sunlight and the allure of wealth, they promptly succumbed, failing to bear the fruits of a bountiful harvest. Renowned American psychologist Philip Zimbardo posits that under the influence of their environment, individuals may remain oblivious to their wrongdoing, failing to engage in self-reflection and merely succumbing to external pressures. Human behavior is not solely governed by rationality, character, or experience. Rather, it is shaped by the social environment and the systemic forces that mold it. In the absence of a moral compass, any latent malevolence within a person can be unleashed. The triumphs over the bay crocodile, the green anaconda, and the extinction of the poison dart frog lead to a disorientation of self, fostering a sense of egotism, a manifestation of the enchanting power that comes with dominion over life and death. A person is only a complete and positive being when devoid of power. However, once one possesses unchecked, unmonitored authority, they cease to be themselves, becoming akin to a dragon ensnared in an abyss. Zimbardo employs psychological experimentation to explore why good individuals may succumb to malevolence. He observes that changes in environmental factors, coupled with the existence of a certain threshold, can transform individuals from virtuous to vicious upon crossing that line. A defining characteristic of evil is its ordinariness. It resides within the hearts of the most commonplace individuals, enacted by the most unremarkable among us. He refers to his study of this phenomenon as the psychology of evil. On an island devoid of laws or societal oversight, even the slightest temptation may incite wicked behavior, for there exists no one to witness the transgressions. In an isolated environment, a mere nudge can lead individuals to breach moral boundaries and embrace wrongdoing. When Wang Zhongcheng and his companions discovered their capacity for violence, enabling them to directly eliminate the island's most brutal bay crocodiles, their methods of slaughter became increasingly unrestrained, which is hardly surprising. The eminent psychologist Erifrom asserts that goodness affirms life and showcases human strength, whereas evil diminishes that strength. He further elucidates that individuals have two paths to satisfy their needs. One is a forward trajectory, nurturing the unique human capacities for love and creativity, which aligns with goodness. The other is a regressive path, seeking to return to the womb or to death, which embodies malevolence. Zimbardo contends that human actions are profoundly influenced by social roles and environmental contexts. Anyone might transform into a sadist or a masochist due to their surroundings. In an environment that grants absolute power, individual cannot withstand the force of the environment, even if one has previously exhibited the highest moral standards as a good child, student, or father. Upon entering such a realm, the evil within is not initially manifest. It is coaxed forth by the environment. Human destructiveness is a form of regression. Those who commit malevolent acts, especially those who follow others into wrongdoing, share certain common traits. Zimbardo asserts that the sole force capable of countering the banality of evil is self-reflection and introspection, which serve to combat ignorance and folly. On the 36th day upon the island, Wang Zhongcheng convened Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, Fan Tongshu, and the leaders of various groups in the main hall to discuss the shift in focus from hunting to mineral extraction, soliciting the opinions of each participant. Wang Zhongcheng proposed a discussion on labor tools, the division of mining areas, the construction of temporary shelters near the bamboo forest, Crocodile Bay, and the waterhole of the Anaconda, as well as the current methods of food collection. Wang stated that, firstly, the existing labor tools can barely suffice for planting, but are inadequate for mining rocks and panning for gold. The next step is to closely follow the production of mining tools, considering the dismantling of steel from fishing boats to construct smelting furnaces for crafting mining implements. It is essential to designate specific personnel to oversee this task. Secondly, the current mining primarily relies on collection by labor groups, with individuals congregating to gather materials, which inevitably leads to friction, resulting in inefficiencies and hindrances to productivity, thereby undermining team cohesion. Therefore, it is vital to delineate mining boundaries in advance, ensuring that each group operates within their designated area. Thirdly, the still house is situated at a considerable distance from various mining sites, requiring 3 to 5 hours for daily round trips, which is not conducive to efficient mining operations. Thus, the establishment of temporary shelters at these 3 locations is imperative. Fourthly, although food supplies can last for 4 to 6 months, they will diminish over time, and the growth and yield of newly planted crops remain uncertain. These provisions represent a vital lifeline for everyone, playing a crucial role as a stabilizing factor in their survival on the deserted island. Consequently, in the forthcoming days, logistics and security personnel will assume the responsibility of hunting to alleviate food shortages, thereby enhancing living conditions and improving overall nutrition. Finally, the attendees engaged in thorough deliberations regarding the delineation of mining boundaries and the rational resolution of issues related to rich and poor mineral deposits. The meeting concluded with a decision to divide each mining area into 4 zones, selecting them through a draw, ensuring that every labor group has an opportunity to access the rich deposits, thereby distributing wealth equitably. As the meeting drew to a close, Lu Xingxiang ascended the stairs, announcing, "Dinner is ready." For lunch, they enjoyed dumplings filled with a mixture of cabbage, pork, and mackerel, having prepared an ample quantity to satisfy everyone. It turned out that while Wang Zhongcheng and Fan Tongshu were in the meeting, the other personnel had taken the initiative to knead dough, chop meat, and prepare fillings in the kitchen, demonstrating the power of collaboration amidst laughter and camaraderie. This was their first experience of eating dumplings since arriving on the island, making the meal especially delightful and filling. Even though they had tried to eat their fill, some leftovers remained. Chapter 38. Methods of Extraction and Discipline in the Afternoon. The activities remained leisurely. Fan Tongshu and Zhao Renjia spent their time honing their marksmanship, even going so far as to fire a few live rounds. Although their results were less than stellar, they made significant strides in loading ammunition, operating the bolt, and managing recoil. After all, becoming a sharpshooter is not an endeavor achieved in a day or two. Moreover, it is unrealistic to expect to become a master marksman. With only a handful of bullets reserved for emergencies, they could only practice enough to attain basic proficiency, primarily for self-defense and to bolster their confidence. Meanwhile, Gao Hong had been pestering Li Xian throughout the day, seeking to learn the secrets of gem appraisal. He even produced a small piece of opal from beneath his pillow as tuition. Li Xian, holding the makeshift payment, wore an expression of exasperation, caught between laughter and tears. In the afternoon, he continued to impart fundamental knowledge about identifying gemstones, jade, gold, and diamonds to Gao Hong. The wooden cabin had become a chaotic scene. As if it had been ransacked, 2 young wild boars were being harassed by 2 mischievous monkeys, their faces smeared with blood as they darted about the cabin, seeking refuge wherever they could fit, whether under the bed or in the crevices of the cabinets. Unfortunately for the boars, they were no match for the agile monkeys. As they squealed in distress, the 2 boars found their ropes entangled in a frenzy, further hindering their movements. The monkeys, emboldened by their advantage, showed no signs of relenting, skillfully choosing the easier targets to torment. Unbeknownst to the monkeys, however, it is ill-advised to pursue a desperate foe. One of the boars, driven to desperation, lowered its head and charged at a monkey. The monkey, having relished its dominant position, was caught off guard when the boar mounted a sudden counterattack. In its arrogance, it was unceremoniously tossed aside, landing heavily in the tilled earth before the wooden cabin, its earlier bravado extinguished. During the monkey's struggles on the ground, Zhao Renjie and Fan Tongshu, engrossed in their shooting practice, noticed the commotion and rushed over to assess the monkey's injuries. They discovered that the monkey, which Gao Hong had rescued, had sustained swelling beneath its fur in the abdominal area. Zhao Renjie pressed gently, eliciting a painful squeak from the creature. It appeared that the monkey might have injured its ribs. Zhao Renjie retrieved a first aid kit and carefully bandaged the monkey, administering oral medication. He turned to Fan Tongshu and remarked, "Brother Shu, we can no longer keep the wild boars tethered in the cabin. We must construct an enclosure outside for them. The monkeys, too, must not roam freely. They only bring trouble and should be secured." "I concur. Let us set about building the enclosure this afternoon. I will fetch a machete and go chop down a few trees," Fan Tongshu replied in agreement. As the two made their way out of the courtyard with their machetes, Li Weifeng, striding with a graceful gait, followed closely behind. Despite his personal predilections, Li Weifeng displayed no hesitation when it came to capturing poison dart frogs, marsh crocodiles, or green anacondas, always advancing with courage, obeying orders, and adhering to commands. He had never shirked from labor, even enduring blisters on his hands without complaint. And during his leisure time, he would assist Fan Tongshu in the kitchen, gathering vegetables, washing rice, and tidying up dishes. How many children born after 1995 exhibit such diligence? The trio ventured into the bamboo grove on the east side of the river, where they felled over 20 stalks of bamboo, also bringing back numerous tender bamboo shoots. They transported the bamboo back to the cabin, placing the shoots in the kitchen before commencing the task of splitting the bamboo to erect the enclosure. Soon, 2 adjacent fences were completed, topped with a sunshade canopy that was seamlessly integrated with the fences, creating a sheltered nook for wild boars and monkeys to rest. The enclosure for the wild boars was twice the size of that for the monkeys, situated on the northern side of the cultivated land, snug against the fence of the courtyard. Once constructed, the young wild boars and monkeys were promptly placed within their respective enclosures. The young wild boars, having finally escaped the relentless antics of the mischievous monkeys, wagged their tails with excitement, exploring their new home with curious sniffs and playful digs, joyfully scattering the straw in their cozy nest. In stark contrast, the young monkeys exhibited a completely different demeanor. From the moment they entered the enclosure, they sensed their confinement. The 2 little monkeys pressed against the fence, desperately seeking a way to escape, using their paws to poke and prod in search of any loose spots that might offer a chance for freedom. After the 3 had completed their tasks, Fan Tongshu and Li Weifeng finished their ablutions and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhao Renjie, after washing up, ascended the stairs with his firearm, only to find Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong smoking in the living room. He greeted them before retreating to his room to secure his gun. Upon entering, he discovered Li Xian and Gao Hong seated at a wooden table adorned with Gao Hong's prize stones and diamonds. Li Xian was explaining a diamond to Gao Hong, who listened intently, his eyes wide with focus, taking notes intermittently. Zhao Renjie secured his gun in a wooden chest and, with a box of cigarettes in hand, returned to the living room. There, he noticed Wang Taisong holding several A4 sheets covered in sketches of plans. Wang Zhongcheng remarked, "Renjie, you should take a look at these 3 mining area blueprints drawn by Taisong. They delineate 4 designated zones. We will operate according to these maps. Do you have any suggestions?" Zhao Renjie replied, "As long as you have delineated them, I will ensure that we adhere to your marked boundaries. Each group must not cross the red lines." He then distributed cigarettes, lighting one for Wang Zhongcheng and another for himself. Wang Zhongcheng continued, "Tomorrow, we will head to the python water pool, firstly to locate and destroy the python eggs. Secondly, we will search for any remaining pythons that may have evaded capture. Thirdly, we will collect all visible opals and other valuable stones from the surface of the stream. We have designated collection areas, although we selected them by drawing lots. What if a group draws the less lucrative zones and becomes disgruntled? Or if they indiscriminately collect beautiful stones without discerning their authenticity, we may end up with nothing. How do we handle boundary violations? These are precious gems, and once their value is recognized, a frenzy may ensue. Therefore, we must anticipate potential issues and prepare contingency measures. Wang Zhongcheng expressed his concerns anxiously. My opinion is that we must impose strict regulations to govern everyone's conduct. Let us be clear from the outset. Drawing lots is a matter of fate and fortune. Those who do not draw affluent zones should not feel envious or disheartened, nor should they harbor complaints. We will have weekly draws, after all. Anyone who violates the established norms and discipline must face severe consequences, Zhao Renjia stated. On the first day of work, even capturing a standout specimen can be entirely acceptable. I do not worry about others, but I'm concerned that Gao Hong may cause disturbances. You must emphasize this matter. If he breaches the rules, do not show leniency. If you let him off this time, it will be impossible to lead the team effectively afterwards, Zhao Renjia sincerely stated while gazing into Wang Zhongcheng's eyes. Indeed, I will address Gao Hong shortly. Let us hope that he is not the one to be sacrificed and that no one else will violate the discipline and regulations. If we manage the rhythm well on the first day, we will reap greater rewards in the days to come, Wang Zhongcheng replied. After dinner, I plan to gather everyone for a meeting to discuss the work methods and the division of areas. The focus will remain on rules and discipline. It must resonate within each individual's heart. We cannot afford to have our treasures unearthed and end up confined in the isolation room, Wang Taisong remarked. I also intend to speak about discipline after dinner. Taisong, you will address the division of labor and area delineation, as it is your responsibility in construction. Renjia, you shall elaborate on the disciplinary actions and punishments for crossing the red line without cause. Wang Zhongcheng instructed the two of them. After dinner, the three of them spoke according to the topics discussed earlier. Subsequently, Wang Zhongcheng took Gao Hong aside in the room to reiterate the importance of discipline. Gao Hong responded with a series of affirmations, nodding in agreement while his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. Chapter 39. Exploring the python's lair on the 37th day on the island. After a hearty breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng procured 4 shovels from the storeroom, distributing one to each labor group. He instructed everyone to ensure they carry their backpacks, machetes, lunch, water, and other supplies. By mid-morning, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions successfully arrived at the hill slope they had previously explored. Utilizing binoculars, Wang scanned the vicinity of the pond, noting its stillness and tranquility. The shattered remains of the python and aquatic creatures had long since vanished. At the cave entrance, 2 tethered wild boars were leisurely munching on wild grass, their little tails flicking in contentment. The carcass of the python had diminished in size, with a pile of remains at the cave's mouth, swarming with flies and scavenging birds. As Wang Zhongcheng led the group from the pond towards the cave entrance, the wild boars, sensing the presence of intruders, hurriedly retreated into the cave. To these creatures, the bipedal beings were nothing short of a threat, having slaughtered their kin and bound them with ropes, thus curtailing their freedom. Little did they know that their tethering was merely to serve as sustenance for the python. They might have preferred to dash headlong into the rocks than face being devoured alive by the serpent. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia brandished their firearms, while Wang Taisong illuminated the path with a flashlight, adopting a combative stance as they advanced deeper into the cavern, closely following the wild boars. The others covered their noses and mouths with cloths, using shovels to push the python's remains deeper into the jungle, while those without shovels employed branches to toss the remains aside. The trio soon caught up with the wild boars, with Lu Wenxiang leaving a 15-meter length of rope. As the boars tugged at it, charging ahead with their heads lowered, the section of the cave was darkened by smoke, permeated with a foul odor and the stench of charred remains. The cave floor was slick from years of erosion caused by the stream and the python's presence. Wang Zhongcheng called out to Lu Wenxiang to release the wild boar's ropes so they could proceed together. Once freed, the wild boars bolted forward with reckless abandon. Thus, the 4 men followed the 2 wild boars deeper into the cave. As they ventured further, the ceiling grew progressively lower. When they had to stoop to advance, the wild boars came to a halt, prompting Wang Taisong to direct the beam of his flashlight upon them. To their astonishment, the boars had discovered a nest of white eggs, eagerly devouring them, with egg fluid dripping from their mouths. This was indeed the nesting ground of the python, and an air of tension enveloped the four men. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie cocked their weapons, keeping a vigilant watch on the foreboding darkness ahead. Before long, the wild boars had consumed every last egg, shaking their tails as they continued their forward charge. The ceiling's descent became increasingly pronounced, requiring the group to crouch further to progress. They struggled to keep pace with the wild boars, prompting Lu Wenxiang to grip the rope tightly to prevent them from dashing ahead. After a short distance, Lu sensed the rope slackening, causing the wild boars to pause once more. Wang Taisong directed the flashlight towards them, revealing that the gluttonous creatures had stumbled upon yet another clutch of python eggs. After the wild boars had finished their feast, they advanced approximately 30 more meters, where the cave entrance had lowered to the point that one would need to crawl to pass through. The stream flowed from here with a gentle murmur. Wang Zhongcheng decided it was prudent to turn back. On their return journey, the four individuals felt significantly lighter in spirit than when they had arrived. Two small wild boars led the way, providing an added layer of safety with their presence. At that moment, Wang Taisong raised his flashlight to meticulously examine the cave walls, the cave floor, and the flowing stream. He paused before a particular section of the cave wall, prompting the others to halt as well. Directing the beam of light onto a moss-covered stone surface, he scraped away a portion of the moss with his axe. To his astonishment, he uncovered a deep crimson hue beneath, which appeared strikingly vivid under the illumination, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. Wang Taisong struck the cave wall forcefully several times with his axe, only to discover its remarkable hardness. Not a single fragment of stone fell. He then shifted his focus to a more protruding section of the wall and struck with renewed vigor. Sparks flew within the cave, accompanied by the resonant clattering of iron against stone. After taking turns exerting their strength, Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Lu Wenxiang felt their shoulders ache and their hands tingle. Finally, a palm-sized piece of the red stone dislodged from the wall, which Wang Taisong retrieved from the ground and placed into his backpack. When the flashlight beam illuminated the stream, it revealed an array of colorful pebbles: red, green, white, and black. The group crouched to admire them, while only Wang Zhongcheng stood, gripping his firearm and scanning the surroundings. The three others picked up several beautiful stones to admire, with Lu Wenxiang remaining blissfully unaware of their value and secrets. His mood the most relaxed among them, Wang Taisong collected 3 pieces, while Zhao Renjie picked up 2 transparent red stones and offered them to Wang Zhongcheng, who waved them away without acceptance. Zhao Renjie then tossed them back into the stream. Lu Wenxiang, oblivious to the exchange, pocketed the 3 stones he had found simply because they caught his eye. The cave contained an abundance of colorful stones, even more than those found in the stream downstream. Stretching over 300 meters in depth, the cave was rich with minerals. Wang Zhongcheng contemplated that these treasures would eventually be collected, as the timing was inconsequential. Thus, the 4 exited the cave, discovering that the entrance had been cleansed of filth by their companions using the stream water. Some sat at the cave's mouth smoking, while others basked on the rocks in the sun. Suddenly, Wang Zhongcheng spotted Gao Hong, who was stealthily collecting something near the southern edge of the pool. He knew immediately what was afoot. "Gao Hong, come here," Wang Zhongcheng called out angrily. Gao Hong slowly approached, struggling under the weight of his backpack, his head bowed. Avoiding eye contact, "Cousin," he murmured, "return the stones to the exact spot from which you took them." Wang Zhongcheng commanded sternly, fixing Gao Hong with an unwavering gaze. Gao Hong stood motionless, tilting his head and casting a sidelong glance toward the trees, remaining silent. The others were bewildered, unable to comprehend the tension, watching the exchange between the cousins with confusion. Wang Zhongcheng rarely expressed anger. What had transpired today? They wondered, observing Gao Hong's defiance and reluctance to comply. Wang Zhongcheng felt a surge of frustration, recalling their prior conversation about the consequences and discipline involved. Indeed, one could be blinded by greed, rendering them irretrievable. With a swift motion, Wang Zhongcheng took 2 steps forward, snatched away Gao Hong's backpack, and unzipped it, pouring its contents onto the ground. A cascade of colorful stones tumbled onto the grass below the cave's entrance. Gao Hong, infuriated, felt his neck strain and his face redden. His hands clenched into tight fists. Tai Song, divide these stones into 4 equal portions, 1 for each labor group, to be distributed at the end of the day. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Wang Tai Song. The rest of the group, resting at the cave entrance, except for Li Xian, pondered whether it was truly worth it for these worthless stones to drive a wedge between the two brothers. Next, we will either organize ourselves into labor groups or conduct a net search to locate and destroy the eggs of the anaconda, Wang Zhongcheng continued, pausing to glance at the nonchalant Gao Hong. As everyone is aware, Gao Hong recently accompanied us in exploring the topography of this island and sustained injuries. He is yet to fully recover and is ill-suited for the current labor, thus unfit to continue as the leader of Group 2. He turned to look at Zhao Renjia, Wang Tai Song, and others before adding, therefore, I propose that Lu Zhengxiang, a member of Group 2, assume the leadership position. Lu Zhengxiang is our elder brother within our community, having spent years working by the seaside. He possesses extensive experience in both fishing and hunting, and I am confident he will lead Group 2 to achieve remarkable results. The group raised their hands to vote, and a majority signaled their approval. Wang Zhongcheng was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Zhao Renjia and Wang Tai Song, with Fan Tongshu, Li Weifeng, Li Xian, and Li Wenxiang subsequently joining in. The others exchanged glances, pondering the severity of dismissing a leader over a mere quarrel among cousins. It seemed excessively tyrannical. Observing the unanimous agreement, they too raised their hands in support of Wang Zhongcheng's proposal. Zhao Renjia kept a vigilant eye on Gao Hong's every move, ready to intervene should he detect any signs of trouble, even with his injuries. Gao Hong's face flushed crimson, his jaw clenched in frustration and indignation. Chapter 40. Excavation. Wang Zhongcheng spoke with conviction. Very well, 15 out of the 16 members have raised their hands in agreement. I hereby announce that Lu Zhengxiang is officially appointed as the leader of Group 2. He continued, our search strategy will mirror that of Crocodile Bay, centering on the pond with a search radius of 150 meters. Once Wang concluded, everyone returned to their respective teams, forming groups of 3. For groups arranged in a fan shape, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia stood at either end of the line, armed and vigilant, while Wang Tai Song and Fan Tongshu patrolled the middle, diligently searching for any overlooked clues. The search was not completed until after 1 p.m., and aside from encountering a few wild chickens and several gigantic otters, they found no further evidence of the forest python's eggs. Wang Zhongcheng then led the group back to the cave entrance, where they shared a lunch together. After a brief 30-minute rest, Wang Tai Song designated the zones for the next phase of their endeavor, this time strictly outside the cave. The 4 group leaders drew lots for their designated areas, with the leader of Group 3, Zhou Shicheng, drawing the first lot, followed by Lu Wenxiang of Group 1 for the second, Lu Zhengxiang of Group 2 for the third, and Li Xian of Group 4 for the fourth. At the time of selection, Zhou Shicheng was unaware of the specific tasks ahead, nor did he grasp the significance of choosing the initial area. Wang Tai Song had demarcated the external zones based on the pond as a starting point, evenly distributing them along the creek's flow. Zone A was the first area downstream from the pond, while Zone D was the farthest from it. Zhou Shicheng casually selected Zone A, reasoning that its proximity to their resting area was advantageous. Lu Wenxiang opted for Zone B for the same rationale. Lu Zhengxiang and Li Xian respectively took Zone C and D, having no other options left. Once the areas were determined, Zhao Renjia emphasized the importance of not crossing boundaries while collecting materials, warning that any violations would incur penalties. Following his address, Wang Zhongcheng requested Li Xian to provide a brief educational session on what should and should not be collected, demonstrating with stones poured from Gao Hong's backpack. After Li Xian concluded his explanation, each group leader gathered their members and commenced their labor. Collecting the colorful pebbles from the creek felt frivolous to those unaware of their value. It seemed merely a game. However, for those who recognized their worth, it was a tormenting experience, akin to having one's soul roasted over an open flame. No matter how many stones one collected, it was difficult to find joy, overshadowed by the anxiety and jealousy of potentially missing out on greater finds discovered by others. At that moment, Gao Hong and Li Xian felt this acutely, particularly as one was in Zone C and the other in Zone D, both situated downstream. It became evident that the treasures within the creek were sparse. Even with their shovels turned upside down in the water, the yield was dismally low. Although Li Xian was in Zone D, his expertise shone through. He meticulously gathered every stone of even slight value, including those that appeared dull or colorless, illuminating them with his flashlight to ensure they were added to his collection. In truth, many raw stones in the creek were encased in a layer of surface material, with the colorful ones having been shaped by the water's flow over millions or even tens of millions of years. Lu Zhongcheng, while collecting stones, pondered to himself that these rocks must possess significant value. Otherwise, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions would not risk their lives to eradicate the python in pursuit of these seemingly worthless stones. Thus, he placed the vividly colored ones into his backpack. Meanwhile, Gao Hong, though cursing inwardly, worked swiftly with his hands, sifting through the water's depths with a shovel. Originally, the shovel was a standard tool for the team leader, and although he had been demoted from that position upon his arrival, he had not relinquished it to Lu Zhongcheng. Even with the combination of his hands and the shovel, Gao Hong struggled to find many gems that he deemed worthy. Ultimately, a person's perception dictates their wealth and aspirations, a principle that holds true in this scenario as well. Gao Hong, having hastily crammed an afternoon's worth of gem identification knowledge from Li Xian, questioned the sincerity of the lesson he received regarding an opal. Judging by his own limited standards, he found little in Area C that met his discerning eye. Consequently, he was among the most anxious and irate individuals in the group searching for gems. The more he failed to find, the more his frustration mounted. Glancing upstream at Zhou Shiqing in Area, whose backpack appeared considerably heavy, he could not suppress his resentment, especially after eyeing Wang Zhongcheng, who patrolled the creek with a firearm. In truth, the precious stones in Area A had dwindled significantly. Most of the colorful and high-quality ones had already been collected by Gao Hong, leaving behind only those of little value. In comparison, Area B harbored the highest concentration of gems among Areas A, C, and D. However, Lu Wenxiang, upon witnessing Wang Taisong and his two companions vigorously striking a red stone, deemed it the most precious and thus urged his team to only collect red stones, resulting in a meager haul. Wang Taisong traversed the various team zones, occasionally offering guidance on which stones were not worth collecting and which were indeed valuable. Fan Tongshu, along with Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie, remained vigilant, patrolling with their firearms. Before long, it was 4 p.m., and Wang Zhongcheng addressed Wang Taisong, suggesting that it was time to wrap up for the day. He asked him to evenly distribute the stones collected by Gao Hong among the teams and to compile a count of their respective hauls. After concluding the day's work, Wang Taisong swiftly summarized the quantities collected by each group, then divided Gao Hong's finds via a drawing method, allowing those who drew number 1 to select a stone first, and so on, until everything was apportioned. Gao Hong's expression darkened as he felt his anger boiling over. Upon returning to the stilted building, twilight was approaching. After washing up, the group settled in the courtyard, some smoking or drinking water, while others played with their stones. Li Weifeng and Lu Zhongcheng headed to the kitchen to assist Fan Tongshu in preparing dinner. After washing, Gao Hong retreated to his room, retrieved a pouch from beneath his pillow, and stowed the few gems he had collected that day, then lay down. Zhao Renjie, after his wash, first fed the little monkey, then tended to the 4 piglets in the enclosure. On his way back, Lu Wenxiang led the monkey, which had been tied at the cave entrance, back with him. The monkey could only bare its teeth at the piglets from behind the fence, expressing its frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Taisong and Wang Zhongcheng sat in the main room, smoking and discussing entries in their ledger. Today marks a day of abundant harvest, as the group collected over 300 gems. However, after careful evaluation by Li Xian, only 130 gems of various sizes were retained. They deliberated on having Li Xian categorize each gem by grade tomorrow, while Wang Taisong would assign numbers and compile a detailed list denoting ownership. Each individual is required to contribute 1/4 of their labor's yield according to the assigned grades. Those who fail to report or contribute their labor will face disciplinary actions for violating regulations. and will be prohibited from participating in future labor activities or profit sharing until they rectify their mistakes. During dinner, Gao Hong did not join the group, and Wang Zhongcheng chose not to address him. After the meal, they washed up and inspected the crop emergence in the yard before retiring to their rooms for the night. On the 38th day since their arrival on the island, Wang Zhongcheng once again led the group to their designated areas for labor, resulting in a collection of 100 gems of varying quality and hues. Following Li Xian's selection, only 52 gems were retained, albeit their weight and color were notably inferior compared to those from the previous day. Chapter 41. Constructing the hot spring shelter on the 39th day on the island. Wang Zhongcheng did not venture to the northwest water pool to gather stones. Instead, he led the group to the hot spring. This time, the monkeys and wild boars did not require the use of firearms to be driven away. Upon seeing the arrival of humans, they swiftly retreated into the thicket. Today, their objective was to construct a shelter capable of shielding them from the wind and rain. The materials would be sourced from the bamboo groves on the hillside and the redwoods within the forest. Lu Wenxiang was entrusted with overseeing the construction. The site was chosen approximately 30 meters north of the monkey and boar hot spring pool, where the ground was relatively dry and flat, complemented by several large, smooth rocks that could be utilized. Under Lu Wenxiang's guidance, the team first felled robust bamboo, followed by a few straight redwood trees to serve as pillars and beams. The bamboo shelter was ingeniously designed, utilizing the terrain, with the large rocks serving as corner supports. Surrounding the boulders, redwood trees were buried to function as vertical supports, while thick bamboo trunks were laid across the rocks to form a floor. Thus, a foundation supported by the boulders, elevated above the ground, was established. Constructing the surrounding walls was straightforward. The bamboo was trimmed at both ends and its branches removed, with each piece buried underground and tightly bound with rope and old fishing nets. The roof was formed using redwood beams and bamboo purlins, topped with a large canvas tarp. With prior experience in building stilts, readily available materials, and a complete set of tools, the team of 16 worked harmoniously, and by late afternoon, a warm, sturdy, spacious, and practical bamboo shelter was completed. The shelter was divided into 6 rooms, with a rain-protected corridor leading to each room. 4 of these rooms were designated for rest. 1 for storing food supplies, fresh water, cooking utensils, and serving as a kitchen during storms. And 1 room served as a storeroom for tools and a nighttime toilet during inclement weather. The shelter's foundation, supported by large rocks and elevated above the ground, provided protection against moisture, water, and pests, ensuring high safety standards. Washing would occur in the hot spring, located just 30 meters away. However, the sole drawback was the absence of a potable water source. Therefore, each week, on work days, the group would not only carry food supplies, but also a barrel of fresh water, solely for consumption. These challenges paled in comparison to the aspirations of those harboring noble dreams and striving to realize their ideals. Moreover, there was fresh water available at their stilt houses. Even without it, they could survive by collecting rainwater. The cumulative difficulties on the island were insignificant when compared to the hardships of fishing boats. The struggles aboard those vessels were not something the average person could endure. Truly, no fisherman willingly chooses to race against death daily unless compelled by the pressures of life. The decision to embrace the life of a fisherman inherently places one's life in jeopardy. What is one's own life worth when weighed against the happiness of parents, spouses, and children? No matter the vocation, one cannot afford to indulge in daydreams. A fulfilling life must be crafted through one's own efforts, as fortunes do not simply fall from the sky, unless one is a government official in a land of demons. On the 40th day on the island, the group arrived at the hot spring beside the shelter, each bearing a barrel of fresh water. Today, they intended to construct bamboo beds. As the shelter did not feature a heated kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove, and the rooms were spacious, they opted to create individual beds. Dividing into teams of 4, they collaborated efficiently, and by midday, 16 single bamboo beds had been crafted and left to bask in the sunlight. In the afternoon, Fan Tongshu led a group of 4 individuals to construct 2 cooking stoves, one situated outside the work shed and the other within its kitchen. Meanwhile, the remaining members, under the guidance of Lu Wenxiang, crafted tables and benches, including a large dining table. Additionally, they utilized stones to create a water-flush toilet beside the creek downstream for the hot springs, ensuring that dust returns to dust, earth to earth, and nutrients are returned to the soil. By around 6 o'clock in the evening, they fashioned a fence from the leftover materials used for building the shed and bamboo beds, encircling the work area and enclosing a spacious courtyard. This fence was sufficient to deter medium-sized carnivorous animals. As dusk approached at 7, they gathered dry branches and ignited a bonfire in the courtyard, commencing a festive barbecue. They skewered the bamboo rats, 6 in total, which Fan Tongshu had expertly butchered, each weighing over 4 pounds. The meat of the bamboo rat is highly nutritious, known for enhancing liver function, preventing vascular hardening, and combating aging, making a natural tonic. Its flesh is sweet, crispy on the outside, and tender within, devoid of any gamey taste, far more delectable than wild boar meat. These bamboo rats were captured by Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia earlier that afternoon using traps in the bamboo forest. By the end of the evening, all 6 bamboo rats were consumed, leaving the attendees still yearning for more, clamoring for another feast the following day. Wang Zhongcheng informed them that during their laborious mining period, their sustenance would primarily rely on hunting and gathering, consuming whatever game they managed to catch. Bamboo rats are clever creatures. Once they fall for a trap, they are unlikely to be ensnared again, necessitating a change in hunting tactics. However, the rats that had been caught were all prepared fresh for the barbecue. Wang Zhongcheng assured them that this jungle is abundant with various wild animals and fruits, promising future culinary delights. The group was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the prospect of wild game and diamond excavation, especially after witnessing the pigeon egg-sized diamond raw stone displayed by Li Xian, which had left them restless with dreams of ownership. At that moment, their spirits soared with exhilaration and joy, oblivious to the uncertainties that the future days would bring or whether they would ever return home from this deserted island. Despite their isolation, the fact that they were alive and in good health was a great comfort to them. Living, they felt, was better than anything else. They reminisced about the time spent at sea for months on end, and now, after just over 2 months on land, it was a far cry from the grueling, dirty work aboard a fishing boat. With the discovery of a diamond mine, Wang Zhongcheng declared that whoever finds and collects the diamonds would keep them, provided they surrender a quarter of their labor's yield, a truly fortuitous arrangement. That evening, they feasted heartily, their faces gleaming with satisfaction, bellies full. They drove away otters, wild boars, and monkeys from the hot spring area and found several clean pools, where each person soaked, their bodies soft and relaxed. They harbored dreams of sudden wealth, luxuriating in the hot springs, reveling in sheer bliss. As they settled down for the night, Li Weifeng had already sprayed floral water and mosquito repellent in each room. For without such precautions, the relentless mosquitoes of the rainforest would have surely feasted upon them. Even with mosquito repellent, some mosquitoes still manage to intrude, given that this location is near a hot spring, a warm haven for various insects. A few mosquitoes cannot disturb the sweet dreams of the many. They sleep soundly in this newly constructed shed. Wang Zhongcheng was on the second night shift, and just as he drifted into slumber, he was awakened. This shift lasted from 10 p.m. to midnight. Wang Zhongcheng quietly rose from his bed, as they had not brought bedding. Everyone had laid a layer of canvas on the bamboo beds, using bamboo as pillows. Despite the harsh conditions, they accepted any hardship in pursuit of wealth. Wang Zhongcheng stepped into the corridor outside the room and discovered his colleague, Li Litzai, had already arrived to take over the shift, standing at the storeroom door, smoking, with the ember glowing faintly in the darkness. Wang Zhongcheng slung his rifle over his shoulder and took out a cigarette from his pocket to light. The jungle echoed with the haunting cries of wild beasts, accompanied by the sounds of their fierce encounters. The wind blew in from the direction of the hot spring, carrying a whiff of sulfur that chilled him through his clothing. It was now the time when mid to large carnivorous beasts ventured out in search of food. Around 11 p.m., a creaking sound emerged from the darkness, growing louder and tightening Wang Zhongcheng's heart. He gripped his rifle tightly, aiming it towards the source of the noise. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Litzai hurried to Wang Zhongcheng's side, one hand illuminating the area with a flashlight while the other grasped Wang Zhongcheng's arm, his palm damp with warmth. When the beam of light fell upon the source, they discovered it was a large otter dragging a log past the shed towards the creek. The tension in their hearts eased as they realized the truth, as it was their first night lodging in the shed. The unknown conditions of the jungle made the sudden appearance of wild beasts particularly alarming. During the day, they felt safe with their numbers. Even if one or two wild animals approached, they could fend them off or even kill them with a stick. However, at night, carnivorous animals were most active, and should a large beast come crashing in, there would be little time to escape. Therefore, Wang Zhongcheng arranged for himself, Zhao Renjie, and Fan Tongshu to each take a shift during the second, third, and fourth night watches, standing guard with their rifles during the most perilous hours, ensuring peace of mind even in the absence of danger. Before midnight, Zhao Renjie and Gao Hong arose to relieve Wang Zhongcheng and Li Lutsai from their night shift. Chapter 42. The extraction of diamonds on the 41st day upon the island. As the dawn began to break, the birds of the jungle commenced their cheerful chirping and chattering, filling the air with a symphony of joyous sounds. A delicate mist floated above the hot springs, intertwining with the haze of the jungle, creating an ethereal atmosphere that accentuated the pristine beauty of the landscape, a testament to the richness of nature and the exceptional qualities of the land. Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong rose almost simultaneously, having slept fully clothed due to the coolness of the night air. Their attire provided just the right warmth while also serving as a barrier against pesky insects. Upon exiting their quarters, they noticed the on-duty personnel had yet to conclude their shift, prompting Wang Zhongcheng to suggest they return to their rooms for some rest. Descending the steps, they took their seats on a wooden bench in the courtyard, each lighting a cigarette. Before breakfast, they delineated the work areas for the various labor groups, employing the same method of drawing lots as before to select their respective zones. The visible presence of diamond ore was scant, and without proper mining tools, their only recourse was to gather what they could by hand. "Let us see how much we can collect," Wang Zhongcheng remarked. "I measured this cave roughly during our last exploration," he continued, "and from the entrance to the chamber adorned with stalactites, it extends approximately 800 meters deep. My plan is to thoroughly search this 800-meter stretch before venturing deeper into the cave and along the banks of the creek." Wang Taisong responded earnestly. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng suggested that Li Xian educate everyone on how to identify these stones, as many were unfamiliar with raw gemstones. Everyone understands the value of diamonds, unlike opals, which still hold an ambiguous worth in their minds. Thus, there has been little commotion or instances of theft or boundary violations. However, should two individuals discover diamonds simultaneously, disputes could escalate beyond mere argument into physical confrontations, potentially resulting in bloodshed, Wang Taisong expressed with concern. Indeed, the current camaraderie and laughter stem from a spirit of unity in facing adversity. Survival on this deserted island necessitates cooperation. Yet, when faced with immense profit, even the most amiable of individuals may shed their facades and reveal their darker instincts, Wang Zhongcheng cautioned. It is imperative to establish regulations and contingency plans in advance regarding the ownership of treasures discovered by two individuals simultaneously, along with a clear distribution method, Wang Taisong asserted. Human nature cannot be tested. Should such a situation arise, mechanisms for mediation must be in place. If such a scenario occurs, let Li Xian appraise the value, and the discoverer may offer half of the treasure's worth as compensation. Alternatively, they could trade the find, splitting the acquired wealth equally. Should this arrangement be rejected, the treasure shall be confiscated and allocated to the collective, Wang Zhongcheng proposed. Furthermore, should anyone deliberately claim that two individuals discovered a treasure simultaneously, it is likely to arise within the same group, as distances between groups would preclude such occurrences. Thus, we must eliminate this possibility from the outset, Wang Zhongcheng emphasized. The solution lies in further delineating each group's labor areas, thereby preventing any potential conflicts. The group leader can manage the divisions within their own team, Wang Taisong concluded. As they spoke, Fan Tongshu emerged from the room, and Wang Zhongcheng offered him a cigarette, which he declined, stating, "There is no pleasure in smoking without having refreshed myself first. I shall go wash up." After completing his ablutions at the hot spring, Fan Tongshu accepted the cigarette but did not linger. he proceeded to the courtyard kitchen to prepare breakfast. Following their morning meal, Wang Zhongcheng informed everyone of their plan to venture into the bamboo forest to collect diamonds, prompting a chorus of cheers from the group. Wang Taisong outlined the division of collection areas among the teams and urged each group to also delineate their own sections to prevent unnecessary complications. Finally, Li Xian shared simple methods for identifying raw diamonds and offered his services for free assessments if anyone was uncertain. With excitement coursing through their veins, the group ascended the hillside and entered the bamboo grove, awaiting the return of Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie from their reconnaissance. The two first approached an area known for its bullet ants, carefully nearing the nest, donning gloves, and pouring a bottle of gasoline into the entrance of the cave. After igniting it with a lighter, they ventured deeper into the cave. Only after confirming the safety at the stalactite formation did they return, arriving just as the flames extinguished. Faced with the choice between ecological preservation and financial gain, Wang Zhongcheng prioritized the latter. Upon exiting the cave, Wang Taisong had already delineated the collection zones and conducted a draw. Group 2 drew number 1, and Lu Zhengxiang, adhering to the principle that the deeper they went, the easier it would be to find diamonds, chose an area near the stalactites. The other groups followed suit, selecting their zones from the inside out. Lu Zhengxiang strictly implemented Wang Taisong's directives, dividing the chosen area into 3 sections, each approximately 60 meters, also determined by drawing lots. This strategy proved to be entirely correct. Lu Wenxiang's group similarly followed Wang Taisong's method, assigning each individual their own work area, while Li Xian and Zhou Shiqing opted not to delineate. The group illuminated their search with handheld flashlights, some utilizing solar lamps, while others fashioned makeshift torches. They bent low, their heads almost dipping into the stream. Wang Zhongqing stood guard at the stalactite. Zhao Renjie monitored the cave entrance, and Fan Tongshu and Wang Taisong patrolled back and forth. Before long, a voice of excitement erupted, as someone raced to Li Xian for a diamond assessment, only to return dejected after several examinations. Conversely, another individual, buoyed by Li Xian's validation, jubilantly danced about. For although small, the find was worth several months' wages. One after another, individuals unearthed raw stones, their jubilant exclamations revealing the envy and bitterness etched upon Gao Hong's face. Though the darkness of the cave obscured the expressions, with everyone's focus on the stream and cave walls, Gao Hong had found nothing. While Lu Zhengxiang had discovered a dazzling, pure diamond the size of a mung bean, its outer surface polished smooth by the flowing water. This sight deepened Gao Hong's frustration. The more distressed he became, the more scattered his thoughts, leading him to overlook the possibilities around him. As they wrapped up before lunch, many had already made noteworthy finds, their faces aglow with excitement, eagerly asking others, "Did you find any?" Occasionally, one would bring forth their own accomplishments to compare with others. In essence, those who had found treasures were exuberant, while those who had not hung their heads in dismay, as if burdened by guilt, too ashamed to meet the amused gazes of their peers. Gao Hong's injuries had now largely healed, allowing him to walk normally as he proceeded to wash up, being the last to return to the communal dormitory. Lunch consisted of braised bamboo, wrapped meat served with rice, caught in traps set by Zhao Renjie, who had managed to capture 2 during the midday hours. This yielded only a meager portion of 2 or 3 liang of meat per person. Yet the bamboo rat was succulent and tender, and accompanied by green onions. The group feasted with fervor, sweat glistening on their brows, fully satisfied. However, Gao Hong found his meal tasteless, devoid of appetite, as a string of misfortunes plagued him. Had he not been marooned on this desolate island, he would have sought out a sage for divination and insight into his fate. Despite all dining together, their thoughts had already drifted to the depths of the cave, each secretly yearning to unearth a diamond the size of an egg, while Gao Hong's aspirations reached for a gem the size of a watermelon. As the afternoon work commenced, Lu Zhengxiang's team employed new tools. During the group's midday respite, Lu had ingeniously crafted 3 sieves from bamboo, allowing them to sift through the gravel and sand of the stream, significantly increasing their yield. Thanks to the use of these sieves, Gao Hong finally experienced a boost in efficiency. After just 2 hours of work that afternoon, he had sifted out 2 diamonds the size of mung beans, a smile beginning to grace his face. Lu Zhengxiang also uncovered 2 diamonds of similar size, while Lin Yongming found one the size of a green bean. Witnessing the bounty of the second team ignited envy in the eyes of those from other groups. In the murky waters of the stream, retrieving such small treasures was challenging. Even with flashlights and torches, as the naked eye struggled to detect diamonds concealed beneath layers of sand and gravel. Thus, the seemingly rudimentary bamboo sieve proved invaluable. First, they filled the sieve with sand and gravel using shovels, then shook it by hand to facilitate the separation of materials. The fine sand and water would drain away, leaving behind coarser sand and stones, which could then be sorted by hand, making it considerably easier to spot the hidden diamonds among the grains. Chapter 43. The commencement feast. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter, rather than idly staring at the water. The other three groups decided it would be more prudent to harvest bamboo at the cave's entrance. However, despite their efforts to gather bamboo, none possessed the skill to weave sieves. Consequently, they sought the expertise of Lu Zhongcheng, who graciously agreed to teach them the craft. In the afternoon, apart from Gao Hong and Lin Yongming, who were tirelessly sifting through diamonds, the rest of the group immersed themselves in the bamboo grove, learning the art of sieve weaving. Zhao Renjie and Fan Tongshu stood guard with their firearms, and from the edge of the grove, they skillfully shot a goat. Wang Zhongcheng, stationed deep within the cave, observed Gao Hong and Lin Yongming diligently sorting through gravel and sand. As he smoked a cigarette, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the direction of the stalactites. Aware that 2 cave entrances remained unexplored, the presence of dangerous creatures was an unknown. Ever since Gao Hong had been dismissed as the group leader by the Serpent's water pool, he had not exchanged a word with Wang Zhongcheng, who, in turn, found little inclination to engage him. At their age, they were not children. Accountability for one's mistakes was imperative. Allowing a person to indulge in their errors without restraint could lead them to commit grievous transgressions, oblivious to the consequences. This line of thought weighed heavily on Wang Zhongcheng. By the end of the afternoon, those who had gathered outside the cave to learn sieve weaving had mastered the basics. The skill required little finesse. The essential techniques involved splitting bamboo and crafting the mesh openings. Under Lu Zhongcheng's meticulous guidance, each person successfully created their own sieve. Although their initial attempts were not aesthetically pleasing, the practicality of their creations sufficed. Thus, by the day's end, everyone had acquired the ability to weave sieves. Gao Hong and Lin Yongming had also grasped the technique during their midday break. The large and small mesh sieves would prove indispensable in future mining endeavors, serving as crucial tools. Dinner consisted of a whole roasted lamb. Although lacking cumin powder, the necessary seasoning for the barbecue was abundant. Remarkably, Wang Zhongcheng had brought 3 bottles of liquor from the stilted building, which he opened and distributed equally among the group in small bamboo bowls. With the addition of fine spirits, the atmosphere of the bonfire feast was further enlivened, and the collective dreams of happiness, buoyed by the allure of diamonds, felt within reach, filling their hearts with unbridled joy. For those who had found diamonds, their spirits soared, while those who had not felt their gloom lift. Realizing that if others could discover treasures, their time would surely come. In the diamond cave, there was no reason to despair. Tomorrow promised even greater finds. Gao Hong, wielding a knife, sliced into a rib of lamb, balancing a bamboo bowl in one hand and the lamb in the other, approached Li Weifeng with a smile. Brother, I owe you an apology. I have wronged you on multiple occasions, and today I come to make amends. He raised the bowl to his lips, only to exclaim, alas. The wine is gone. Look, how can I apologize without wine? With bleary eyes, Gao Hong seized Li Weifeng's bowl and poured liquor into his own, downing it in one swift motion. This audacious act left Li Weifeng momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, as if his mind were short-circuiting. After a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure and protested. That was the wine I saved for Uncle Wang and Uncle Fan. How could you drink it all? Gao Hong, oomph. Li Weifeng stomped his feet, gesturing with his elegantly arched fingers towards Gao Hong's back, twisting his waist in indignation as he remarked, You shameless scoundrel. I shall not forgive you. Gao Hong, his face alight with joy, bore a rosy complexion tinged with a hint of inebriation, casting aside the listlessness of previous days. He approached the youngest in the group, Sun Xiaowei, holding a lamb chop in one hand and a bamboo bowl in the other. Upon seeing Gao Hong approach, Sun Xiaowei's expression shifted to one of surprise. quickly replaced by a beaming smile. Brother Hong, today is our lucky day. Congratulations. Kulme, allow me to toast you. As he spoke, he swiftly lifted his bowl from the wooden table, raised it to his lips, and downed its contents in one go. Not forgetting to turn his bowl upside down to show Gao Hong that he had left not a drop, he declared, "My toast is sincere." Gao Hong was taken aback by his son Xiaowei's promptness. This fellow was indeed quick. Before he could even extend his courtesy, Sun had already drunk to honor him. With a forced smile, Gao Hong replied, Hee hee, Xiaowei, congratulations. Brother, do well, and you too will prosper. Oomph. With that, Gao Hong adopted a serious demeanor and turned to face Fan Tongshu, who, at that moment, was the only one left with wine in his bowl, waiting for Wang Zhongcheng to finish toasting the other brothers before having his turn. Wherever Gao Hong went, he raised his bowl and drank down the remaining wine, initially intending to use this small amount to toast his fellow brothers and deepen their camaraderie, but his greedy nature disrupted the atmosphere. Brother, you've been working hard lately. Kulme, let me toast you, Gao Hong said with a beaming smile, reaching for Fan Tongshu's bowl. Gao, you've already had 2 bowls and still have a night shift ahead. You should eat more meat to sober up, Fan Tongshu replied, hiding his own bowl in front of his chest while offering Gao Hong a piece of lamb leg. Brother, I'm not drunk. This little wine is nothing. I could handle a whole gene and still be fine, Gao Hong exclaimed, belching as he squinted at Fan Tongshu. I am in high spirits today. I found 2 diamonds this afternoon, and there will be more tomorrow. You're the best of me, brother. I'll give you one when the time comes. As he spoke, he patted Fan Tongshu's shoulder with the hand holding the bowl. I don't want it. I have no use for such things. Keep it for yourself. To marry a wife and buy a house. Fan Tongshu retorted. Brother, you must accept it. I will make you proud. I, Gao Hong, will possess everything, and you will see me in a new light, Gao Hong declared defiantly. At that moment, Fan Tongshu noticed Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjia, and Wang Taisong taking turns toasting, and he raised his bowl, saying, You 3, no need to be polite with me. Go toast them first. Kulme, sit here. As he spoke, he pulled over several stools to make space. The trio of Wang Zhongcheng settled down with their bowls. Upon seeing them approach, Gao Hong wisely returned to his seat. Brother Tongshu, the roasted whole lamb tonight is absolutely delightful. The mutton on this island is entirely free of any gamey taste, perfectly balanced in fat and lean. This is the most sumptuous meal I've had since going to sea, Wang Zhongcheng praised. The roasted lamb was prepared by Renjia, Zhengxiang, Shicheng, Yongming, Li Xuan, and others together. Handling such a large lamb alone would take far too long, as Fan Tongshu remarked. In the afternoon, I had intended to check the traps for bamboo rats, but instead, I stumbled upon a herd of goats at the edge of the bamboo grove, likely fleeing for some predatory animal. I chose an older, larger one and fired, Zhao Renjia recounted. Indeed, Renjia acted wisely. After we eradicated the bay crocodiles and the forest pythons on the island, certain herbivorous species, now devoid of natural predators, will reproduce at an astonishing rate. It is beneficial for the ecological balance of the island to selectively cull some of the weak and infirm, Wang Taisong stated. Although today's work-related toast was somewhat modest and not everyone was entirely satisfied, we all understand that we are not here merely to indulge in feasting. This cup of liquor carries a certain sentiment. In the future, those who wish to drink can brew their own, as the island is rich in wild fruits. Wang Zhongcheng remarked, Indeed, as our labor intensifies, a moderate amount of alcohol can alleviate fatigue, proving to be quite advantageous. In the future, Renjia and I will pay attention to the wild fruits we encounter and perhaps make some fruit wine, Fan Tongshu suggested. That evening, under the influence of alcohol, the group was thoroughly satisfied and joyous. Their faces radiated with excitement at the prospect of realizing their dreams. Each person was animatedly discussing plans for establishing enterprises and building quaint villas in their hometowns. The plans were grand, yet reality remained harsh. Regardless of their aspirations for the future, they must first secure their present safety, mustn't they? Only by enduring can they aspire to a brighter future. Currently, Wang Zhongcheng was indeed leading them towards a more promising direction. The bonfire finally extinguished after 10 o'clock, and the night sky shimmered brilliantly. The beasts of the jungle began to roar in waves, and nocturnal birds occasionally flitted through the night air. After refreshing themselves, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Wang Zhongcheng was on the second night shift, as those responsible for logistics during workdays were required to stand guard each night to ensure the other laborers could rest well. Tonight, he shared his watch with Ma Fangzhan, a former sailor, 30 years old, who had been working alongside Wang Zhongcheng for 5 years. A quiet, unassuming young man who refrained from smoking. He had yet to discover any diamonds. The two men kept their conversation to a minimum during their watch, as speaking would disturb the slumbering occupants. The walls, made of bamboo, offered no sound insulation. As Wang Zhongcheng smoked, he pondered the path that lay ahead. He relished the tranquility of night shifts, particularly enjoying the stillness when the world was hushed. He inhaled the air of the jungle, infused with the sense of fresh leaves and grass, mingled with the familiar briny aroma of the sea. He would often draw these fragrances deeply into his lungs while smoking, letting them meld with his blood, ultimately nourishing his soul. Only in this way did he find comfort and relaxation. Chapter 44. Punishments for Violators in Recent Days. Wang Zhongcheng has been incessantly probing the limits of those around him, beginning with the collection of opal gemstones. He treads cautiously, guiding his companions through the perilous Pandora's box, navigating the delicate boundary between human goodness and malevolence. This evening, the old neighbor, the otter, emerged once more to drag a branch, and for a fleeting moment, a pair of eerie green eyes appeared in the direction of the hot springs before swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest. No further incidents were reported. On the 42nd day on the island, the group rose unusually early. Fan Tongshu had just begun to prepare porridge when everyone emerged from their rooms to wash up in the hot springs. In contrast, those in Wang Zhongcheng's room arose a bit later. Indeed, the allure of diamonds can render one restless, a constant source of longing and desire. During breakfast, the atmosphere was hurried. Conversations were sparse and lacked the leisurely pace of previous meals, as if everyone harbored a weighty concern. In the morning, they resumed excavating in the same area as the previous day, equipped with bamboo sieves that significantly increased their efficiency in locating diamonds. Within less than an hour, 3 individuals sought the expertise of Li Xian for confirmation, and although the finds were modest in size, they elicited tremendous excitement. Around 11 o'clock, the sound of an argument erupted from the direction of Team 3. "You bring it to me. The last one you took was from your bag. You promised the next one would be mine." Sun Xiaowei shouted furiously at Lu Gangang. "I discovered this one too, regardless of its size. Can't you just let it be mine?" Lu Gangang quietly urged. "What is the fuss about? Aren't you being a bit stingy? How can we collaborate like this? How can you claim you found it first? I was the one shoveling sand into the sieve while you screened it. Of course you found it first. We agreed that the last one would be yours and the next one would be mine. Now that you found a larger one, you wish to keep both for yourself. Are you still human? Do you have any integrity left? Hand it over." Sun Xiaowei insisted vehemently. At that moment, Wang Taisong approached, and upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhongcheng also made his way over. "What's going on? This ruckus is disrupting others' work." Wang Taisong inquired sternly. "We had an agreement this morning to collect together. I was responsible for shoveling sand and gravel while Lu Gangang screened. He insisted on taking the last find, promising the next one would be mine. Now he claims the second one is larger and has tucked it away in his bag. Is this how people should behave?" Sun Xiaowei lamented. Wang Zhongcheng stepped closer, directing his gaze at the silent Lu Gangang, who was looking down. "Hand that over. It's only the first day of your collaboration, and you've already descended into this chaos. You agreed on the division of fines, and now you've forsaken your principles for profit," Wang Taisong admonished. Lu Gangang reluctantly reached into his bag and produced a small, transparent stone, no larger than a mung bean, which he handed to Sun Xiaowei. Sun Xiaowei inspected it under the light and immediately exclaimed, "This isn't the one. This is the first find. The second one is at least twice its size." Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong exchanged glances in the darkness, unable to discern each other's features, yet clearly understanding one another's sentiments. "Lu Gangang, I advise you not to be cunning. In the forthcoming days, we shall continue to excavate an abundance of minerals, and there will be diamonds larger and more plentiful than these. Can you truly restrain yourself from this? What you have done today marks you as the first individual to contravene our established regulations. The specific punitive measures will be announced shortly." I hope you reflect upon your actions and rectify your mistakes in a timely manner, Wang Taisong said solemnly. I made an error, Wang Shigong. I genuinely misgrabbed. Captain Wang. No, Brother Wang. Please forgive me this time. I acted foolishly, driven by greed, and took advantage of Sun Xiaowei's youth. I gave him the larger stone, and this one is for you. Do not punish me. I shall never dare again. Lu Gangang, while apologizing, retrieved a sparkling diamond the size of a peanut from his backpack, which glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the flashlight, exuding breathtaking beauty. This was indeed the most exquisite and largest one discovered in the past 2 days. Upon seeing it, Sun Xiaowei immediately exclaimed, "This is the one! This is the one!" He snatched it eagerly, holding it up to the light to admire its brilliance greedily. Wang Zhongcheng observed the scene in silence, turning back towards the guard post with his weapon. Lunch consisted of bamboo, rats stir-fried with bamboo shoots, and large steamed buns. In the morning, Zhao Renjia had captured 4 bamboo rats, while Fan Tongshu and Zhao Renjia chopped some tender bamboo shoots, returning early to prepare the meal. The hard-working individuals, returning from their laborious morning, were ready to feast. As the group washed up and sat in the courtyard awaiting their meal, Zhao Renjia stood on a rock alongside Wang Taisong, calling Lu Gangang to join them before the others. Wang Taisong recounted the events involving Lu Gangang and Sun Xiaowei from the morning. Zhao Renjia then announced the punishment for Lu Gangang. Lu Gangang has betrayed trust, disregarding the cooperative agreement with Sun Xiaowei, lured by greed, and misappropriated the diamond raw stone that rightfully belonged to Sun Xiaowei. Throughout the mediation process, he has shown no remorse, resorting to deceit and violation of our collectively established regulations. After a pause, Zhao Renjia continued, considering Lu Ganggang's status as a first-time offender, his return of the diamond to Sun Xiaowei, and his relatively contrite attitude, the Committee of Supervisors, Overseers, and Construction Personnel have deliberated collectively. Adhering to the principle of returning stolen goods without absolving the crime, it has been decided that Lu Gangang shall be suspended from work for 7 days. During this period, he will assist the logistics personnel in hunting and gathering food, and all labor outcomes during these 7 days shall not be subject to distribution. Upon completion of Zhao Renjia's announcement, Lu Gangang presented a profound reflection before the group. At that moment, the freshly steamed buns, large and white with a fragrant aroma, paired with the succulent and crispy bamboo, rats stir-fried with bamboo shoots, were served. The courtyard was immediately filled with the alluring scent of the meal, and the group, having worked tirelessly throughout the morning, found themselves ravenously hungry. They were indeed fatigued. Even during labor, they could hardly spare a moment to rest, showing no interest in the verbal sparring between Sun Xiaowei and Lu Gangang earlier that morning. Consequently, their appetites had significantly increased. Each individual consumed 2 large buns accompanied by a generous bowl of vegetables. Fortunately, every meal during their labor had included wild game, rich in nutrition and sustenance. People are like iron, and food is like steel. Going without a meal leaves one in distress. They were all in the prime of their lives, their years of intensive physical labor having forged robust physiques, and once satiated, they were imbued with boundless energy. In the afternoon, the group gathered 6 diamonds of varying sizes, ensuring that every laborer reaped rewards for their efforts. Wang Taisong, upon concluding the day's work, noted that they had collected 13 diamonds today, which, when combined with the 6 from yesterday, amounted to a total of 19. Presently, the title of Diamond King belongs to Sun Xiaowei's find. Meanwhile, Fan Tongshu and Lu Gangang, at the hot springs rocky area, ensnared a wild boar weighing approximately 100 pounds. They proceeded to skin, butcher, and clean the entrails on site. The evening feast featured a grand banquet centered around the entire pig, with the entrails, bones, and bamboo shoots simmered together. Lu Gangang took charge of gathering firewood and tending to the flames, a task made effortless by the abundant supply of kindling in the forest. As a result, the pig bones became tender and succulent, while the entrails were both delicate and aromatic. The night was filled with joyous laughter as they enjoyed a delightful evening together. On the 43rd, 44th, and 45th days of their island stay, Wang Zhongcheng consistently led the team in the cave, meticulously sifting through diamonds with sieves. During this time, Groups 3 and 4, led by Zhou Shicheng and Li Xian respectively, delegated the collection areas to their members, successfully avoiding disputes and encroachments. A single wild boar yielded over 40 pounds of pure meat, complemented by 8 bamboo rats and more than 10 pounds of bamboo shoots collected daily. After several days of feasting, their appetites were thoroughly satisfied. Now, Wang Zhongcheng encouraged everyone to indulge in hearty meals, for a well-fed body is essential for laborious endeavors. Chapter 45. Allocating rooms on the afternoon of the 45th day on the island. Wang Zhongcheng finished work 2 hours early, leaving his tools in the cave. Each person returned to the stilt house, carrying a water bucket and the fruits of their labor from the past few days. Over the span of 5 days, they collected a total of 43 diamonds, with Sun Xiaowei reigning as the Diamond King. While everyone took turns washing up, Zhao Renjie hurried to the fence in front of the wooden cabin to observe the 2 little monkeys and 4 piglets. Despite having prepared ample food and water for them before heading to the hot springs, Zhao Renjie remained concerned for the little monkeys. Upon seeing Zhao Renjie, the monkeys joyfully jumped around, prompting him to release them from the enclosure. The 2 little monkeys immediately nestled into his embrace, behaving like human children seeking affection. With their heads nuzzling against his chest, a warm wave of emotion surged within Zhao Renjie. After Wang Zhongcheng finished washing up, he proceeded to the front of the wooden cabin, checking the crops' sprouting conditions in the western field. To his delight, he discovered that most crops had broken through the soil, with the tallest potato shoots reaching a tiger's mouth high. He called over Li Litzai, and Sun Xiaowei opened the water channel to irrigate the fields thoroughly. This was a field of hope, bearing the promise of sustenance for everyone as survival. With the crops yielding grains and vegetables, combined with the island's wild game, it at least stabilized the morale of the group, preventing any descent into inhumane acts. Wang Zhongcheng pondered. Dinner consisted of base fried in lard and a tomato and egg soup. The group had not savored fish for several days, making this meal particularly delectable. Previously, they had refrained from using too much oil to conserve resources, but now, with the availability of lard, the base was both fragrant and crispy. Each person enjoyed a whole fish, accompanied by rice and tomato soup, leaving them sweating and yearning for more. In terms of quantity, Gao Hong had the most bountiful harvest this time, with a total of 6 diamonds, each the size of mung beans and soybeans. Adding the 2 he had previously collected, his total came to 8. He relished his meal, a smile illuminating his face. He had previously exchanged the 2 smallest diamonds with Sun Xiaowei for a peanut-sized diamond. But Sun Xiaowei insisted on a trade of 6 diamonds the size of mung beans. Sun Xiaowei didn't even allow Gao Hong a glimpse of them, prompting Gao Hong to curse him internally, calling him a cunning trickster, more sly than the Monkey King himself. Just as he was savoring his meal, a little monkey he had rescued spotted him in the courtyard and joyfully dashed over, affectionately rubbing against his leg. The sudden embrace startled Gao Hong, who, since being bitten by a python, had become particularly jumpy. He sprang to his feet, sending his bowl crashing to the ground. Upon realizing it was the little monkey, his mind flashed to Sun Xiaowei's mischievous demeanor, and in a fit of anger, he kicked the monkey away. The unsuspecting monkey, still basking in the joy of being free after days of confinement and nursing a wound from the piglets, had hoped for at least a bowl of soup to share in the feast. However, Gao Hong's swift kick sent the little monkey tumbling, exacerbating its previous injury. The monkey lay on the ground, squeaking in pain. Zhao Renjie set down his bowl and hurried over to pick up the little monkey, assessing its injuries. As Zhao Renjie observed the small monkey's chest becoming red and swollen once more, tears of grievance filled its eyes, and his heart ached as he gently stroked the little creature's head. It felt as though his heart had shattered, as if the kick had landed squarely on his own chest, leaving him heartbroken. Suddenly, he stood up, cradling the small monkey in one arm, while raising his fist to strike Gao Hong's face, only to halt abruptly 30 centimeters from his head. He then turned and carried the monkey towards the storeroom in search of first aid kit. Gao Hong, frightened, instinctively shielded his head with his hands, trembling as he felt a tightening in his bladder, resulting in a warm trickle escaping. He understood the force behind Zhao Renjie's punch could leave him severely injured. After a moment of waiting, feeling no impact, he timidly lifted his head to discover Zhao Renjie had rushed off to tend to the monkey, prompting him to hastily adjust his trousers and sprint to the restroom. Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Fan Tongshu observed the unfolding scene with detached interest, keenly watching the expressions of those around them. Some displayed faces of deep regret, lamenting the absence of a thrilling spectacle, while others adopted a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. A few attempted to play peacemaker, stepping forward to intervene, while others furtively glanced at the trio of Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Fan Tongshu, eager to gauge the situation's progression. Li Weifeng closely followed Zhao Renjie, swaying his alluring waist and adopting a distinctive gait as he hurried towards the storeroom. Thus, an extravagant feast came to an abrupt conclusion. Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Fan Tongshu ascended to the main room to smoke. While puffing on his cigarette, Wang Zhongcheng addressed Wang Taisong and Fan Tongshu, saying, "Taisong, please rearrange the sleeping arrangements before bedtime. Each room should be assigned based on the labor group. Ayu Tongshu and Renjie will each occupy a separate room, ensuring Renjie and Gao Hong are separated. Tongshu will stay in the Weifeng's room in Group 1. I have no other requests." "Understood. Where should we place the wooden box containing the firearms?" Wang Taisong inquired. "The box will be secured in Tongshu's room in Group 1. Each of our long guns will be accompanied by 5 rounds of ammunition for personal carry, while the remaining firearms and ammunition should be discreetly stored by Tongshu in another storeroom. Firearms and ammunition must be separated upon entering the stilted building, with bullets kept in our close attire during sleep." "I will keep my handgun on me," Wang Zhongcheng replied. The reallocation of rooms was swift, as personal belongings were minimal, consisting mainly of bedding, clothing, and personal treasures, completed in under 10 minutes. After arranging the night watch personnel, Wang Zhongcheng retired, moving to the rooms of Li Xian, Zhou Zhonghai, and Ma Fangzhan in Group 4, while Wang Taisong settled into the rooms of Lu Zhengxiang, Gao Hong, and Lin Yoming in Group 2. Zhao Renjie took residence in the rooms of Zhou Shicheng, Lu Gangyang, and Sun Xiaowei in Group 3. This arrangement would also dictate lodging during work assignments. On the 46th day upon the island, after breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng issued the following directives. Fan Tongshu would lead 3 individuals to reinforce the planting base's fencing to deter small herbivorous animals from causing damage. And after completing this task, they would prepare lunch. Those without assigned tasks were to proceed to the fields to clear weeds. Lu Wenxiang was to lead Group 1 in conducting a thorough safety inspection of the stilted building, addressing any identified gaps with repairs. Gao Hong and his team conducted maintenance on the hydraulic power generator, tended to the solar energy facilities, and charged the portable lights and lamps used for production. In the morning, Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong set several traps in the bamboo grove along the eastern riverbank, and also collected a significant number of bamboo shoots. Wang Zhongcheng and his colleagues spent the entire morning weeding in the planting base and replenishing the sparse areas that lacked seedlings. He tended to the fragile sprouts with the same meticulous care as one would a child. Lunch consisted of braised chicken legs with potatoes served alongside rice. Today, the lunchtime break was extended to 2 hours, an hour longer than usual. In the morning, Gao Hong and his team completed the inspection and maintenance of the hydraulic power generator, and in the afternoon, they proceeded to weed the area. When a stilted building was first constructed, due to time constraints and special circumstances, it was built entirely from fresh timber. After residing in it for over a month, the wood began to dehydrate and warp, creating gaps in the walls that allowed drafts and rain to enter. Consequently, Lu Wenxiang faced a heavier workload today. The team he led was evidently insufficient, prompting Wang Zhongcheng to assign a 4th group, led by Li Xian, to conduct a thorough inspection and maintenance of the stilted building. The gaps were filled not only with melted pine resin, but also with bamboo boards. Wang Zhongcheng, equipped with gear and firearms, along with Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong, followed the river's course from the small bridge to the small waterfall of the hydraulic power station, continuing onward toward the river's mouth. This stretch of the route was uncharted for them, as their previous journeys to Crocodile Bay involved first heading to the beach and then taking a lifeboat to the river's mouth. Today, they sought to explore the river route leading to Crocodile Bay, primarily in search of the optimal gold panning sites and the location of the gold mine, as mentioned by Jack. The banks of the river, Devoid of threats from giant aquatic creatures, were relatively easy to traverse, lacking the dense foliage and entanglements found in the jungles. Although the underbrush was somewhat overgrown, the occasional snake that slithered out posed little concern. Those that could not escape were swiftly dealt with by them. Chapter 46. The Quest for Gold Mines. The jungle creatures, oblivious to the lurking dangers of the bay crocodile, began to appear in increasing numbers, flocking to the riverbank to quench their thirst, graze, and feast on wild fruits. Groups of wild boars, goats, deer, anteaters, tapirs, wild chickens, and hares gathered here. In this stretch of the river, there lay a dam, which upon closer inspection revealed to be constructed by otters using logs, aquatic plants, and branches. A few otters were tirelessly engaged in ongoing construction on the dam, earning them the esteemed title of architects within the animal kingdom. Their combat prowess in water is second only to that of crocodiles, causing smaller crocodiles to steer clear at their sight. Wang Zhongcheng trudged forward for over 2 hours until he reached the site where they had previously ambushed a crocodile and felled trees. Across the river stood the foot of a mountain, where the slope gently descended into the water, narrowing the river's expanse. Wang Taisong picked up a branch to measure the water's depth, revealing it to be over 2 meters deep and approximately 3 meters wide. Wang Taisong remarked, as Wang Zhongcheng gazed at the opposite slope, where sparse shrubs and a few plants bearing red fruits adorned the landscape. The underbrush was not overly dense. He had contemplated crossing the river to explore, but Lu Zhengxiang's suggestion to destroy crocodile eggs had prevented this thought from materializing. Wang Zhongcheng scrutinized the soil and rocks on the opposite bank through binoculars. Despite the proximity, the presence of weeds and shrubs obscured the view of the terrain, rendering his observations unclear. He passed the binoculars to Wang Taisong, instructing him to wait in place. He and Zhao Renjie shed their clothes, stowing them in their backpacks before donning them once more. They submerged themselves in the river, one hand gripping a firearm while the other propelled them through the water, swiftly reaching the opposite shore. Upon arrival, they dressed and retrieved a dagger along with several water bottles from their backpacks. At each location, they excavated soil with the dagger, filling the bottles as they moved. They ascended the slope, smashing a rock with their axe and collecting the fragments in the bottles, meticulously labeling each one. After gathering a total of 16 bottles of soil within a 500-meter radius, they stripped off their clothes and swam back. Meanwhile, Wang Taisong had filled 5 bottles with soil from different locations, eagerly awaiting their return. After a brief respite, they set off on their journey back. The island's wildlife was astonishingly abundant. Flocks of wild chickens frequently took flight before them, while hares, goats, deer, anteaters, and tapirs exhibited no fear of the bipedal intruders, perhaps having never encountered their kind. As they approached the bamboo grove, Zhao Renjie skillfully hunted down an adult male goat. Upon reaching the grove to inspect the traps, they discovered that all had been destroyed and were devoid of catches. They made their way back to the stilted house. By this time, Fan Tongshu had prepared dinner, featuring stewed rabbit meat with radishes, pan-fried cod pieces, and large steamed buns. Zhao Renjie first carried the goat to the kitchen, where Fan Tongshu informed him that the bamboo grove traps had yielded 2 wild rabbits and 4 bamboo rats, which he, Li Weifeng, and Lu Gangang had brought back after gathering bamboo shoots in the afternoon, along with a plentiful collection of mushrooms and wood ear fungus. After Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, and Wang Taisong completed their ablutions, the meal was laid out on the long wooden table in the courtyard, with everyone awaiting their return to dine together. Today, Lu Wenxiang and his team meticulously repaired the stilted house, addressing every nook and cranny, sealing gaps and cracks, and solidifying the once creaky floorboards. The towering trees, the skyward-reaching banyan and redwoods, being living entities, have sprouted numerous branches and leaves at the base and walls, which were also pruned. Gao Hong and Lin Yongming ascended to the rooftop to clean and maintain the solar panels, while also servicing all rechargeable lighting fixtures and inspecting the wiring from the hydroelectric generator to the stilted house. Everyone's labor was filled with satisfaction and joy. These reborn individuals, ignited once more by their aspirations akin to diamonds and jewels, embraced their dreams of a brighter future, participating wholeheartedly in the creation of happiness. with hearts brimming with gratitude towards Wang Zhongcheng and others for the hope and wealth bestowed upon them. After dinner, the group collectively engaged in the butchering of goats and bamboo rats, smiles adorning their faces, laughter ringing in the air. Some were processing sheepskins, others dismantling bones, while a few prepared to boil water. Those handling the bamboo rats displayed their adept knife skills, swiftly processing four with ease. Fan Tongshu had previously instructed that the furs of these animals should not be discarded. Once properly treated, they were to be laid upon the beds in the workshop, ensuring each individual received their share. Wang Zhongcheng and Fan Tongshu sorted through fungi and mushrooms, teaching Li Weifeng and Lu Gangang to carefully identify and retain the non-toxic varieties, discarding any uncertain specimens directly into the trash. Once the mutton was ready, they combined the bones, hooves, innards, heads, and half of the meat with spices, placing it over a low flame to simmer, anticipating a morning feast where they would sprinkle chili powder and pepper, savoring the lamb soup with bread, relishing in its exquisite aroma. On the 47th day of their island sojourn, today marked Sunday, a day of rest, allowing all to roam freely within the courtyard, washing clothes, airing bedding, mending garments, getting haircuts, or simply enjoying the comfort of their beds. The only stipulation was to refrain from venturing into the jungle alone. Regulations mandated that any task outside the courtyard required a group of 3 or more, preferably accompanied by armed logistical support. In the washing area, Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjia, Wang Taisong, Fan Tongshu, and Li Xian each had a plastic basin before them, pouring the gravel and dirt they had collected yesterday into the numbered basins, crushing the gravel into powder with axes, while Wang Taisong diligently took notes. They then filled the basins with water, swirling it clockwise to wash away the larger clumps of dirt and gravel until only a few golden glimmers remained at the basin's bottom. When Li Xian first successfully sifted out the initial basin of particles, both he and Wang Taisong could hardly contain their excitement, erupting in cheers, even more exhilarated than when they had first discovered diamonds. The allure of gold captivated everyone. Gold, one of humanity's oldest precious metals, has long been revered as a symbol of currency and wealth throughout history. The obsession with gold is omnipresent. While gold represents wealth in Eastern traditions, diamonds signify love in Western contexts. In the East, certain religions hold the belief that the purer and more virtuous the soul, the more pronounced its golden aura becomes. Gold symbolizes ultimate truth, purity, goodness, and beauty. This splendid perception of gold is embedded within the genetic memory of humanity, fostering a reverence and fascination for it throughout the cycles of reincarnation. Thus, some individuals favor gold over diamonds. Wen Li Xian, after subjecting the material to intense heat and repeated weighing, confirmed that it was indeed of high-purity gold. Both Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia, along with Fan Tongshu, felt a surge of excitement within them, particularly for Fan Tongshu, who had remained relatively composed upon discovering opals and diamonds. This was a stark contrast to his previous indifference stemming from a lack of familiarity with such gems. Yet, discovering such a substantial quantity of gold within a mere water bottle was impossible for him to disregard. He too was not impervious to the allure of gold. It was not just Fan Tongshu. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia were equally stirred by the prospect. The affection for gold is ingrained in our very essence. It is a universal admiration, with some individuals willing to go to great lengths for it. At 10 a.m., the washing of the 21 bottles filled with crushed stone and earth was completed. Wang Taisong meticulously recorded the origin and yield of each bottle according to its number. In total, they extracted 0.5 grams of gold. Li Xian remarked that currently, the highest gold content in domestic mines yields merely 5 grams of pure gold per ton of ore. The 21 bottles, containing approximately 100 pounds of crushed stone and soil, yielded 0.5 grams of gold, which is double the output of the finest gold ore. Given such a high yield from these stones and soil, it is certain that the hillside and land, after being washed by rain, harbor significant deposits of native gold within the riverbed sands. Li Xian exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 47. Gambling at this moment. Wang Zhongcheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the shimmering gold before him. Alas, even the most stalwart of warriors cannot resist the allure of gilded temptation. Zhao Renjie observed Wang Zhongcheng's distraction and gently nudged his arm. Startled, Wang Zhongcheng lifted his gaze and replied, "In Jack's notebook, it is recorded that they once discovered doghead gold in the river, likely during a drought when the water levels were low. Now, however, the current is swift and turbulent, and the water is approximately 2 meters deep, making it impossible to pan for gold. On my way back, I pondered the river otters upstream. Despite their small stature, they construct remarkably sturdy dams, creating ecological habitats by impeding the river's flow. Why should we not emulate the otters and build a dam ourselves?" Wang Taisong paused momentarily before continuing. "The section of the river where we extract soil samples is not very wide, about 3 meters across, making it quite feasible to construct a dam. We can utilize local materials such as large trees, stones, and earth, applying the techniques of the otters, and surely our construction will surpass theirs. We should not stop at just one. We ought to construct dams at all locations downstream where gold panning is required." With unwavering confidence, Wang Taisong declared, "This approach is commendable. By building successive dams, we can reduce the flow of water and lower the water level, allowing us to adjust the current and depth as needed for gold extraction, thus resolving the challenges of panning at the riverbed. Indeed, let us proceed with Tiesong's proposal to build the dams. I refuse to believe that we cannot outperform a mere river otter. We shall first pan the riverbed and then mine the mountains, extracting as much gold as we can until the mountains are leveled," Wang Zhongcheng asserted. "Once we've completed our work in the Diamond Cave and gathered what we can from outside, you, along with Gao Hong and the group leaders, should scout locations for constructing the dams. Let Gao Hong select a site for hydroelectric power generation, and we will relocate the generator units here. Additionally, we need to choose a place to build a shelter. Brother Tongshu, for the next few days, please use the food from the freezer while cooking. And once we reach the gold panning site, ensure we move the electricity there as well. We will no longer lack fresh meat. So we must channel our power to where it is most needed," Wang Zhongcheng instructed. "After this phase of consumption, our supplies of pork, beef, and lamb have dwindled. But we still have plenty of chicken, salmon, cod, and various fresh fish stored in the freezer. We should focus on consuming those for now," Fan Tongshu suggested. "Yes. When the time comes, I plan to dismantle any usable machinery from the fishing boat to assemble an automatic or selection production line. This would significantly enhance our work efficiency. Although this is merely a concept, its success is quite plausible. Wouldn't you agree, Taisong?" Wang Zhongcheng remarked. "Indeed, the automatic sorting system and harvesting system on the fishing boat can be repurposed. I will find time to review the schematics and conduct further research on the vessel." Wang Taisong replied, "Oh, it's nearly lunchtime. I must prepare the meal. Are we still having lamb and lamb soup for lunch? Or should I add a few fresh fish to the pot?" Fan Tongshu inquired. "Let us proceed as you suggest. For lunch, we shall have lamb soup. While the lamb occupies the large pot, we can stir-fry some wood ear mushrooms as well. These will spoil if left too long," Wang Zhongcheng concluded. Fan Tongshu went to prepare a meal while the four of them gathered in the washroom, deliberating over extraction methods, tool selection, and the site for their shed. They indulged in a few cigarettes to temper their excitement. Wang Zhongcheng carefully stored the 0.5 grams of gold in a mineral water bottle and returned to the room with Li Xian. The room was empty, and as soon as Wang Zhongcheng lay down, he heard a commotion from the adjacent room of Zhou Shicheng, filled with raucous laughter and chatter. Let them unwind for the weekend, Wang Zhongcheng thought to himself. It had been a long time since they had relaxed like this. Before long, Zhao Renjie entered the room and sat on the bed opposite Wang Zhongcheng. "Lin Yongming is playing cards in our room. It's quite noisy, and the smell of smoke is overwhelming. You smoke too, so why complain about the smoke?" Wang Zhongcheng replied. "Let them have a bit of fun. They deserve a break. You can lie down on Zhou Zhanghai's bed for a while. Lunch will be served soon. By the way, are they playing for stakes?" Wang Zhongcheng inquired again. "I didn't notice. I was driven out by the smoke as soon as I entered," Zhao Renjie responded. "Be vigilant. Gambling is strictly prohibited on this island. If there is any hint of gambling, regardless of the stakes, it must be halted immediately to eradicate such corrupt practices. Failure to do so could lead to serious issues," Wang Zhongcheng warned. "Understood. I'll go take a look," Zhao Renjie replied before heading back to his room. In less than 5 minutes, he returned. You were right. They are indeed gambling. Lin Yongming organized it, and the participants include Zhou Jianghai, Ma Fangzhan, and Sun Xiaowei. Sun Xiaowei has already lost his peanut-sized diamond and is now borrowing 2 smaller ones from Lin Yongming to recoup his losses, Zhao Renjie reported. Li Xian and Wang Zhongcheng exchanged startled glances. Wang Zhongcheng sat up, asking, what kind of game are they playing? Such high stakes? How much is that peanut-sized diamond worth? That rough stone is an unprocessed yellow diamond worth about 500,000. If it were cut, its value would increase significantly, Li Xian elaborated. Sun Xiaowei wouldn't earn that much even after 2 years of work on a fishing boat. To lose it all in just half a day is absurd. Wang Zhongcheng exclaimed. Did you see who was winning? Are they colluding to take advantage of Sun Xiaowei? Was Zhou Shiqing not playing? Wang Zhongcheng pressed for more details. Lin Yongming was winning, but I couldn't tell if there was any collusion. I only glanced in for a moment, and Zhou Shiqing wasn't in the room. Zhao Renjie replied. This matter is now in your hands. After all, Lin Yongming is your cousin, and you were the one who introduced him to this vessel. Ensure that all losses and winnings are squared away and that they refrain from gambling in the future. If handled properly, we can move past this incident, Wang Zhongcheng instructed. Very well, I will take care of it, Zhao Renjie affirmed before leaving once more. Wang Zhongcheng silently watched Zhao Renjie's retreating figure, pulling out 2 cigarettes and tossing one to Li Xian, who quickly caught it and used a lighter to ignite it for Wang Zhongcheng, who gestured for him to not be so formal. As soon as Wang Zhongcheng and Li Xian finished their smoke, they heard Li Weifeng shouting from downstairs, Brothers, it's time for dinner. Wang Zhongcheng and Li Xian descended the stairs to wash their hands and returned. Yet they had not seen Zhao Renjie and the group of gamblers emerge. Once seated, Wang Zhongcheng addressed the gathering, stating, there is no need to wait. Let us begin our meal. They have had their share of enjoyment. With that, he lifted his bowl and savored a sip of mutton soup. Delightful, exceedingly delightful. The combination of mutton and fish in the broth is truly sublime. Where's the chili oil? I shall add a touch of it, he remarked with admiration. As Wang Zhongcheng finished his bowl of soup, Zhao Renjie and the gamblers made their way downstairs. Among them, only Sun Xiaowei wore a countenance that reflected the tumult of having just emerged from a grave, filled with conflicting emotions of joy and sorrow. Lin Yongming, on the other hand, appeared despondent, his face resembling that of a forlorn creature, as he trudged over with his head bowed low. Having concluded his meal, Wang Zhongcheng swiftly ascended the stairs and lay down on his bed, succumbing to slumber. He slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, awakening to find only Zhao Renjie seated on Zhou Jianghai's bed. Upon noticing Wang Zhongcheng's awakening, Zhao Renjie remarked, this game was organized by Lin Yongming, and he was the one who won the most. Zhou Jianghai also incurred losses, while Ma Fangzhan neither won nor lost. Sun Xiaowei faced the most significant defeat and even resorted to borrowing money. I have ensured that Lin Yongming returned all the gambling funds and absolved Sun Xiaowei of his debts, guaranteeing that we shall never engage in games with stakes again. Zhao Renjie conveyed this with an air of nonchalance. Yet the simplicity of his words belied the complexity of the situation. Wang Zhongcheng understood Lin Yongming all too well. It was evident that Zhao Renjie had made some promise to Lin Yongming, or perhaps sacrificed something to achieve this resolution. Wang Zhongcheng reached for a cigarette, offering one to Zhao Renjie before lighting his own. Zhao Renjie cupped the flame in his hands to ignite the cigarette and then resumed his seat. Wang Zhongcheng observed Zhao Renjie's expression for a moment, inhaling deeply before turning his gaze out the window. Having grown up alongside Zhao Renjie, they attended school together, served in the military side by side, and even endured the trials of being stranded on a desert island. It could be said that even the slightest gesture from Zhao Renjie was sufficient for Wang Zhongcheng to comprehend his unspoken intentions. Their bond was marked by an unspoken understanding and unwavering loyalty, rooted in profound trust. This was not akin to his relationship with Fan Tongshu, who occupied a more senior, almost parental role in Wang Zhongcheng's life. If Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong were the left and right arms of Wang Zhongcheng, then Fan Tongshu represented his pillar of support. One can imagine the vast, boundless ocean during a long voyage, where the crew's psychological anchor is the captain. However, Whom does the captain rely upon? When at sea for 6 months to a year without sight of land, confined within a cramped space, the mentally fragile would inevitably succumb to despair. Moreover, Fan Tongshu hailed from the same village as Wang Zhongcheng, and the meals he prepared were undeniably infused with the authentic flavors of their homeland. This, too, was one of the reasons Wang Zhongcheng relied on Fan Tongshu. The daily consumption of dishes reminiscent of home provided a modicum of comfort, alleviating the pangs of nostalgia. Chapter 48. Rice Seedlings. The two men silently finished a cigarette. Wang Zhongcheng turned to Zhao Renjie and said, "Before dinner, I will announce the penalties regarding gambling. I have instructed Wang Taisong to devise a stringent and rigorous system before our meal. I had not considered this matter thoroughly before. I never anticipated that after only a few days of work, some negative tendencies would already surface. We must resolutely prevent any personal vices from infiltrating our island. It is crucial to eliminate any signs of bad habits at the outset. This morning's incident has served as a wake-up call for us. Indeed, furthermore, Taisong has approached me several times, expressing a desire to learn marksmanship and asking me to teach him privately. He mentioned that Brother Fan has been carrying a gun while cooking, and since I happen to have an extra firearm, I thought I would mention it to you." "Though I did not agree," Zhao Renjie replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongcheng furrowed his brow and remarked, "What does he need a gun for? He is not considered a logistics personnel within our system. His duties involve construction and direct interaction with the laborers. What does it signify for him to swagger around with a firearm in front of him? For the sake of unity and self-defense, let us just give him one," Zhao Renjie suggested. "It is precisely for the sake of unity that firearms should not be wielded indiscriminately. Our guns are aimed outward. We carry them to safeguard the lives of the group. At most, they are used for hunting, which also serves to improve our rations. Brother Tong often traverses between the work site and the tents, and carrying a gun serves as protection while also allowing for hunting. Moreover, he qualifies as logistics personnel and can be armed. Wang Taisong's responsibilities lie in coordinating construction and tallying output, utilizing a pen rather than a firearm. We three are here to ensure security. There are no significant wild beasts remaining on the island, and our established regulations do not permit it," Wang Zhongcheng asserted. "I understand," Zhao Renjie acknowledged. "Come, let's visit the planting base. The seedlings are looking promising. I cannot find peace of mind until I see them bear fruit. They are the lifeblood of our existence on this island," Wang Zhongcheng expressed to Zhao Renjie. "Indeed, we are fortunate to have Brother Tong, who is adept in cooking, planting, and hunting. Ultimately, hunting has its limits. Each catch diminishes the population. However, crops and vegetables can be sown anew, enabling an infinite cycle of planting and harvesting," Zhao Renjie remarked. As they spoke, the two descended the stairs and entered the courtyard, where most were basking in the sunlight and airing out bedding. They had spent the last few days laboring in the damp and stifling cave, and soaking up the sun was beneficial for their health. Li Weifeng and Lu Gangang were in the courtyard, one cradling a small monkey while the other held it on a leash. Someone had tossed a chili pepper to the monkey, which caused it to tear up and sneeze, its tongue hanging out as it coughed in distress. Much to the amusement of everyone, who burst into laughter. Li Weifeng, holding the bandaged monkey, was exasperated, his face flushed with anger. He glared at the laughing Sun Xiaowei and stomped his foot, shaking his head as he pointed and exclaimed, "You and the monkey are of the same origin. Why the haste to fry it?" The monkey, led by Lu Gangang, upon spotting Zhao Renjie, ceased its coughing and stood up, eager to leap forward. Zhao approached and gently patted the heads of the two small monkeys before following Wang Zhongcheng out of the courtyard gate. Wang observed that the fence was now tightly sealed, ensuring that not even a wild rabbit could enter, let alone a mouse, unless it burrowed underground. The seedlings in the fields were a vibrant green, their tender leaves swaying gracefully in the breeze. Here lay the red bean sprouts, there the koik seeds, next the peanut shoots and the radish seedlings, with the potato sprouts towering above the rest. Nearby were the sweet potato sprouts, zucchini seedlings, tomato plants, pumpkin shoots, eggplant sprouts, as well as cabbage, celery, scallions, garlic, and ginger, all thriving after being directly planted with their roots intact. Each variety of vegetable occupied its designated plot, while the grains were neatly arranged in another, creating a harmonious and clear layout, with irrigation channels weaving through. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng envisioned a bountiful harvest, bursting with the fragrance of ripening fruits and vegetables. Upon returning from outside, he checked the growth of the rice and millet seedlings nurtured by Fan Tongshu, inspecting the conditions of the front and back of the wooden house, as well as behind the stilted building. Compared to the assorted vegetables outside, the rice and millet seedlings were indeed the most crucial. Fan Tongshu had taken 7 days of spare time to select rice capable of germination, opting for the freshest grains based on the production date on the packaging. The fresher the date, the better, as the plastic packaging could induce an oxygen-deprived state in the brown rice, diminishing the likelihood of germination over time. He meticulously selected only those grains that retained their embryos, those capable of sprouting, characterized by a complete, yellowish husk without any defects. Fan Tongshu, along with Li Weifeng and Lu Zhengxiang, sifted through 30 bags of rice to procure 15 pounds of intact, yellow-husked grains devoid of imperfections. After gently rinsing the seeds in clean water, he soaked them in warm water at approximately 30 degrees Celsius for 4 hours, adding a pinch of salt to prevent bacterial growth. He found 2 wide-bottom basins, spreading the seeds evenly across the bottom to maintain a thickness of about 1 centimeter. Covering the grains with a piece of gauze, he regularly misted them to keep the environment moist while awaiting germination. The process for millet was less intricate. He simply selected 20 pounds of plump, whole millet grains and utilized the same method as for the rice. Fan Tongshu remarked that the rice had a germination rate of about 50%, while the millet was around 40%, which was already among the highest rates for polished rice. Calculating that 6 pounds of rice seeds were needed per acre, these seedlings could cultivate 2 acres of rice paddies, while the millet could occupy 1 acre of dry land. The favorable climate allowed for 2 seasons of rice and 2 seasons of millet, given that the island's land was untouched virgin soil, rich in nutrients. The rice yielded at least 800 pounds per acre, while millet produced a minimum of 500 pounds, with 16 individuals, each consuming 200 pounds of rice annually. They would require the planting of 2 acres of rice and 1 acre of millet. Additionally, they would need to clear 1 more acre of paddy, as they had not anticipated nurturing such an abundance of seedlings. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongcheng felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. The staple food supply was finally assured. In this place, grain equates to life, serving as the very backbone of existence. Without food, survival would depend solely on hunting and fishing, endeavors fraught with peril and uncertainty, and never guaranteed to yield daily sustenance. The cultivation of seedlings by Fan Tongshu was a monumental achievement, one that surpassed even the triumphs of eradicating the bay crocodile and the green anaconda. Although potatoes, Job's tears, sweet potatoes, and red beans could all serve as food and stave off hunger, they remain merely supplementary to the diet. While rice is far more suited to the culinary preferences of the Eastern peoples, why not strive for something better? All fruits of labor are earned through the amalgamation of toil and intellect. Wang Zhongcheng inquired of Fan Tongshu, Brother Tongshu, how much longer until these seedlings are ready for planting? We must prepare the rice paddies in advance. It will be ready for planting in about a week. We need to cultivate the paddies beforehand and ensure they are adequately irrigated, Fan Tongshu replied. Very well. We shall not work in the diamond cave tomorrow. This matter takes precedence. There is no additional space within the courtyard for cultivation, so we shall clear 2 acres of land outside the fence specifically for rice planting, Wang Zhongcheng decided. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng felt a sweetness akin to honey enveloping his heart. Everything, aside from the absence of rescue information, was progressing positively. In the face of all challenges, the preservation of life remains paramount. As long as one lives, hope persists, and where there is life, there will always be a way. Chapter 49. Supplementary Gambling Regulations. Today is Sunday. In the kitchen, apart from Wang Zhongcheng and his 2 companions, Lu Zhengxiang, Li Letzai, Lu Wenxiang, and Zhou Shicheng are also present, assisting Fan Tongshu in slicing the goat that was prepared yesterday. Fan Tongshu expresses his intention to serve hot pot for dinner, preparing lamb meat and fish balls made from salmon, with the primary ingredients comprising various mountain mushrooms, wild fungi, wood ear mushrooms, bamboo shoots, cabbage, and more. Although Wang Zhongcheng's primary focus does not lie in the assortment of food supplies, he is deeply concerned about everyone's dietary needs. Given the current circumstances, he consistently strives to provide the best possible meals, insisting that every meal must include meat. During their rest at home, a combination of meat and vegetables is maintained, and even when pressed for time at work, he ensures that each dish includes both. Each person is guaranteed at least 150 grams of meat, with fish and rice available without limitation, as long as nothing goes to waste. Consequently, the 4 young wild boars seldom consume leftovers. They primarily feed on the fodder provided by the group. While living in the stilted house, the little monkey shares the same food as the others. Li Weifeng remarks that the monkey, like humans, shares a common ancestor and is a close relative. Following a recent preparation of tomato and egg soup, eggs have now become scarce. Eggs, by their nature, are difficult to preserve and store. Wang Zhongcheng had stocked them on the fishing boat at the rate of 1 egg per person per day. However, many were broken when the boat ran aground, and further losses occurred during transportation, leading to their current absence. Both Wang Zhongcheng and Fan Tongshu hope to find an opportunity to capture some wild chickens to replenish their egg supply, yet time has eluded them for such endeavors. Climbing trees to collect bird eggs? They are not yet at the point of relying solely on that for sustenance. So capturing wild chickens remains the most prudent course of action. Seeing that he could not assist in the kitchen, Wang Zhongcheng joined Zhao Renjie in the courtyard, where they sat on a wooden bench, sipping water and smoking. The bedding has already been stored away in the house, and aside from those busy in the kitchen, everyone else is in the yard, watching Li Weifeng and Lu Gangang take the little monkey for a stroll. Xiao Yong, come here for a hug. De Yong, come here for a kiss. Xiao Yong, come here for a kiss. Laughter and playful banter fill the air as someone has amusingly named the 2 little monkeys. Li Weifeng's previously sun-kissed face now shifts through shades of red, white, and black. His frustration evident as sweat beads on his nose and his lips quiver, rendering him speechless with indignation. Lu Gangang, holding on to De Yong, playfully scolds it, prompting the monkey to perform tricks for the amusement of the onlookers, their faces filled with mockery and delight. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Zhao Renjie approaches Lu Gangang and snatches the leash from his hand. Upon seeing Zhao Renjie, De Yong immediately brightens, grinning widely to reveal its gleaming white teeth. Eagerly bouncing on the floor and reaching out with its paws for a hug, Zhao Renjie lifts De Yong into his arms as one would a child, while the monkey affectionately nuzzles against his chest. From his pocket, Zhao Renjie retrieves 2 pieces of chocolate, offering one to Xiao Yong and the other to De Yong. Da Yong's joy intensified as he eagerly accepted the chocolate, tearing open the golden foil with his claws and swiftly popping it into his mouth. His face immediately transformed into an expression of sheer ecstasy, eyes closed, lips tightly pursed, and he even quivered with excitement. This unexpected shiver startled Zhao Renjie, who momentarily feared that De Yong had soiled himself. In contrast, Xiao Yong displayed a more subdued demeanor, resembling a gentle young lady as she quietly chewed and slowly swallowed, delicately nibbling at the chocolate and savoring it with her monkey-like tongue. A radiant sparkle of happiness shone in her eyes. However, this was perplexing. The usually tempestuous Xiao Yong was not known for such a serene disposition. When battling the wild boar, she exhibited the ferocity of a young tiger. Yet today, Zhao Renjie observed Li Weifeng cradling Xiao Yong affectionately, akin to soothing an infant, and he suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, the ancestral species shared an unspoken connection. In less than a day, Xiao Yong had grown significantly. At that moment, Lu Zhongxiang brought out the induction cooker and placed it on the long table, while Zhou Shicheng set down the bowls and chopsticks. Li Litzai presented fresh lamb slices and hand-cut chunks of meat. Lu Wangxiang carried an assortment of vegetables, and Fan Tongshu brought various seasonings. Lu Zhongxiang then connected the power supply, poured water into the pot, and turned on the induction cooker, eagerly awaiting the boil to commence cooking the meat and vegetables for a sumptuous feast. The atmosphere in the courtyard was on the verge of reaching a crescendo. Wang Taisong descended from the building, handing a piece of paper to Wang Zhongcheng. Wang Zhongcheng studied it momentarily before making a few corrections with a pen. He nodded to Zhao Renjie and then passed it to him. After Zhao Renjie read it, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie ascended the steps of the stilted building. Addressing the assembled crowd, Wang Zhongcheng declared, before we indulge in tonight's lavish dinner, while we await the pot to boil. I would like to take a few minutes to discuss an additional regulation. We had previously contemplated this rule, intending to establish it, but we felt that planning meals was unnecessary, assuming that no one would gamble, especially in light of the unpredictable nature of our circumstances. However, we were overly optimistic, misjudging the situation. This morning, someone brazenly engaged in gambling within the premises. The vice of gambling has been despised throughout history, and many families have been torn apart by it. Just over a week into our work, some could not restrain themselves. Today, individuals incited and organized gambling activities. Do you know the stakes involved? This morning, Sun Xiaowei lost a diamond the size of a peanut, valued at approximately 500,000 RMB. That is not all. He further borrowed money to continue gambling. Had we not discovered this in time, we cannot fathom the consequences that may have ensued. Fortunately, they promptly rectified their error, returned the gambling funds, and settled their debts. Even more fortuitously, this regulation had not yet been enacted before the card games commenced. Had it been otherwise, the four of you would not be seated here enjoying hot pot tonight, nor would you find comfort in the stilted beds, and you would miss out on the opportunity to work and unearth treasures. Wang Zhongcheng spoke at length, casting a glance at Lin Yongming, who was hiding behind others. Continuing, I shall now read the draft regulations and penalties concerning gambling and other illicit activities. Should anyone have suggestions, please voice them for collective deliberation. If there are no objections, kindly raise your hand to indicate approval. A 2/3 majority will suffice for passage. To ensure the inviolability of personal property for all, uphold fairness and justice on the island. Further protect the fruits of individual labor and purify the island's atmosphere. We shall adhere to the fundamental principles of equality and merit-based rewards. Henceforth, as of today, gambling and all unlawful activities are strictly prohibited on the island. Any engagement in gambling, whether through games like chess or mahjong, will draw severe legal consequences for both participants and organizers. Such actions only serve to undermine mental clarity, disrupt harmony among the island's inhabitants, tarnish its virtuous environment, and jeopardize personal safety. The following stipulations are hereby enacted. 1. Anyone who organizes gambling activities, participates in them, or provides conditions for gambling shall face confinement for a duration of no less than 30 days and no more than 60 days, in accordance with the law. 2. Participants in gambling and all criminals shall not be allowed to substitute fines for penalties. 3. Any funds, chips, or items wagered or won through gambling will be classified as gambling assets and shall be confiscated in accordance with the law. 4. Gambling implements and funds obtained through illegal activities will be seized or confiscated as per regulations. 5. In cases of severe violations, there shall be no upper limit to the duration of confinement. 6. Individuals who voluntarily report to the regulators and supervisors, or who expose others involved in gambling or criminal activities, and whose claims are verified, may receive reduced or waived penalties. 7. These regulations shall take effect on the date of their publication, November 5, 2023. Chapter 50. The Hot Pot has been read. Now, I invite everyone to share their suggestions and modifications. Wang Zhongxing remarked, and then Zhou Jianghai raised his hand, saying, the laws of our nation stipulate that gambling and other unlawful acts may incur fines in lieu of criminal charges. Why can't we consider this here? Wang Zhongxing replied, will the people on our island ever lack money, now or in the future? I believe the leniency of national laws is precisely why gambling and illicit activities persist and proliferate. Furthermore, numerous cases have emerged wherein certain law enforcement officials exploit their positions for personal greed, turning a blind eye to these activities. Therefore, they act as a protective shield for gambling and other unlawful behaviors. What entertainment activities do we have on our days off? The island is so small. Are we not permitted to venture out to the stilt houses? Ma Fangshan interjected. We have only just addressed our basic needs, and you wish to indulge in frivolities? There are countless forms of entertainment. Playing cards, chess is permissible as long as there are no stakes involved. Engaging in fitness, reading, or raising pets are all commendable pursuits. With just one day off each week, how can one muster the energy for such diversions? If one finds themselves too idle, they can assist in the fields by weeding or helping in the kitchen. Additionally, we could form teams to take leave and venture into the bamboo groves to harvest bamboo shoots, gather mushrooms, wood ears, and catch bamboo rats, wild rabbits, and pheasants, among others. We also need to capture at least 20 female wild chickens to augment our egg supply. Our clothing, worn from labor in the jungles and caves, has suffered considerable wear, and these items are irreplaceable. While we have recently accumulated some animal pelts, they are still insufficient to meet all our needs. Our crops and vegetables are thriving, and in the future, watering them will require little manpower. We can collectively engage in hunting on Saturdays, focusing primarily on fur-bearing animals such as goats, otters, bamboo rats, and wild rabbits, with pheasants as a supplementary target. Our methods will predominantly involve nets and traps, utilizing firearms as a secondary option. Next, we shall craft hunting weapons such as bows and spears, fully leveraging our manpower. In the sea, we reign supreme. Here, we are also sovereign, and everything on the island is at our disposal, Wang Zhongcheng proclaimed passionately. The electric pot on the wooden table was already steaming and emanating a delightful aroma. Although the crowd was eager, they patiently awaited Wang Zhongcheng to finish his discourse. Now, please raise your hands to vote on this system. Good. All hands raised in approval. This regulation shall take effect immediately, Wang Zhongcheng declared triumphantly. After concluding, Wang Zhongcheng cast a particular glance at Lin Yongming and 3 others, who were huddled at the back of the crowd, drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. Had it not been for Zhao Renjie's timely intervention, they would either be in the wild boar pen or the monkey cage by now, consuming leftovers for at least 30 days and being barred from treasure hunting. Wasn't he that a death sentence? Lin Yongming was especially remorseful. When Zhao Renjie had approached him at noon for a conversation, he had resolutely refused to relinquish the peanut-sized diamond. His intention had solely been to target Sun Xiaowei. Thus, he stubbornly refused to part with the diamond, only agreeing to settle Sun Xiaowei's debt. Zhao Renjie, left with no alternatives, returned to his room to gather all his opals in exchange for the diamond. However, Lin Yongming refused to recognize the value of these stones and declined the trade. Ultimately, Zhao Renjie offered a share of next month's diamond earnings as a condition to reclaim Sun Xiaowei's diamond, bringing the matter to a close. If Zhao Renjie's righteousness and familial affection could touch the remnants of Lin Yongming's conscience, making him cease his nefarious deeds, Zhao Renjie would deem it worthwhile. Yet, Lin Yongming not only expressed ingratitude, but also harbored resentment toward Zhao Renjie for revealing the gambling affair to Wang Zhongcheng. He demanded Zhao Renjie's earnings for the month at the end of this period and subsequently engaged in numerous despicable acts that harmed both Zhao Renjie and Wang Zhongcheng. When Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie returned to their seats, the others had already become impatient, the aroma of lamb enticing their appetites. Soon, they cast aside their principles, prioritizing their hunger. The clattering of pots and utensils created a lively scene, drowning out any thoughts of gambling or illegal activities. Many believed they could simply refrain from gambling in the future, choosing instead to indulge in the present. Lin Yongming, however, had a different perspective. He was filled with dread over having gambled before the regulations were enacted, grateful not to be confined. His greater frustration stemmed from possessing the skills of a cheat without an opportunity to utilize them. He failed to realize that the forgiveness he received was merely a favor from Wang Zhongcheng to Zhao Renjie, allowing him to manage the gambling incident promptly. One might ponder why the outcomes of the gambling incident and Lu Gongong's case differed. Lu Gongong's affair involved outright theft and deception, while Lin Yongming's was a calculated scheme, one that left the losers unable to voice their grievances. Thus, the two situations were fundamentally different, although both exhibited subjective malice with the primary aim of infringing upon Sun Xiaowei's diamond. The methods employed by individuals varied. The cunning of an old fox differs from the naivete of a fledgling. The ruthless strategy of the former is irresistible, continuing until the bitter end, while the latter's methods are easily seen through, inciting anger. Differences in age and perspective yield vastly different outcomes. Lin Yongming was notorious in the local casinos, openly banned from appearing at any of them. The calamities he had caused within the gambling establishments were innumerable, adept at playing the role of the unsuspecting. However, he did not discriminate between the mighty and the meek in his pursuits. Due to his disgraceful conduct, the unscrupulous owners of gambling establishments could no longer tolerate his presence and collectively announced his prohibition from their territories. Unable to survive locally, Lin Yongming fled to several southern cities. During a gambling match, he was swiftly uncovered and, after sustaining multiple wounds, miraculously survived, eventually finding work on a fishing boat through Zhao Rongji's introduction. Some may question the caliber of individuals aboard that fishing vessel, noting the scarcity of respectable people. As mentioned earlier, if not compelled by the harshness of life, who would willingly venture into the vast sea when stability could be found ashore? In ancient times, heroes faced wrongful accusations, devastating lawsuits, and oppressive taxes, often left with no choice but to turn to banditry, believing that each day alive was a day gained. Modern heroes often congregate in the depths of coal mines, on fishing vessels traversing the vast oceans. Can you believe this? Some may doubt, asserting that true heroes are confined within prison walls, while others thrive in society, basking in success and wielding influence. This perspective holds some truth. A hero's life cannot solely consist of moments of glory. They too experience peaks and valleys, and they require opportunities for growth, mastery of skills, and the financial means to support their families. Consequently, those fallen heroes unable to navigate society or those teetering on the brink of legality find solace in a launching pad aboard distant fishing boats. These vessels serve as a crucible for ambitious souls seeking rebirth, offering lucrative wages in a relatively secure, albeit lawless, environment. Fate bestows its mercy upon those in need. Amidst injustice, corruption, and overwhelming burdens pressing upon the masses, one cannot deny the struggle for survival. Even a single penny can pose a challenge to these valiant figures. A fallen hero must endure and persevere, after all. As dinner concluded amidst laughter and camaraderie, Wang Taisong announced that there would be no labor in the diamond cave the following day. Instead, they would continue to cultivate the land on the west side of the courtyard in preparation for planting rice seedlings. After delivering the announcement, the group tidied up the dishes and retired upstairs to rest. Thus, a delightful Sunday came to a close. Chapter 51. A return to the Diamond Cave on the 48th day on the island. Wang Zhongcheng led the group to fell trees on the western side of the courtyard. The labor force of 16 was not to be underestimated, and soon approximately 2 acres of land had been cleared. The group excavated drainage ditches on the freshly cleared ground to prevent the spread of fire and then ignited the stumps and branches on the surface. After the flames extinguished, it became easier to dig out the stumps and roots. Once the roots were unearthed, they turned the soil with shovels, delineated the ridges, and irrigated the area. Thus, within a single day, 2 acres of rice fields were cultivated. On the 49th day on the island, the group resumed their treasure hunting within the cave. Today, in addition to carrying a bucket of water, Wang Zhongcheng instructed each person to bring some frozen fish, dried fish, and other provisions, prioritizing the consumption of the frozen fish over the next few days. As the afternoon came to a close, Lu Gangang watched as his companions made varying degrees of progress in their diamond findings, feeling an unbearable pang of envy. It had only been 4.5 days. With 2.5 days still remaining until he could return to work, his heart was filled with regret and resentment. Standing at the entrance of the stalactite cave, Wang Zhongcheng pondered the 2 unexplored passages within, uncertain of the treasures they might conceal. He felt an irresistible allure, as if a colossal secret lay hidden within. During the watch, he found himself instinctively peering into the shadowy openings. The only sounds in the cave were the clattering of stones and sand being sifted by the group, accompanied by the gentle trickle of water and the rhythmic drip from above. In recent days, this sound had woven around Wang Zhongcheng like the spell of Aladdin's lamp. During his night shifts, while trying to sleep, he sensed a mysterious force deep within his mind calling out to him. On the 50th day, around 10 in the morning, Lu Zingxiang discovered a raw stone the size of a peanut, twice the size of Sun Xiaowei's find. This stone had been sifted from the sand at the bottom of the stream. The group erupted in cheers and congratulations before promptly resuming their labor. In the afternoon, the finds were minimal, consisting of small stones the size of mung beans and soybeans. Yet each person had some success. On the 51st day, the morning passed in tranquility. Lu Gangang, having endured a 7-day punishment, was eager to resume his work after the torturous wait. Each day, he witnessed his companions unearthing diamonds, and his heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles. As the afternoon approached and his punishment drew to a close, he finally returned to the diamond excavation. Throughout the afternoon, he scarcely paused for rest. Even as others took breaks to smoke, he continued to dig in the sand. Sweat dripped from his hair into the stream below, and his hands were blistered from the bamboo sieve, yet he persevered. Determined effort bore fruit, and Lu Gongong's vehement digging allowed him to sift out 2 diamonds the size of mung beans. When he held the diamonds in his hands, he felt no exhilaration, only a sense of urgency regarding the fleeting time ahead. In the small stream within the cave, the group anticipated that by tomorrow afternoon, they would have completed their work, and then they would transfer to the external stream. It was inconceivable for him to suffer alone in the cave, outside. The world was a paradise compared to the confines within. The more anxious Lu Gangang became, the faster time seemed to pass. As the afternoon workday drew to a close, he helplessly gazed upon the areas that still required at least 5 days of labor, feeling as though an impenetrable wall had settled in his heart, suffocating him. Upon returning to the hot spring work shed, Lu Gangang hastily washed up and sat in the courtyard, lighting his first cigarette of the afternoon. He took a deep drag, only to be seized by a violent cough, tears streaming down his face, drawing the attention of his companions. The meals over the past few days predominantly consisted of rice paired with braised fish, steamed fish, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, with 2 servings of bamboo rat. While Zhao Renjia had refrained from hunting. Fortunately, the strenuous nature of their work left everyone ravenous upon returning, and there were no complaints about the food, which was consumed with great satisfaction. On the 52nd day on the island, Wang Taisong insisted that the entire cave area be completely sifted today, with plans to gather outside by the creek next Monday. Before lunch, Gao Hong completed sifting his section and revisited areas that left him feeling uneasy that afternoon. Over these days, he had collected a total of 9 stones, the highest number among the group. Lu Gangang managed to gather 1 stone today, bringing his total to 4, the least among them. As the workday concluded, Wang Taisong tallied the results. This week, they had collectively gathered 46 stones, adding to last week's 43, making a grand total of 89. Lu Zingxiang's stones were the size of peanuts, leading the collection, while Sun Xiaowei's were slightly smaller. Wang Taisong instructed everyone to mark their tools and leave them at the cave entrance. Lu Gongong's uncollected area would remain neglected. Adults must bear the responsibility and consequences of their mistakes. Together, they returned to the hot spring work shed, tidying up their soiled clothes and water buckets. Making their way back to the stilt house before nightfall, Fan Tong Shu led the first group to wash up, and as everyone finished cleaning up and the meals were still being prepared, they sat in the courtyard, smoking and chatting. Zhao Renjia's first act upon returning was to check on Xiao Yong and De Yong. Xiao Yong's health had significantly improved, and upon seeing Zhao Renjia, both monkeys chirped with excitement from their enclosure. Zhao Renjia scooped them up, cradling one in each arm. He carried them to the kitchen, hoping to find them a treat, only to find Li Weifeng emerging from a basket with 2 red apples. At this stage, apples were a rare delicacy, as they had gone over 2 weeks without fruit. Li Weifeng handed each monkey an apple, and upon seeing this, Xiao Yong wriggled free from Zhao Renjia's embrace, eager to be held by Li Weifeng. The sight of Xiao Yong, one hand clutching the apple and the other reaching out for a hug, melted Li Weifeng's heart, prompting him to quickly scoop Xiao Yong into his arms affectionately. De Yong munched on his apple, glancing at Zhao Renjia with eyes full of trust and dependence. After witnessing De Yong finish his apple, Zhao Renjia made his way to the washroom. Once everyone finished dinner, Wang Zhongcheng organized the night shift and retired early. On the 53rd day on the island, it was the day designated for voluntary labor at the planting base. Fan Tongshu led the group in carefully relocating the seedlings, personally demonstrating the meticulous process of transplanting each one, ensuring none were broken. Everyone eagerly participated, and by 11 o'clock, The 2 acres of rice paddies were entirely planted. The cultivation of millet is quite straightforward. One simply needs to prepare the soil by digging a trench in front of the wooden cabin, sowing the sprouted seeds into the trench, covering them with soil, and then watering them to complete the planting process. After lunch, Wang Zhongcheng instructed Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, and Li Xian to gather their equipment, food, and water, and they promptly set off towards the diamond cave. Familiar with the route and carrying minimal gear, they advanced swiftly. They arrived at the cave shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Without pausing to assess the cave's safety, they proceeded directly inside until they reached the chamber adorned with stalactites. This time, Wang Zhongcheng opted to enter through the central fork in the cave. He held his gun firmly with both hands, leading the way, while Wang Taisong illuminated the path ahead with a flashlight, closely followed by Li Xian, who also wielded a flashlight, and Zhao Renjia, who brought up the rear with his firearm. Upon entering the fork, they observed that the cave was devoid of flowing water. The walls and floor were dry, with only a few scattered pebbles. After traversing approximately 50 meters, they felt an increasing coolness enveloping them, as if a gentle breeze wafted through the cave's air, albeit subtly, with the moisture on their faces diminishing. Cautiously advancing further, they discovered a buildup of decaying leaves and branches at the cave's base, which became more pronounced as they progressed. Treading upon the rotten foliage, they continued onward, the breeze now noticeably refreshing against their skin, causing the perspiration on their faces to evaporate. Meanwhile, both Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia gripped their weapons even more firmly. Fingers resting on the triggers, barrels pointed forward, and the bolts drawn back. The atmosphere was increasingly reminiscent of an impending storm. As the accumulation of leaves and branches thickened at the cave's floor, Wang Taisong's flashlight suddenly illuminated a stone wall ahead. Could this be the innermost part of the cave? Where's the wind and air coming from? Wang Zhongcheng pondered aloud, reaching out to touch the stone wall before them. Look, there's an exit here, obstructed by branches and foliage. The wind must be entering through this passage, Wang Taisong remarked, directing the flashlight's beam towards the left side of the wall. Chapter 52. The Discovery of Treasure. As Wang Taisong spoke, Li Xian directed his flashlight towards the scene, while Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia approached as well. Wang Taisong, using one hand, pulled a dry branch from the cave wall and remarked, "There must be an exit here. The wind is blowing in from this direction. Let's extract the branch and investigate." After saying this, he found a suitable spot on the cave wall to place the flashlight, illuminating the entrance where the branches were piled. Wang Zhongcheng handed his firearm to Zhao Renjia for safekeeping, instructing him to stand guard. The 3 of them began tugging at the branches, pulling them deeper into the cave. The branches were entangled with fragments of stone and soil. Before long, they had managed to create an opening, feeling the outside wind intensifying. A faint glimmer of light peeked through the branches, though not very pronounced. They piled the pulled branches and decayed leaves inside the cave, and with each tug, the amount of branches at the entrance diminished. They advanced approximately 10 meters, and the light grew increasingly vibrant to the point where the flashlight was no longer needed. Taking a brief respite, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions shared a cigarette and drank some water. With renewed vigor, they cleared the entrance of branches entirely. Indeed, the opening revealed a breathtaking expanse of blue sky above. Wang Zhongcheng observed that the exit slanted upward, leading outside, with clearly hewn steps ascending from the cave floor to the mouth of the cave. The 4 of them carefully treaded the steps towards the exit, with Wang Zhongcheng taking the lead, gripping the firearm handed to him by Zhao Renjia. When Wang Zhongcheng peeked outside, he was astonished to see a steaming hot spring not far away, alongside a construction shed in the distance. It turned out that this exit was situated on a hillside adjacent to the hot spring, facing their own construction shed. As Wang Taisong, Li Xian, and Zhao Renjia emerged from the cave and beheld the scene, they all burst into laughter, marveling at the wonders of nature and the serendipitous coincidence. After lingering for a moment among the trees outside, the 4 of them returned through the exit back to the cave adorned with stalactites. Without further delay, they ventured directly into the leftmost tunnel. This passage was somewhat lower, becoming increasingly constricted as they progressed. The water at the cave's bottom barely reached above their ankles, requiring them to stoop as they walked through the flowing water. The stagnant air made the atmosphere stifling. The tunnel was not straightforward. It twisted and turned, at times allowing them to stand upright, while at others necessitating crawling along the water surface. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the heat became. Their clothes were thoroughly soaked, not only from the water but also from perspiration. As they squeezed through another low opening, Wang Zhongcheng suddenly heard the sound of rushing water increase dramatically, reminiscent of a waterfall. At that moment, Wang Taisong had yet to enter, and the cave was enveloped in darkness, obscuring everything. Upon his arrival, Wang Taisong illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, discovering that this chamber was even more spacious than the stalactite hall. On the right side of the cave, a sheer cliff unleashed a torrent of water, cascading down into the abyss below, while Wang Zhongcheng's position was on the left side of the river, where a tributary branched off from the cliff above. As Wang Zhongcheng arrived, the flowing water that cascaded from this very spot caught his attention. Li Xian's flashlight paused towards the left tributary, illuminating a pool of water sculpted by years of relentless erosion. After a moment of scrutiny, Li Xian approached the edge of the pool. Crouching by the water, he retrieved something from its depths, carefully examining it under the beam of his flashlight. "Wang, brother, come quickly," Li Xian called out, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, Wang Zhongcheng, guided by Wang Tiesong's light, was intently observing the rushing waters to his right, realizing that the river's source on the island originated here. Upon hearing Li Xian's urgent call, both Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia instinctively aimed their weapons towards the direction of his voice, fearing for his safety. However, upon seeing Li Xian unharmed, crouched by the pool examining a stone, they breathed a sigh of relief and approached him cautiously, guns in hand. As Wang Tiesong's flashlight illuminated the pool, the water surface shimmered brilliantly, revealing its pristine clarity. The bottom was carpeted with smooth, round pebbles of varying sizes. The pool was gourd-shaped, with an inlet at each end and an outlet. Approximately the size of a basketball court, it reached a depth of about 2 meters, where Li Xian was intently shining his light on a stone resembling a pebble. "Wang, brother, this is a raw diamond. Look how large it is," Li Xuan exclaimed, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Wang Zhongcheng took the raw stone from Li Xian's hands. It was the size of a pigeon egg, comparable to one that Gao Hong had found a few days prior. This diamond rough was smooth and lustrous, entirely transparent, resembling a large glass orb or a crystal ball, emanating a captivating spectrum of colors under the flashlight's glow. By the time Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjia inspected the scene, Li Xian had already collected 7 or 8 more stones from the shallow waters, cradling them in his hands and presenting them to Wang Zhongcheng. "Brother Wang, these are all of exceptional quality. I'm convinced there must be a diamond mine here, formed by the underground river's erosive power over millions, even billions of years, shaping these pebbles." Wang Zhongcheng picked up a peanut-sized raw stone from Li Xian, holding it to the light, where he saw the rainbow's spectrum shining through the diamond. Wang Taisong retrieved a stone from the deeper waters, about the size of an egg, examined it under the light for a moment, and then offered it to Li Xian for appraisal. Li Xian scrutinized the stone, assessing it from various angles before taking a diamond and scratching it against the stone. Shaking his head, he declared to Wang Taisong, "This is quartz. The material is too soft and lacks hardness. A diamond would not leave a scratch." Afterward, he returned the stone to Wang Taisong, who, frustrated after testing the stone and finding it wanting, tossed it back into the pool. Li Xian continued his search in the shallow waters, removing his shoes and pants, holding the flashlight in his mouth, and wading directly into the pool to continue his hunt. Wang Taisong then passed the flashlight to Zhao Renjia, also shedding his pants and shoes before leaping into the pool with a splash. 2 individuals discovered stones in the waterhole, heedless of whether they were diamonds, casting them at the feet of Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia. Zhao Renjia illuminated their findings, while Wang Zhongcheng stood guard with his firearm, acutely aware that he could not afford to relax his vigilance for even a moment, as it was his solemn duty to ensure the safety of the group. Despite the insatiable yearning for diamonds gnawing at his soul like a multitude of ants, he remained steadfast, unwilling to lower his guard. Wang Zhongcheng understood profoundly that should he let his defenses down in this entirely unfamiliar, shadowy cavern, and if any wild beasts or venomous snakes were to emerge, it was imperative that someone be ready to confront the threat, and that someone had to be him. As the adage goes, one must have a life to earn a living, and one must have a life to enjoy it. Above all, preserving one's life was paramount, Wang Zhongcheng mused. Before long, a pile of stones had accumulated beneath their feet, varying in size from that of goose eggs and chicken eggs to the diminutive size of pigeon eggs and peanuts. The two were endearing in their earnestness, focusing solely on collecting the larger stones while disregarding those the size of mung beans. After a while, Li Xian emerged from the water, still undressed, wielding a flashlight to meticulously examine each stone. He illuminated them carefully, then scratched them with a diamond rough. Those that did not meet the criteria were unceremoniously hurled over the right side cliff, while those confirmed as diamonds were delicately set aside. 10 minutes after Li Xian's ascent, Wang Taisong also emerged, similarly lacking shoes and trousers, and proceeded to conduct his assessments. He emulated Li Xian's method, illuminating and scratching the stones, placing those he deemed authentic to one side and those he considered otherwise to another, refraining from discarding them over the cliff, wishing to have Li Xian confirm his findings. The two engaged in their evaluations for nearly an hour, with Wang Zhongcheng offering them cigarettes that they scarcely had time to smoke, as they were wholly absorbed in the treasure appraisal. Observing the expressions of impatience and rapture on Wang Taisong and Li Xian's faces, Wang Zhongcheng pondered whether he too would display such eagerness. How few among them could maintain composure in such a situation. Zhao Renji, too, had crouched several times to provide Wang Taisong with appraisal advice. On this island abundant with treasures, they had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. If, on a typical day, one were to casually find a diamond the size of a mung bean on the street, how many would remain unflustered? Having completed his evaluation of one batch, Li Xian assisted Wang Taisong for another 30 minutes, and, at last, the treasure appraisal concluded. A total of 128 pieces of diamond rough were collected, comprising for the size of chicken eggs, 9 the size of farm-fresh eggs, 36 the size of pigeon eggs, with the remainder being peanuts and peanut-sized stones. Chapter 53. Dividing the spoils. Wang Zhongcheng glanced at his watch. It was already 5:40 p.m. If they did not head back soon, they would not reach the stilted house before nightfall. Wang Taisong remarked, "We have only collected a small portion. There is still much more to be found. Let us come back another time." "It's getting late," Wang Zhongcheng responded. "We can stay at the hot spring shelter tonight and continue our search for a while longer." "We can return tomorrow," Wang Taisong suggested again. "If we stay here, the brothers at the stilted house will have to forego their sleep tonight. Surely they will come looking for us. And can we trust them to navigate the jungle at night?" Wang Zhongcheng replied, "We can spare a day or two. With what we have, even if we don't return to collect more, it would suffice for several lifetimes. Why risk everyone's safety? No one will come here anyway. What is there to worry about?" Zhao Renji spoke to Wang Taisong. Wang Taisong fell silent. Li Xian quietly observed the three brothers, feeling like an outsider amidst their deliberations. He dare not hope for too much from today's diamonds, knowing Wang Zhongcheng's character would ensure he received a few. Just accept what is offered and remain silent. Li Xian reminded himself. The pair donned their clothes and shoes. Wang Taisong and Li Xian each packed a bag of diamonds. They returned to the stalactite cave, taking the main fork directly to the exit, descending the mountainside without hunting wild boars, and made their way back to the stilted house. As the four returned, twilight was just beginning to settle. Fan Tongshu had led the others in weeding and pest control earlier in the afternoon and had prepared dinner, awaiting Wang Zhongcheng's return. They stowed their backpacks and firearms before heading straight to wash up. In the washroom, Wang Taisong posed a question that had been nagging him throughout the journey. "Zhongcheng, how do you intend to divide these diamonds? Let us settle it today. Distribute them however you see fit. Take charge of the arrangements," Wang Zhongcheng replied while bathing. Wang Taisong pondered this. With Li Xian present, today's findings could not exclude him. If it were just Zhongcheng, Renjie, and himself, equal division would suffice. Yet, Wang Zhongcheng tossed the responsibility back, reluctant to offend Li Xian, knowing he would need him for future endeavors involving the appraisal of treasures. If they did not divide the diamonds today, following the island's communal ownership policy in Wang Zhongcheng's usual approach, he would likely classify the diamonds as collective property to be shared among all. Wang Taisong would never accept such an outcome. After all, these diamonds, a significant fortune, represented wealth that could sustain generations. Would equal distribution not undermine the principle of rewarding labor? Watching others collect gems at the Snakehead Pool in Diamond Cave, Wang Taisong felt a simmering frustration. However, the thought of acquiring an equal share of gems and diamonds by the end of the month soothed his anger somewhat. Yet, he still felt that wealth not earned by his own hands lacked the same thrill. Wang Taisong pondered for a moment before he spoke. One of the rules we established on our island is that those who work harder shall reap greater rewards. We have indeed exerted ourselves, and it was only this afternoon that we managed to collect such a bounty of diamonds. Without Li Xian's expertise and identification, our success would not have been so assured. Thus, I propose we allow Li Xian to select 10 diamonds of his preference from those the size of peanuts and 2 from those resembling pigeon eggs. It would be a fitting acknowledgement for his companionship on this adventure. What do you think, Zhongcheng? As the architect of the rules, Wang Taisong was acutely aware of which stipulations would benefit him most. He deliberately omitted the principle of equality, emphasizing instead the notion of reward for labor, thus projecting an image of fairness and moral integrity while avoiding any offense to Li Xian. Li Xian listened intently to their exchange, his mind preoccupied with the number of diamonds he might receive. Upon hearing Wang Taisong's conclusion, he interjected before Wang Zhongcheng could respond. Brother Taisong, a few will suffice. This is too generous. It is my duty to assist you brothers. Though his words suggested gratitude, internally he felt a strong reluctance. He thought to himself, if Zhongcheng could not offer diamonds the size of eggs, then at least those the size of foolish eggs would suffice. A handful of peanuts could hardly compare to a single egg. However, Li Xian understood the importance of maintaining harmony, especially when it came to future treasure hunts. Without him, they would be unable to discern the valuable from the mundane, as they would be unable to differentiate between mere stones and true treasures. As long as Li Xian harbored no objections, his contributions to the venture should not be overlooked. We have much need of his skills in the future, Zhongcheng remarked, casting a glance at Li Xian. Li Xian felt a chill within as Zhongcheng endorsed Wang Taisong's distribution plan. How could he voice dissent? What right did he have to challenge them? Even without firearms, he would stand no chance against them. Moreover, they had once been captain, first mate, and second mate, and now they were both the architects and enforcers of the rules. If he were to utter a word of discontent, he might find himself lost amidst the desolate wilderness, oblivious to his fate. Having witnessed the avarice and yearning in the eyes of countless individuals within the jewelry store, Li Xian understood how fragile human integrity could be in the face of wealth. He had seen young girls, scarcely 18 or 19, surrender themselves for a mere gold bracelet or a necklace, falling prey to the advances of men far older. Even so, his employer had the audacity to sell counterfeit gold trinkets, deceiving innocent girls. Despite such blatant exploitation, the proprietor found ways to unjustly withhold wages from his employees. How insatiable is human desire? What amount of wealth could ever suffice? Just days prior, Zhongcheng had gifted him an opal, and for 3 nights he had been unable to sleep from the joy it brought him. After personally collecting a trove of opals and diamonds, one might think he would be satisfied. Yet, upon encountering the diamond the size of an egg this afternoon, he found himself yearning once more. The trio had generously allocated 2 pigeon eggs and 10 peanuts to him, so why was he still discontent? If he possessed a weapon or extraordinary strength, would he not attempt to seize everything for himself? The more he contemplated, the more he was gripped by fear. How had he become so consumed by greed? How did I become the very embodiment of what I once despised? What distinguishes me now from my former employer? My worth must surely be in the tens of millions by now. How many lifetimes would it take to earn such a sum from fishing at sea? Li Xian dared not contemplate further. Having just finished a shower, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly rinsed himself again before returning to his room. After Wang Zhongcheng and the others completed their laundry, They hung it out to dry beneath the eaves of the stilted building. They then gathered in the courtyard, sitting at a wooden table to prepare for dinner. Tonight, Fan Tongshu served steamed snapper, pan-fried fish, and fluffy buns that had been steamed at noon. After dinner, Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjie retreated to an empty storeroom to divide the diamonds. They carefully set aside 2 pigeon egg-sized stones and 10 that were the size of peanuts for Li Xian. The remaining stones were allocated as follows. Wang Zhongcheng received 2 chicken egg-sized, 3 farm-fresh egg-sized, 10 pigeon egg-sized, and 23 peanut-sized diamonds. Wang Taisong received 1 chicken egg-sized, 3 farm-fresh egg-sized, 12 pigeon egg-sized, and 23 peanut-sized diamonds. Zhao Renjie received an equal share to Wang Taisong. Once their distribution was complete, they proceeded to Wang Zhongcheng's room, where they found Zhou Jianghai and Ma Fangshan already disrobed and preparing for bed, waiting outside in the courtyard. They mentioned having matters to discuss with Wang Zhongcheng and Li Xian. Wang Taisong distributed the diamonds from his bag to Wang Zhongcheng and Li Xian. Overcome with emotion, Li Xian nearly knelt before Wang Zhongcheng, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you, esteemed brothers. From now on, whenever you need me, I shall spare no effort." Wang Zhongcheng waved his hand, urging Li Xian to cease his theatrics. While his initial gratitude for the opal had been sincere, tonight's appreciation felt more like an impromptu performance. Wang Zhongcheng understood that even if the 4 of them split the diamonds equally, Li Xian would still feel he deserved it. All of this was merely a reflection of the passage of time. Could they truly divide the diamonds equally? Wang Zhongcheng found himself unable to overcome this hurdle. He could agree to share with Taisong and Renjie, but adding another person to the mix would only complicate matters, making Taisong and Renjie less likely to agree. What if it were Fan Tongshu? He could surmount that obstacle, but what of Taisong and Renjie? Never mind. One should not test friendships with monetary matters. Once you do, you risk losing the friendship altogether. Chapter 54. The Hunt. Wang Zhongcheng contemplated the allocation of diamonds designated for Li Xian. It was neither a considerable sum nor a trifling one, with a market value approaching 6 million RMB. Had it not been for their current predicament, how long would it have taken to amass such wealth solely through fishing? This distribution plan left Li Xian with mixed feelings. He found himself at a loss for words. Even if he felt discontent, would he dare voice it? The bitterness he felt was contextual, a pain only realized through comparison. Compared to the diamonds possessed by the trio, his portion felt like a mere ant against their elephantine treasures. Wang Zhongcheng had been quietly observing Li Xian, noting his reticence and perceptiveness. He understood the nuances of etiquette and possessed knowledge of gem appraisal. Recently, he had closely followed Wang Zhongcheng, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable greed upon witnessing the vast array of diamonds. Wang Zhongcheng stowed the diamonds in a canvas bag beneath the bed and took out cigarettes, lighting one for each of them. Before they could finish a single cigarette, Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjie retreated to their respective rooms for the night. On the 54th day on the island, a rest day, after breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng inquired at the wooden table about their plans for the day. To his surprise, they all chimed in unison. "Take us hunting." The confinement on the island had become unbearable. "Very well. It is the perfect occasion to procure some fur coats and bedding for everyone. On this restful day, we shall embark on a hunt," Wang Zhongcheng declared. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly rubbed their hands together, brimming with excitement. After several days of labor in the Diamond Cave, they yearned for a thrilling and bloody endeavor to expend their excess energy. They were not novices to hunting. Having undergone 3 previous hunts, they had gained considerable experience. Thus, each person swiftly gathered their gear, provisions, water, and first aid kits, and soon they were ready to set off. Wang Zhongcheng announced that lunch would be enjoyed in the midst of the jungle. This hunting expedition was of a different caliber than the previous 3. It posed minimal danger and primarily focused on procuring food. In contrast, the earlier hunts had been perilous, mere strokes of luck allowing them to survive. Along the hunting path, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions set more than 30 traps and snares, primarily aimed at capturing small game, such as wild chickens and rabbits. They chose a hunting area along the river basin below the hydroelectric station, retracing their steps from when they had collected soil samples. During that earlier visit, Wang Zhongcheng had noted the abundance of wild chickens, as well as goats, wild boar, otters, deer, and various species of monkeys frolicking in the fig, banyan, and banana trees. Upon reaching the hydroelectric station area, Wang Zhongcheng instructed the group to spread out a large fishing net. They secured one end of the net to a sturdy tree on the riverbank and, while holding onto the net, ventured deeper into the woods, gradually laying it out and tying it to trees until it formed a semicircle before returning to the riverbank. Once the large fishing net was set, they continued their advance along the riverbank. Along the way, they encountered several cobras and pythons in the underbrush, creatures that no longer posed a threat to them. With swift precision, they dispatched the snakes, and soon, eagles swooped down from the sky to claim the snake carcasses. Consequently, wherever Wang Zhongcheng and his companions roamed, the eagles circled above. On the path, wild pheasants, hares, and wild boars startled from the underbrush, darting into the forest. Wang Zhongcheng chose to ignore them. As they approached the location for soil sampling, he fired the first shot of the day. It turned out that a herd of deer was drinking water by the riverbank, nestled among the grasses. Wang Zhongcheng, leading the group, signaled for them to halt and nodded at Zhao Renjie. The two men raised their rifles, aiming at the herd approximately 150 meters away, where a tall stag with antlers stood sentinel, keeping watch over the others drinking. Wang Zhongcheng gestured for Zhao Renjie to advance and silently counted down 3, 2, 1. Bang! Bang! The shots rang out almost simultaneously. Had one not witnessed the two rifles firing, one might have believed only a single shot had been fired. The pair swiftly reloaded. Bang! Another shot echoed, and the fleeing deer left behind 4 carcasses, swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. Wang Zhongcheng refrained from firing again and led the group to assess the hunting outcome. They first spotted 2 deer lying at the forest's edge, both shot in the head, lifeless in the grass, with only a trickle of blood still oozing from their wounds. Lu Xingxiang and Li Latsai hurried over to lift one, while Lin Yongming and Gao Hong carried the other toward the riverbank. There, 2 more deer lay, similarly shot in the head. These 4 deer were all relatively frail, comprising 3 stags and 1 doe. Wang Zhongcheng targeted the weak, old, and sickly animals, thus maintaining the purity of their genetic lineage. Within these populations, there would always be genetic remnants of the weak. By eliminating the frail, they would no longer have the opportunity to reproduce. Year after year, hunting these weaker individuals would contribute to the overall improvement of the population's genetic quality, ensuring a robust and thriving species. Moreover, as herbivores, these animals could easily reproduce as long as there was grass, providing hunters with a sustainable source of meat. Although these deer were somewhat small for their kind, the smallest still weighed over 120 pounds. The journey had been slow, as Wang Zhongcheng set traps and spread nets along the way. By the time they reached this point, it was already midday. They decided to rest by the riverbank and prepare lunch to replenish their strength. Lunch had been prepared after breakfast, consisting of 2 steamed buns, a piece of grilled fish, 2 sausages, and 4 bottles of water, filled with cooled boiled water, with the bottles being reused. The group used machetes to clear a patch by the riverbank, gathering dry branches to start a fire. They gathered around the campfire to share their meal, drink water, and smoke. In the forest, the fire could dispel moisture, drive away snakes and rodents, as well as pesky mosquitoes. It also served to toast buns and heat the fish. After resting for an hour, Wang Zhongcheng instructed 8 members to carry the deer through the center of the group, while Zhao Renjie brought up the rear. He and Wang Taisong forged ahead, embarking on the return journey to retrieve their nets. They first arrived at the location to spread their fishing nets, instructing the team to set down the deer and assign 1 guard to prevent other carnivorous animals from making off with their catch. The remaining members began from the riverbank, shouting loudly while waving sticks and machetes. In an instant, wild pheasants, hares, wild boars, and goats emerged from the thicket, all scrambling for safety into the woods. Wang Zhongcheng assigned 2 individuals at either end of the fishing net to untie the ropes from the trees, weaving their way into the woods to gather the net. The others, stationed outside the net, loosened the ropes tied to the trees as the net tightened, causing it to constrict further. As the net drew smaller, trapping the small animals within, Wang Zhongcheng declared that, apart from the wild chickens, which were to be kept alive, the rest were to be dispatched with wooden clubs, ensuring that the pelts of fur-bearing animals remained intact. Following a cacophony of anguished cries from the animals, silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by a few frantic calls from the wild chickens, rendering even the monkeys in the trees and the birds in flight mute with terror at the grisly spectacle. The group, amidst the bloodied aftermath, collected their haul, 8 wild chickens, 6 of which were short-tailed hens and 2 long-tailed roosters, 4 wild rabbits, 3 medium-sized wild boars, and 3 goats, including 1 ewe and 2 kids. As they examined the lifeless body of the ewe, stained with blood and cradling her 2 kids, a heavy silence fell upon them. They recognized that mercy could have been shown, sparing the ewe's life. Yet, driven by the adrenaline of the hunt, their minds clouded with excitement, they failed to perceive the despair and entreaty mirrored in the ewe's eyes. Li Weifeng knelt on the grass, tenderly stroking the body of one of the kids, futilely attempting resuscitation. Tears brimmed in his eyes, his expression a portrait of anguish, his lips trembling. He raised his gaze to the others, questioning why even such innocent creatures were not spared. Why slay such tiny lambs? Why? We lack for no meat. He lamented. Your hearts are devoid of compassion. You are demons, executioners. After uttering these words, he cradled the 2 kids and walked to a banyan tree, where he dug a small grave with his dagger. He placed the lambs within, requested 3 cigarettes from Fan Tongshu, lit them, and placed them atop the grave, murmuring a few words beneath the tree. Wiping his tears, he cast a fierce glare at Wang Zhongcheng and the others before shouldering his backpack, forsaking the spoils, and trailing at the rear of the group. On their return journey, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions were met with bountiful success, as nearly all traps had yielded prey. Due to the overwhelming catch, he dispatched someone back to the stilted house. The traps had ensnared 10 wild chickens, 7 hens and 3 roosters, 6 rabbits, 8 bamboo rats, and 2 small pythons, which were killed on the spot to feed the eagles. Dinner consisted of stewed radishes with 5 wild rabbits, accompanied by large steamed buns. After a brief respite, the group commenced processing their quarry, with tasks including skinning, deboning, cleaning entrails, chopping meat, and preparing pelts. All hands were engaged, and by the time they finished, it was nearing 11 o'clock at night. The previously nearly empty freezer was now brimming once more. With no space left for the wild boar and deer bones, they soaked them in a large basin for the time being. The goat bones simmered in a large pot, destined for mutton soup with bread the following morning. This hunting expedition primarily aimed to procure animal pelts, thus the skins of the goats, deer, wild rabbits, and bamboo rats were entrusted to Lu Zhengxiang and Li Letzai, who were adept at processing fur. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions confined the pheasants within the monkey enclosure, securing Daong and Xiaoyong in the storeroom. After completing their tasks, they found that midnight had arrived. A heavy downpour had washed away the bloodstains from the courtyard, leaving it pristine. Chapter 55. The attack on the still house on the 55th day on the island. Wang Zhongcheng awoke to a refreshing chill in the air. It was November 13th, and the morning temperature had dropped over 10 degrees Celsius since his arrival. Having worked late into the night, he allowed everyone an extra 2 hours of rest, so breakfast commenced at 9. By the time they reached the hot spring work shed, it was already past 11, leaving no time to explore the diamond cave. Inside the shed, Fan Tongshu ignited the stove to prepare lunch. In the afternoon, Wang Taisong conducted a draw to assign pickup areas for each team, which were further divided among the team members. They worked by the creek outside the cave, where the ample light and cool air invigorated everyone, enhancing their pace far beyond that in the cave. Despite their diligence, the day's yield was modest. 12 workers collected only 5 diamond roughs the size of mung beans. Nevertheless, spirits remained high, as these were sufficient for a prosperous life. However, Wang Taisong found little allure in such quality gems anymore, having amassed several stones the size of chicken eggs, with many more still in the cave's pools. His primary concern was Wang Zhongcheng leading the group to gather, confident that he would never engage in dishonesty. While Wang Taisong made his round among the teams, he frequently observed Wang Zhongcheng's demeanor. Wang Zhongcheng maintained a steady gaze on his surroundings, remaining vigilant at the slightest rustle. Despite his familiarity with the area and the assurance that no deadly beasts lurked, he exercised utmost caution, a quality that earned Wang Tiesong's admiration. As the team labored outside the cave, Wang Zhongcheng stood guard, yet his mind often wandered to the diamonds and the water pools inside, leading to moments of distraction. He grappled with numerous questions. Clearly, someone had previously mined in the cave. Why were there still so many diamonds left? Had they never ventured to the pools? Who had carved the stone steps within? What had caused the collapse in the right chamber? Wang Zhongcheng sensed that the collapse concealed a secret, one that was even more alluring and enigmatic than the diamonds themselves. He resolved to schedule a thorough exploration of the right passage. After work concluded, the group indulged in the hot springs. Dinner was ready upon their return, featuring stewed venison and deer bones, accompanied by stir-fried bamboo shoots and wood ear mushrooms, with rice served as the staple. On the 56th, 57th, and 58th days on the island, the team continued their collection in the creek. Over 3 days, they gathered 23 stones, the largest resembling a peanut, while most were akin to mung beans or a few the size of soybeans. It appeared that no larger roughs remained outside the cave, Wang Taisong remarked to Wang Zhongcheng. Yet, the group remained enthusiastic, showing no disdain for the smaller diamonds. Reveling in their labor, unwilling to take breaks even for a smoke. Lu Gongong's hands were blistered, having replaced his bamboo sieve more than once. And despite standing in the water with his legs becoming slightly pruny, he showed no concern. Gao Hong and Lu Gangang are in a comparable predicament. Apart from their blistered hands, their garments have never been dry, perpetually soaked in sweat. And their shoes have deteriorated to the point of requiring a replacement pair from Fantong shoe. In contrast, Li Weifeng worked with ease, taking breaks whenever fatigue set in, and his collection efforts were rather casual. He draped a white towel around his neck, serving both to wipe away sweat and to deter insects. He never envied the bounty of others. No matter how grand the diamond, he would spare it but a fleeting glance, focusing solely on his own tasks. While others may not have exerted themselves as fervently as Lu Gangang and Gao Hong, many also bore the marks of blisters, with rubber gloves wearing thin after merely 2 days of use. Furthermore, gloves were distributed weekly, leading many to work barehanded in the latter stages. On the 59th day on the island, a Friday, Wang Taisong, assessing their progress, mandated that all work in the creek must be concluded that day, stating that unless extraordinary circumstances arose, they should no longer return. Thus, the diamond collection work reached its cessation. Observing the recent collection outcomes, the group deduced that the creek outside the cave yielded no significant treasures, resulting in a lackadaisical approach on the final day. They excavated sand and gravel without thoroughness, merely skimming the surface in a haphazard manner, unlike the initial meticulous sifting that left no grain behind. However, Gao Hong and Lu Gangang believe it imperative to seize this final opportunity and remain diligent, continuing their earnest sifting while others took smoke breaks. Fortune favored the diligent. As the afternoon approached, Lu Gangang unearthed a rusted, pointed iron shovel buried in the creek bed, its wooden handle long decayed. As he continued to excavate around the shovel, a glimmer caught his eye. Squinting, he discerned a stone the size of a pigeon's egg nestled where the shovel had been. With both hands, Lu Gangang gently lifted the stone, his heart racing with excitement. He quickly rubbed it clean and rinsed it with water before raising it to the sunlight. The stone appeared semi-transparent, refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors, sparkling with a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Lu Gangang restrained his exhilaration, refraining from shouting or displaying excessive emotion on his face. After carefully scratching it against another rough diamond, he assured himself it was indeed a diamond in its raw form and discreetly placed it into his backpack. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Taisong had been observing these events closely. He had witnessed the moment Lu Gangang uncovered the shovel and hesitated to approach, only to see Lu Gangang unearth yet another stone, prompting him to remain and watch. Eventually, he made his way over, crouching to examine the rusted shovel. It was a small-sized implement. Though corroded, it had not crumbled into mere scrap and retained its sturdiness. Wang Taisong found no surprise in discovering such tools, given that firearms and ammunition had previously been unearthed, along with evidence of drilling and artificial steps within the cave. The presence of human activity here had already been substantiated. Where there are signs of life, tools are invariably present. He called over Wang Zhongcheng, who upon seeing the shovel remarked that it was a military spade from World War II, primarily utilized for trench digging, but also capable of serving as a weapon in combat. The specific country of origin remained indeterminate due to the absence of markings. Wang Zhongcheng summoned Zhao Renjia once more. Zhao Renjia picked up the iron shovel, examined it, and remarked, "This is the Type 38 engineer shovel used by the Japanese during World War II. A standard issue for their army, accompanied by an engineer's pickaxe. The discovery of this shovel indicates that the Japanese once excavated here, aligning perfectly with the artificial steps and the drilled tunnels inside." Wang Zhongcheng pondered the implications. If they had operated in this area, they must have unearthed diamonds. Since Jack had not left the island, they too could not have departed. Thus, where were their diamonds concealed? The shovel diverted Wang Zhongcheng's thoughts back to the right fork of the collapsed cave. There were no signs of cracks or collapses elsewhere in the cave. Why had a collapse occurred suddenly in this particular spot? As Wang Taisong called an end to the day's labor, he began to tally the achievements of each individual. Today, they had unearthed a total of 7 raw diamonds, among which Gao Hong had discovered a peanut-sized stone, earning him the title of Diamond King for the day. Lu Gang deliberately concealed the report of a pigeon egg-sized raw diamond, and Wang Taisong feigned ignorance. Noticing that no one else raised objections, indicating that others had not seen it, he reported the yield to Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia. Over the course of the week, they had collected a total of 35 raw diamonds. With Gao Hong's peanut-sized stone declared as the victor, the phase of collection had come to a close. Wang Zhongcheng led everyone back to the stilted building, where they caught 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits in traps they had set earlier. They returned as night fell, with Group 1, led by Fan Tongshu, washing up first. Zhao Renjia and Wang Zhongcheng secured their firearms in their room. Zhao Renjia hurried to the wooden storeroom to check on Daong and Xiaoyong. Approaching the wild boar enclosure, he noted an unsettling silence. Typically, the young wild boars would be squealing in hunger. There was also no sound from the wild chickens. Curious, Zhao Renjia approached the enclosure to investigate. Upon inspection, he discovered a scene of disarray. Bloodstains littered the ground, dried and congealed, leading to a gaping hole that had been burrowed from the outside. The earth around the uprooted stumps indicated that this had occurred at least 3 days prior. Zhao Renjia then glanced at the chicken enclosure, where he found another hole, similarly dug from the outside. The ground was strewn with feathers and blood, and not a single chicken remained. Realizing the implications, Zhao Renjia suddenly thought of Daong and Xiaoyong and rushed towards the storeroom. Upon entering, he found Daong and Xiaoyong staring blankly, trembling as they fixed their gaze upon Zhao Renjia. Chapter 56. Divergence. When Daong finally recognized that it was Zhao Renjia who had entered, he snapped back to reality and attempted to rush towards him, only to find himself tethered by ropes, emitting anxious squeaks. Zhao Renjia, upon noticing that both little monkeys were still alive, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached, cradling Daong and Xiaoyong in his arms. Daong, after a brief display of affection, extended his paw and pointed at the window's barred enclosure, making a grimace and baring his teeth in a display of fear. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong trembled in Zhao Renjia's embrace, the poor creature having been subjected to repeated traumas, leaving it utterly terrified. Zhao Renjia untied the ropes and carried them to Wang Zhongcheng, guiding him towards the damaged section of the enclosure. They retrieved their firearms and flashlights, rallying those resting in the courtyard as they made their way to the breach in the outer fence. Wang Zhongcheng instructed everyone to maintain their distance as he and Zhao Renjia, armed and illuminated by their flashlights, approached the gap. They discovered the scene outside to be even more chaotic, stained with blood and littered with paw prints of various felines. Wang Zhongcheng picked up a tuft of hair near the breach and examined it closely with his flashlight. The hair was jet black, soft, and silky, and upon scrutinizing the paw prints on the ground, he noted sizes both large and small. It seemed that more than one beast had ventured this way, at least one large and one small. Gazing at the black fur, Zhao Renjia remarked, Could this not belong to the black panther we encountered? Aside from the black gorilla, no other animal possesses such dark fur. Observe these paw prints. They exhibit the typical characteristics of a feline. Was it not in a nursing phase when we first spotted it? Now is the time for it to train its young in the art of hunting. Indeed, I also pondered the nature of this creature. Why does it not remain within its territory? Why intrude upon our domain to hunt? Typically, they do not breach human dwellings, as it tarnishes their reputation as kings of the forest, inconsistent with their hunting ethos, Wang Zhongcheng replied. During this period, we have been hunting in close proximity to them, disrupting their normal feeding patterns. The island offers limited game. Our successful captures leave them at risk of starvation. Hence, they may dare to intrude, especially since we have not occupied the stilted structures for 5 days, granting them an opportunity, he continued. That makes sense. It is never too late to mend our ways. Let us fortify this area tonight, and tomorrow we will clear the weeds and reinforce the courtyard's fence comprehensively, burying tree stumps deep and raising the barriers to ensure no similar incidents occur again. They swiftly felled nearby trees with machetes, using the remnants to patch the 2 breaches. Afterward, they returned to the courtyard to wash up and partake in dinner. On the 60th day since their arrival on the island, Saturday marked the day for all to labor at the planting base. In the morning, they tended to the seedlings across various plots, removing pests, pulling weeds, and watering them thoroughly. During lunch, Lu Zingxiang and Li Letzai proposed the idea of hunting the black panther. Wang Zhongcheng understood that this was the only large carnivore on the island posing a threat to human life. The black panther is exceedingly cunning, a sovereign of the natural world, often referred to as the ghost of the night, Wang Zhongcheng remarked. However, our current priority is extraction. We shall eliminate it when the opportunity arises. In the days to come, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia, along with the black panther and another black panther that matured later, engaged in a perpetual game of cat and mouse, akin to the age-old pursuit of police and thieves, a dance of advance and retreat, yet devoid of any harm inflicted upon one another. Gao Hong had once questioned Zhao Renjia, pondering how 2 armed ex-special forces operatives could vanquish a saltwater crocodile, a creature far more ferocious than the black panther. Yet they could not slay this seemingly insignificant feline. Zhao Renjia merely rolled his eyes at Gao Hong, inserted a cigarette into his mouth, and settled down to peruse his copy of records of the Grand Historian, fortuitously reaching the chapter on the King Gojin of Yu, which speaks of the fate of birds and the concealment of fine bows, the demise of cunning hares, and the fate of hunting dogs. In the afternoon, they began reinforcing the courtyard fence, filling the larger gaps with branches and covering them with earth, while reburial of fresh soil was conducted over all the tree stumps. Such fortification would render it impossible for even a tiger to breach. The rice seedlings planted last week, along with millet, thrived splendidly, nourished by the fertile soil and abundant water, receiving meticulous care, resulting in a remarkably high survival rate. The corn, soybean, and potato seedlings exhibited remarkable growth, painting a picture of a bountiful harvest at the planting base, flourishing with vitality. Could this not be the very embodiment of Tao Yuanming's idyllic paradise? The people in Tao's versus escape from the chaos of war and oppressive taxes, inadvertently wandering into a land of falling blossoms and peach trees. Conversely, Wang Zhongcheng stumbled upon this deserted island while seeking refuge from a typhoon. Tao Yuanming's returning to the field speaks of being ensnared by the mundane world for 30 years, a caged bird longing for its old forest, a pool fish yearning for its familiar depths. He cultivates the southern field's edges, cherishing the simplicity of rural life. With a homestead of over 10 acres and a humble abode of 8 or 9 thatched cottages, does this not mirror Wang Zhongcheng's current existence? Sowing beans at the foot of the southern mountain, where the grass flourishes but the bean sprouts are sparse. Rising at dawn to clear the weeds, returning by moonlight with my hoe, resonates deeply with him. The narrow path, overgrown with grass and trees, and the evening dew soaking his clothes, evokes a sense of contentment despite the wear of life, as long as one's wishes remain unimpeded. Tao Yuanming's pastoral verses reflect Wang Zhongcheng's inner landscape with striking similarity. In this serene and pristine realm, The tranquility of the mountains and forests fosters a peaceful state of mind. The toil of agricultural life brings joy, while the beauty of the pastoral scenery and the comfort of a secluded existence evoke a sense of relief, intertwined with a subtle anxiety about the future, leaving Wang Zhongcheng with a mlang of emotions. He had often fantasized about retreating to the mountains after accumulating sufficient wealth, living in harmony with nature, akin to his current life. Yet, now on the island, with ample resources, he finds himself fully immersed in a pastoral existence. Yet paradoxically, unable to return to the mundane world. The longing to find a way back to the mainland grows ever stronger, for his loved ones await their return with eager anticipation. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng sat in the courtyard smoking when Wang Taisong approached and took a seat beside him. After sharing a cigarette, he inquired, "What are the plans for tomorrow? Let us venture to the Diamond Cave's water pool. We should leave early and aim to gather everything from the pool in a single day." The Diamond Cave requires a more thorough investigation. Not only the water pool, but also the right side fork we visited before. Wang Zhongcheng, glancing at Gao Hong sitting alone, remarked, "The right side fork? Wasn't that where the collapse occurred? If all the fallen debris were to be removed, it would require an immense amount of manpower, and the task could not be completed in merely a day or two. What do you think is hidden within?" Wang Taisong inquired. "I have always felt that the secrets of the enemy have yet to be unveiled. A lingering doubt has resided in my heart. If the wooden cabins in the Northwest Basin serve as Jack's stronghold, then I suspect the Diamond Cave is the enemy's base, merely lacking evidence of their daily lives and belongings," replied Wang Zhongcheng. "This undertaking, if we all participate, would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete. Without appropriate tools, relying solely on our hands would be futile. If there is nothing inside, it would merely squander our time, energy, and morale," Wang Taisong remarked. "If we could uncover even a hint of a clue, it might greatly aid our understanding of this island. I am curious about how the enemy lived and, importantly, whether they have departed from this island," Wang Zhongcheng added. "Although we are in a tropical climate, the weather has turned cooler as we enter November. Previously, the rain felt warm against our skin, but now it is distinctly chilly. We must seize the opportunity before the cold sets in to establish the gold mining site. And we still need to reclaim the minerals from the Python Cave. Tomorrow, we should start by collecting what we can from the waterhole," Wang Taisong stated. This marked the first instance in which Wang Taisong did not adhere to Wang Zhongcheng's work directives. "All right, I only suspect the right side fork of the collapse. Let's focus on the tasks at hand. Once we secure what is visible, we can then explore the unknown," Wang Zhongcheng conceded. The divergence in opinions between Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong lay in the latter's desire to immediately grasp the wealth that had been identified but not yet secured, favoring a limited distribution of riches to maximize personal gain. Conversely, Wang Zhongcheng consistently sought to maintain unity and stability, advocating for equality and fairness, ensuring that everyone is well fed, clothed, and provided for, while also amassing substantial wealth. He aimed to maintain a balance of interests, diligently searching for clues to expedite their escape from the island. However, Wang Zhongcheng had been subtly influenced by Wang Taisong. When it came to dividing the precious diamonds, he chose to acquiesce. It is worth noting that Wang Zhongcheng harbored his own selfish thoughts and a sense of luck. In his heart, he found it increasingly difficult to refuse. Had he steadfastly held onto his beliefs and remained true to his original intentions, no one could have swayed him. As the saying goes, in the face of overwhelming wealth, few can resist the temptation. The adage from expanded proverb states, "In poverty, one is overlooked in the bustling market. In wealth, distant relatives emerge from the depths of the mountains." Human feelings are as thin as paper. The affairs of the world are ever-changing. Indeed, it profoundly captures the essence of human nature. Chapter 57. Poverty and prosperity. Wang Zhongcheng occasionally finds solace in the notion that a love for wealth is an innate human instinct, while benevolence reflects one's character. He reminds himself to retain his kindness and not to neglect those comrades with whom he shares life and death. The human mind often harbors two contrasting voices, perpetually engaged in a struggle for personal gain. One voice contemplates whether he should truly gather and extract precious gems and diamonds, pondering the implications for others. If he desires to hoard them for himself, none shall benefit, nor even catch a glimpse of them. The other voice urges him to encourage collective efforts on the island, so that everyone may mine enough to lead prosperous lives upon returning home, thus avoiding the perilous sea once and for all. Deep within, Wang Zhongcheng is reluctant to see others share in his treasures, though he is indifferent to them collecting lesser jewels. Their reluctance to participate in labor does not signify a lack of desire for greater wealth. In truth, they yearn for riches more than anyone else. In the material world, he is burdened with debt, struggling to survive. Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong have strayed from their original intentions. They are acutely aware of the darker facets of human nature and the environment in which they find themselves. In an equitable division of profits, where everyone toils within their own sphere, initial camaraderie flourishes among the impoverished, adhering to the rules without discord. However, once all dangers and difficulties are surmounted and ventures gain momentum, partners begin to compare their contributions and the benefits accrued, leading to dissatisfaction and selfishness, which can jeopardize the collective's continued prosperity. Wang Zhongcheng is truly frightened by poverty. In today's society, one's martial prowess holds little weight. Poverty renders one fearsome, even as specters. The fishing vessel he pieced together is now stranded, not yet sunk, but in dire need of maintenance, and over time, it is nearly rendered obsolete. Poverty invites scorn from relatives and friends. When he initially borrowed money to purchase that fishing boat, most of his acquaintances distanced themselves from him. Receiving a phone call was a mere courtesy. Just as he prepared to sell his home, Wang Zhongcheng graciously lent him the majority of the funds needed for the boat. The pandemic of the past 3 years ultimately cost him his home. Otherwise, he would have struggled to repay both the loan interest and the debts owed to friends and family. When one is impoverished, they truly find themselves isolated and alone. Many would rather endure suffering and hardship, even at the cost of their lives, to ensure their families enjoy better lives. Financial resources are the bedrock of a household and the foundation of relationships. Supporting one's parents and raising children requires money. Daily necessities demand funds, interest accumulates. Crew wages are due, and even the act of opening one's door in the morning necessitates financial means. Until one lies down to rest at night, thoughts remain consumed with the pursuit of wealth. The life of the impoverished is indeed fraught with indignity. Lacking funds can drive one to madness. It is a desperate situation that leads some to risk exposure to HIV by selling their blood. Hence, money is an exceedingly vital and indispensable component of life. Wang Taisong's fervent encouragement, coupled with Wang Zhongcheng's reluctant acquiescence, has sown the seeds of peril for Wang Zhongcheng's future misfortunes. Unconsciously, he has transgressed the very regulations he once established. Since it has been declared that the island's resources belong to all members, hoarding wealth privately is impermissible. At the very least, it should be reported to the logistics administrator, Fan Tongshu. Although it is said that those who toil more shall reap more, this applies solely to the fruits of collective labor. Even personal contributions must be accounted for, as one must eventually relinquish 1/4 of their labor yield. The actions of these 4 individuals, clandestinely collecting diamonds, equate to the theft of public property and the reckless extraction of communal mineral resources. While mining is permissible, it must be conducted collectively, with individuals surrendering 1/4 of their labor output. Unauthorized extraction and the concealment of production quantities are absolutely forbidden. This is a ticking time bomb. Wang Zhongcheng has been blinded by immense greed, unwittingly walking into a perilous situation. He believes that all the wealth is a result of the efforts made by him and his companions, Tai Song and Zhao Renjia, and that it is only fair for them to earn a bit more. After all, they donated everything initially, and this island is their hard-won territory. Without the 3 of them, the others would not have unearthed such a bounty of diamonds and opals, and gold extraction is still to come. To justify possessing this wealth, Wang Zhongcheng has concocted numerous self-soothing rationalizations, which he readily accepts. Once human avarice is unleashed, it seldom ends well. It is akin to a vehicle speeding down the highway without brakes. Unless disaster strikes, it continues unabated. Wang Taisong occasionally plays the devil's advocate, encouraging further unauthorized mining. Wang Zhongcheng, lacking self-restraint, indulgently acquiesces to Tai Song. Zhao Renjie, blindly loyal, follows Wang Zhongcheng without question. They all overlook the resolute courage and selfless spirit exhibited by the community when Wang Zhongcheng proclaimed that all resources on the island belong to everyone. This spirit of sacrifice was evident when they faced down the poison dart frogs, the bay crocodiles, and the green anacondas, with not a single person faltering. Although the primary conflict lies between Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie, their unity in bearing supplies, laboring diligently, and bravely confronting the crocodiles and anacondas is indeed touching. If one day they discover that Wang Zhongcheng has been duplicitous, playing both sides and, like certain avaricious individuals, employing underhanded tactics to devour substantial public wealth, what will their feelings and expressions be? Wang Zhongcheng has contemplated that they might forgive him, believing that his selfless leadership has brought them their current wealth. Without him, they would have perished on the island. Thus, he thinks it is only right for him to have a little more. However, he is mistaken. The others do not share this view. In the face of self-interest, there can be no ambiguity. Truth is truth, and justice is justice. Not a single fraction can be overlooked. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. No matter how strong the relationship, one must tread carefully when it comes to money. Once interests become entangled, even the closest bonds can crumble. Everyone suffers from the common ailment of fearing not scarcity, but inequity. Since the island's minerals belong to all, no one may hoard them, not even a king. Yet, Wang Zhongcheng continues to tread blindly over the very landmines he has buried. Date 61 on the island. Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjie, and Li Xian once again arrived at the Diamond Cave. The four men, well acquainted with the terrain, spent an entire day thoroughly scouring the water pool. Following Li Xian's meticulous evaluation, they collectively unearthed 11 diamond roughs the size of eggs, 28 the size of farm eggs, 86 the size of pigeon eggs, and 212 the size of peanuts and peanut kernels. It can be stated that this haul exceeded their comprehension and psychological endurance. During this expedition, Li Xian also succeeded in acquiring a diamond rough the size of an egg, 2 the size of farm eggs, for the size of pigeon eggs, and 20 the size of peanuts and peanut kernels. The remainder was distributed on the spot among Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Zhao Renjie. Wang Zhongcheng received 4 the size of eggs, 8 the size of farm eggs, 28 the size of pigeon eggs, and 64 the size of peanuts and peanut kernels. Wang Taisong obtained 3 the size of eggs, 9 the size of farm eggs, 28 the size of pigeon eggs, and 64 the size of peanuts and peanut kernels. Zhao Renjie had an equal share to Wang Taisong. However, as they divided their spoils, the international diamond market was experiencing a significant downturn, having plummeted for 17 consecutive months due to the impact of synthetic diamonds. This year, the price of natural diamonds has declined by 6.5, representing an 18 drop from the historical peak in February 2022. A slightly above average quality 1-carat natural diamond, once priced at 6,700 a year ago, is now valued at merely 5,300. Even at this price, the 2 bags of diamonds amount to an astronomical sum in the 9-digit dollar range. Upon their return to the stilted building, Fan Tongshu had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting their arrival. They first ascended to their respective rooms to stow away their belongings before proceeding to the washroom for cleansing. Once they had freshened up, Fan Tongshu emerged with a large basin of bone-in venison, the rich aroma instantly enveloping the courtyard. During dinner, they feasted heartily on the meat, noisily chewing and savoring the flavor, each holding a venison bone in their hands, enthusiastically praising both the delectable taste and Fan Tongshu's culinary skills. The appetites of the 16 robust young men were formidable. They consumed the meal in large servings, swiftly depleting the entire pot of venison, bones, and broth. Chapter 58. Building the treehouse after arriving on the island. Wang Zhongcheng never requested frugality from his companions. Instead, he encouraged everyone to indulge in hearty meals, ensuring that meat graced their plates at every meal and that their dishes varied daily, far surpassing the fare they once endured aboard the fishing vessel. With the establishment of their agricultural base, they no longer faced the anxiety of food shortages. Their days were now filled with the thrill of hunting. and they savored the bounty of wild game, leading a life of unparalleled comfort. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions understood that the diamonds in their pockets were the true source of their newfound sense of security in this life. With wealth came hope for the future, a more beautiful existence, and the courage to strive onward. Money allowed them to reclaim their dignity, to stand tall before relatives and friends. Reflecting on their past, they realized it had merely been an existence akin to a living corpse, reminiscent of the character Mr. Tree portrayed by Wang Baoqiang. Such a dismal life, in a world rife with the stench of copper, mirrored the grim reality of a rat scurrying through the streets. Met with disdain by all, endlessly casting and retrieving nets in the ship's hold, sorting fish, and freezing their catch had rendered their lives devoid of light. Now, however, with newfound wealth, they resembled the characters in the octagonal cage, bravely confronting life's adversities and challenges, ultimately discovering direction and meaning in their lives. An almost identical narrative. On the 62nd day since their arrival on the island, after breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng sat at the dining table and instructed Wang Taisong to fetch the pristine water bottle containing golden granules. He addressed the group. "This is the gold we panned from the soil we retrieved 2 weeks ago from the northern bank of Crocodile Bay." As he spoke, Wang Zhongcheng scanned the room, noting the immediate stillness of expressions. Those who had been drinking water paused mid-action, while smokers allowed their cigarettes to quietly disperse. Every gaze was fixed intently on the bottle. Wang Zhongcheng continued, "From today onward, we shall venture to the northern bank of Crocodile Bay to mine for gold. Our first task will be to construct a shelter for our laborers to rest in before we commence extraction. Given the depth of the river, we plan to build a dam to divert the water before we begin panning for gold." He instructed everyone to gather their tools for constructing the shelter, emphasizing that they would reside near Crocodile Bay for the coming days, and to prepare their equipment and necessities. "Once ready, we shall set forth," Wang Zhongcheng declared. This time, they traveled along the riverbank. Wang Zhongcheng carried their gear and tools, leading the way with a firearm. Fan Tongshu traveled light, bringing only his weapon and a few kitchen supplies, knowing that the jungle was abundant with fresh provisions. Zhao Ranjia and Li Weifeng brought up the rear, each carrying a small monkey in their backpacks. The little monkey eagerly poked its head out, excitedly surveying what was once its home. Recently, Gao Hong had been particularly well-behaved, dedicating himself to studying the intricacies of gold and jewelry alongside Li Xian, showing little interest in idle chatter with others. Though he harbored some covert disdain for Wang Zhongcheng, he outwardly maintained a facade of composure. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng took out a bottle filled with golden granules, pondering why he hesitated to reveal the hefty nugget of gold. Along the way, everyone was lost in dreams of wealth, exhilarated and carefree, oblivious to the bites of mosquitoes or the tangles of vines. By 11 o'clock, they had successfully arrived at the site where Wang Zhongcheng would collect soil samples. He and Lu Wenxiang selected a suitable location for constructing a shelter. At the western bank of the river, near a large banyan tree, 50 meters away, where they would build a tree house. Lu Wenxiang's design plan was to fully utilize the banyan tree's robust roots and sprawling branches for structural support. They intended to use several thick trunks to create multiple extensions from the same tree, even connecting the branches of neighboring trees to construct a two-tiered treehouse with 12 rooms. Under Lu Wenxiang's guidance, they first erected scaffolding beneath the banyan tree. They then built a platform 2 meters above the ground, which would serve as the foundation for the treehouse, allowing for the construction of walls and a roof. In their building process, they avoided heavy materials. Where bamboo could be used, they refrained from using wooden planks, as most of the load would be distributed among the trees. Lu Wenxiang took full advantage of the spans and balance between the banyan branches, embedding columns at the base of the flooring and framework to serve as support points, thereby alleviating the burden on the trees. The entire flooring structure was firmly secured with nails and large screws, as they used thicker boards to prevent pressure from compromising the stability of the connections. When drilling or peeling the bark from the tree trunk, Lu Wenxiang insisted on minimizing such occurrences, recommending only a few larger holes, ensuring that the distance between each hole exceeded 30 centimeters. With their extensive experience in construction, they commenced securing the walls to the trunk on the 3rd day. They opted for screws rather than simple nails, choosing screws at least 20 centimeters long to provide enhanced support. Inserting the screws into the trunk was deemed the best method to prevent damage to the opposite side of the tree. Lu Wenxiang, taking into account the sun's trajectory throughout the day in the jungle, reserved positions for windows and open balconies in the 12 rooms. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows would provide ample light and create an open atmosphere while embodying a deep reverence for nature, promoting harmony with the environment. The treehouse featured 8 rooms on the lower level and 4 on the upper, with varying sizes, some accommodating 4 people, others 2, and some just 1. The layout of the flooring and rooms was dictated by the growth patterns of the tree, resulting in a lack of uniformity in area. On the 4th day, they installed horizontal beams and purlins in each room. One end of the beams was connected to the sturdiest part of the trunk, while the other was supported by sliding joints. This method ensured that the treehouse structure was anchored at only one end, allowing the beams to move freely with the wind, significantly reducing the risk of damage from strong winds and storms. In the afternoon, railings were erected around the platform and balconies of each room, reinforcing the steps leading from the ground to the treehouse, and a gate was installed on the steps to prevent wild animals from entering. On the 5th day of constructing the treehouse, Gao Hong and Zhao Renjia, accompanied by 4 others, dismantled the hydropower generator from the base of the waterfall and relocated it to a point 30 meters above the slope for soil sampling, while also setting up the necessary wiring. The remaining individuals utilized the leftover timber to craft wooden beds, tables, and benches. Fan Tongshu constructed a stove in the largest room of the treehouse, which is accessible by stairs. This treehouse, akin to a stilted building, ingeniously employs native trees as pillars and supports, establishing a profound connection with nature. The spacious interior is bathed in light, resistant to pests and moisture, and provides a refuge from wild animals, ensuring safety and comfort. Strictly speaking, this structure is not built to the standards of a mere work shed. It is evidently a vacation villa. Upon his first visit, Wang Zhongcheng fell in love with this place, dreaming of building a wooden house here and residing amidst its beauty. The tree house, adorned with various styles of wood, boasts a refined appearance harmoniously intertwined with lush green leaves, exuding creativity and fostering an atmosphere coexistence between humanity and nature. The tree house has garnered deep affection and ample admiration from all, as it is a testament to their diligent craftsmanship. In the days to come, this tree house will serve as their ideal sanctuary, where they will relish the tranquility of nature within the warmth and comfort of their individual rooms. It is a space that seamlessly integrates with the environment, offering unique vistas and igniting their dreams of gold mining. Here, they shall uncover their first fortune. Upon returning to the stilted building after a day's toil, it was already past 7 o'clock after freshening up. After several days of feasting on wild game, primarily wild boar and rabbit, the novelty had begun to wear off. Therefore, Fan Tongshu prepared a stir-fry of cabbage and wild mushrooms in the kitchen, utilizing the last few cabbages, while reserving 10 for cultivating seeds. Upon returning to their cozy abode, everyone was elated. Not only were they about to embark on their gold mining venture, fulfilling their golden dreams, but they also reveled in the joy of having built their wooden house, relieving them from the hardships of sleeping outdoors. Moreover, they eagerly anticipated the upcoming days of rest. Chapter 59, Day 67 on the island at the river dam. Today was yet another day spent at the planting base, engaged in weeding, fertilizing, pest control, and watering. After a 5-day absence, the vegetables had flourished in the breeze, with the seedlings of grains and rice reaching over 20 centimeters in height. Sweet potatoes, mung beans, and soybeans had begun to vine, while the corn grew even more rapidly, surpassing the potatoes to become the tallest crop in the base. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia conducted a patrol around the fence, unexpectedly discovering the familiar plum blossom-shaped footprints once again. They also found hoof prints of wild boars and droppings from grazing animals circling the enclosure. The labor at the planting base concluded by midday. After lunch, Wang Taisong instructed Lu Zhengxiang to lead the group in cutting bamboo to weave fine mesh sieves, crafting as many as they could. This was in preparation for gold panning, and the enthusiasm of the group surged, silencing any complaints about working on Saturday. Throughout the afternoon, They crafted 5 or 6 sieves each, both large and small, coarse and fine. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, and Zhao Renjia were in the main room, strategizing. They planned to dismantle the fishing boat's motor, mechanical arm, automatic netting and retrieving devices, and sorting equipment to assemble an electrically powered automatic screening device for washing gravel and sifting sand to extract gold. Wang Taisong was designated the chief designer of this automatic screening equipment, with Zhao Renjia, Gao Hong, Zhou Shicheng, Lu Xingxiang, Li Lutzai, and Lu Gangang providing full technical support. Wang Taisong, holding the blueprints of the fishing boat, explained to Wang Zhongcheng that this German-made vessel was equipped with a fully automated sorting device for mixed fish and shrimp at the entrance of the fish hold. This sorting device could be repurposed, as the principles of sorting and screening were fundamentally the same. Wang Taisong said, "We 8 of us will be responsible for dismantling this device and other necessary machines. We will then use a lifeboat to navigate along the river channel to this location. You will lead the others in preparing the materials for constructing the dam, so we can proceed simultaneously without wasting time." Day 68 on the island. Today was a collective rest day, allowing free activities within the stilted building. Day 69 on the island. In accordance with the labor assignments made by Wang Taisong 2 days prior, he led the team in dismantling the fishing boat's machinery. Wang Zhongcheng prepared all materials for the dam construction. In the morning, while Wang Taisong's team dismantled the machinery on the fishing boat, Wang Zhongcheng began to fell trees. They decided to construct the dam 20 meters above the hillside where soil samples were taken, in a section of the river over 3 meters wide and more than 2 meters deep. The advantage of this location was that the riverbed was elevated compared to downstream, with both riverbanks composed of solid geology. Once the dam was constructed, the river water would naturally flow through the pre-excavated opening into the jungle. Although the river's water would cause ecological disasters for the flora and fauna of the jungle, the need for gold panning took precedence. Would the ecological environment not eventually recover? Sacrificing a small portion of the community's interests would allow the majority to prosper first, enabling the affluent to uplift the less fortunate. The principle of first rich, then govern aligns with the jungle's survival laws. Wang Zhongcheng's approach to logging had evolved. He no longer felled trees one by one as when he first entered the jungle. His current principle was to source materials nearby, prioritizing time and effort, and, as long as the timber met the requirements, he would cut it down without hesitation. Wherever they went, it resembled a locust swarm passing through, leaving the jungle in utter disarray. Tree stumps lay exposed to the sun, gleaming with their white remnants. The rampant deforestation inflicted irreversible damage upon the jungle's ecology. A group of 8 able-bodied men could easily construct a dam 3 meters wide and over 3 meters high without requiring specialized knowledge in hydraulics. It was merely a matter of diverting the river's flow. After Wang Zhongcheng harvested the necessary timber, he trimmed the treetops, retaining trunks of about 3 meters in length, arranging them closely together as if crafting a raft, and binding them securely with ropes and tattered fishing nets. Once this row was complete, he laid another layer on top, securing everything tightly. When Wang Zhongcheng had prepared all the materials for the dam's construction, Wang Taisong and the others dismantled the sorting equipment, transferring it onto the lifeboat. 2 individuals were assigned to navigate the lifeboat for transport, while the others continued to disassemble the machinery on the fishing boat. At this juncture, Fan Tongshu had prepared lunch. Wang Zhongcheng and the others assisted in unloading the lifeboat's machinery onto the shore and quickly finished their meal, leaving Fan Tongshu and Li Weifeng to guard the equipment. They brought lunch for Wang Taisong and the others and led the group onto the fishing boat. Upon arriving at the fishing boat, Wang Zhongcheng found Wang Taisong dismantling the conveyor belt from the deck to the fish hold. He joined the others in continuing the disassembly, urging Wang Taisong to have his lunch first. Under the guidance of Wang Taisong and Gao Hong, the team transported all usable machinery and tools to the riverside treehouse. They made 3 trips in total that afternoon, and by the time they returned to the treehouse, night had fallen. Fan Tongshu had already prepared dinner and drawn fresh water from the river to the washroom, allowing everyone to wash up thoroughly before the meal. This marked their first night dining and staying in the treehouse, and their spirits were high. After a day of toil, fatigue seemed to elude them. After dinner, They explored the various rooms, each aglow with light and filled with laughter and chatter. The lighting system, designed by Gao Hong, was exceptionally clever, with all wiring concealed within the walls, creating no visual disorder. A large LED bulb hung prominently at the apex, illuminating most rooms, while additional bulbs were installed in the darker areas. Lu Wenxiang's design for the restroom was located in the leftmost room of the treehouse and was equipped with a flush mechanism, though it had yet to be connected to a water supply. The next step involved installing the fishing boat's water pump in the river, ensuring a constant supply of water for bathing, washing, and cooking. Each person was allocated a mattress made from animal hides, which could also serve as a blanket against the night's chill. These soft and smooth hide mattresses, crafted and sewn by Lu Zhongcheng and Li Letzai, provided a luxurious sleeping experience, akin to lying upon silk, warm and breathable. The supply of fresh hides was steadily increasing, promising garments and blankets crafted from them in the near future. Nighttime duties adhered to the regulations of the hot spring construction site. Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjia, and Fan Tongshu took turns on night watch, armed while laboring on-site, in a specifically designated duty room, unlike the hot spring site, which was exposed to the elements and lacked security. That evening, Wang Zhongcheng was on duty from 10 o'clock to midnight. At this moment, the cacophony of wild beasts in the jungle has only just begun, their roars crescendoing in waves, reverberating through the inky darkness. Various nocturnal birds flit about above the treetops. Their calls, cooing, chirping, and screeching, fill the air. Wang Zhongcheng is well acquainted with these sounds. As the saying goes, the night owl makes such noises upon entering a home. On duty with him is Sun Xiaowei, who does not smoke, prompting Wang Zhongcheng to step out onto the corridor for a cigarette. Standing there, he gazes at the nearby river, its waters glistening under the moonlight, and his mind is awash with thoughts. He reflects on the fierce battle with the saltwater crocodile just days prior, where Zhao Renjin nearly became its prey, and the construction of the treehouse. All of it, after all, in pursuit of gold. Is it true that man dies for wealth and birds perish for food? Gold truly drives people to madness, making those who wander far from home forget their longings. In the golden cleansing bird from the compendium of 100 demons, the golden cleansing bird brings joy to those around by spewing forth gold. In its desire to see more smiles, it releases even greater amounts of gold. Yet, it later realizes that the more gold it produces, the more those around it lose their original joy. The bird is baffled, questioning, why is it that while people regard me as a harbinger of good fortune, I only witness strife and death brought forth by my gifts? If gold cannot yield true happiness, then what indeed can? Wang Zhongcheng silently offers the golden cleansing bird an answer. The reason for human unhappiness lies in the inadequacy of gold. On the 70th day since arriving on the island, with the machinery from the fishing boat finally delivered, the construction of the dam to divert the river officially commences. Wang Zhongcheng leads the team to erect 4 sturdy tree trunks in the river, and together they lift a double-layered wooden raft into the water, securing it to the trunks. They then layer stones, earth, river grass, and branches, compacting them to create a robust dam. This dam stands resolutely between the hillside and the jungle, resembling a colossal barrier that instills a sense of security. The crystal-clear river water gathers swiftly atop the dam, with a designated outlet on the left beginning to form a stream flowing into the jungle. Above the dam lies an expanse of lush forest, where verdant trees and the azure sky harmoniously complement one another. Below the left side of the dam, a tranquil jungle flourishes, adorned with vibrant greenery and blooming flowers, creating a serene atmosphere. Soon, the flowing waters will submerge all this beauty, rushing forth into the depths of the jungle like a wild stallion unleashed. Chapter 60. Assembling the mineral processing line in just a single day. Wang Zhongcheng and his team constructed a dam that a group of otters had taken 2 years to build. The river water downstream receded at a visibly rapid pace. Within approximately 30 minutes, the riverbed was exposed, revealing sand, stones, and decaying branches. Fish and shrimp, unable to escape, flopped desperately in the remaining pools, splashing water around them. Gao Hong, unable to contain his impatience, was captivated by the allure of the gold-like fish the moment the dam was completed. To him, The struggling aquatic creatures appeared as golden treasures. Without warning, he leaped into the riverbed, and the muddy water quickly engulfed him up to his abdomen, with further sinking imminent. Panic seized him. The more frantic he became, the more he sank. His sudden plunge caught everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, the mud had risen above his chest. "Stop moving. Remain still," Wang Zhongcheng shouted urgently. Some members of the group prepared to throw down ropes, while others continued to use leftover logs to reinforce the dam. Wang Zhongcheng hastily grabbed a wooden plank meant for compacting the dam and placed it 3 meters away from Gao Hong, cautiously standing on it. Zhao Renjia, Lu Xingxiang, and Fan Tongshu quickly brought more planks. Wang Zhongcheng methodically arranged the planks beside Gao Hong, who was now flushed with panic, his eyes swollen, hands raised above his head. Paralyzed with fear, Wang Zhongcheng removed his shirt and tucked it under Gao Hong's armpits, securing a rope on top. Standing on the plank, he shielded Gao Hong's head, instructing those on the shore to pull him out as if he were a stubborn vegetable. Gao Hong was hoisted from the river, resembling a muddy monkey, and laid on 2 planks, gasping for breath, his face a mixture of terror and exhilaration at his narrow escape, a look akin to a drenched dog. Sun Xiaowei fetched a bucket of water from the dam and drenched Gao Hong from head to toe, jolting him awake. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Gang followed with another bucket, and soon 4 or 5 buckets of water left Gao Hong disoriented, the allure of gold dissipating from his mind. Wang Zhongcheng called a halt to the water splashing. Li Weifeng promptly squatted beside Gao Hong, delicately lifting his eyelid. Upon recognizing Li Weifeng, Gao Hong sprang upright from the plank as if electrified, abandoning his pretense of unconsciousness. "I'm not dead yet. Stay away from me," he exclaimed, rising and pushing past Li Weifeng and the onlookers towards the treehouse. Expressions among the crowd varied. Some struggled to suppress their laughter. Others erupted into hearty guffaws, while some exchanged knowing glances at Gao Hong's retreating figure, and others fixated on Wang Zhongcheng's fluctuating expression, pondering deeply. When the group returned to the treehouse to wash up, Fan Tongshu had already begun preparing dinner in the kitchen. After dining, the novelty of the previous night had faded, and each person retired to their rooms for an early rest. Day 71 on the island. All personnel gathered at the riverbank under the command of Wang Taisong to commence the assembly of mineral processing equipment. Typically, a complete mineral processing line encompasses crushing machines, sand washing equipment, screening devices, magnetic separation apparatus, and various auxiliary tools. Wang Taisong had to rely on the automatic sorting equipment dismantled from fishing boats to modify and assemble the necessary components. The crushing and screening equipment was absent. Thus, manual crushing was the only option. Fortunately, the initial phase of the project involved selecting minerals from the riverbed, where the mud and sand generally did not require crushing. The sand washing apparatus was employed to enhance the quality and classification of the minerals. This was accomplished by using a pump to draw water, repeatedly washing the materials over a screen and conveyor belt to eliminate the soil and impurities mingled with the minerals. The screening equipment, primarily for grading, was vital. Wang Taisong focused on transforming the fishing boat's automatic sorting apparatus into a screening device. He installed multiple layers of screens within the material funnel, enabling a stratified selection of mineral particles based on their size. By utilizing the varying sedimentation rates and densities of the particles, the qualified minerals were transported via a conveyor belt to a manual washing station for further refinement. This mineral processing line utilized the inherent gravity of gold particles to conduct multiple washings and separations for materials exceeding 5 millimeters in size. The soil was washed away by water, and larger stones were manually removed, leaving only the gold. Due to the limited power capacity of the hydraulic generator, the original automatic sorting device was powered by a medium-sized DC motor. Additionally, the considerable weight of the minerals resulted in a slower operational speed. Experiments indicated that this mineral processing line had a processing capacity of approximately 6 tons of solid minerals per hour, referring to the quantity of solid materials entering the machine. The yield of gold from the river sand exceeded the expectations of Wang Zhongcheng and his team, as they extracted over 180 grams of gold from 6 tons of mud and sand. Gold is categorized into 2 types: placer gold, which is found mixed with mud and sand, and lode gold, which is embedded in rock. In truth, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Tiesong's decision to mine for gold in this location was entirely inspired by cinematic and literary depictions of gold panning. Serendipitously, their choice aligned perfectly with the age-old mining adage 3 mountains and 4 concealments, indicating the strategic features of the landscape: the seated mountain, the gate mountain, the welcoming mountain, and the concealed entrances and exits of the gullies. Above this river flows a mountain rich in gold, shaped by millions of years of rain and river erosion, thus leaving a substantial amount of gold within the riverbed. The seated mountain, located upstream in the river valley, is characterized by towering quartz veins, making the formation of placer gold deposits in the valley highly probable. The welcoming mountain marks the bend in the river, known as the concealed entrance. The gate mountain refers to areas in the valley above the gate mountain or in front of the welcoming mountain, recognized as rich placer gold regions. The term concealed wind suggests that the mountains on either side of the gold-producing river are relatively high, preventing winds from escaping. Concealed bones indicates that the bedrock of the river is not exposed, signifying that the valley is in a stage of accumulation. In the quest for gold, one must pay heed to the small ravines, particularly at their outlets, where placer gold may be discovered. A small ravine is defined as one measuring less than 3 kilometers in length, while those exceeding 10 kilometers are classified as large ravines. When a large ravine reveals the presence of placer gold, it is likely that tributaries upstream may also yield such treasures. Medium-sized ravines, ranging from 3 to 10 kilometers, typically harbor mineral deposits within their own confines. Gold tends to accumulate on the concave slopes of alluvial deposits, predominantly found on the shaded side of river valleys. In east-west oriented valleys, the southern slopes are often rich in placer gold, while the northern slopes are notably less abundant. Conversely, in north-south oriented valleys, mineral wealth is more frequently located on the western terraces with scant deposits to the east. Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Tiesong chose their gold panning site precisely at the confluence of this river in a small ravine known for its gold-bearing mountains. At this outlet, the concentration of gold is remarkably rich, predominantly within a 3-kilometer stretch along the riverbed. The river flows in a north-south direction, with a significant quantity of gold dispersed in the western river channel adjacent to their mining operations. However, neither Wang Tiesong nor Wang Zhongcheng, nor any of the island's inhabitants, possessed prior experience in gold panning. In fact, they had never adorned themselves with gold jewelry, representing a segment of society profoundly unfamiliar with the intricacies of gold veins. Their current venture into immense wealth could be attributed to the benevolence of fate. The mineral processing line, during its operation, requires substantial volumes of water, as the flow rate and velocity are critical to the extraction process. Consequently, the sand washing equipment necessitates a continuous supply of water to repeatedly cleanse the minerals in the conveyor belts and material hoppers. The presence of flowing water also generates electricity. Both water and electricity are inexhaustible resources. Thus, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Tiesong exhibit no concern regarding their consumption of water and electricity. By the afternoon of the 73rd day since their arrival on the island, the mineral processing line was successfully installed and calibrated. Chapter 61. The clamor of machinery and the wealth of gold. That afternoon, Wang Tiesong addressed Wang Zhongcheng, expressing his concerns. Extracting soil and sand manually from the riverbed cannot match the pace of machinery. Even if our entire workforce were to wield shovels in the river, they could only sustain their efforts for a maximum of 2 hours. During our morning trial, 12 individuals could only endure for 1 hour before exhaustion set in. How can mere humans compete with the endurance of machines? Wang Tiesong accepted the cigarette offered by Wang Zhongcheng, lighting it as he continued. In a race against the assembly line, relying solely on human strength is woefully inadequate. We cannot allow the machines to operate idly. Inefficient labor equates to squandered finances. The river stretches at least 8 kilometers to the estuary, and if we assume a 10-hour workday, it could take us 3 years to reach the mouth of the river. We may endure, but the machines cannot withstand full capacity for 3 years without degradation. Furthermore, the gold content diminishes as we approach the estuary. He contemplated the possibility of disassembling the fishing vessel's propeller to fashion a digging shovel, which could be affixed to the mechanical arm, utilizing automated net casting and retrieval mechanisms. This adaptation would require at most 2 workers to operate the machinery effortlessly, thereby conserving both human resources and material costs while enhancing productivity. However, dismantling the propeller would render it irreparable. If the day came when they could mend the vessel's hull, the propeller would be deemed entirely useless. The fishing boat offered no alternative materials for such a transformation. Wang Taisong gazed intently into Wang Zhongcheng's eyes, articulating his thoughts in one breath before discarding the cigarette, but into the grass and crushing it beneath his foot, wrestling with this dilemma. To remove the fishing vessel's propeller would be akin to severing its legs, extinguishing any hope of escape for their crew. Although the vessel had sustained damage from a reef, it still stood upon the shore, symbolizing their aspirations and the prospect of salvation. Who knows, perhaps they could repair it one day. Recently, they had dismantled only the fishing apparatus, leaving the vessel's ability to navigate unscathed. One path promised an hourly yield of 180 grams of gold, while the other represented a beacon of hope and refuge. Wang Zhongcheng found himself ensnared in a grievous decision. His brows knitted as he gazed at the newly assembled and tested mineral processing line standing stoically along the riverbank. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue the prospect of at least 1,800 grams of gold each day. Life and death are matters of fate. Wealth is bestowed by the heavens. If fortune has granted you the opportunity for riches, then one must entrust the course of life and death to fate. Wang Zhongcheng reasoned with himself, seeking solace in the notion of seizing the present and not risking the wealth within reach. In truth, he could have chosen a different path, manual excavation or utilizing other steel materials from the vessel in place of the propeller, though such options might lead to frequent damage and lower yields. Yet, he would not have to make a decision that could dictate life or death. Wang Taisong did not afford Wang Zhongcheng the luxury of regret. The following day, a Saturday, he did not return to the stilted house. After breakfast, he led a team to dismantle the propeller and utilize the weekend to complete the assembly of the electric excavation equipment. After powering on the equipment in the afternoon, it performed entirely as anticipated. This electric excavator can be operated by just 2 individuals, even on the riverbank. The shovel, crafted with exceptional sharpness from a propeller, can excavate the equivalent of what 5 people would take 2 hours to dig in mere moments under the mechanical arm's guidance. The operation need not be overly frequent. A scoop every few minutes suffices, directing the material into the funnel of the screening apparatus. The 2 operators work in tandem, one maneuvering the shovel to extract the mud and sand while the other steers the direction, akin to operating a tower crane. A third individual at the sand washing station utilizes a pump to circulate water over the screening mesh and conveyor belt. 3 others engage in the manual panning of gold, making a total of 6 individuals required for the mineral extraction line. Wang Taisong has organized the operation, which runs 10 hours daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., ensuring that the machinery remains in continuous operation while personnel work in 2 shifts of 5 hours each. Each shift consists of 2 labor groups, working while the other 2 rest or engage in alternative labor tasks. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia oversee security and ensure adherence to regulations, while Wang Taisong manages labor and equipment maintenance. Fan Tongshu is responsible for logistical support and food supply in the kitchen. The fruits of labor are evenly distributed based on daily output, with any surplus allocated to collective ownership for rewarding outstanding workers and other communal activities. On the 76th day on the island, Wang Zhongcheng led the team back to the Stillhouse plantation to manage the vegetables and grain crops through weeding, pest control, fertilizing, and watering. The following day was a rest day to organize personal supplies. Fan Tongshu prepared all the meat that had been inconveniently stored in the kitchen. With the hydropower equipment operational, solar power loads remained unchanged, and no food would be stored in the refrigerator or freezer moving forward. The 8 meals at the Stillhouse were all meat dishes, braised, fried, steamed, boiled, and red braised, infusing the air with a rich aroma of meat. Everyone feasted, their faces glistening with oil and vitality. On the 78th day on the island, gold panning officially commenced. Wang Zhongcheng emerged from the Stillhouse with 4 bottles of liquor. preparing to catch a goat or deer for an evening barbecue around the bonfire to celebrate the commencement of work with merriment. In the morning, Wang Taisong guided the team in constructing a peaked work shelter using logs and canvas above the precious equipment, enabling work to continue even in inclement weather. Subsequently, a drainage channel was excavated along the wastewater outlet of the mineral processing equipment, leading directly to the river downstream. The leftover tailings from the mineral extraction, in accordance with the principle of returning waste to its source, were continuously transported by the conveyor belt extended from the processing equipment. After a 1-hour break post-lunch, at 1 p.m., Wang Taisong activated the mineral processing line's controls, and the machinery roared to life with a crisp, resonant sound. The first to begin work that afternoon were Lu Wenxiang and Lu Zhongcheng's teams 1 and 2, while teams 3 and 4 observed and assisted Wang Taisong with maintenance tasks. Wang Zhongcheng watched the high-speed operation of the mineral processing line and his diligent comrades, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Indeed, this was a true testament to the adage that when the machine roars, gold flows abundantly. Everything is functioning in an orderly manner. According to Wang Taisong's construction schedule, everyone is required to take turns working at the mineral processing equipment, thus gaining a better understanding of the machine's performance and workflow. After work, Wang Taisong formulated the work safety regulations, work protection manual, and machine operation guide based on the operational characteristics of the processing line. He organized a thorough study session for everyone before bedtime. Wang Zhongcheng spent the afternoon lingering at the manual screening station, watching the golden particles being meticulously selected from the processing line, some as large as mung beans, others as fine as sand, all shimmering in a rich golden hue. Holding them in his hand felt weighty and satisfying, instilling a sense of security and joy. In the production of gold, time is fleeting, and almost in the blink of an eye, the end of the workday arrived. Wang Taisong weighed the output over 5 hours, totaling 1,080 grams. The group gathered around, their jaws dropping in astonishment. With such a high yield, based on the gold market value from the past 2 months, each person could expect a pure income of over 1 million a month. Under such circumstances, even if Wang Zhongcheng threatened them with a gun to return home, they would never comply. In the presence of gold, diamonds, and opals, this ordinary labor force, save for Li Xian, adhered to the conventional belief that gold is more valuable than other jewelry. For instance, at a pawn shop, as long as the gold is legitimate, it is almost guaranteed to be accepted, whereas other jewelry may not be. Diamond jewelry, while exorbitantly priced in retail, fetches only about 30 to 50% of its value in the secondhand market. The colorful opal stones were dismissed by them, as they held no understanding of their worth. As the saying goes, in troubled times, one hides gold. Gold has possessed financial attributes for thousands of years, long ingrained in the human psyche. Throughout history, under the gold standard, gold itself has been currency and has always been regarded as an excellent asset for risk aversion. After each person received 67 grams of gold, they suddenly experienced the sensation of the impoverished becoming wealthy, their chests puffed out, feeling disoriented by their newfound riches, unsure of where to safely conceal their gold. Chapter 62. The Great Division of Gold under the guidance of Zhao Renjie. Fan Tongshu finally succeeded in hunting a deer. Although he did not strike its head, his shot delivered a fatal blow to the creature. The 2 men transported the deer to the dam, where they proceeded to bleed it, skin it, debone it, and cut it into pieces, efficiently completing the task. Soon, the deer was dismembered into 8 parts, with the bones and entrails placed into a large pot to simmer slowly. The ribs and leg meat were seasoned and marinated, awaiting the moment they would be roasted over an open fire. When Wang Zhongcheng and the others returned to the clearing in front of the treehouse, the bonfire had already been lit, ready for the feast to commence. After everyone had freshened up, Zhao Renjie and Fan Tongshu brought out the marinated deer meat in a large basin. The group eagerly skewered the meat onto bamboo sticks and placed them over the roaring flames. In the time it took to enjoy a cigarette, the air was soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng instructed Zhao Renjie to pour a bamboo cup of white liquor for each person. The fragrance of the liquor, combined with the scent of grilled meat and the golden taste of cherished memories, filled each individual's mind with a sense of hope for the future. evoking emotions that surge from the depths of their hearts. These beautiful, unforgettable, heartwarming scenes stirred a resonance within everyone, releasing waves of warmth. Particularly, the gold in each person's pocket stirred a profound sensation from the very core of their souls, endowing their days on the deserted island with boundless strength. Li Weifeng had already divided his drink into 2 half-cups, presenting them to Fan Tongshu and Wang Zhongcheng. Sitting quietly beside Fan Tongshu, he gazed with a dreamy expression at the men around the bonfire, who were heartily consuming meat and drinking copiously. This was the essence of true manhood. This was how a man should live and savor life. Zhao Renjie cradled both Di Yong and Xiao Yong, feeding them wild fruits gathered during the afternoon hunt. The 2 little monkeys were exceptionally well-behaved, quietly munching on the fruits in front of the crowd, their tiny eyes blinking and darting about, observing the jovial men by the bonfire. This afternoon, Gao Hong was also astounded by the gold yield. In just 5 hours, they had sifted out over 2 pounds of gold. Such output would rival that of a medium-sized gold mine with hundreds of workers. Yet here, there were only 16 individuals and a makeshift machine. As he raised his glass in a collective toast with Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong, he downed his drink, having already noticed that Li Weifeng had served liquor to Fan Tongshu and Wang Zhongcheng. Inwardly, he cursed Li Weifeng for not embodying true camaraderie, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Gao Hong surveyed the scene and found everyone gathered in small clusters, enjoying the meat, drinking, and conversing, while he remained solitary and forlorn. He could only indulge in meat with one hand and smoke with the other. After toasting with Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong settled among Lu Zengxiang, Li Litsai, Lin Yongming, and Lu Ganggang, engaging in animated discussions and basking in the flattery of his companions, wearing a pleased expression. He frequently interjected playful remarks, eliciting laughter from the group. Wang Zhongcheng and Fan Tongshu savored their drinks slowly, relishing the meat, smoking, and sipping tea, their hearts filled with joy. The weighty gold has guided him towards a newfound direction and value in life, and only today does he feel a sense of uprightness. If diamonds and opals merely offered him dreams, ethereal and elusive, then this genuine gold provides him with a staircase to actualize those dreams. The diamonds and opals felt too insubstantial, akin to someone recounting tales of paradise, leaving him in disbelief. In contrast, gold instills a sense of grounded satisfaction, as if the key to his dreams could only be unlocked by it. The world may be enamored with gold, and Wang Zhongcheng is no exception. Despite having indulged in a bit of wine, his mind remains clear. He quietly converses with Fan Tongshu, discreetly analyzing the potential outcomes when their fortunes flourish. As the ancient text Zhuozhuan states, a common man is innocent, yet possessing jade can lead to blame, a truth both Fan Tongshu and Wang Zhongcheng comprehend. There is also an old adage that claims money emboldens, suggesting that wealth transforms ordinary individuals into heroes. Throughout history, for the sake of riches, people have committed heinous acts, and familial bonds have often been severed. The fall of corrupt officials is a common tale. Gold serves as a litmus test for human integrity and avarice, at times wielding the power of a bloodless dagger. When Fan Tongshu received a share of gold that afternoon, he was overwhelmed by its surreal nature. As if he were ensnared in a dream he wished to never awaken from. Had he possessed even half of this gold years ago, perhaps his parents and beloved wife would not have departed this world so soon. His trembling hand clasped the gold, causing Wang Taisong, who was responsible for the distribution, to grow anxious, fearing an onset of Fan Tongshu's epilepsy. It was during the funerals of his parents and wife that his seizures first manifested, and though he has undergone treatment, he has experienced intermittent episodes over the years. However, since boarding the vessel, he has remained free of seizures, appearing entirely normal. He recognizes that without Wang Zhongcheng's assistance in securing him work on the fishing boat, he would struggle to support himself and his child, who is currently in high school. Due to his condition, previous employers had sought reasons to dismiss him. The group celebrated with joy and merriment until the bonfire was extinguished at 10 p.m., after which they washed up and retired to their rooms for the night. That evening, from 10 p.m. to midnight, it was Fan Tongshu's turn to be on duty, while Li Weifeng was assigned to the same shift, allowing Wang Zhongcheng to retire early. He was scheduled for the 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. shift. while Zhao Renjia took the midnight to 2 a.m. shift. On the 79th day on the island, at 8 a.m., Wang Taisong pressed the button to start the mineral processing equipment. That morning, it was the turn of Groups 3 and 4 to operate the machines. They were eager to commence, as if every delayed moment would allow the gold to sprout legs and escape. Wang Zhongcheng instructed Wang Taisong to have Groups 1 and 2 erect a fence around the treehouse and the mineral processing equipment. Having noticed mysterious creatures prowling the vicinity and gnawing on the deer bones they had left over from the previous night. After their work concluded, the group gathered for their meals in the open area before the treehouse. Safety concerns were paramount, for even with the illumination casting light upon the treehouse and the surrounding space, the depths of the jungle remained shrouded in darkness, where predators lurked unseen, ready to strike. During the day, they labored beneath the mining equipment shed, and despite having Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia on guard with firearms, the dense wilderness, overgrown with foliage, posed a constant threat, as the occasional wild beast could unexpectedly emerge, startling them. To ensure long-term safety, it was prudent to encircle all frequently used areas with sturdy fences. Such barriers would serve as the first line of defense, providing a buffer against potential dangers. After 5 hours of work, the third and fourth groups finished their shifts and rested for an hour before resuming their efforts to fell trees and erect fences. In the morning, Zhao Renjia and Fan Tongshu set traps and snares in the woods, and by afternoon, they had successfully captured 4 wild rabbits, 5 pheasants, and a mischievous chimpanzee. Zhao Renjia untangled the ropes, ensnaring the chimpanzee, and released it back into the wild. The venison obtained from yesterday's hunt would suffice for their dinner. With 16 young men present, a single deer weighing over 100 pounds would only last a little more than a day, including its organs and bones. Fan Tongshu was constantly racking his brain over food scarcity. The stockpiled rice and flour needed to be conserved until the new harvest arrived. Before their journey, they had prepared various provisions, including vegetables, over a span of 6 months. However, the fishing vessel had run aground, causing some of the cargo to take on water, resulting in a portion of the flour being spoiled. Fortunately, the rice, stored in plastic bags, remained dry. The soaked vegetables rotted quickly, and upon reaching land, many had already decayed, regardless of whether they were consumed promptly or leisurely. The labor upon disembarking was no small feat, aside from a day of rest on Sunday. The remainder of their time was spent in strenuous work and hunting. After engaging in such vigorous activity, their appetites naturally increased. For an extended period after arriving on the island, Wang Zhongcheng prohibited hunting to supplement their food supply, relying solely on salvage provisions from the fishing vessel, which led to a precarious situation of depleting resources. On the vessel, there had still been fish available for immediate consumption, which could have replaced their carried supplies. During this gold-seeking expedition, Wang Zhongcheng instructed Fan Tongshu to travel light, leaving behind rice, flour, and vegetables, taking only oil, salt, and some seasonings. He asserted that the group should acclimate their appetites to a diet devoid of grains, preparing them for potential unforeseen circumstances in the jungle. Simultaneously, he urged Fan Tongshu to rapidly familiarize himself with hunting techniques, firearms usage, and the establishment of traps and nets. As the clock struck 6, marking the end of the workday, Wang Taisong switched off the power to the mining equipment. The group gathered around the manual screening area, eagerly anticipating the day's gold yield. True to expectations, the 10-hour production reached a new high, totaling 219 grams. The atmosphere brimmed with joy as everyone's faces illuminated with excitement, their eyes wide as they watched Wang Taisong distribute the gold, anxious not to receive less than their fair share. Each individual received 138 grams of gold, with the remaining 9 grams designated for communal ownership. Everyone is acutely aware of the intrinsic value of gold, cherishing it as if it were their very own life, meticulously safeguarding it and carefully concealing it in what they deem the most secure corners of their abodes. Chapter 63. The True Discovery of Gold at this juncture. Some began to comprehend the original intent behind Wang Zhongcheng and his 2 companions' decision to forfeit all their possessions and terminate their employment relationships with the crew. Initially, Wang Zhongcheng proclaimed that the resources and treasures of this island would be collectively owned, ensuring equality for all. The fruits of labor would be shared among everyone. Personal rights would be upheld without discrimination or inequality, and no one would go hungry. Everyone was to be treated as brothers, sharing meals, living spaces, and labor. At first, the others believed that the trio's actions were merely a despicable tactic to avoid paying wages, cloaked in sweet words. It was only now that they realized Wang Zhongcheng was, in fact, safeguarding their personal safety. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions truly exemplified the qualities of astute leaders, always contemplating future implications. Just imagine, had they continued with the traditional employer-employee relationship aboard the fishing vessel, exchanging labor for wages, would the crew have felt secure receiving a monthly salary of 15,000 to 20,000 yuan in the face of such immense wealth? On this lawless, desolate island, Wang Zhongcheng and his companions, as the exploiting class, would likely have been cast into the sea long ago to feed the fish. After all, in the presence of great wealth, human nature is put to the test. The horrific incident aboard the fishing vessel Lu Rongyu 2682, known as the real-life Pacific Ocean Battle Royale, occurred just a few years ago in Lin City, stemming from contractual deceit by the fishing boat owner. The desires of human nature revolve around fame and fortune. The heavier the burden of desire, the deeper the obsession. The more distractions one has, the more one risks losing reason. Once a heart is completely ensnared by greed, even if it attains everything it yearns for, the inner covetousness knows no bounds, leading one to an abyss of insatiable desire. After one's basic needs are met, there is a natural inclination towards hedonism, beginning with the most primal desires. Yet, desire is limitless, akin to a humorous verse once heard. All day long I toil to sate my hunger, and once full, I yearn for fine attire. With both food and clothing in abundance, I crave a beautiful wife to admire, having what a fair maiden and born children. I lament the lack of land to secure my future. Acquiring vast fields, I find myself lacking, no boats to sail, nor steeds to ride. My stable filled with mules and horses, yet I sigh for a position of esteem. The county magistrate's role feels too minor. I aspire to wear the emperor's robes. In quest of immortality, I seek the divine, yearning to ascend and pay homage to the celestial. Among this group, some have already begun to calculate their own ambitions. They are dissatisfied with the daily allocation of over 100 grams of gold. They desire to possess all the gold and jewels, aspiring to become the sovereign of the island. With gold extraction now firmly on track and other mines largely explored, only the opportune moment remains. They fear the unwavering vigilance of Wang Zhongcheng and his companions. Knowing that seizing control by force would be futile, like a cunning fox, he covets the bountiful treasures before him, believing that all of this should rightfully belong to him. He will not permit others to partake in what he considers as gold and jewels. Even if shared now, he would ensure that they would eventually regret it. On the 80th day on the island, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In the morning, Teams 3 and 4 were at work while Teams 1 and 2 continued to fell trees and build fences. At 1 p.m., during the work of Teams 1 and 2, Gao Hong opted to work at the conveyor belt and material funnel. He intermittently adjusted the water flow with 2 hoses, diligently rinsing the ore sand that had just been poured into the funnel. His dedication was evident as he scrutinized every grain of sand on the conveyor belt with keen eyes. Even Wang Taisong and Wang Zhongcheng were highly satisfied with Gao Hong's work ethic. Wang Taisong handed him a raincoat to shield him from the splashes of water. Around 3 p.m., a sudden cry erupted from Gao Hong, who shouted loudly, discarding the 2 hoses that sprayed water wildly onto the ground. Wang Zhongcheng's first instinct was that Gao Hong had been injured by the machine's gears or electrocuted by a frayed wire. He immediately rushed over, gun in hand. Wang Taisong, having heard Gao Hong's anguish cries before, knew it could only spell trouble. He shared Wang Zhongcheng's concerns and hurried to the distribution box to cut off the power. As Wang Zhongcheng approached, he found a crowd gathered around the people working and those near the fence. Pushing through the throng, he discovered Gao Hong's head was wedged inside the material funnel, and there was no sound coming from him. Alarmed, Wang Zhongcheng rushed forward to grasp Gao Hong's waist and pull him back. To his surprise, Gao Hong's muffled voice emerged from the funnel, exclaiming, "Who is it? Ouch! Ouch! Don't touch me! Bring me a knife!" Hearing Gao Hong was still conscious and able to speak, Wang Zhongcheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. What happened? Why are you sticking your head in there? Are you hurt? He asked. Cousin, I'm fine. My clothes got caught in there. Bring me a knife. Gao Hong replied. Wang Zhongcheng quickly drew a dagger from his waist and peered into the funnel, discovering that Gao Hong's work clothes and raincoat sleeves were ensnared in the funnel's mesh, having torn above the elbows, rendering him immobile. With a few swift cuts, Wang Zhongcheng freed Gao Hong's clothing from a mesh. Gao Hong stood up, visibly relieved, a broad smile lighting up his face as he cradled a dirt-covered stone in his hands and presented it to Wang Zhongcheng. Perplexed, Wang Zhongcheng did not focus on the stone, but instead scanned Gao Hong from head to toe for any injuries. Cousin, look at this, Gao Hong exclaimed excitedly. Confirming Gao Hong was uninjured, Wang Zhongcheng raised his eyes to inspect the stone, which was irregularly shaped with hollows and protrusions resembling a riverbed stone, and was about the size of a shot put. Seeing the confusion on Wang Zhongcheng's and the others' faces, Gao Hong crouched down and began to wash the stone with water. Soon, the spectators' eyes widened in astonishment as they cried out, "Gold! Gold! Such a large piece of gold! How heavy must it be? It must weigh at least 2 pounds. 2 pounds? It's certainly more than that. I think it weighs 5 pounds. I see it weighing 6 pounds. The standard weight for a shot put is over 14 pounds. This large piece of gold must weigh at least 20 pounds. The shot put is solid, yet you can observe that certain areas are hollow and others are indented. Thus, it is likely that this does not weigh as much as the shot put itself." The crowd's eyes burned with fervor, fixated on the gold in Gao Hong's hands. Wang Zhongcheng's heart was tumultuous with anticipation, pondering that Gao Hong had incessantly mentioned the doghead gold, and today he had finally brought it to light. Following Wang Tiesong's on-site weighing, the doghead gold was determined to weigh 722 grams. After a jubilant chorus of cheers, Wang Taisong meticulously inspected the equipment, confirming its functionality before pressing the activation button once more. Gao Hong did not uncover any further doghead gold in the afternoon, yet he did discover a considerable amount of gold nuggets. After work concluded, Wang Taisong compiled the yield, which amounted to 23 grams of gold dust and 722 grams of doghead gold. The gold dust was evenly distributed on the spot, and Wang Zhongcheng declared that once everyone accumulated a weight of gold dust equivalent to that of the doghead gold, those wishing to exchange could do so, and after sufficient gold dust was gathered, it would be shared equally. Gao Hong realized that he could prioritize the exchange of the doghead gold with 500 grams of gold dust. If he chose not to exchange, he would receive a reward of 222 grams of gold dust. Gao Hong accepted all of this with composure, refraining from the previous frenzy and pretense of ignorance. He understood that should he repeat his earlier mistakes, Wang Zhongcheng would surely discipline him. A light punishment would entail a 7-day suspension, while a severe one could lead to confinement. More importantly, the others would not be lenient either. In their eyes, every gram of gold produced here belonged to each of them, a principle that remained unshakable. After much contemplation, Gao Hong concluded that the doghead gold would be beyond his grasp. Rather than face punishment and incite public ire, he resolved to remain steady, allowing Wang Zhongcheng to decide his fate, thereby reaping benefits from 2 fronts: a reward of 222 grams of gold dust and a chance to alter the negative perception others held of his greed and disregard for rules. The cost of punishment would be far greater. Lu Gangang served as a cautionary tale. Moreover, the recent neglect from his cousin Wang Zhongcheng weighed heavily on his heart. He was aware that his conflict with Zhao Renjia had prompted Wang Zhongcheng to reassign the rooms, effectively ostracizing him from the group. Now, Wang Zhongcheng conducted investigations without him, intentionally avoiding his presence. Instead, he brought along the outsider Li Xian, neglecting his own anxious relative. Gao Hong noticed this keenly, and it troubled him deeply. Should he learn of the diamond-sized eggs in the diamond cave, he would undoubtedly regret it intensely and wish for a stone to end his misery. This afternoon, when Wang Zhongcheng observed Gao Hong diligently at work, he made the effort to approach and inquire about his well-being, which genuinely warmed Gao Hong's heart. This warmth prompted a degree of reflection and a reassessment of his own position. He secretly vowed that the doghead gold he discovered with his own hands would rightfully belong to him. His desire for the dog-head gold surpassed that of anyone else. Having learned from Li Xian that gold of equal weight to dog-head gold was far more precious. Chapter 64. The birth of two principles from one elephant. The remarkable nugget of gold, known as dog-head gold, is a substantial mass formed in proximity to gold mines. Crystallized over billions of years through the convergence of gold-laden subterranean waters and various minerals, such as sand and stone. It is a masterpiece sculpted by nature's chisels of wind and water, resulting in an array of peculiar shapes. This prolonged natural sculpting has endowed it with exceptional scientific and cultural significance. Due to its rarity and the arduous process of its formation, it is considered exceedingly precious. Acquiring a piece of dog-head gold is a fortuitous endeavor, with the most renowned specimens being rare treasures and ultimate legacies. The high value of dog-head gold can be attributed to a simple two-character secret: impurity. Its quintessential characteristics include natural formation, substantial granules, irregular shapes, and a composite nature. It is comprised of natural gold, quartz, and other minerals. The piece discovered by Gao Hong resembles a mother elephant accompanied by two young calves. The mother elephant strides gracefully across the grass, her trunk raised high, head held aloft, with her right front leg lifted and her left front leg trailing behind. The two calves flank her sides, one with its trunk raised and the other extending forward, their eyes, ears, and tails rendered with exquisite detail, evoking sheer wonder. The calves, closely following their matriarch, seem alive with the gentle flutter of their ears and eyes that emanate a mystical glow, suggesting an extraordinary brilliance. The overall arrangement resembles a flawless three-dimensional sculpture. Wang Zhongcheng cradled this piece of dog-head gold in bed, unable to part with it. Having consulted Li Xian about the knowledge of dog-head gold before sleeping, his fondness for it only grew. Throughout the night, he embraced it, admiring its beauty and indulging in daydreams. That evening, he bestowed upon it the name the birth of two principles from one elephant, signifying unity among the people, who rally around one another, boldly advancing to forge a new order of freedom, equality, and prosperity on their island. Everything in existence possesses a core. From one elephant springs two principles. From two principles arise four symbols. From four symbols come the 8 trigrams, and from the 8 trigrams emerges all creation. The elephant represents Wang Zhongcheng, while the two calves symbolize the collective, embodying boundless energy concentrated in abundance of gold. Thus the world is opened, and treasures are manifested as one's heart desires. Wang Zhongcheng designated the birth of two principles from one elephant as the island's treasure and talisman. He resolved that this precious artifact would be collectively owned, ensuring that it could not enter personal possession. He argued that collective ownership would better serve the protection and preservation of the treasure, establishing a rule that it must never be melted or destroyed, nor exchanged for personal gain. On the 81st day on the island, following the announcement of the dog-head gold's collective ownership before breakfast, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each person looking at the other in silence. It was Wang Taisong who broke the awkwardness, stating, "Though it is managed collectively, it is still ours." The storage place is akin to a collective warehouse. Much like state-owned enterprises, national corporations, and institutions such as the 3 major oil companies, electric utilities, tobacco, railways, and banks, all of which belong to the people. We must cherish this hard-earned bounty. Wang Taisong surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "Those who disagree with the storage of this gold nugget in the collective warehouse, please raise your hands for a vote." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Although they were reluctant in their hearts, for the sake of future wealth, they decided to relinquish this minor benefit. After all, who among them was foolish enough to openly oppose? Did they wish to complicate their lives? Moreover, they were well aware that the armed guards frequently patrolled, occasionally firing their weapons. They had witnessed the marksmanship of Wang and Zhao. A single shot was always accurate, and their firearms were not to be trifled with. Even in a barehanded confrontation, it would be futile, as Zhao Renjie was known to take on 6 adversaries simultaneously. The voting commenced. First vote, second vote, third vote. Very well. No hands were raised. Thus, the gold nugget officially belonged to the collective. Whenever anyone wished to view it, they could submit a request, which would be granted only after the approval of the system administrator, the supervisor, and the logistics personnel. After all, it was a shared treasure, Wang Taisong remarked. Upon concluding his statement, 1,000 alpacas seemed to stampede within the minds of the crowd. Gao Hong maintained a calm demeanor as he exchanged a glance with Wang Zhongcheng. Neither detected any peculiarities in the other's expression. Wang Zhongcheng declared, Gao Hong must be rewarded with 222 grams of gold, for it was he who made the discovery. In the future, should anyone else make a notable find, they too shall receive the same reward. Fan Tongshu subtly hinted to Wang Zhongcheng several times that breakfast was prepared and they should eat promptly. After breakfast, Wang Taisong set the machinery in motion, and teams 3 and 4 clamored to work at the screening funnel, fully aware that this station could yield gold nuggets and substantial rewards. Consequently, Wang Taisong mandated that each person work for 50 minutes at the screening funnel per shift. With this arrangement finalized, a tranquil atmosphere descended as they began to work diligently. Having ensured the machinery operated smoothly, Wang Taisong proceeded to inspect the progress of the fence construction, discovering that the remaining sections would be completed by this afternoon. Feeling a sense of relief, he extracted a cigarette, only to find that his lighter refused to ignite. Realizing it was out of fuel, he approached Wang Zhongcheng to borrow a flame and lit his cigarette. After placing the lighter back in his pocket, Wang Zhongcheng lifted his gaze to the clear sky, observing it while remarking to Wang Taisong, since yesterday, the sky has been bluer than on any other day, displaying a transparent crystal blue. Yesterday, fluffy clouds adorned the heavens like a watercolor painting, yet today, the sky is devoid of clouds. Look, it is a vast expanse of blue. Wang Taisong glanced upward for a moment, felt the breeze, and took a deep breath, a furrow forming on his brow as he expressed his doubts. Since our arrival on the island, we have experienced relentless storms, including several typhoons. Yet none have matched the ferocity of the tempest we encountered that night. Do you not think this sky resembles the weather we faced during our perilous encounter? Wang Zhongcheng, upon hearing Wang Tiesong's analysis, was suddenly struck by a realization. Indeed, the sky on the day of their peril had been remarkably clear. At that time, they were preoccupied with capturing the school of fish and had no inclination to admire the splendid seascape. It was only through Wang Tiesong's remarks that he began to connect the serene sky of that fateful day with the current weather. Drawing from his extensive experience at sea, Wang Zhongcheng sensed that today's weather was unusual. After Wang Tiesong's exposition, his doubts crystallized. This was a prelude to the impending typhoon. A typhoon is a formidable storm system formed from water vapor over tropical oceans, characterized by intense downdrafts and a high-pressure center. As a typhoon develops, there exists a region of descending airflow from the upper atmosphere. These downdrafts cause the air to sink and accelerate, inhibiting the rise of moisture and the formation of clouds. The stability brought by the descending airflow results in a dry and relatively stable environment, with the surrounding high-pressure system spreading outward to create converging clouds. These converging clouds, alongside the cloud layers, cause the air in the convergence zone to ascend, leading to clear weather in the center of the typhoon. Wang Zhongcheng understood that although clear weather may precede a typhoon, it did not signify that the storm had passed or weakened. In fact, it was precisely in the typhoon's central region that such weather occurred. The power of the typhoon at its core was terrifying and formidable, with severe destructive potential and danger. As this realization dawned upon him, Wang Zhongcheng was alarmed. This would be the most significant and arduous test they had faced since arriving on the island over 80 days ago. Unlike their initial state of having nothing but the supplies on the fishing vessel, they now possessed stilt houses, a hot spring shelter, and tree houses. More importantly, they had the mineral processing equipment, which was vital to their survival. Determined, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong resolved to cease all operations and shut down the machinery, taking all necessary precautions against the approaching typhoon, even if the storm ultimately changed course or failed to materialize. They dared not gamble with the fate of their mineral processing equipment, which was crucial to everyone's well-being. Chapter 65. The approach of the fierce typhoon. Wang Taisong instructed everyone to dismantle the canvas covering the top of the ore processing equipment, ensuring it was securely draped over the machinery. They anchored it firmly with thick tree trunks and sandbags, while encasing the cables and motors meticulously in plastic bags. Gao Hong led his team to extract the hydropower equipment from the river, transporting it into the treehouse's storage area. Wang Zhongcheng and his crew expanded the floodgate of the dam and excavated 2 additional emergency spillways. Upon completing these tasks, under Lu Wenxiang's direction, they reinforced the treehouse's pillars and roof with torn fishing nets and ropes, safeguarding the vulnerable areas. After Wang Zhongcheng confirmed that the treehouse and machinery were adequately protected, he led the group back to the stilt house, carrying their hard-earned bounty before lunchtime. While waiting for their meal, Gao Hong and his team ascended to the rooftop to disassemble the solar power equipment. After lunch, Lu Wenxiang inspected the stilt house for potential vulnerabilities against the impending typhoon, ensuring safety before proceeding to the planting base to dig irrigation channels, enabling timely drainage of rainwater. Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, Lu Zingxiang, and Li Xian ventured near the hot springs, successfully hunting 3 wild boars and 2 goats, each person shouldering a prize. As they returned to the stilt house to process their catch by the river, a sudden gust of wind arose. Initially a gentle breeze, it rapidly escalated, sending leaves swirling. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, the sky dimming, and the air thick with the scent of the sea. Wang Zhongcheng declared, "Let us return to the stilt house to process what remains. We must hurry." As he reached the stilt house, a fierce wind swept through, with dust and debris swirling outside. The black clouds loomed over the treetops, and raindrops began to fall like beads on an abacus. The kitchen was dimly lit, as Gao Hong had already disassembled both the hydropower and solar power equipment. Fan Tong Shu and Li Weifeng provided illumination with flashlights. Wang Zhongcheng had already skinned one of the wild boars, washed his hands, lit a cigarette, and stood at the bottom of the stilt house, observing the various seedlings and vegetable sprouts swaying in the tempest. All living beings, from a single seedling to a wild boar, inhabit this world with their unique missions. Throughout their growth, they endure the trials and tribulations of life. Perhaps the verses of Li Bai resonate most profoundly with the themes of life and death. The living are but transient visitors, while the deceased are those who return home. The universe is but a fleeting journey, wherein we share the sorrows of ages. In comparison to death, life can be far more arduous. As articulated in Rickshaw Boy, death is the simplest and easiest fate, while living is akin to enduring hell. How many sunlit days and rain-soaked nights must a young seedling endure, battered by winds and storms, before maturing and ultimately succumbing to death? The Tao Te Ching states, "In life, humans are soft and weak. In death, they become strong. In life, plants are tender and fragile. In death, they wither." Are we not akin to grass and trees? As for the wild boar, perhaps its sacrifice sustains us, fulfilling its noblest purpose. Compared to the ones that escape, its death is far more glorious. The life of this slaughtered wild boar is a grand narrative. For in life and death, all is ordained by fate. The beauty of its demise is profound. As the bullet strikes its head, a rose-like spray of blood blossoms, leaving its final tribute to this world. Wang Zhongcheng, while contemplating the essence of life and death, gazed upon the tempestuous typhoon that wreaked havoc upon the earth, its fury akin to mountains calling and seas roaring. The stilt house creaked under the relentless wind, while the plastic film on the windows rustled ominously. The fencing of the cultivation base lay in disarray, battered and askew by the tempest. He recalled the evocative words of the Tang Dynasty poet Gu Yun, who depicted the typhoon. Suddenly the whirlwind rises, clouds whirl madly, waves churn, fish and dragons lie still. The sea god, fearing the storm, retreats ashore, while the mountain swallows hide within the rocks. The golden serpent flashes, the sun hangs inverted, silver strands stretch long. Thunder rumbles and crashes as lightning strikes. Heaven and earth clash. Perhaps this poem encapsulates the current scene most fittingly. In an effort to safeguard against the typhoon's wrath, Wang Zhongcheng decreed that no one was to leave the stilt house until the storm passed. Electricity was forbidden, and open flames were not to be lit within the rooms. Illumination was to be provided solely by flashlights. Meals were to be consumed early, and bedtime was to be observed promptly. During the typhoon's onslaught, night duty was to be conducted in the main room, eliminating the need to venture beneath the eaves. On this tempestuous night, aside from the howling winds and the relentless downpour, The sound of branches colliding and rustling against one another filled the air, alongside the ominous cracking of broken limbs. Tonight, various beasts and birds remained silent, trembling in their nests, perhaps. In the main room, two glowing cigarette ends flickered as smoke curled languidly around him. Wang Zhongcheng sat in contemplation, staring into the abyss of the darkened window, pondering the relationship between humans and animals and humanity's connection to nature. In the face of nature, humanity appears so diminutive and in the presence of a typhoon, utterly powerless. Humanity, which prides itself as the pinnacle of creation and the sovereign of earth. What challenge can you mount against the heavens? What contest can you wage against the typhoon? You two are merely curled up within your shelter, seeking refuge. One might argue that humanity's greatness lies in its intelligent mind and vast knowledge. However, it is not this that renders humanity great. Rather, it is the dignity and thought that accompany our existence. It is through dignity and thought that we can continuously uplift ourselves, transcending rationality and faith. The renowned French thinker and philosopher Pascal once remarked, "Man is neither angel nor beast." And the unfortunate thing is that he who wishes to be an angel becomes a beast. Reflecting upon history, certain institutions have always striven to present themselves as guardians of life and health, champions of dignity, advocates of the people, and promoters of freedom, democracy, and humanitarianism, ultimately transforming into the very beasts despised by all, inscribed upon the pillars of humanity's shame. Such entities have strayed from the Creator's original intent in the creation of humanity, becoming devils cloaked in human guise. They are fundamentally distorted in thought and humanity, engaging in pretentious acts, deceit, and devoid of any moral baseline or principles. Ultimately, they shall face the infernal torments of sulfurous fire. Thus, it is thought that brings us closer to our purest selves. Thought enables us to discern right from wrong, beauty from ugliness, and good from evil. It is the possession of thought that distinguishes humanity from other creatures. Moreover, humanity possesses a remarkable trait. In the face of nature's terror, it often exhibits a noble demeanor, refraining from self-destructive actions akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Instead, humanity adeptly utilizes nature, and even more so, learns to harness it for its own preservation. Wang Zhongcheng remained lost in thought, pondering the grotesqueness of human intellect. When Fan Tongshu arose to take over his shift, it was then that Wang noticed the tempest outside had intensified further. The stilted house creaked ominously under the onslaught of the gale, yet the interior remained dry, prompting him to admire Lu Wenxiang's architectural prowess. Lost in contemplation, he soon drifted into slumber. On the 84th day on the island, the typhoon, devoid of compassion, relentlessly battered the shore for 3 days and nights before finally departing. Once the winds abated and the rain ceased, everyone cautiously emerged from the stilted house and ventured into the courtyard. They beheld the fencing of the cultivation area leaning precariously, while the corn, which had begun to tassel, lay prostrate across the ground. Harvest time loomed just a month away. The soybeans, mung beans, and Job's tears, along with other tall crops and vegetables, had all succumbed to the tempest. Fortunately, the water accumulation in the fields was minimal. Otherwise, the root vegetables would have rotted in the mire. Wang Zhongcheng's heart lightened at the sight of the rice paddies, lush and upright in the fields. This was the essential sustenance for survival. As long as the rice flourished, there would be no loss of life. While other crops held significance, they paled in comparison to the staple of the northern people, rice. Fan Tongshu was leading the group in propping up the fallen crops and vegetables. Within the cultivation area, corn had suffered the greatest losses, followed by soybeans, mung beans, and red beans. However, the underground crops such as peanuts, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes remained unscathed. Wang Zhongcheng mused that a few losses were inconsequential. Even the most succulent morsels were often elusive. As long as the rice thrived, he would not fret over the fate of these minor grains and vegetables. Whatever yield they produced would be sufficient. Everything has its destiny, and one cannot force sweetness from a bitter gourd. The crops that are propped up will not flourish either. His foremost concern now was the machinery at the treehouse. Had the equipment been compromised by water? Had it been struck by lightning? Were the flood channels functioning? What was the current situation? Chapter 66. the dam breach. Wang Zhongcheng instructed everyone to first reinforce the fence. Any crops that had not been supported would remain as they were. Once the fence was secured, the group shouldered their gear and food supplies, skipping lunch, and hurriedly made their way toward the treehouse. The path was treacherous, muddy by rain, with water pooling on the trees and grass, making each step slippery and slowing their pace as urgency mounted. Upon reaching the dam, they were taken aback. The dam had breached. The vertical posts and rafts that had once stood in the river were now nowhere to be found. The two flood channels excavated on the right side of the dam had transformed into two rivers, each about 4 to 5 meters wide, roaring fiercely into the depths of the jungle. Crossing to the opposite side of the flood channels was now impossible. Having just weathered a typhoon, the torrential rain had ceased, but the swollen river showed no signs of receding. Consequently, their only option was to navigate through the jungle to find a shallower crossing. The forest was even more arduous to traverse, with fallen trees, broken branches, and tangled vines creating formidable obstacles. The group advanced laboriously for over 500 meters before circumventing the flood channel. At last, they returned to the treehouse, eagerly rushing to the mineral washing equipment. To their relief, the canvas remained tightly secured over the machinery, and upon inspection, it showed no signs of damage. Together, they lifted the canvas, revealing the equipment in the same functional state as days prior. Their hearts finally eased. They merely awaited the river to recede before attempting to install the hydroelectric generator. At this moment, they recalled the treehouse and whether it had withstood the ferocious onslaught of the typhoon. They began inspecting every detail of the structure and discovered that 2 rooms on the top floor had minor leaks. Lu Wenxiang promptly ascended the roof to make repairs, quickly sealing the vulnerabilities. In the kitchen, it appeared that some animal had intruded, scattering their bowls and utensils, along with salt and seasoning bottles across the floor, leaving a jumble of footprints that mingled with those of the group, rendering the identity of the intruder indiscernible. They inspected the other rooms, and aside from Lu Gongong's missing packet of candy, no further issues were found. It was only then that hunger struck them. They each consumed a bit of their provisions in the treehouse before retiring to their respective rooms for rest. By 3 in the afternoon, a light drizzle began to fall again. Wang Zhongcheng called everyone out of their rooms to repair the fallen fence once more. As the gloomy weather persisted, by 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the fence repairs were nearly complete. The aroma of red braised lamb, prepared by Fan Tongshu, wafted from the treehouse, tantalizingly far. Having not eaten well at noon, they were now ravenous. After dinner, as everyone's flashlights had depleted their last bit of power during the typhoon, they washed up in the dark and retired to bed early. Wang Zhongcheng was on duty from 2 to 4 in the morning. Lying on his bed, he rested upon a goat skin, its delicate texture comforting against his skin, while a soft deer hide enveloped him, providing a silky touch and a perfect temperature, a true luxurious experience befitting the king of the mountains. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, embracing the tranquility of sleep. Day 85 on the island. Before breakfast, those on duty last night were discussing how a few pairs of gleaming-eyed beasts had circled the treehouse's fence throughout the night, occasionally roaring and attempting to leap over the barrier, yet none succeeded in breaching it. Only at the break of dawn did they depart. Wang Zhongcheng, who was on the early morning watch, had also observed this but refrained from firing upon them, understanding that the reinforced and elevated fence, repaired the previous afternoon, generally deterred such creatures. Moreover, since everyone was resting, the early hours were a time of deep slumber, and discharging a firearm would disturb their peace. The beasts posed little threat at present. It was prudent to reserve them for a future feast. After breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, Gao Hong, and others proceeded to the original dam site, where they noted a slight decrease in the river's water level compared to the previous day. However, it was still insufficient for the installation of the hydroelectric equipment. The 2 spillways would suffice as they were, as the naturally formed waterway was more conducive to drainage and required no alteration. By 11 a.m., after a 4-day slumber, the sun began to ascend slowly into the sky. The accumulation of dirty laundry over the past several days had begun to emit a foul odor, making it an opportune moment to wash clothes. The group gathered water and commenced laundering in the yard. Fan Tongshu, Zhao Renjia, Li Weifeng, and Li Xian collected numerous wood ears and mushrooms from the stumps surrounding the treehouse. At noon, they feasted on stir-fried, wild boar meat with wood ears and mushrooms, accompanied by rice. In the afternoon, Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, Gao Hong, and the others revisited the water level at the original dam, which had yet to recede to the level prior to the typhoon. They then made their way to the beach where the fishing boats were located. From a distance, they noticed that the boat had tilted another 10 degrees to the right, with much of the cabin now submerged in seawater. The beach was strewn with green seaweeds and kelp, surrounded by various marine life, such as sea snails, starfish, oysters, clams, mussels, and sea cucumbers. Should one delve into these marine plants, they would uncover crabs larger than a hand, brandishing their formidable pincers and glaring with their beady green eyes, issuing a warning to any intruders. The beach was dotted with clusters of bubbles, beneath which lay razor clams. Gao Hong fashioned a hook from iron wire, inserted it into the sand following the bubbles, and upon lifting, he successfully caught a clam measuring over 20 centimeters. Observing the horizon and the vicinity of the shipwreck, Wang Zhongcheng noted the absence of similar stranded vessels or any signs of human activity, a source of regret. Approaching the edge of the forest, he spotted the lifeboat still in its place, covered by a tarpaulin and seemingly unharmed. Returning to the beach, Wang Zhongcheng found that the seafood collected by Wang Taisong and the others had quickly amassed into a small hill. They focused on gathering only the larger specimens. Gao Hong had also amassed a considerable number of clams, sufficient for 2 meals. Overcollecting would only lead to waste. Wang Zhongcheng retrieved 3 storage boxes for survival supplies from the lifeboat, filling them with the finest fresh seafood. And then 2 individuals carried 1 box back to the stilted building. With no electricity, it was wise to eat early. By the time they finished their seafood dinner, the sky had yet to darken. Any leftover seafood was soaked in salted water by Fan Tongshu to preserve it temporarily. This marked the 86th day on the island. In the morning, under the leadership of Wang Zhongcheng, they constructed 4 additional rafts similar to the previous ones, along with 8 sturdy pillars, awaiting the water level to recede in order to build a dam. On the 87th day on the island, the river's water level finally returned to its original state. Having gained experience from the prior dam construction, all personnel, except for Fan Tongshu and Zhao Renjia, participated in this endeavor. They completed the dam within a single day, reinforcing it with an extra raft and 4 robust pillars. Once the dam was constructed, Gao Hong promptly installed the hydroelectric power equipment and connected the lines for the mineral processing assembly. Wang Taisong conducted a test run, and the machinery operated smoothly. The atmosphere was filled with joy, as the sound of the machines heralded the promise of substantial wealth. This was tangible gold. As they returned home in the afternoon, the treehouse was once again aglow, with the enticing aromas of stewed pork and steamed seafood wafting from the kitchen. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng and Wang Taisong sought the opinions of everyone, as the following 2 days were Saturday and Sunday, a time for rest. Should they return to the stilted house for respite or continue working here? The unanimous response was to stay and work. They noted that the planting base had been tidied just this past Tuesday, and the crops were now flourishing, eliminating the need for weeding or pest control. After the recent heavy rainfall, irrigation was also unnecessary. There was no compelling reason to return to the stilted house. Moreover, they reasoned that this place was no different from the stilted house. They had electricity and food available. They presented various justifications for not wanting to go back. Wang Zhongcheng understood their sentiments. He too did not wish to return, yet he felt he could not unilaterally decide to have them labor on the weekend. If they were to work, it must come from their own voices, demonstrating that he was in tune with public sentiment and respecting the rules. On the 88th day on the island, during breakfast, the night shift personnel reported that wild beasts had been active outside the enclosure the previous night. This time, with the courtyard illuminated, they observed what appeared to be wolves, while others speculated they were leopards or even chimpanzees. Each person's perspective painted a different picture of the creature, leading to a lack of consensus. Wang Zhongcheng felt compelled to take this matter seriously. None of them enjoyed the unsettling sensation of being surrounded by wild beasts each night. Chapter 67. The long-nosed monkey. After finishing breakfast, Wang Zhongcheng, Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjia, and Lu Zingxiang stepped outside the courtyard and gathered around the fence to examine their surroundings closely. They discovered numerous footprints in the soil of the grassland, resembling those of human bare feet. Zhao Renjie remarked, "These resemble monkey tracks, albeit larger than those of an ordinary monkey." Lu Zhongcheng interjected, "I believe they resemble the prints of a gorilla." Wang Zhongcheng turned to Wang Taisong and said, "Do these not resemble the footprints we found in the kitchen that day?" The reason those tracks were unclear is that their outlines are similar to ours, making them difficult to distinguish. Wang Taisong pondered, could it truly be a gorilla? If that is the case, our fence would be utterly ineffective against it. Zhao Renjie proposed, "While you all are engaged in labor, I shall set several traps and nets. If they return tonight, we shall ensure they do not leave. Indeed, that would be prudent, allowing us to ascertain the true nature of this beast. The traps should have live catches, not lethal ones," Wang Zhongcheng advised. After a thorough inspection, they found no other anomalies apart from the footprints and returned to the treehouse. At 8 a.m., Wang Taisong activated the ore processing line, and the machines were to life. Currently, Groups 3 and 4 were operating the machinery. After inspecting the circuitry, Gao Hong proceeded to the loading funnel to wash it, observing Li Xian spraying water on the conveyor belt and the sand within the funnel. Today, the ore was laden with decaying leaves and the remnants of refuse excavated days prior, all washed down by the floodwaters. Consequently, by the afternoon, the yield of gold in the sand was noticeably diminished. Wang Taisong weighed the output at 1683 grams, distributing the gold on site, with each person receiving 100 grams. The group felt a slight dissatisfaction regarding the reduced quantity of gold distributed today compared to previous days, yet they suppressed their discontent, choosing not to express it outwardly. After finishing work and cleaning up, Fan Tongshu had prepared dinner. The group hurriedly consumed their meal before gathering in small clusters to smoke, drink tea, and engage in conversation. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng instructed everyone to refrain from leaving the courtyard and to avoid lingering unnecessarily. In light of the unidentified beast, it was imperative that everyone remained vigilant and prioritized personal safety. The jungle harbored numerous unseen dangers, from large creatures such as crocodiles, pythons, and leopards, to smaller threats like poison dart frogs and bullet ants. There was also a particularly menacing insect known as the assassin bug. This creature employs its elongated proboscis to pierce the flesh of its prey, siphoning off toxic liquids to dissolve organs before consuming the liquefied innards. The assassin bug's legs are coated in a viscous fluid, enhancing its ability to capture and ensnare its quarry. They excel in the art of camouflage, cloaking themselves with leaves and soil to seamlessly blend into the rainforest floor, thus effortlessly preying upon unsuspecting victims. Whenever entering or exiting the jungle and engaging in outdoor labor, Wang Zhongcheng mandated that everyone fasten all buttons on their work attire to conceal any exposed skin. If necessary, they could apply floral-scented spray or medicated oil to effectively deter insect bites. The jungle is not only rife with animal and insect hazards, the flora poses its own perils. Dangerous plants within the jungle include the variegated philodendron, foxglove, sea mango, oleander, aconite, and white snake root, among others. These toxic plants, when their sap comes into contact with the skin, induce severe itching and pain. Ingestion of some can result in excruciating pain in the tongue, rendering one unable to speak, leading to the burning of the lip and tongue epithelium, thereby affecting swallowing and breathing. In severe cases, swelling of the mouth and tongue can cause asphyxiation. For instance, consuming foxglove may provoke symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal cramps, and oral pain, potentially resulting in arrhythmias. Its branches and leaves contain toxic latex, while its seeds possess the highest toxicity. Even a small amount can be lethal, with roasting amplifying its toxicity. In severe cases, consumption can lead to death within mere hours. Thus, even now, Wang Zhongcheng prioritizes the safety of everyone. He and Zhao Renjie remain armed, vigilantly guarding everyone during their labor, firmly instructing that unfamiliar flora and fauna must not be touched. As night falls in the treehouse, aside from those on duty, everyone retreats to their respective rooms to rest. The lights in the rooms are dimmed, leaving only a single bright light on the top floor to illuminate the treehouse and courtyard. Around 10 o'clock at night, a creature with gleaming eyes wanders outside the fence, climbing up and down the fence, circling outside. Suddenly, loud squeals are heard from outside, followed by flapping sounds. On duty are Zhao Renjie and Li Litsai. Zhao stands beneath the eaves of the duty room, shining a flashlight in the direction of the commotion. He discovers that a beast has been caught in one of the traps he set. Through the dense fence, the identity of the creature remains obscured. The squealing seems somewhat familiar to Zhao Renjie. Could it truly be a troop of monkeys? Wang Zhongcheng had advised during the previous night's rest that if prey were captured, they must wait until morning to investigate. After a brief illumination with a flashlight, the fence falls silent, save for the sound of the trap's rope rubbing against the branches. The rope Zhao used is typically impervious to the teeth of wild beasts, alleviating any fears of escape. Thus, the sound of the rope against the branches continues throughout the night, persisting intermittently even after Wang Zhongcheng takes over Zhao Renjie's watch. On the 89th day on the island, Wang Zhongcheng, Zhao Renjie, Wang Taisong, and others have yet to wash their faces. Descending the stairs, they first observe through the gaps in the fence. Once they discern the nature of the creature, they are left in fits of laughter. It turns out to be quite a surprising sight. Armed, Wang Zhongcheng and the others step outside, discovering that the prey is a proboscis monkey. This monkey measures approximately 70 centimeters in length, possessing 5 furry fingers on its hands, with feet smaller than those of a human and longer toes. It has ensnared its right leg in the trap, but can still stand upright. The grass beneath it has been worn bare. The monkey's head is shaped like an inverted triangle, with prominent cheeks, low cheekbones, and a protruding jaw, forming an impressive profile. Its skin is wrinkled, and its tail curves backward, appearing quite robust. Upon noticing Wang Zhongcheng and the others approach, the proboscis monkey rises, opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and gazes at them with a fierce expression. The large nose on its face resembled a banana dangling by its mouth. The spectators, amused by this comical creature, could not help but burst into laughter. Wang Zhongcheng noticed a few proboscis monkeys perched on a nearby banyan tree, their gaze fixed in this direction. Zhao Renjie used a stick to pin one of the proboscis monkeys by the neck, rendering it immobile. After Wang Taisong untied the ropes ensnaring the creature, he released the bindings around its legs. Wang Zhongcheng remarked, "Let it go." This type of proboscis monkey is the epitome of masculinity among male animals, capable of enduring for an entire day and night. Its strength is truly remarkable. Furthermore, it possesses a formidable stomach, consuming far more food than other primates. The proboscis monkey is a ruminant, opting for fibrous foods such as grass, tender shoots, and leaves. Upon hearing this, Zhao Renjie released the branch, and the proboscis monkey sensed the newfound freedom in its legs, perceiving the human's goodwill. Its previously hostile demeanor transformed into one of gentleness. It nodded and bowed, expressing gratitude, its large nose swaying rhythmically with its body, reminiscent of a man's pride. This series of antics elicited another round of hearty laughter from a group. Wang Zhongcheng produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to the monkey. The proboscis monkey adeptly peeled back the wrapper, swiftly placing the chocolate into its mouth. Nodding in delight as it savored the treat, its nose bobbing with each motion. In that moment, Wang Zhongcheng comprehended the appeal of Lu Gongong's candies. Once the proboscis monkey finished the chocolate, Zhao Renjie and Wang Taisong also presented it with a handful of candies and chocolates, placing them in its palm, before following Wang Zhongcheng toward the courtyard. To their surprise, the proboscis monkey trailed behind them, entering the courtyard, and, with a natural instinct, made its way to the kitchen, seizing a ladle to drink some water. After a night of frolicking, you must be exhausted. Those who had remained indoors were intrigued by the sudden appearance of the large-nosed monkey, gathering around to observe. The monkey seemed to sense the human's fascination with its prominent nose, frequently displaying a variety of playful antics and comical expressions, provoking peals of laughter from the crowd. As the merriment ensued, the onlookers began tossing treats to the proboscis monkey, which performed while eagerly collecting the offerings scattered on the ground, grinning broadly. Laughter filled the air, a shared joy between the people and the monkey. The only ones who remained apprehensive were Daong and Xiaoyong, peering fearfully from the window of Zhao Renjie's room at this seemingly invincible monkey king. Chapter 68. Ecological catastrophe. As the merriment reached its peak, Fan Tongshu called out, Dinner is served. The crowd dispersed, and the long-nosed monkeys, clutching delectable treats, leaped over the fence and scampered into the jungle. As the most advanced cognitive beings on Earth, the distinguishing factor between humans and monkeys lies in the accumulation of culture, which stands as the greatest achievement of evolution. Humans possess the capacity for introspection, a profound ability to reflect on their emotions and thoughts, as well as formidable judgment skills that encompass rational reasoning and analogical thinking. Notably, the innate ability to empathize with the emotions and beliefs of others sets humanity apart from the animal kingdom. The pursuit of value is an instinct inherent to mankind. While selfishness and greed are primal instincts of animals, humans, as superior beings, retain certain animalistic traits. Thus far, no law has indicated that evolution must necessarily trend towards intelligence. In fact, for most species, wisdom often appears superfluous and burdensome in the face of human existence. A popular saying on the internet posits that the history of human evolution began with stooped postures, gradually regressing to a primitive state. This statement profoundly illustrates that unrestrained human nature, when allowed to run rampant, inevitably leads to self-destruction. Therefore, understanding human nature and consciously opposing it is essential for societal progress across generations. In terms of appearance, monkeys and humans do share some similarities, yet the differences are substantial, and their evolutionary paths are relatively distant. In the natural world, humanity's closest relatives are apes, not monkeys. Though we often colloquially refer to them as apes and monkeys, they are fundamentally distinct species. Humans did not evolve from monkeys. Rather, we share a common ancestor. Thus, on this deserted island, the various primates serve as the closest relatives to Wang Zhongcheng and his companions. The natural affinity humans feel towards monkeys reflects a shared lineage, which holds a certain validity. One wonders if the monkeys on the island recognize their distant kin. Wang Zhongcheng observed that during their laborious endeavors, a procession of long-nosed monkeys, tending to their young and elderly, gradually gathered from the depths of the jungle near the treehouse. By noon, more than 20 old and young long-nosed monkeys had congregated in the trees surrounding the treehouse. Wang Zhongcheng and his companions were puzzled. Could it be that their benevolent act of sparing these creatures had summoned them in gratitude? Yet, they appeared not to bring gifts, but rather resembled a band of refugees seeking sustenance. As they settled into the trees, the monkeys began establishing their makeshift camp, engaging in disputes and gathering leaves and wild fruits for nourishment. What could have prompted the long-nosed monkeys to migrate to this location? Throughout the morning, Wang Zhongcheng pondered this question. Had a ferocious beast invaded their original habitat? Were their former territories no longer suitable for their survival? Or perhaps, Wang Zhongcheng, unable to keep his thoughts to himself, considered the potential dangers posed to himself and his companions should the long-nosed monkey's territory indeed harbor predators. It was imperative to remember the wisdom of avoiding perilous situations. It is imperative to ensure that no unknown dangers exist on the island. After lunch, Wang Zhongcheng assigned Zhao Ranjia and Fan Tongshu to oversee the security at the construction site. He led the recently finished Zhou Shicheng, Li Xian, Sun Xiaowei, and Lu Gangang deeper into the jungle, following the route taken by the proboscis monkeys. Along the way, a few proboscis monkeys were seen making their way towards the tree houses. Wang Zhongcheng noticed that the small animals in the jungle were significantly more abundant than during their usual hunting excursions. Upon spotting them from afar, they darted away, escaping to safety. Wang Zhongcheng, however, had no interest in hunting. He continued to guide them further into the depths of the jungle. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew darker and more humid, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense foliage. Their clothes were already thoroughly soaked. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, the ground beneath them became treacherously muddy, the muck clinging to their shoes and making it difficult to lift their feet. The grass beneath the trees began to turn yellow, with patches already dead in some areas. Proceeding further, they encountered puddles in the underbrush, the water rising to their ankles upon stepping in. The leaves of the trees here had also begun to yellow. Wang Zhongcheng pondered whether the tropical jungle experienced autumn, causing the leaves to fall as well. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the air, causing Wang Zhongcheng to jump. He quickly turned, aiming his gun in the direction of sound. There he saw Li Xian, about 5 meters to his left and behind, with his legs trapped in a muddy swamp, submerged almost to his thighs. "Do not move. Remain still. We are coming to help," Wang Zhongcheng commanded. Li Xian had inadvertently stumbled into a bog, where the thick sludge would only pull him deeper if he attempted to escape unaided. Many brave souls from the Red Army had perished in such bogs. Wang Zhongcheng retrieved a rope from his backpack, securing one end to a tree for Li Xian to grasp. Together with Zhou Shicheng, Lu Gangang, and Sun Xiaowei, they chopped down several trees and carefully laid the trunks beside Li Xian. Wang Zhongcheng climbed onto the logs and secured another rope around Li Xian's waist and under his arms. With a collective effort, they pulled Li Xian from the mire. After ensuring that Li Xian was unharmed, Wang Zhongcheng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the bog was not deeper. Otherwise, Li Xian could have vanished without a trace, leaving no opportunity for rescue. Following this alarming incident, Wang Zhongcheng decided against further exploration and opted to navigate back towards the treehouse along the shallower waters of the jungle. As they made their way out, the water levels increased, eventually revealing a creek where the water flowed steadily into the depths of the jungle. "Isn't this the flood drainage channel we excavated?" Wang Zhongcheng mused, realizing that the water from the dam was flowing through these channels. Zhou Shicheng echoed his thoughts, leading them to follow the creek outward. Indeed, as they progressed towards the dam, the channel widened and deepened. Upon reaching the dam, Wang Zhongcheng understood the reason behind the mass migration of the proboscis monkeys. It was Wang Zhongcheng who, in his pursuit of constructing a dam and excavating flood channels to guard against typhoons, inundated the territory of the proboscis monkeys, resulting in the demise of the trees and wild grasses within that domain. The proboscis monkeys and the surrounding fauna found themselves devoid of sustenance, for they are not aquatic creatures. A complete food chain could not be established, prompting a mass migration, which elucidates the multitude of animals observed during the journey here. The destruction of a jungle, the very habitat upon which these creatures depend, has rendered them homeless and led to the extensive death of trees. With the culprit being none other than himself, Wang Zhongcheng lamented. The root of all this turmoil lies in the allure of gold. A well-known adage from Buddhist scripture states, "In the fall of myriad dust, the search for liberation from Buddha becomes tainted. All things are indulgent. Money is malevolent. Emptiness remains. And suffering bears no enemy." The illustrious historian and writer Sima Qian of the Western Han Dynasty remarked in the records of the Grand Historian, "In this world, the bustling throngs are all driven by profit. The commotion of the world is merely a pursuit of gain." This sentiment encapsulates the essence of human existence. Without trade, there would be no violence. Devoid of interests, there would be no harm. Hell is empty, and demons walk the earth. In the vast multitude of beings, humanity forsakes righteousness for the sake of profit. For personal gain, how many have bent the knee before wealth, forsaking their rightful convictions and beliefs? How many have sacrificed everything, even their bodies and souls, for the sake of money? Wang Zhongcheng now mourns for the proboscis monkeys and the animals, yet remains oblivious to the fact that the harm inflicted upon them and the jungle ecosystem has only just begun. In the face of their impending, merciless slaughter, these initial transgressions are but a gentle drizzle. One wonders if, by that time, Wang Zhongcheng will still recall his initial repentance of the dam, the guilt that weighed upon his heart, and the awakening of his conscience. Chapter 69. Humanity remains humanity. Human beings are eternally human, not deities. They are blind to the sorrows of the world and incapable of grasping the compassion espoused by Buddhism, remaining oblivious to the cycle of cause and effect. In pursuit of fleeting gains, they wander aimlessly, shrouded in darkness and confusion. Mankind perceives only the immediate and the tangible. Much like a frog at the bottom of a well, aware solely of its confined surroundings, ignorant of the vast world beyond. Yet, the allure of profit is ever present. Humans are inherently driven by the pursuit of gain, relentlessly chasing after it, unaware that beneath their feet lie the countless bones of their kind, a testament to the hell they have dug for themselves. Human desire resembles an abyss, boundless and insatiable. It is said that humanity once possessed a third eye, the legendary heavenly eye, which could penetrate the mundane realm and wield powers beyond the comprehension of contemporary humans. This eye could perceive dimensions beyond the three-dimensional world, rendering the invisible visible and the silent audible. The ancient text from the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, recounts, "The kingdom of strange arms lies to the north, where the people possess one arm and three eyes, embodying both yin and yang, riding on patterned horses. There exists a two-headed bird, crimson and yellow, by their side. The celestial being contended with the emperor here, who severed its head and buried it on Changyang Mountain, fashioning its milk into eyes and its navel into a mouth, wielding a pole to dance." This represents the earliest recorded reference to the third eye in Chinese literature. Scientists have confirmed that humans, along with certain mammals and vertebrates, retain evolutionary remnants of a third eye, now deeply embedded within the brain, known as the pineal gland. This gland plays a crucial role in hormonal regulation for mammals and vertebrates. Located at the apex of the entire brain in vertebrates, the pineal gland possesses photoreceptive capabilities. However, through the course of human evolution, its photoreceptive function has gradually diminished, giving way to enhanced endocrine regulation, which is vital for the secretion of melatonin and the body's circadian rhythms. In that bygone era, humanity possessed the extraordinary ability of the third eye, which heralded a more brutal existence filled with violence and slaughter. In relentless pursuit of gain, they brought forth a hellish realm upon earth. Even after acquiring everything, they remained discontent, challenging the divine, only to meet their demise at the hands of the emperor, who severed their head and buried it on Changyang Mountain. From that moment forth, the once penetrating third eye, capable of perceiving the unseen and hearing the silent, became a distant memory for modern humanity, with their sporadic sixth sense being its final vestige. The emperor mentioned in the Shanhai Jing bears striking similarities to the omnipotent and eternal God depicted in the Bible, both embodying the divine ability to destroy and create all things. The divine orchestrated a great flood to annihilate the ancient humans, consumed by insatiable desires and malevolence, paving the way for the emergence of modern humanity, to ensure that contemporary individuals abide by the tenets of order and tranquility, relinquishing their entrenched conflicts in favor of serene wisdom. The Almighty endowed them with a unique superpower, love. Love embodies enduring patience and ceaseless compassion. It encompasses kindness, tolerance, gratitude, and righteousness, devoid of jealousy and malice. Through love, one can eradicate inner desires and seek repentance for past transgressions and personal sins, thereby purifying the soul and touching the hearts of those hardened by greed and insatiable cravings. This bears a striking resemblance to the core tenets of Confucianism in traditional Chinese culture. The founder of Confucianism, Confucius, proclaimed that the benevolent love others, advocating for a society imbued with compassion and warmth. Mencius further delved into and advanced Confucius's notion of benevolence, asserting that the benevolent are invincible and should implement benevolent governance, where rulers cherish their subjects and subjects reciprocate their rulers' affections. Such governance is indeed benevolent administration. Wang Zhongcheng and his peers are profoundly influenced by the Confucian tradition, with the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, forgiveness, filial piety, and brotherly respect deeply ingrained in their essence. Since being cast away to a deserted island, Wang Zhongcheng has consistently prioritized the unity of rights and obligations for all, respecting the inherent nature and emotions of the community while focusing on their present lives and entitlements. At the First General Assembly, he proposed the establishment of a society where all are equal and share equally. All resources and treasures of the island, as well as the fruits of labor, shall be distributed without inequality or unevenness, fostering a harmonious environment of mutual affection. Thus, upon reaching the island, he has adhered to a people-centric management philosophy. However, upon the discovery of opals, diamonds, and gold, this principle has quietly shifted in the face of humanity's inherent selfishness, narrow-mindedness, and exclusion. For the sake of gold and jewels, all the vile behaviors of human nature shall be laid bare in the sunlight. Christianity firmly holds that human nature is inherently evil. While this view may seem negative and stark, it is profoundly insightful and perpetually relevant. In contrast to the teachings of Christianity, Confucianism appears antiquated and absurd both in historical contexts and in the present circumstances on the deserted island. Confucianism asserts that every individual possesses an innate sense of conscience, and that everyone is inherently good, suggesting that through diligent self-cultivation, anyone could become a sage. In reality, this is merely an idealistic moral vision of Confucianism and a manifestation of wishful thinking, as historically, apart from Confucius himself, who is honored by the imperial court as a sage, this ideal has never been realized. Confucianism aligns with the sentiments of the ruling class, often devolving into a tool for the rulers to enslave the spirit and thoughts of the people. In the annals of ancient history, how many have truly served the people selflessly? How many have been able to sacrifice themselves for the greater good or to achieve righteousness through self-sacrifice? The stark truth is that once a few individuals gain power, they often exhaust their ingenuity to benefit themselves and their kin. The Confucian ideals of benevolence and righteousness ultimately become mere facades or shrouds for their selfish pursuits. In the words of Karl Popper, those who promise us paradise on earth have never produced anything but hell. To echo Mencius, the shame of shamelessness is indeed the epitome of disgrace. Can Wang Zhongcheng and his small society transcend this human curse and liberate themselves from it? The answer is unequivocally negative. Wang Zhongcheng understands that to gain something, one must lose something in return. Acquiring gold means sacrificing the ecological balance of the island. He cannot halt the machinery for the sake of a few trees or the lives of a group of animals. Even if someone were to threaten him with a gun, demanding he cease operations, he would first eliminate the threat posed by that individual. Are we to allow the machine we painstakingly created, which yields wealth daily amidst great danger and trials, to be halted by mere threats or legal doctrines? First, let us address the one who poses the question, casting him into the machine to meet his demise, a fate that, I believe, the 16 inhabitants of the island would unanimously endorse. At this moment, Wang Zhongcheng feels a sense of ease, free from anxieties that plagued him earlier in the afternoon when he ventured into the jungle. The fears of encountering large, ferocious beasts have dissipated, and he has unraveled the mystery behind the long-nosed monkey's migration. Upon returning to the treehouse with Zhou, Shicheng, and others, they find that groups 1 and 2 have just finished their labor, marking the hour at 6 in the evening. Today's yield remains modest at 779 grams, yielding only 110 grams per person. Gao Hong has been rewarded with 222 grams of gold. Though a smile graces his face, his heart remains tranquil. The trials and observations of the past days have matured his mind, granting him insights into human nature. During the dinner break, Wang Zhongcheng shares his observations from the afternoon visit to the long-nosed monkey's nest with Wang Taisong, Zhao Renjie, and Fan Tongshu, cautioning them to avoid that area while hunting and foraging. As dinner concludes, and the sky has not yet succumbed to darkness, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie step outside the courtyard. They walk a circuit around the fence, discovering that the monkey's tribe resides to the east of the treehouse, near the riverbank. Another tribe of human-like primates has settled to the west. The monkeys frolic and leap among the large trees, engaging in playful antics, while a mother monkey cradles her infant, quietly observing Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie. Wang Zhongcheng reflects on the kinship felt not only by humans towards the primates, but also by the monkeys towards humans. It seems that like attracts like, the essence of community and belonging is evident here. Both humans and monkeys belong to the primate order, and the absence of violence among their kind grants them an innate sense of security, drawing them together. Little do they realize that their human relatives are among the most ruthless and cruel beings on earth, who profess kindness yet perpetrate the most heinous acts. During dinner, some still harbor thoughts of consuming them. Chapter 70, The Hidden Gold. During dinner, a conversation arose regarding the exquisite flavor and remarkable nutritional value of the proboscis monkey's meat, particularly its unparalleled benefits for men. It was said to possess the ability to invigorate one for an entire day and night. Although consuming its flesh may not grant immortality like that of the Tang monk, its effects were certainly noteworthy. Someone jokingly lamented the decision to release the proboscis monkey that morning, expressing dissatisfaction with their recent diet of wild boar, lamb, deer, and rabbit meat. suggesting that tasting monkey meat would be a welcome change, especially given its extraordinary properties. As Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie approached the entrance of the courtyard from the west side, the previously liberated proboscis monkey gleefully leaped from a nearby tree, cradling several deep red wild fruits in its hands. These fruits resembled cherries, but were considerably larger. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Renjie washed the fruit and bit into one, releasing a delightful burst of sweetness reminiscent of propolis that danced across his palate. The sensation was so overwhelming that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a surge of energy rush to his head. After finishing one, he remained in a daze, gazing intently at Wang Zhongcheng and the monkey, exclaiming, "It's too sweet." He reached for another. Wang Zhongcheng, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Wait a moment. Let us observe your reaction. We must ensure there is no toxicity." Zhao Renjie retorted, "Even if it were poisonous, I would still eat it. I have never tasted such sweet fruit before." He quoted, "One may consume 300 lychees daily, never wishing to leave Lingnan." He believed that the monkey's nature was not malevolent, devoid of the complexities of human hearts. "Let us partake freely. In the future, we can have Yong and Xiao Yong gather fruit for us in exchange for our provisions," Wang Zhongcheng suggested. "What can we offer them?" Zhao Renjie inquired. "We have little candy left, mainly subsisting on meat lately. Monkeys are omnivorous and will eat meat as well. We can share any excess meat we have with them. Without a refrigerator, our game spoils easily. Brother Shu has prepared a substantial amount of jerky that we could share," Wang Zhongcheng replied. "That sounds good. I shall fetch some jerky immediately. We cannot let our kind neighbor leave empty-handed. Reciprocity is a matter of courtesy. A lack of return is impolite," Zhao Renjie asserted. "Indeed," Wang Zhongcheng concurred. Zhao Renjie dashed upstairs to retrieve the jerky, while the proboscis monkey eagerly awaited Wang Zhongcheng's offering of candy. Sitting on the ground with its wide eyes filled with anticipation, it glanced back and forth between Wang Zhongcheng's face and his pockets, its large nose bobbing left and right, evoking a sense of sympathy. Wang Zhongcheng, however, had not brought any candy today, as it had become a precious commodity, diminishing with each piece consumed. He had intended to ration it for hunting and exploring terrain to sustain his strength as needed. Before long, Zhao Renjie returned swiftly, carrying over 2 pounds of jerky. Li Weifeng followed behind, cradling Xiao Yong in his arms. Noticing the proboscis monkey, Xiao Yong nervously pressed his head against Li Weifeng's chest, stealing glances at the monkey with one eye. At this moment, the proboscis monkey is delightfully savoring some dried meat, nodding in appreciation of its exquisite taste, its face beaming with joy, while its prominent nose sways rhythmically, appearing considerably more robust. Li Weifeng, witnessing this astonishing scene, felt a flush of embarrassment. Cradling Xiao Yong, he turned away, departing with a dismissive remark. "Filthy monkey, scoundrel, what an absurd creature, and that thing on its face, oomph," with a swaying gait. He strode upstairs with his head held high. Zhao Renjie generously offered the packaged dried meat to the proboscis monkey, which eagerly accepted it without hesitation and dashed towards the courtyard entrance. Once outside, it swiftly climbed up a towering banyan tree, where a throng of monkeys promptly gathered around. Upon closer inspection, Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie realized that all the monkeys encircling them were females. This lascivious monkey, with its numerous paramours, had certainly secured its position among the troop with this single packet of dried meat. As night descended, Wang Zhongcheng organized the night watch and refreshed himself. He distributed the fruits sent by the proboscis monkey, giving 1 to each person in every room, leaving 2 for Daong and Xiaoyong. Tonight, Wang Zhongcheng was not on duty and enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, reassured by the presence of 2 groups of monkeys guarding their treehouse from either side. On the 90th day on the island, the gold mining operation continued to progress smoothly. In the morning, Wang Zhongcheng led Fan Tongshu, Lu Wenxiang, Li Letzai, Lu Xingxiang, and Gao Hong back to the stilted building, primarily to assess the growth of the crops in the planting base and to retrieve a few bags of rice. Flour was reserved for later, as it would be consumed gradually. The fallen corn was not thriving well, whereas the upright corn was perfect for cooking. The rice was currently in the flowering stage, and Fan Tongshu remarked that it takes about 8 hours for a rice panicle to flour. typically completing the process between 9 to 18 hours post-opening. The small panicles at the top would bloom 1 to 2 days after their emergence. Pollination would be most effective under clear skies, hence the hope for sunny weather during this period to enhance yield. Rainfall was a daily occurrence on this island, varying in intensity. However, the quantity of produce was no longer a concern, as 2 acres of rice, 1 acre of millet, along with various corn, red beans, green beans, soybeans, potatoes, and sweet potatoes ensured ample food supply. The millet panicles had emerged, but had not yet reached the grain-filling stage. While the breeze rustled the leaves of the rice and millet, busy bees were diligently working in the rice fields. In the vegetable planting area, Fan Tongshu harvested 6 pumpkins, a large bag of fresh peppers and eggplants, and pulled up a bundle of green onions, marking the first fruits of their labor on the island. Upon returning to the treehouse, Wang Zhongcheng found that Zhao Ranjia and Li Weifeng had prepared lunch, featuring braised wild boar and stir-fried black fungus, accompanied by rice. Lu Wenxiang, Li Lutzai, Lu Zhengxiang, and Gao Hong quickly finished their meal before heading off to work. After lunch, Zhao Ranjia and Fan Tongshu ventured into the depths of the forest to set traps. Following his meal, Wang Zhongcheng carried his firearm and patrolled around the mineral processing equipment, feeling a slight decrease in vigilance now that a fence had been erected. Currently, the only creature on the island capable of delivering a fatal attack is the Black Panther, residing atop the distant eastern peak, far removed from our vicinity. This area does not fall within its hunting grounds. With a firearm in hand, the Black Panther is rendered as harmless as a rabbit, easily subdued. The afternoon passed quietly, and upon the conclusion of work, Wang Taisong conducted a live weighing of the day's yield, totaling 883 grams, equating to 110 grams per person, with the remainder allocated to the collective fund. Today, the amount of gold nuggets collected from the riverbed surpassed that of previous days, and Wang Taisong distributed it evenly. After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng sat alone in his room, sipping tea. The newly constructed treehouse rooms were plentiful, and now Wang Zhongcheng occupied one by himself. Fan Tongshu entered, casually closing the door behind him. He took a seat on the stool opposite Wang Zhongcheng, who poured him a cup of tea and offered him a cigarette, lighting it with both hands. He inquired, "Tongshu, is there something on your mind? You seldom visit my room without a reason." After taking a sip of tea and a drag of smoke, Fan Tongshu slowly replied, "Zhongcheng, I have heard quite a bit of chatter about you lately. Some of it I overheard inadvertently, while some was conveyed to me by phone. The brothers on the island are no longer as united as they once were." Fan Tongshu spoke, raising his gaze to assess Wang Zhongcheng's expression. "What discussions? Speak plainly," Wang Zhongcheng urged. "There are whispers that you are hoarding gold and claiming the dog-headed gold for yourself, playing with it daily. Others suggest that the island is devoid of man-eating beasts, yet you and Zhao Renjie refrain from participating in labor, still sharing in their hard-earned rewards. Additionally, there are claims that you possess numerous diamonds and jewels without disclosing your assets," Fan Tongshu expressed, a note of concern in his voice. Wang Zhongcheng was left in stunned silence by Fan Tongshu's words, forgetting to smoke as the cigarette burned down and extinguished. Chapter 71 Night Talk. "Do you know who said that?" Wang Zhongcheng inquired. "Once, while I was fetching rice from the storeroom, I overheard someone in the adjacent restroom uttering your name. I paid attention and soon saw Lu Zhengxiang and Li Lutzai emerging," Fan Tongshu recounted after taking a sip of tea. "Weifeng also heard Sun Xiaowei and Lu Gangang mention your name. Weifeng asked me to caution you to keep an eye on them. Moreover, Wang Taisong was seen gathering with Gao Hong, Lu Zhengxiang, Li Lutzai, and Lin Yongming yesterday afternoon while you ventured into the jungle. I wonder what they discussed." Weifeng mentioned they have been rather secretive lately, often huddling together to whisper. Good intentions do not need concealment, yet ill intentions thrive in shadows. You should find a moment to inquire with Gao Hong. After all, you are cousins. The island is relatively safe now, and the crops at the base are nearing maturity. The daily gold extraction is simply too tempting. Do not let your heart dictate your judgment. It is prudent to remain vigilant. A sense of crisis can mitigate potential dangers. Wang Zhongcheng pondered. Since his arrival on the island, he had adhered to the principle that sincerity could overcome all obstacles, never wavering in his trust towards his subordinates. He endeavored to treat everyone fairly, providing his comrades with the best living conditions and resources, striving for equitable distribution and mutual trust. Yet, the secret of the diamond cave loomed large. Who had divulged it? 4 individuals were involved. The outsider was Li Xian. However, Wang Zhongcheng had scrutinized Li Xian thoroughly, finding him trustworthy. Zhao Renjie was out of the question. Even if Wang Zhongcheng inadvertently let something slip, Zhao Renjie would never betray him. Could it be Wang Taisong? Lost in contemplation, Wang Zhongcheng retrieved 2 cigarettes, offering one to Fan Tongshu and lighting it for him before igniting his own. He inhaled deeply, prompting a bout of coughing, which he quelled with a sip of tea. What they said is indeed true. Gold is undeniably alluring. As for me, I merely store it here temporarily. Once I have my fill, it goes into the storeroom. My absence from labor is solely to ensure everyone has safety. Although there are no large beasts visible, black panthers still roam, do they not? Taisong, Renjie, Li Xian, and I did discover a treasure trove filled with diamonds, which we have not reported. Fan Tongshu was taken aback. The first 2 matters could be easily justified, yet the revelation about the treasure fundamentally altered his perception of Wang Zhongcheng. He had never imagined that the advocate of fairness and justice would engage in such questionable actions. After a moment of recovery, he remarked, "You should consider your next steps carefully. Do not underestimate the whispers behind this. They herald the brewing of a storm. What kind of turmoil can they incite? A bunch of petty rascals. ISNT the gold they receive daily sufficient? And then there are diamonds, opals, and the prospect of mining meteorites in the future. Their insatiable greed knows no bounds." Wang Zhongcheng took a deep drag from his cigarette. Whether out of anger or choking, he broke into a fit of coughs. Once he recovered, he continued, "From this day forth, our firearms shall remain unloaded. The ammunition must be stored separately. It is imperative that we pay particular attention to those few during our night shifts. Henceforth, from 10 at night until 4 in the morning, at least 1 of the 3 of us must be present." It seems discipline requires some rectification. It was indeed wise not to allow him to learn how to wield a firearm. Wang Zhongcheng emphatically added, "We have risked our lives for them. Vanquishing the bay crocodile and the emerald python. Didn't we charge in a battle on their behalf? Now that peace has been restored, with no threats looming and having struck gold, they are beginning to stir trouble. Those scoundrels. Dealing with them is straightforward. The crucial part lies in identifying the mastermind behind it all and understanding their true intentions. While mere complaints can be excused, should they choose to incite unrest, we must show no mercy. A soft heart is a malady in this desolate expanse. A little bloodshed is necessary to establish authority." Fan Tongshu took a sip of water and remarked, "When the decisive is not decisive, chaos ensues." Faced with such wealth and treasures, human hearts are unbound by morals and laws. It is entirely normal for some to harbor ill intentions. We must remain vigilant. If necessary, employing certain measures is permissible. Remember the Lurong U-2682? If not handled properly, human nature can spiral beyond our control. Wang Zhongcheng refilled Fan Tongshu's cup with hot water and offered him a cigarette. Regaining his composure, he said, "I shall conduct a thorough investigation. At times, a policy of conciliation may lead them to perceive you as a sickly cat. The moment they exhibit any signs of rebellion, we must strike swiftly." Wang Zhongcheng paused and continued, "Brother Tongshu, thank you for tonight. Had it not been for your words, I would have remained oblivious to these matters. Please summon Zhao Renjie to my room discreetly. Keep a close watch on those individuals. Should any disturbances arise, we must act preemptively. Very well, you must plan meticulously. Such occurrences are inevitable. When planting trees, you labor diligently, yet when the fruits ripen, you're cast aside. There is profound wisdom in that saying. We may share hardships, but blessings are not necessarily shared." After Fan Tongshu drained the last drop of tea, he exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Renjie entered, and Wang Zhongcheng instructed him to close the door. Zhao Renjie seated himself in the spot recently occupied by Fan Tongshu. Wang Zhongcheng remained seated, allowing Zhao Renjie to pour himself a glass of water and tossing him a cigarette. He spoke directly. "Many are aware of our expedition to the Diamond Cave. Discussions are already circulating about us. It was undoubtedly that rascal Li Xian who leaked the information. I shall flay him alive." Zhao Renjie exclaimed in anger. rising to confront Li Xian. It is still uncertain whether it was indeed Li Xian who spoke out. We shall ascertain the truth, Wang Zhongcheng interjected, relaying Fan Tongshu's earlier sentiments to Zhao Ranjia. Zhao Ranjia's neck bulged with veins, his eyes widened, and his fists cracked ominously. If they intend to challenge us, we must handle the situation with caution. After all, we were at fault first for not adhering to the regulations. We must first uncover who divulged the information. Wang Zhongcheng stated, "Are you implying that it is not Li Xian, but rather Wang Taisong? Surely not. He is so infatuated with wealth. It was he who strongly urged us to explore the diamond cave and advocated for the clandestine distribution. Having allocated such a significant amount, wouldn't it be a considerable loss for him if this were to be revealed?" Zhao Renjie remarked, shaking his head. "Whether it is he or not, we shall ascertain the truth. Bring Li Xian here. You come along as well," Wang Zhongcheng instructed. After a brief moment, Zhao Renjie returned with Li Xian. Upon entering the room, he swiftly secured the door, puzzled by the situation, only to find Wang Zhongcheng casting a chilling gaze upon him, with a dagger measuring over 20 centimeters ominously placed on the wooden table before him. Upon witnessing this interrogation scene, Li Xian trembled in fear, suddenly collapsing to his knees, exclaiming, "Captain Wang, no. Brother Wang, I swear, I did not speak of that matter. Even if I had 100 or 1,000 lives, I would not dare. Just a few days ago, Lin Yongming and Li Lutzai inquired about it. How could I respond to them? Brother Wang, please believe me. I know I'm the prime suspect, but it truly was not me. I have been terrified these past few days that you would find me." Li Xian, utterly terrified, was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, as he repeatedly bowed his head in desperation. Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie continued to regard him with cold indifference, and Li Xian did not dare to retrieve the cigarette Wang Zhongcheng had tossed aside, persistently bowing. "Very well, we will certainly investigate who disclosed this information. We shall not wrong an innocent person, nor shall we let a guilty one go unpunished. If it was indeed you who spoke, confess tonight, and we may consider a lighter punishment. Should our investigation reveal that you are the culprit, you may choose any part of your body to stab yourself 3 times with this dagger," Wang Zhongcheng threatened ominously. Chapter 72. The Rising Storm. Li Xian bowed fervently, his forehead touching the ground repeatedly as he implored, "Brother Wang, I assure you it was not me. If it were, I would have countless wounds all over my body." "Very well, rise. But if it isn't you, then why did you not promptly report when Lin Yongming and Li Lutzai inquired?" Zhao Renjie admonished. "I intended to report. However, upon reflection, how could I convincingly explain that it was not me? Only the 4 of us were involved, and I am aware of the nature of your relationships. Would you trust an outsider like me?" Li Xian replied with a sense of injustice. "All right, stand up. In the future, ensure to report such matters promptly. Have you heard anything else recently?" Wang Zhongcheng inquired. "Nothing. I am diligently focused on my work and fully support your leadership. I am particularly content with my current income and would never entertain any improper thoughts." Li Xian responded, visibly anxious. "Indeed, this matter requires further investigation. Tomorrow, before breakfast, you must arrange a meeting with the group leaders," Wang Zhongcheng instructed Li Xian, who left in a cold sweat. "I find it unlikely that Li Xian would divulge anything. It is Wang Taisong who is stirring trouble, and your cousin Lin Yongming is involved. For now, let us observe quietly and refrain from alarming the snake. We shall not confront him just yet, but rather see what tricks he has up his sleeve," Wang Zhongcheng said to Zhao Renjie. "The issue with the diamond cave was instigated by Wang Taisong. You led us to investigate, yet after discovering the treasure, it was Wang Taisong who insisted we 4 share it among ourselves. The allure of such wealth was too great, and I succumbed to temptation. Even now it feels surreal, as if I am trapped in a dream," Zhao Renjie remarked. "Wang Taisong is treacherous. He desires for these diamonds to become the very landmines that could destroy me. Should I lose everyone's trust over this, he stands to gain the most. Although he partook in the spoils, the blame would not fall upon him. He could easily claim that I orchestrated everything, leaving me with no defense," Wang Zhongcheng said through gritted teeth. "We must not act too hastily, for he is still in a planning stage. He will undoubtedly use the diamonds we possess against us. I have devised a plan, which I have already discussed with Tong Shuj," Wang Zhongcheng continued after taking a drag from a cigarette. We shall have Tong Shuj register our diamonds and opals under the collective account. If they attempt to use this matter against us, we can present the collective account book, thereby rendering us virtually devoid of assets apart from the jointly distributed gold. If they remain placid, we can simply destroy the account book after some time. Agreed. I will heed your counsel. During this period, we must remain vigilant. At the slightest hint of their movements, I shall take action. You must avoid any bloodshed, as you need to maintain control of the overall situation. Allow me to take on the role of the heavy, Zhao Renji asserted. The two conspired late into the night, concluding their plotting only when the second night shift commenced. To ascend once more, one must tread upon countless fallen foes, navigating through the perils of treachery and ambition while holding dominion over the island, basking in the riches of gold and jewels. Who among them could relinquish such power? How could they ever let it go? Day 91 on the island. After everyone finished their morning routines, they gathered around the dining table, awaiting breakfast. Li Xuan remarca. Brother Wang, is there something that should be said or left unsaid? Wang Zhongcheng smiled at Li Xian and replied on this island. We are brothers who have shared life and death. What should be left unsaid? Please, voice any opinions or suggestions you may have. Indeed, Brother Wang, Li Xian continued. You mentioned that the gold mine has now transitioned to legitimate operations, utilizing machinery that requires fewer workers. We've conducted several practical operations recently, and this mineral processing line can be fully operated by just 4 to 5 individuals. Observing the expressions of those around him, he pressed on. To be candid, operating the machinery is not exhausting at all. We can work continuously for 8 to 10 hours. Recently, we group leaders have discussed a modest proposal to keep 2 teams here for work while the other 2 teams could proceed to the Diamond Cave or the Python Cave to begin operations. This way, we can enhance our efficiency in extracting jewels. After Li Xian finished speaking, Lu Wenxiang chimed in. Li Xian makes a compelling point. We cannot predict when rescue might arrive, so we should make the most of our limited time to extract more jewels. By working 2 fronts, our collective income could multiply. Gold and jewels can be obtained daily. Don't you all agree? Upon hearing Lu Wenxiang, the eyes of the others sparkled with golden possibilities, their minds filled with thoughts of diamonds, jewels, and gold. No one could resist this win-win proposal. Wang Zhongcheng observed the enthusiastic expressions around the table as they engaged in cheerful discussions. He stated, "This suggestion has merit, but I prioritize everyone as safety above all. If we divide our personnel, our security will inevitably weaken. We should not compromise safety for material possessions. After all, life is singular. Once lost, no amount of wealth can be enjoyed." He then cast a glance at Wang Taisong. Wang Taisong, who had been staring intently at Li Xian, appeared lost in thought, his face reflecting skepticism. Wang Zhongcheng noticed the palpable excitement among the group, and as they happily debated, he continued, "The suggestion is indeed good, but we must consider the risks involved." Wang Taisong felt a sudden clarity. This proposal had emerged out of nowhere, and as a construction worker, he was caught off guard. He realized he was likely falling into Wang Zhongcheng's trap, a cunning maneuver meant to divert him. He understood that he had to comply with this arrangement. Refusing would alienate the entire group and earn him a bad reputation. Wang Zhongcheng had his ways of handling dissent. Indeed, Li Xian added, there are no longer any large predators on the island. We haven't encountered any for quite some time. The island is quite safe now. Just let Brother Jie go over. As Li Xian finished, Lu Wenxiang interjected, the gold extraction here has already stabilized, but new operations will require skilled technicians in charge. Wang Taisong thought to himself, this entire scenario seemed orchestrated for him to partake in. This was not merely a scheme, but a blatant strategy, a proposal that genuinely seeks to benefit all personnel, rendering it utterly irresistible. Wang Zhongcheng surveyed his surroundings, raising his hand to gently quell the clamorous discussions, and remarked, what Li Xian and Wenchang just said is truly compelling. My usual stance on material possessions is that enough is sufficient. I never seek to be greedy or take more than my fair share. When I come across a good opportunity, I always think of my brothers first. Yet, isn't the reason we venture out into the world to seek fortune? Given that heaven has bestowed upon us such a splendid opportunity, why should we not seize it? He paused, noticing Fan Tongshu preparing to serve breakfast, signaling him to hold off for the moment. He continued, I must admit, Li Xian and Wenchang have indeed stirred my heart. I have always valued democracy in my decision-making, so I must consult everyone's opinion on this matter. If you all agree, then I shall concur. At this point, he glanced around at the expressions of the crowd, who were eagerly waiting to raise their hands in agreement. Seeing that the moment was ripe and that breakfast was nearly ready, Wang Zhongcheng declared, those in favor of splitting into 2 groups to mine for jewels, please raise your hands. Upon witnessing a unanimous show of hands, he raised his own, proclaiming, since the motion has received unanimous approval to divide into 2 teams for mining, it is settled. We still need to select a team leader and a safety officer. Who do you believe is suitable? Our talented individuals are only Tai Song and Gao Hong, so let us choose one from them. As for the safety officer, Zhao Renjia, there is no need for a vote. Those in favor of Wang Tai Song as the team leader, please raise your hands. Wang Zhongcheng announced. 10 hands were raised in support of Wang Tai Song. Now, those in favor of Gao Hong as the team leader, please raise your hands. Gao Hong felt a surge of panic. He was unaware that this was specifically arranged for Wang Tai Song and thought he was genuinely being considered for leadership, leaving him too frightened to raise his hand. Well, we have 4 votes for Gao Hong, Wang Zhongcheng stated. Now I declare that Wang Tai Song will lead the new mining team to extract jewels. Since Li Xian and Lu Wenxiang have proposed to venture into mining, let your teams 1 and 4 proceed. Work for a while and assess the situation. We can rotate positions at an appropriate time. Teams 2 and 3 are also welcome to join. Wang Zhongcheng said. Wang Taisong's expression darkened considerably, yet he forced a semblance of calm, attempting to appear joyful and celebratory. Internally, he was in turmoil, uncertain how much longer he could endure this. Among the personnel in teams 1 and 4, only Li Lu shared his sentiments. He felt exiled and marginalized. Wang Taisong was acutely aware that he had lost this power struggle. Wang Zhongcheng had afforded him dignity, refraining from exposing the rift among the 3 brothers to outsiders. What awaited Wang Zhongcheng could be either his repentance or perhaps Zhao Renjia's ruthless tactics. Chapter 73. When a scholar encounters a soldier, however, along the path that lay ahead, Wang Taisong did not choose wisely. He refrained from confessing to Wang Zhongcheng and failed to acknowledge his own mistakes. At the crossroads of life, he consistently opted for the wrong path. Perhaps it was the innate pride of an intellectual within Wang Taisong, or perhaps he fancied himself a chosen one. That prevented him from lowering his guard and engaging in an open-hearted dialogue of criticism and self-criticism with Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjia. The absence of timely communication amidst their misunderstandings only bred mutual suspicion, particularly in the desolate isolation of this island where a diamond and gold mine had been discovered. In the prolonged absence of governance, human nature inevitably distorts, leading to unavoidable calamities. Wang Zhongcheng, with a decisive spirit after breakfast, ordered groups 1 and 4 to gather their personal belongings and tools, ready to set off to the hot spring workshed for secondary mining of the diamond cave. During the farewell to the members of groups 1 and 4, Wang Zhongcheng stated, every gram of gold mined here will continue to be distributed according to our previous arrangements. Please focus on your work without concern for the quantity extracted. Safety must always come first. Upon concluding his remarks, he instructed Fan Tongshu to ensure that the remaining rice and dried meat were brought along, and that each person carried a bucket of fresh water. They agreed to return to the stilted house for rest on Friday afternoon. Wang Zhongcheng bid farewell to each member with a handshake, and when he reached Wang Taisong, he intentionally applied a bit of pressure and patted him on the shoulder. They exchanged a glance without uttering a word. Approaching Zhao Renjia, he discreetly placed 2 packs of cigarettes in his Zhao's pocket. The 2 needed no further words. Their eyes conveyed everything. After sending off the workers to the diamond cave, Wang Zhongcheng glanced at his watch. With 20 minutes remaining until the work commenced, he addressed groups 2 and 3. Our workforce has diminished. We have shifted from 2 shifts of 5 hours each to a single 9-hour workday, with a 1-hour break for lunch. This will significantly increase our workload. To boost our enthusiasm and enhance productivity, I have a proposal. As he paused, he surveyed the eager faces awaiting his words. I propose to augment the labor compensation of the team leaders from our collective income, as they play a pivotal role in our production efforts, consistently setting a model for others. Their increased remuneration is not only justified but essential. We must ensure that those who labor diligently reap greater rewards. At this juncture, Lu Zhongcheng and Zhou Shicheng were filled with joy, momentarily setting aside their earlier grievances regarding the division of labor. The team members thought to themselves, as long as the increase in compensation did not come at their own expense, they had nothing to fear. After all, it was the team leaders who did the most work. Wang Zhongcheng continued, initially, we will increase the monthly compensation for team leaders by 500 grams of gold. If any team members have objections, feel free to voice them. We will provide a platform for you to showcase your capabilities. And you may also compete fairly for the role of team leader. At this revelation, both the team members and leaders were utterly astonished. What is the value of 500 grams of gold each month? Calculating at a rate of 550 yuan per gram prior to embarking on the sea, it must be worth at least over 200,000 yuan, even if the raw gold is not valued that highly. Gao Hong initially expressed his discontent, noting that he had not received such a bounty of gold despite discovering gold nuggets, while the team leader received an additional 500 grams monthly. Is this fair? It is utterly unjust. Where can we find a place to voice our grievances? Gao Hong declared, I acknowledge the significance of the team leader's position and the substantial workload it entails, yet it hardly justifies such a disparity. We have not shirked from our responsibilities. The other team members echoed Gao Hong's sentiments, which emboldened him further. He continued, you say we can compete fairly for the position of team leader. But in what manner and at what time can we engage in such competition? Wang Zhongcheng interjected. The competition for the team leader position and the increase in labor remuneration are intended to motivate the leaders to work more effectively and shoulder greater responsibilities. We will implement this for 2 months to see if the leaders can enhance our productivity. If not, we will commence a fair competition. How's that sound? Upon hearing Wang Zhongcheng's proposal, the crowd fell silent and kept their individual calculations to themselves. It was now time to commence work. Gao Hong activated the machinery, and amid the roar of the machines, the group embarked on another industrious day. Wang Zhongcheng's maneuvers were transparent to Lu Zhongcheng, the cunning fox, who had been subtly influencing Wang Taisong in their private discussions. Wang Tiesong's inflated ambitions had been nurtured by Lu Zhongcheng, Lin Yongming, and Li Litsai, who recognized Wang Tiesong's scholarly demeanor, his overwhelming vanity, arrogance, and insatiable greed. While Gao Hong also cherished wealth, his affection was straightforward and bold. He loved openly, unashamedly, and was unafraid of any powerful adversaries in the face of treasure. In contrast, Wang Taisong believed himself to be exceptionally clever and knowledgeable, skillfully wielding the strategies of Sun Tzu's The Art of War, convinced that a mere flick of his wrist would compel even the president of a beautiful nation to bow before him. Thus, Wang Tiesong's avarice was audacious and unscrupulous. Under the flattery of Lu Zhongcheng, Lin Yongming, and Li Litsai, he fancied himself as a celestial monarch, convinced that Wang Zhongcheng's prior efforts were merely stepping stones laid for his ascension to the throne. He had even devised malicious plans to dispose of Wang Zhongcheng. In a realm where 2 tigers cannot coexist, he believed himself to be the sovereign, certain that with a mere gesture, all treasures of the world would belong to him. It goes without saying that he dismissed the likes of Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie. The island had no large beasts left. Their utility had been exhausted, and it was time for them to exit, making way for his own grand entrance. Wang Taisong did not anticipate that after merely testing his strength, he would falter without achieving anything. Why did these 2 soldiers not play by the rules? Had he not even begun to make his move when the game concluded? Was there a traitor among them? It had nearly cost him his life in the cave at Zhao Renjie's hands. Human nature is the most unpredictable of factors. As the renowned politician and philosopher Guanzhong from the spring and autumn period once articulated, when the granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, one understands honor and disgrace. Guanzhong had already recognized that human nature comprises multiple layers of needs, and only when basic needs are satisfied can the development of human nature gradually unfold. In contemporary language, this translates to a hierarchy of human needs ranging from the fundamental requirements of sustenance and security to the emotional and belonging needs. culminating in the desires for respect from others and self-actualization. Later, Marx expanded upon the highest demands of humanity by incorporating the needs for knowledge and aesthetic appreciation. To put it simply, when one is well-fed, they can afford to ponder deeper matters. Wang Zhongcheng and his peers, operating under a management model centered on loyalty, benevolence, equality, encouragement, and concern, exhibited disunity as a consequence. In essence, they were indulged to an excessive degree, fostering detrimental habits. Wang Zhongcheng failed to grasp that the essence of human-centered management rests upon a foundation of respect for human nature, yet the very nature of humanity remains inherently uncertain. Therefore, effective management must encompass not only compassionate care, but also the establishment of scientifically designed systems, grounded in the rule of law, to enforce stringent governance. Unacceptable behaviors and mistakes must not be tolerated, and strict penalties should be imposed to serve as a warning to others. Only by integrating these two elements can a cohesive and combat-ready team be cultivated. After ascending to the throne, Liu Bang once inquired of his ministers what factors ultimately enabled him to conquer the formidable Xiongnu. The ministers offered various responses, but Liu Bang ultimately emphasized that the most crucial aspect was his ability to recognize and appoint talent in matters of strategic decision-making and distant victories. I am no match for Xiao He in governing the state, pacifying the populace, providing provisions, and ensuring the smooth transport of grain. I am outperformed by Zifang. And in commanding a million-strong army with assured success in siege warfare, I cannot rival Han Xian. Last night, during a conversation with Fan Tongshu and Zhao Ranjia, Wang Zhongcheng also gleaned many insights into management. Fan Tongshu pointed out that in order for the team to embark on a path of healthy development, it is imperative to reform the rigid management mechanisms. The inflexible system of neither promotion nor demotion, characterized by egalitarianism and communal sharing, must transition to a more dynamic and open management framework that allows for upward and downward movement. Only within such a management paradigm can individuals strive for progress, and the team can be infused with vitality. Chapter 74. Elevation of Thought in the Realm of Management. A leader must never adopt a condescending or overbearing demeanor towards subordinates, nor should they regard personnel as mere trifles. Instead, one should engage with sincerity, inspire through emotional connection, and nurture with kindness. For it is through these means that one can truly win the hearts of others. For a leader, it is imperative to diligently contemplate the significant, challenging, and urgent issues confronting the team. They must consider holistic, long-term, and fundamental matters, as well as the potential new situations and problems that may arise during the team's reform, development, and stabilization. Additionally, one should actively draw upon the successes and failures of others, as the wisdom gleaned from external experiences can be invaluable. When others hesitate or fear to take action, a commendable leader should lead by example, demonstrating the desired behaviors for the team to emulate. In instances where team members lack the capability or are unable to fulfill their responsibilities, the leader must personally exemplify the expected actions, guiding them through both word and deed. Fan Tongshu and Zhao Ranjia both asserted that Wang Zhongcheng's unwavering adherence to a policy of benevolence and gentleness constitutes a managerial weakness. They noted that the compassion one displays may be perceived as weakness by others, resulting in a sense of vulnerability that invites exploitation, leading to the emergence of malevolent individuals. There exists a criminological theory known as the broken windows effect. If a single window is broken, it can attract wrongdoers. Is it not true that human interactions mirror this phenomenon? When one appears weak, wrongdoers may hurl stones without remorse, as the cost of inflicting harm is minimal when resistance is absent. Thus, they swarm in, reflecting a harsh but undeniable reality of survival in the world. Therefore, when faced with adversity, rather than lamenting one's misfortune, it is far more prudent to effectuate personal change and elevate one's own strength and standing. Ultimately, one shall come to realize that all insurmountable mountains and vast seas will eventually yield to a smooth expanse. When one is strong, the world shall respond with kindness and respect. In simpler terms, a few words of flattery cannot compare to a well-placed slap. The entirety of Western traditional civilization has consistently fixated on the notion of individualism, striving to constrain the devilish tendencies of human nature through laws and ethics. This belief underscores the conviction that a person finds it exceedingly difficult to transform from a devil into an angel, unless one possesses a divine nature akin to that of Jesus Christ. The inherent selfishness of human nature remains a deeply entrenched notion within Western culture. This realization was also evident in Wang Zhongcheng's elevation of thought following his discussions with Fan Tongshu and Zhao Renjie after recognizing the despicable actions of Wang Taisong. Consequently, he arranged for the current work to be undertaken this morning, concerning the enticing proposition of an additional 500 grams of gold monthly put forth by Wang Zhongcheng. Lu Zhongcheng no longer felt excitement today. Instead, he began to feel a sense of trepidation regarding the days to come. He understood that Wang Zhongcheng had subtly exiled Wang Taisong without a trace, strategically diverting attention to weaken and conquer. With the tiger now drawn away, the time for rectification was imminent, and Lu Zhongcheng had a clearer understanding of who would be targeted. In Lu Zhongcheng's perception, Wang Zhongcheng's offer of 500 grams of gold each month was not a genuine acknowledgement or reward for the efforts of the team leader, but rather a signal akin to a bounty for those who may face dire consequences. Is it not a sobering thought? The team leader can now engage in open and fair competition. For the sake of that 500 grams of gold, what lengths will those team members not go to? They must constantly scrutinize their own mistakes. Even while in the restroom, they will feel the weight of several pairs of eyes upon them. Lu Zhongcheng, pondering over Wang Taisong, fears that Wang's fate may be grim. On a deserted island, silencing a traitor is all too effortless. Their plans concerning Wang Taisong also involve casting Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie into the sea. He meticulously reviewed the entire scheme, realizing that only Wang Taisong, Lin Yongming, and Li Litzai were privy to it. It seemed unlikely that it had been leaked. If it had, he would already be in dire straits. The likely source of any leak pertains to the Diamond Cave, as he had shared that information with far too many people. Alas, a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. The original plan was to conclude work this Friday and, upon returning to the Stilt House, suddenly search Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie's personal belongings. Their jewels and diamonds would be publicly revealed, leading to their own demise, leaving them with no room for defense. The concealed diamonds would act as their own landmines, ultimately causing them to lose the support of their peers. He intended for Wang Taisong to seize the opportunity to initiate a vote to oust Wang Zhongcheng and Zhao Renjie, subsequently finding a moment to dispose of them into the sea. He would temporarily elevate Wang Taisong to the forefront as the leader, allowing him to bear the blame for the fratricide, and once the dust settled, quietly orchestrate Wang Taisong's disappearance. Would he not then emerge as the sovereign of boundless wealth? The ambition to ascend to kingship was not solely Lu Zhongcheng's design. Wang Taisong, Lin Yongming, and Li Litzai harbored similar aspirations, all waiting for the opportune moment to send their former comrades into the sea to feed the fish. Just as Wang Taisong, Lu Zhongcheng, Lin Yongming, and Li Litzai were hatching these schemes, another pair of eyes coldly observed every movement on the island, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. At the end of the afternoon work session, Lu Zhongcheng weighed the gold on site, totaling 2,003 grams. The yield had surged once again, and smiles broke through the fatigue etched on everyone's faces. Such toil for gold was undeniably worthwhile. Wang Zhongcheng allocated 120 grams to each individual, with the remainder to be collected as communal income. Some voiced their discontent, suggesting that the contribution to the collective account was excessive. Lu Zhongcheng reprimanded them, stating, "Who has ever asked you for money for your food and drink? This gold is merely temporarily stored in the communal account. If you work diligently, rewards will surely follow. With this much gold, how many lifetimes could you possibly spend it all?" After dinner, Wang Zhongcheng spoke with the third and fourth group members who remained behind in his room, addressing each one, starting with Lu Zhongcheng. He inquired into their thoughts since arriving on the island, the challenges they faced, and urgently needed solutions. He offered vague answers to their collective questions regarding when they might expect rescue. When will we return? No one knew. If returning is not an option, then let us dig for gold and mine for jewels and peace. There is no shortage of food or drink now. It is far better than fishing on a boat, where one might wait half a year or a year to return home. The crucial matter is that we are alive and well, lacking neither arms nor legs, and possessing a wealth of gold and jewels. Where could one possibly find such treasures, whether at sea or at home? Lu Zhongcheng was the first summoned for questioning, and before Wang Zhongcheng, he felt as if he were sitting on needles. He resorted to drinking water and smoking as a means to disguise his inner turmoil. Despite his considerable composure, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Throughout the encounter, Wang Zhongcheng maintained a smile, continually refilling Lu's glass as he drank more and more, anxious that Wang might unveil their scheme. Eventually, after offering some words of encouragement, Wang allowed him to leave. Lu Zhongcheng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, a heavy stone lifting from his heart. He reminded himself that after enduring this night, he must tread carefully in his actions and demeanor, keeping silent until success was assured. The matter was now sealed in secrecy. As Wang Zhongcheng concluded his conversations with each individual, it was nearing 10 p.m. After freshening up, he secured his room and retired for the night. The night shift personnel commenced at 10 p.m. and continued until 4 a.m., divided into 3 teams of 2. On the 92nd day on the island, the machinery under Wang Zhongcheng's supervision operated steadily and efficiently. Meanwhile, Wang Taisong found himself at a loss in the hot spring work shed, akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, unable to make any headway. The diamond mine had just finished its extraction. Every tunnel had been thoroughly explored, and aside from using tools and explosives, no diamonds could be found by hand anymore. Yesterday, he arrived at the hot spring work shed primarily to address the leaks caused by the recent typhoon, which had inflicted considerable damage, leaving many areas cracked and exposed. Today, Wang Taisong and Zhao Renjia, accompanied by personnel from teams 1 and 4, returned to a cave they had visited multiple times before, only to find themselves staring at one another in mutual bemusement. The only tools at their disposal were a few shovels and some bamboo sieves, and the cave was utterly barren. The original treasure had already been divided among Wang Zhongcheng and his associates. Zhao Renjia spoke to Lu Wenxiang and Zhou Shicheng. I will first explore inside with Taisong, having been away for so long. There might be pythons and other wild beasts nesting within. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Renjia tugged at Wang Taisong, urging him to enter the cave. At that moment, Wang Taisong's face turned pale, cold sweat rolling down his forehead and neck like beads. Despite Zhao's repeated pulls, Wang remained rooted to the spot, his heart sinking with dread. Had he foreseen this day, he would never have entertained such thoughts in the first place. Today, he felt his life was at stake within the diamond cave. He feared that once inside, he would never emerge again, with Zhao Renjia announcing to the outside world that he had accidentally stumbled and drowned in the stream. Or perhaps that wild beasts had devoured him. In any case, he felt certain that escape from death was futile. Chapter 75. Punishment faced with the specter of death. Even in the knowledge of his imminent demise, Wang Taisong yearned to preserve his dignity. Confronted by Lu Wenxiang and his associates, he refused to be seen as a coward. A true man stands tall, even in death, and must depart with honor and respect. Last night,